Veonam 2030 Sogdai Shien Set Thulan Ba Almong Vin Hang Sukrium Dumadara Thetrian Keen Blood Moon Fu Song Diakao Motloi Ben Dickman Ten Trianim Then Kin Denenhan Chom Lan Triing Hap Wanoi Konangoi Due Subao Kon Hung Fen Loik Kao Van Teep Tukdai Trisu Hoyan No Nu Bin Flong Nan in Sotrom Su Bin Flong to Lai Day Day Nam Bat Thong Mayman la jua the joy bat thwom do. Nan vat chin kot chum ta. Luke sin. Van ko mat jie din rat bin yen. Am up tin thong. Tai ma can ho no trong ku fo kong. To ma kwak song rat doi thuong dang dien ra. Mountain boy fu nu dung ben kong kua. So dang goi din tum chuin voi chi hangs on. Da ve ben kia vu bat moi da roy rit sin loy. Ah chi chang. Shuin hum ne thuk sula to my sai roa, twice sin loy chi duok chua. Mat ki ting sin loy roer rit odod a ben kia. Ngoi, fu nu van diem yin ma bao, rang ko tat goi cho, ba hangs on vi chuin ne day. Cheek lo len long pu mauk sam ne ko to my dung la hoi q, nang sao chi ko the noi no kong dep chu. Mat keen goi hang sam lien tuk funan nin kong ko noi. Ngoi fu nu van chak chan cho bang duok ma bao la dong yin ho to beat. Ba hang sam kong noi then lo. Nang lai beat ro tron long ba ta dang ko I do. Ni thay ngoi fu nu ku chak chan du loi cho min kong fly. Ba hang sam kong het kin nan. Tuk jin ma bao. Ba dung ko main gam mo fun woi. Tui and di chui, and goi kek nu vei chang van min gai dao du than kin a. After a long, exhausting day of hard work, Luke Sin carried his tired body back to the warmth of home. As soon as he entered, his younger sibling with a head of white hair cheerfully greeted him, Luke Sin's home. Seeing this, Luke Sin walked over and handed the Hello Kitty bear he had bought for his younger sibling on his way home. Their mother, noticing her son in return, immediately hung up the phone and urged, Luke Sin, play with your sibling for a bit while I go downstairs. When Luke Sin asked, do you have something urgent to do? Why not eat with us? His mother pulled out a pair of scissors and replied, it's nothing serious, just a little misunderstanding with the neighbor Hao next door. With that, she gently went downstairs, saying, I'll be back soon. Luke Sin knew there was no point in stopping her, so he just smiled and let it go. After a while, a lavish dinner was set by his father. Luke Sin and his younger sister were now comfortably waiting for the rest of the family to gather and eat. But at that moment, their father stormed in with an angry expression and yelled, you useless fool. How dare you go into my kitchen? The angry father kept shouting at Luke Sin in a tense and unsettling way, unlike anyone else. He seemed to live his life consumed by anger and even got upset at the sound of police sirens outside. He flung the window open and yelled, always making noise. This town never minds its own business. The little sister, seeing how upset their father was, held onto Luke Sin's shirt and whispered, I'm scared. Luke Sin tried to soothe her with a few calm words, but then their mother came home and immediately got into an argument with their father. She said, why do you have to shout like this every day? I can hear you all the way from the hallway. Luke Sin noticed that there were bloodstains on her clothes. After scolding her husband, she softened her tone and said, please stop, you're scaring the kids. Hearing that, their father turned around, still angry, and snapped, the kids? That's not your concern. Everyone's against me. He even lashed out with harsh words toward his wife. She remained calm and responded, to you, everyone is wrong, except yourself. The tension in the house continued to rise. The woman, however, remained completely unshaken and continued to argue with her husband. She said that everyone else was living better than him, while he was like a rat living under a sewer, clinging to life and afraid of death. Before she could finish, her husband rushed at her and slapped her with all his might. Despite her head bleeding, she didn't get angry, but instead called him useless. Like a dam that had broken, the husband grew furious and started hitting her repeatedly. The house shook violently, falling apart like a battlefield. In one corner, watching her parents fight, Luke Sin's younger sister, who had been terrified just a moment ago, suddenly burst into laughter. In the next instant, she went wild, grinning widely as she tore apart a stuffed animal, then crazily ran up the wall, mumbling and laughing as if everything were a joke. Broken plates and scattered dishes lay everywhere, and the place was in ruins. As for me, Luke Sin, I sat there eating my rice and vegetables, taking in the calm after this storm, feeling the strange comfort of what a home, even in chaos, is supposed to feel like. It may not be much, a simple house filled with love. Sure, my family fights sometimes, but in this world darkened by the blood moon, having a complete family is something I feel truly lucky to have. While Lu Sin was sitting in the warmth of his home, a group of people was secretly observing him. The group was quite mysterious. Although there was clearly no one else in the room with Luke Sin, it felt as though traces of others' actions were still present. At that moment, a pretty young woman who seemed to be the leader spoke up, saying this could be tricky to handle. The supervisor behind her then informed her that they had already identified the abilities of patient number 13, the one with the neuromutated condition. An enigmatic man sitting in the back also asked, does this person have potential for recruitment? What's the hidden strength potential? And what exactly are their abilities? Lighting a cigarette, the curvy woman reported, he's not clear right now. He's not like other neuromutated individuals. At the moment, he only shows signs of very strong mutation. He seems completely ordinary. He wakes up by the creek every morning, goes into the cave at night, and even handles his work well. But sometimes his nervous system gets a bit unstable. Hearing this, the man seemed satisfied and said, sounds promising, and he should be easy to lead. Then he turned to the woman and asked, has the Dream Master entered his dreams to check? The woman nodded and said that it was possible. However, after creating the Dream Master and entering his dream, she never saw him come out again. The next day, at an office building in the city, Luke Sin was sitting, teaching a new colleague. Meanwhile, the vicious coworkers around him kept mocking him. My brother is such a fool, yet he's still trying to help the new guy. His own work is already tiring enough, and yet he's teaching someone else. Doesn't he worry that once the new guy knows everything, they'll just fire him? Another vicious coworker overheard and added, if he didn't do that, how could Luke Sin get the title of Employee of the Month? As for Luke Sin, he ignored the comments from his coworkers, continuing to patiently guide the new clueless employee. The new guy, Liu Cheng, was scratching his head, apologizing profusely for constantly causing trouble for Luke Sin. Luke Sin, not one to nitpick, comforted him instead, saying, Liu Cheng, you're new, and there's a lot you still don't understand. I'm just helping out, it's no big deal. Just as he finished saying this, Luke Sin was called into a room by his assistant to meet with the director urgently. The overweight director handed him a stack of files and said, take these to the cafe at the corner of King Jiang Street. Don't be slow on the way and make sure it gets there safely. Liu Sin held the file in his hand, wondering to himself, isn't this supposed to be handled by the admin team or the janitors? Why am I the one they're asking? The boss seems a little off today. With that thought, he couldn't help but glance over at the woman with the big hips sitting on the sofa beside him. She was definitely pretty and the kind of woman who made you want to kiss her on the spot. Noticing Luke Sin's gaze, the woman wearing glasses shot him a passionate look. As her expression changed, Luke Sin quickly muttered that he'd accept the job and left the room. As soon as the door closed, the bald boss stood up, rubbed his hands together, and smiled at the woman, saying, Team Leader Chen, everything you've asked for is done. Don't worry, I didn't ask too many questions or think too much about it. It's just that project you mentioned earlier. Upon hearing this, the woman also stood up and reassured him, saying, you don't need to worry. That project won't be assigned to you. Seeing that the bald boss was confused, a woman took off her glasses, approached him, and using some kind of mind control, made him forget everything. Don't remember that I was here and don't remember anything about what I asked you to arrange. On a crowded train, with the entire car packed with people, a pregnant woman stood alone, feeling frustrated because no one offered her a seat. At that moment, our kind-hearted main character, Luke Sin, stood up and gave his seat to her, then held onto the handrail, standing in place. As the train announced that it was approaching the next station, Luke Sin's younger sister, Shishi, used her special ability to swing herself up onto the roof of the train and started talking to her brother. Brother, I'm here. Shishi's arrival caused the whole train car to shake as she hung from a bar, swaying back and forth, grabbing Luke Sin's attention. Seeing that Luke Sin didn't pay attention to her, Shishi quickly said, come play with me. Luke Sin, feeling a bit helpless, whispered back, I can't look at you or talk to you while I'm out here. If I do, people will think I'm crazy. Little bored, Shishi reluctantly stuck out her tongue, pouted, and then left. Before she flew off, she didn't forget to warn Luke Sin, be careful, the place you're going to has some issues. With that, Shishi let out a big laugh and zoomed away, playfully teasing the chubby passenger sleeping next to her. Luke Sin approached a cafe on the outskirts of the city near the city wall. Though it felt a bit strange, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. Meanwhile, the woman with the large hips and her team of guards had surrounded the area, preparing to carry out some task. The woman was holding a file about the bizarre situation at this cafe, located at the street corner. The goal of this operation is to investigate the potential to become a neural infectious disease purifier and the specific abilities of Subject 13, she said, looking at the file. As expected, the file contained details about Luke Sin and the strange events that had taken place inside the cafe. It had been confirmed that the cafe had become a level 1 neural infectious zone, with the specific effect being that anyone who came close would be irresistibly drawn to it. Anyone who enters will die within 3 to 5 days, most of them by suicide, she continued. Based on our analysis, the infection likely spreads within the cafe, causing severe depression. Upon reading this, the woman turned to ask the subordinate behind her, have the reinforcements been prepared? The subordinate replied, everything is ready. We can proceed at any time. When Lu Sin entered the cafe, he was surprised to find it warm and full of customers. He walked up to the front desk and handed over the file the manager had given him. The staff member took the file, thanked him, and offered him a hot cup of coffee. At first, Lu Sin waved his hand and said, no need, I was planning to leave. However, he was soon drawn in by the aroma coming from the cup of coffee, completely different from the cheap coffee he usually drank at work. He picked up the cup, planning to take a sip before heading out, but suddenly he noticed something. No, more accurately, he saw a tentacle coming from behind the serving monkey. The tentacle dropped something into his cup. Damn, it was a wide-open Sharingan eye, staring at him intently. Lu Sin froze in shock, motionless, his eyes locked on the cup with the eye staring back at him. At that moment, the serving monkey grinned wickedly and urged him, hurry up and drink your coffee. It's really good. Don't be polite, just try it. The tentacles of the serving monkey kept reaching out toward Lu Sin, making him feel terrified, but he tried his best to act like everything was fine. Lu Sin knew for sure that he couldn't let the monkey realize he had seen what was happening. He'd be dead for sure. Thinking of this, my brother started speaking hesitantly and said, I don't need it. Thank you for the offer. He said it like that, but Lu Sin was about to lose control. His knees were knocking together uncontrollably. He acted as if he hadn't seen anything. Asterisk abracadabra asterisk, we see nothing. After muttering a little mantra to steady his nerves, Lu Sin turned around and left, secretly hoping that as long as he made it out of there, he'd be safe. However, as soon as he reached the door, he ran right into the stares of the customers sitting in the cafe. All of them were staring at him with wide eyes. Now he only knew to panic and run for it. Through the cameras, the people who were monitoring noticed Lu Sin running outside. At that point, everyone started wondering in confusion what's going on. This is clearly a standard Class 1 neurological contamination area. Normally, someone with immense potential for neurological mutation would definitely cause a disturbance in that kind of place. Why is nothing happening now? This doesn't make any sense. They had planned to use this opportunity to observe subject number 13, like Lu Sin, and try to figure out what was causing the cafe's contamination. They had even developed 3 plans for this, but now, despite all their preparations, none of them had expected this situation. At this point, the subordinates turned to the girl with the big butt and asked, what about the next team leader? After a moment of thinking, the woman gave the order, keep checking and immediately prepare the 4th response plan. At the train station, while the old security guard was sleeping like a log, Lu Sin was drenched in sweat, gasping for air. Dan, I finally made it out of that nightmare. What was up with the people there? Why were they so strange? It was then that Lu Sin remembered something his little sister, Xiao Shishi, had reminded him earlier. What she mentioned must have been the monster in the coffee shop. But since the Blood Moon incident, even the wild lunatics from Lu, who wandered in during the final days, were still human. What Lu Sin saw earlier, though, was clearly a demon. Thinking about this, Lu Sin decided that he had to ask his family about it when he got home. They might know something, but could he even make it home? Just then, a group of people approached from a distance, and when Lu Sin took a closer look, his heart sank in terror. These people, they're the same ones from the coffee shop. Damn, why did they follow me here? From the crowd, the demon barista who served me coffee earlier, Lu Sin, stepped out. With a twisted, creepy smile, he said, your coffee's still here, you haven't drunk it yet. Drink it quick and join my demon team, he added. Lu Sin was soaked through and muttered to himself, damn, haunting like a restless ghost. I need to figure out how to get out of here fast. The crowd with their blank, lifeless eyes started to form a circle around him. They blocked every escape route, and Lu Sin thought to himself, asterisk, this is it. I'm done for. I'm not getting out of here alive, asterisk. At that moment, the demon barista returned with another coffee cup, its sharing and eyes spinning. He waved it in front of Lu Sin's face and said, your coffee's getting cold, you should drink it. Feeling trapped, Lu Sin shot back, I don't have any money, how am I supposed to pay for it? The demon barista grinned wickedly and replied, don't worry, he'll treat you. Then he shot his Sharingan eyes directly at Lu Sin. Lu Sin quickly ducked, narrowly avoiding the attack from the Sharingan. Lu Sin directly charged through the people around him, trying to jump down the stairs, but just before he could fall, they caught him. One of them dragged him toward a crowd of demons dressed in white. As the group of strange beings surrounded him, Luke Sin struggled and shouted, "Get away from me!" Meanwhile, the woman with the big hips and her crew were watching everything unfold through the camera. Seeing Luke Sin squirming, they couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? Why is he being controlled so easily? He looks just like a normal person. The woman with the big hips spoke up. Maybe he still hasn't mastered his powers. One of her subordinates, who had been listening, asked, "Do you need reinforcements to end this test?" Looking at the woman holding an umbrella in the isolation room, the woman with the big hips replied, "Go ahead and send someone to help." But just then, the guard pointed at the screen and said, "Wait, everyone, come look at these readings." Meanwhile, outside, Luke Sin was being held tightly as someone pried his mouth open to let the Sharingan eye slip inside. Just when my brother was about to die here, his little sister showed up. His little sister was hanging from the ceiling, holding a teddy bear in her arms. She stuck her head down and said, "I told you to be careful, but you still didn't listen to me. You're like a drowning person grabbing onto a lifeline." Luke Sin called out for help. "Shishi, help me. Xiao Shishi, help me." Seeing her brother in trouble, the little girl smirked and said, "You ignored me before, pretending you couldn't see me and not talking to me. Now you want me to save you? Don't you hate me anymore?" At that, Luke Sin was speechless. "Dan, seriously? She had to say that now? Please, just help me. I'm begging you." Finally, Shishi reached down, raised a hand, and set a condition. "Buy you the best toy, and I'll help you." Even though he really wanted to buy it, Luke Sin was broke. His wallet was empty. But when he saw that the Sharingan eye was about to swallow his face, Shishi jumped down, rushed forward, grabbed his hand, and knocked the eye away, merging with him. Immediately, Luke Sin's eyes turned bright red like blood. The fearful look on his face was replaced by one of newfound confidence. Little Shishi then sat on his back and said, "You promised to buy me a gift, remember?" Luke Sin, with his frantic appearance, executed the graceful shadow steps, carrying Shishi and speeding away like a gust of wind. Inside the monitoring room, the group led by the girl with a big butt couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Is that the precise body control ability of the spider class? He's been controlled, and he's about to be overwhelmed by the monster's infection, but he's still managing to break free. Plus, his body moves so swiftly, even making sharp, unpredictable shifts that most people wouldn't even be able to imagine. One of the other subordinates couldn't hold back and asked, "What's the percentage?" The technician, typing away at the keyboard, replied, "We can't say for sure yet, but at this speed, it's likely of 50%. The young man with brown hair standing next to the beauty remarked, "So his initial potential is probably on track to be a jade tiger, right?" Back at the scene, as Luke Sin's incredible agility seemed to give him a chance to escape Serpent Rush, the demon wearing an apron sneered cruelly and said, "Whoa, fast, huh? But you're not getting away." With that, the tentacles on his body quickly extended, and his mouth opened wide, blood red like a basin, launching a direct attack straight at Luke Sin. Luke Sin quickly escaped and shot straight up to the upper floor out of the subway station. At this point, the girl with the big butt let out a sigh of relief and said, "Good thing it's over. Let's get ready to capture them." But just then, the supervising staff member spoke up again, saying, "There's something strange going on, Captain." To everyone's surprise, instead of escaping, Luke Sin actually jumped back down into the subway station, flipping his body around like a Japanese ninja. With a wicked grin, Luke Sin flicked his hand and taunted the demon wearing an apron. "Come on, attack me." Through the surveillance screens, the security team was caught off guard again and again by Luke Sin's actions. Even though they knew how fast the spider class abilities could be, this was far beyond anything they had imagined. At this point, it was clear that the infection source in that cafe would never be able to catch him. In fact, in this world, there were very few things that could catch someone with spider class abilities. By now, the security team was truly baffled. They just couldn't understand what kind of person Luke Sin was. Who else would face off against these monsters and not run away in fear, but instead come back to taunt them? The subject under observation, number 13, was definitely not normal. While the crowd scratched their heads in confusion, the one who was actually more confused than anyone else was Luke Sin. He clearly didn't want to get involved again, but his little sister kept pulling him by the hand, insisting that he go back and fight. With the most polite attitude he could muster, Luke Sin smiled and asked his sister, "What do you want to do?" But Shishi quickly shot back, "No, it's what you want to do that matters." Of course, Luke Sin just wanted to run away before things got any worse. Didn't Shishi see the monster? He was sweating buckets just thinking about it. Hearing her brother's fearful words, Shishi smirked and said, "Why are you so scared, big bro? You should be scared of the monster, not yourself." With that, she held up one finger and waved it, almost as if inviting the monster to attack. Immediately, the monster, looking furious, charged at them. At this point, Luke Sin was terrified, panic-stricken. He urgently shouted at his sister, "Run, Shishi." We're going to die if we don't leave now. But Shishi didn't have the same fear as her brother. Instead, she grabbed his hand and pulled him forward, heading straight into the enemy's ranks. As they ran, she flashed a wide, toothy grin and said, "Look how cute it is. I want to play with it. Come on, let's go play, big bro." Seeing the situation getting tense, the supervisor asked the big-butted team leader, "Do you need backup, Captain?" Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman with the large behind gritted her teeth and thought for a moment. Normally, someone without weapons wouldn't be able to handle a monster of this level, especially one with such a disturbing nature. But this person didn't hesitate at all and charged straight toward the monster, which was quite unusual. Luke Sin darted forward like a Japanese ninja, moving so fast that not even a single tentacle from the creature could touch a hair on his head. The two of them, like a well-coordinated team, ran from left to right and front to back, constantly attacking the monster, causing the surveillance cameras to go haywire. Realizing things were getting out of hand, the big-butted girl ordered her team to rush to the scene immediately. As for Luke Sin and his sister, they were having a blast. After some playful mischief, they accidentally tore off one of the monster's arms. "How's it feel to lose an arm, huh?" Xiao Shishi, controlling Luke Sin's body, grinned and asked the monster in front of them. Annoyed by the taunt, the monster launched its tentacles to attack Luke Sin again. However, with his sister's help, Luke Sin effortlessly sliced through all the tentacles, casually playing with the monster like it was just a fun game. Hey, you mischievous guys laughing like maniacs while you chop off each of the tentacles of this crazy monster. After a relentless attack, the monster was nearly out of tentacles and then took off, running away with its face in the dirt. From being the hunter, it turned into the hunted. Luke Sin used his sticky character to dash across the walls, chasing after the crazy monster. "Where do you think you're going, cute little monster? I wasn't even done playing yet." With that, Luke Sin calmly bent a metal bar into a makeshift sword and stabbed the monster right in the head. The monster, hit by the blow, pretended to be dead, but suddenly its tentacles burst out in all directions, sticking to the people it had previously controlled. An unexpected turn of events, those tentacles began using the people to scatter and escape. Of course, Luke Sin wasn't going to let it get away. Without wasting any time, he zeroed in on the monster with the big mouth and chased after it, snapping its neck. After taking down the first target, he moved on to the next. "Don't run, guys. Stay and play with me a little longer before you leave." Just like that, the two brothers ran from left to right, from front to back, continuously attacking with loud, booming sounds, breaking the necks of each person one by one. After taking care of everyone, Luke Sin was disappointed and said, "Seriously, not a single person here knows how to fight." Just as he was about to leave, they accidentally bumped into the old guard who had been napping and was awakened by the strange noise. With eyes bloodshot like they were filled with blood, my brother laughed loudly and said, "Oh, looks like there's still one person left." Saying that, he rushed straight at the old man, ready to take his life. But just before his hand was about 10 centimeters from the old man's neck, Luke Sin stopped him. It turned out, seeing Shishi about to attack the old man, Luke Sin stopped his younger brother. "Enough, Shishi. Stop messing around." But Shishi didn't listen. She kept charging forward, determined to take down this delicious prey. Seeing how stubborn she was, Luke Sin frowned and scolded her. "That's enough. Xiao Shishi, I can stop you earlier because it was an emergency. If our moves aren't coordinated, we'll easily get killed. Also, the people in the cafe aren't even human. You've already killed them, but this guard is just an ordinary person. You can't keep causing chaos. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Seeing her older brother angry, little sister Shishi looked up at him with confusion and said, "Big brother, don't be mad. Didn't I do that to protect you? Just look at how fierce and scary those monsters were." Hearing this, Luke Sin gently patted her head and replied, "If they're so scary, we could have just run away. You didn't have to do all that." Once she saw her brother wasn't as upset, Shishi grabbed his hand and said, "Hey, all right, stop being mad at me. I'll be more careful next time. The others are coming, so let's go quickly." Shishi pulled Luke Sin along, clutching her teddy bear, and headed straight out, leaving behind a battlefield scattered with bodies. A monster hunting team soon arrived to secure the area. Meanwhile, the two siblings were sitting on a rooftop, watching the scene below. That's when Shishi asked Luke Sin, "So, how are you going to thank me?" At this, Luke Sin snapped back, "Thank you. I should be mad at you. I even hit you." But just as he said this, his tone softened, and he turned to thank her. Hearing him, Shishi grinned and said, "Well, you should still buy me a toy." Luke Sin, speechless, muttered, "A toy? Again? Don't you already have one?" Luke Sin pointed to the teddy bear in her hands. "The Hello Kitty bear I just bought for you is so cute." Shishi, being sly, responded, "I want one that screams horribly. The more dramatic, the better." When Luke Sin heard this, he immediately understood what she meant and said, "Oh, You mean like a chicken being strangled? Screaming horribly. Do you know what rilling chicken is? Upon hearing that, Shishi pouted and said, Ha! You always talk nonsense. I'm not playing with you anymore. Then she climbed the electric wires and left. Luke Sin called after her, Where are you going? Shishi didn't answer, but instead warned him, You need to be careful. Someone's following you. Luke Sin, now sweating nervously, asked, What do you mean? Who's after me? Shishi mischievously ignored his question, waved goodbye, and continued climbing the electric wires. At this point, Luke Sin was in a panic and yelled, Hey, you naughty little thing, how am I supposed to get down if you leave? There was no other option. Luke Sin had to take a risk and jump over to the building next door. As he descended closer to the ground, he started being more cautious. It was best not to run into those people, or else it would definitely be a big hassle. Luke Sin struggled to take a detour back to his familiar neighborhood. When he saw nothing unusual, he began walking out onto the street. However, just a few steps in, the girl with the big butt behind him called his name. If you don't mind that I'm poor, come ride with me, I'll take you to a hotel. Or we could just grab some coffee tonight. In his 23 years, no woman had ever actively asked him out, especially not a cute one like her. Looking at her chest, Luke Sin couldn't help but gulp and thought to himself, could she be one of the security guards from the subway station? Has she been targeting me all along? But this girl was inviting him out for coffee. Surely she didn't have bad intentions, right? At this point, Luke Sin felt awkward, almost like a fool. He turned around and said, well, is there something special going on? I'm not really in the mood for coffee right now, beautiful. Seeing Luke Sin's reaction, the girl with the big butt quietly assessed him. It's a sudden situation with an unexpected invitation, but he seems so calm. Thinking about it, she turned around, opened the door, and said, All right, so should we go to a hotel? Wait, no, how about a bar instead? At some bar, Luke Sin was sitting with a beautiful woman, sipping on a glass of red wine while the remix music played, just the kind of beat that made you want to dance. As usual, the woman with the big hips spoke up first. She introduced herself, saying, My name is Chen King. Afterward, she showed her police ID and reassured him, I mean you no harm. After confirming her identity, Chen King said, I admit everything that happened to you today, Luke Sin, was planned by me. Looking at the police ID in Chen King's hand, Luke Sin was taken aback. The ID confirmed that she was a high-ranking official at the King Gang City Patrol Division, a major figure working directly under the city's top leader. People working under the city's top official were not the kind of people that ordinary citizens could flatter or get close to. Damn, how could someone in such a high position be the one to invite me for drinks? At that moment, Luke Sin finally understood. It turned out that from delivering the documents to being attacked by the monster, everything had been planned by her. This woman was truly a piece of work. Even Luke Sin noticed the gun on the woman's hip. He decided to let it go. Men shouldn't sweat the small stuff. With that thought, Luke Sin let out a frustrated sigh and asked, Then why do you have to do this? While she was taking a sip from the bottle of liquor in her hand, Chen King said she'd first explain what just happened. Basically, Chen King worked to the department that handles unusual events. She was in charge of dealing with pollution in the city and managing the tall walls that surrounded it. To make it simpler, she said Luke Sin could think of her as someone from the government. After the Blood Moon incident, the major central cities and surrounding areas had to reorganize. The goal was to handle and eliminate the crazies outside the city. The wild monsters, a spiritual sect, and the whole rebuilding of the walls made monster control and dealing with mutants a job for people like Chen King. Right now, their main task was managing the pollution in King Gang and the surrounding cities. Seeing this, Luke Sin asked, confused, Mutants? She nodded, confirming, and said, Yes, that's right. These are the unusual things that people just can't understand, like what happened to you at that cafe. You should take a look. After finishing her words, the woman handed Luke Sin a folder. Inside the folder was a level 1 pollution case involving a first-level psychic monster that could infect any living animal that came into close contact with it. It couldn't spread through the air and could be killed by eliminating the parasite form of the psychic monster. The parasite, which was part of a normal human body, could be attacked. Lighting a cigarette, Chen King continued, The appearance of the blood moon has changed the very nature of who we are as humans. As the lucky ones who survive, we can only live in King Gang City and other surrounding cities surrounded by tall walls. She slightly pushed out her chest and added, but in reality, even if you're lucky enough to survive, it doesn't mean you're still a normal person. At the same time, there are also many mental mutations appearing which affect both individuals and everything around them. In this situation, they call it pollution. Upon hearing this, Luke Sin became curious and asked, Pollution? What kind of pollution is that? What happens if someone gets polluted? Chen King explained, If someone gets polluted, they get sick. This kind of pollution is like regular pollution in the traditional sense. It radiates out and affects those nearby, causing them to show similar symptoms, almost like an epidemic. But this pollution is more mysterious and frightening. Basically, this mental infection isn't like regular infections. It makes people's minds sick. The consequences can vary. Some might become depressed or even suicidal. Others might lose their sanity, go mad, and attack those around them. Some may even gain the ability to communicate with things around them. There are also cases where people develop a very strong thought or idea. In simple terms, the source of pollution creates a mental illness that is contagious. On the outside, those affected may look like ordinary people, but inside, they've changed in ways that are the opposite. What's more important is that they aren't like the mad people outside the city. They live among us, and we never know when their infection might spread to others. Just like the person Luke Sin saw earlier in the coffee shop, a total of 37 people have been infected. They were all infected by the monster in the coffee shop. That person was severely infected and had completely lost consciousness, making it impossible and unnecessary to save him. As a result, the only outcome for them is death. When Luke Sin heard this, he was stunned and shouted loudly, "All those people have to die. Even if we kill a monster that caused the infection, that won't solve the problem." Chen King, extinguishing the cigarette in his hand, continued. Destroying the source of the infection doesn't immediately cure those who are infected. The monster is just the initial source of contamination. All the people and animals that got infected after that are also at risk of spreading it further. The people Luke Sin killed at the subway station were infected cells capable of spreading the disease, and after they die, those who are severely infected will scatter everywhere. If even one person escapes, there's a high chance they could become a new source of infection. At that point, even more people could get infected. Hearing this, Luke Sin was confused and had trouble understanding. Luke Sin asked further, if that's the case, why does the monster just leave an infected person outside? That way, it could come back to life anytime, right? Chen King crossed her arms, pushing her chest forward as she looked at Luke Sin and said, the intelligence of a level 1 monster isn't that high. They only spread the infection instinctively. Those who get infected heavily will unknowingly start gathering closer to it, becoming influenced by it. Only when the original body is killed does the person develop awareness, but by then, it's too late. At this point, Luke Sin went straight to the main issue. If it's that dangerous, why did she send you in there? Was she trying to kill me? He said this, but his eyes couldn't stop focusing on Chen King's impressive chest. Damn, what does she eat to have such big? Chen King didn't pay any attention to Luke Sin's wandering eyes and calmly replied, you won't get infected. Or rather, you already have been. With that, she opened the most important page of the document on the table for Luke Sin to see. In front of Luke Sin was all of his personal information, his job, family, and marital status. Lighting another cigarette, Chen King said, after the Blood Moon event, some people's minds have become stronger. They've gained immense mental power, allowing them to control themselves better. Some can even control every single hair, every joint in their body. Luke Sin, on the other hand, was a mental mutation, possessing incredibly powerful mental abilities. According to the analysis of his powers, the first ability listed was his precise mental control over his own body. Within the small task force managed by Chen King, there was one member known by the nickname Yi. His ability to control his body had reached 80%. This gave him a strength that ordinary people could hardly imagine. He could dodge bullets, control weapons perfectly, and even squeeze through a hole as small as a teacup. He could climb walls, defying gravity. From Chen King's observation, Luke Sin seemed to have similar abilities. This kind of power was what they referred to as spider class. These were people who could control each hair, each joint in their body with precision, just like a spider. This enhanced their speed and reactions, allowing them to perform extraordinary feats. With this kind of ability, their capacity to deal with danger was greatly increased. At the same time, being someone with a unique mental ability, they can easily detect the presence of spiritual monsters. That's why Luke Sin is well suited for the kind of pollution control work that Chen King is doing. This is also why she went through the trouble of setting up that whole situation earlier. The bus announcement came on saying they were approaching Dongcheng Station. Meanwhile, Luke Sin was holding a large sum of money in his hand, wondering to himself, Chen King, how could she just hand over 10,000 yuan to me so easily? How come I never realized I have the ability to make money like this? With that thought, Luke Sin looked out the window and sighed with relief. Ah, forget it. No need to overthink it. The money's in my hands now and I really need it. Plus, I do like money, so why not just take it? What's there to worry about? With that, he got off the bus and walked toward a primary school called Hongzuang. As soon as he stepped inside, the old security guard immediately said, "You're here. She's upstairs teaching the kids." Lu Xin nodded and walked straight into the classroom. In front of him was a girl sitting in a wheelchair, teaching a group of young children who were chattering away like a flock of birds. It seemed like she noticed something, and suddenly, the girl turned her head around, but saw no one. Feeling a little disappointed, she told herself, maybe I'm just being too sensitive. It can't be that person. After a moment, she continued speaking to the children. All right, everyone, let's keep singing. As for Lu Xin, he was pressed against the wall, quietly thinking to himself, it's probably better to just enjoy the game without bothering anyone. Once he finished his thoughts, he dropped some money into the old mailbox, placed a flower petal on top, and turned to leave. The old security guard noticed that Lu Xin came in and immediately left. He commented, why don't you just tell her directly? Every time you leave, you're picking flowers and placing them there. Do you think it's so easy for an old man like me to grow a flower bed? You're going to strip it bare soon enough. Upon hearing this, Lu Xin slightly turned his head and said, I'll come back this weekend and invite you for a few drinks. The security guard responded, no need. When you come back, I'll be the one to treat you. What's this? I've still got some rice wine on hand. Lu Xin left the orphanage feeling incredibly upbeat. It really felt great to have money. He truly needed it. More money, the better, because there was just so much that required it. As he walked, Lu Xin couldn't help but think of the woman with the huge chest, Chen King. About an hour ago, they were talking at the bar. Chen King said, after this assessment, your performance really surprised both me and my colleagues. We're in desperate need of someone like you to help solve the pollution problem between the central city of Qinggang and the 5 surrounding cities. Then she pulled out a wad of cash and handed it to Lu Xin. You helped us deal with a major spiritual threat. This is your payment, 10,000 yuan. When Lu Xin saw the 10,000 yuan, he almost had a heart attack. He couldn't believe it. Damn, he thought, I've worked as a model employee for a whole month, getting scolded the entire time, and I only earn 1,000 yuan a month. Now killing one monster earns me 10 times that. When Lu Xin froze up like a stunned avocado, Chen King snapped him out of it and said, this is the money you deserve. As for the mental monster this time, since she and her group had already set up everything in advance, technically speaking, it wasn't a case where Lu Xin independently took it down, so they only gave him a reward of 10,000 yuan. Normally, it would have been 30,000 yuan. Seeing that even 10,000 yuan was enough to leave someone like Lu Xin stunned, Chen King said, as long as you use your abilities well, you won't ever run out of money again. Lu Xin repeated her words, won't run out of money again, to himself. He really liked that line. It was true. When your time comes, nothing can stop you. Getting rich isn't that hard, Dan. Who would have thought there's another way to make a living without resorting to cutting deals or dealing drugs? Seeing Lu Xin's excitement over the money, Chen King secretly marked him down. His love for money could drop the danger level by 10%. While Lu Xin was busy counting the money, he suddenly remembered something and said, hold on a second. I want to clear something up. Actually, he was really curious about what Chen King had mentioned earlier. More specifically, he was thinking that maybe he really did want to find a side job to make some extra money. At this point, Lu Xin paused for about 2 seconds, then honestly said, actually, I don't really have any abilities. The abilities I have are just ones my sister lent me. Earlier, it was my younger sister who helped me escape. She's always been by my side. But it wasn't just her. It was also my parents and Lu Xin. They've all been living together. Hearing this, Chen King began to sweat and became visibly cautious. In fact, everything from offering financial support to friendly gestures and the conversation just now had all been part of a subtle evaluation of Lu Xin. Even now, her every move was still being monitored by her superiors. At that moment, she received a message through her earpiece instructing her to deliver a final assessment of Lu Xin. If there were signs of serious psychological instability, it would indicate that he had likely been close to losing control for some time. In that case, not only would they be unable to bring him into the program, but decisive action might be required to prevent greater danger. Her supervisor also reminded her of the mysterious death of the Dream Master. She had entered someone's dreams for an assessment and never returned. No trace of her consciousness was ever found. It was chilling. Hearing this, Chen King's legs began to tremble. She had never encountered a situation where someone simply vanished like that. Even Professor Saibai hadn't been able to determine the cause of her death. The situation was already incredibly dangerous, and now it was revealed that Lu Xin had a tendency towards multiple personalities. Could Chen King really just eliminate Lu Xin like that? No, there had to be another way to try. After thinking this over, Chen King finally spoke up. According to the information she has, Lu Xin has been living alone ever since the Moonlight Orphanage was shut down. As for your parents and your sister, there's no record of them anywhere. Could they just be something you imagined? Not only that, but the old building you're living in, it's just you there. With that, Chen King remained on high alert, waiting cautiously. Exposing the truth was the most dangerous approach, but it was also the most effective way to test things. If Luke Sin lost control, there would be no reason to hold back anymore. Chen King activated his Shuriken, ready for the worst. But just at that moment, Luke Sin said that he had known for a long time. He had discovered that others couldn't see them. But not only could he see them, he could even eat with them, watch the sky, and watch TV together. And when danger approached, they would appear to protect him. Luke Sin asked Chen King, "Tell me, can we say that family members like that don't exist?" As for Chen King, through her earpiece, she was informed that the armed equipment was ready and was invited to give her final assessment. Upon hearing this, Chen King spoke to Luke Sin. "I'll just ask you one thing. If all your abilities come from these family members, can you guarantee that they won't interfere with you whenever they want?" Hearing this, Luke Sin immediately reassured her, saying that she didn't need to worry. His family members were all very good people. His little sister was a very cute child, loved playing with toys, running around, and making noise. His dad loved to cook, was an honest man, and always stayed in the kitchen. His mom was very gentle, never argued with anyone, and only liked to reason with people. Luke Sin assured her that they wouldn't control his body on their own. Upon hearing this, Chen King felt a sense of relief and thought to herself that this person was way too normal. He was able to describe people who didn't actually exist in such a perfectly normal way. Luke Sin was walking home, thinking to himself, "Clearly she doesn't believe me, but whatever, it's fine. As long as I'm making money, that's what matters. Everything else isn't important." Just then, Chen King drove up and offered to give him a ride for a while. As they drove, she told him that from now on, the action team had decided to temporarily recruit him. But for now, it's just a trial period. He'd have to pass an assessment before becoming a permanent member. For now, Luke Sin's salary would be 5,000 yuan per month, with extra allowances for participating in activities outside of work. If Luke Sin agreed, he just had to sign the contract. After hearing this, Chen King handed him the detailed contract to read. As he skimmed through it, Luke Sin couldn't help but feel excited and said, "It's still a trial period, but the salary is already 5,000 yuan. This is a good deal. I won't lose out on this." At that point, Luke Sin asked what kind of work he would be doing. Chen King explained that it would involve investigating and handling sources of special pollution. In other words, he'd be helping protect everyone in the city. Finally, Chen King told Luke Sin to prepare himself well, because the kinds of problems their organization dealt with weren't small matters. Here's the translation. Those are usually very dangerous situations, and there's always a deadly risk involved. In fact, it could even turn someone into part of a monster. At this point, Chen King's face grew a bit serious as she emphasized, "For King Gang, after the Blood Moon incident, every ordinary person is someone we must cherish and protect. Of course, that includes Luke Sin as well." Meanwhile, Luke Sin was sitting in the car with the woman who had signed the contract. He handed the contract folder to Chen King and said, "I've signed it. You can take it." Holding the contract, Chen King said, "I'm really curious why Luke Sin, knowing there's danger, still insisted on signing it." Hearing this, Luke Sin honestly replied, "When I was at the orphanage, the headmaster once said that because of the Blood Moon incident, there are fewer and fewer people left in the world. The walls have fallen, civilization is fading away. It's like a nightmare. If the remaining people keep fighting each other, we might never return to the way things were." Though Luke Sin didn't know what life was like before, he felt the old headmaster's words were absolutely true. Upon hearing this, Chen King couldn't help but smile slightly. She handed Luke Sin a suitcase containing 4 bottles of wine and said, "Inside there's $500,000. When Luke Sin opened the suitcase, he found a gun, an ID card, a phone, and 2 items that weren't immediately clear. "The phone is for you two to stay in touch. If anything happens in the future, she'll let you know through the phone. On the other hand, if you need her, you can reach her through it as well. Right now, the phone only has 1 number saved, and that's hers." Hearing this, a wild, primal desire began to stir inside him. Damn, just 1 number. It felt like he was being set up in some kind of sugar daddy arrangement with a powerful CEO. He couldn't help but imagine what would happen next. The lustful urges inside Luke Sin roared loudly, making his face flush red as his mind raced with thoughts of winning over this sexy, high-powered woman. "From now on, you're mine. You can only have my number saved on your phone, and you can only contact me. Got it, you little devil?" The thoughts swirling in Luke Sin's head were getting harder to control, and he could barely hold himself together. "Are you even listening to me?" It wasn't until Chen King shouted directly in his face that Luke Sin snapped back to reality, startled and stammered, Yeah, I'm listening. I'm listening." Seeing Luke Sin's flustered expression, Chen King could tell exactly what was going through his mind. She quietly thought to herself, "Well, at least he's got a thing for girls. That means the danger level might drop a little." With that in mind, Chen King decided to remind Luke Sin of something else. This time she seemed more serious, making it clear she needed to say this properly. Aside from the pollution issue, she emphasized that protecting yourself in everyday life was also extremely important. If you ever get into any trouble, don't just use your abilities to solve it, Chen King continued. Then she gave Luke Sin 3 suggestions. The first was to report it to the police station at number 2. The second was to call her directly. And the third, to use a gun to handle the situation. As Luke Sin walked home, he couldn't help but think. Even though he wasn't sure when he'd become a full-time employee, his current income was already pretty high. His fixed salary every month was 5,000 yuan, plus extra 1,000 yuan for administrative work, so he was earning a total of 6,000 yuan each month. On top of that, there were additional bonuses for completing tasks. The pay for handling a level 1 spiritual monster was 30,000 yuan, and for level 2 it was 300,000 yuan. Just the 6,000 yuan was already good enough. He spent 500 yuan on food and saved the rest. Here's the translation. 60,000 yuan a year, and in 10 years, that's a total of 660,000 yuan. With that in mind, Luke Sin thought about buying a house in a city center to live in. If he saved 6,000 yuan every month, it would take him about 50 years to afford it. But if he took on more tasks, maybe he could make enough money faster. It seemed like he really needed to figure out a way to officially level up quickly. At that moment, Shishi was sitting with her legs crossed on a utility pole, looking down at him and asking, "What are you doing? Why aren't you coming home for dinner? Your parents are waiting for you." Luke Sin looked up at his younger sister and said he actually had something he wanted to discuss with her. As soon as she heard that, Shishi understood and replied bluntly, "You want to borrow my abilities to make more money, right? What are you going to give me in exchange?" Without missing a beat, Luke Sin answered, "I can trade you some rilling chicken or a monkey playing drums or maybe a jumping trickster." Hearing this, Shishi was left speechless for a moment, then tried to walk away. Seeing this, Luke Sin had no choice but to raise his hand and say, "Hold on, just agree and I'll buy you anything you want, any toy you like." There's a saying, give him an inch and he'll take a mile. The little girl saw that Luke Sin was giving in, so she pointed to the drunk guy leaning against the utility pole, drowning his sorrows, and said that she liked toys like that, ones that could move. She liked complete toys that could move because only those kinds of toys could be torn apart and put back together. As she said this, she leaned close to Luke Sin and told him, as long as you give it to him, he'll listen to whatever you say. Upon hearing this, instead of getting angry, Luke Sin knelt on one knee and told Shishi, "Don't go around hurting people. That's against the law." When the little girl heard Luke Sin say that hurting people was illegal, she disagreed and replied, "Then why can others hurt me? If you don't want him to hurt anyone else, then just let him borrow your body as a toy for a while." With that, she reached behind her and tore his shirt open. Of course, she couldn't actually hurt Luke Sin. What got torn was just his 2 layers of clothing, revealing a large scar that ran down his entire back. Luke Sin was holding the girl when she asked, "Does your scar still hurt?" At that moment, the girl cried and said, "Luke Sin, you're always such a fool. When others hurt me, you're the one who always rushes in to protect me." Seeing her cry nonstop, Luke Sin gently held her shoulders, smiled softly, and said, "Hey, do you know I'm not the same as I used to be? I found a new job, I have money now. I might not be able to buy you toys like before, but I can take you to buy other toys. You can pick anything you want, buy as much as you want, okay?" Luke Sin said with excitement, smiling brightly at the girl. At the stuffed animal store in the mall, Luke Sin was walking around with Shishi, shopping and having fun. Every time the girl liked something, he'd buy it for her. There were turtles, teddy bears, Hello Kitty toys. Luke Sin was already holding a bunch of toys, but the girl kept dragging him to buy more. They were having so much fun together. But to everyone else watching, Luke Sin looked like a crazy person, talking to himself and buying toys for no reason. Hey, look at this. Is this guy for real? What's a grown man doing buying so many toys? And he's talking to himself too. When Luke Sin heard people talking badly about him, instead of getting angry, he turned around and stuck his tongue out, mocking them. This made the housewives behind him shake with frustration, but they couldn't do anything about it. The 2 siblings, Luke Sin and his younger sister, were sitting on the bridge railing, hoofing around. The little girl, who had been so happy when she bought things earlier, was now sitting and ripping everything apart. She kept playing with the items while yelling, "This is so much fun! Wow, this is so much fun! So many toys!" After getting tired of playing, the little girl turned to Luke Sin and told him she was having a great time. Seeing her so happy, Luke Sin carefully asked, "So, does that mean you'll let me borrow your powers?" At this, the little girl walked over to him and said, "Silly older brother, don't you know that you can actually force me to use my powers for you?" "Of course I know," Luke Sin replied, "but I still want to have her permission first." Hearing this, the little girl widened her eyes slightly, then shut them, smiling happily as she said, When you need me, I'll be right there beside you. Luke Sin gave Shishi a high five and said, "It's a deal then." After convincing Shishi, Luke Sin turned to his sister and teased her, complaining that she had torn his shirt earlier. Luke Sin said, "I tore your clothes. What should we do now? This is the only set I have. How can I go to work tomorrow?" Chen King, while driving, was updating her superior on the situation. She mentioned that the data showed that after the orphanage light of blood was re-established, Luke Sin had consistently been providing financial support to the place. It seemed that, since he himself had been an orphan, he felt a deep sympathy for the children there. Hearing this, the superior asked Chen King if bringing in and leading the person under observation into the action team was extremely dangerous. Was she sure about this? Chen King replied with full confidence, "I trust my judgment." On the other end, her superior seemed confused and asked, "Aren't you being a bit careless? At the very least, you should take him to the main city for a final assessment to determine the danger level if he loses control. After all, he's a mutant." Chen King didn't know how to respond and didn't want to continue the conversation. She said, "Fine, when I return, I'll report directly to Professor by myself. Dan, all they do is talk theory." Chen King believed that until Luke Sin's stability could be fully confirmed, it would be too risky to bring him to the main city. All their talk was just to imply that Luke Sin was a dangerous schizophrenic. "Dan, have any of the recruits been normal so far? Do you know that yesterday they almost got you killed? They can see your life is valuable at all. In fact, from the very beginning, they were ready to kill you. If it hadn't been for that damn little girl, you would have been dead a long time ago because of them." Luke Sin and Shishi are getting yelled at by their dad for what happened with the monster hunt. When he saw Luke Sin sitting there silent, his dad, who loves to argue, got even more furious and shouted right in his face, "Dan, they almost got you killed. Why the hell are you still helping them, you idiot? Are you even listening to me?" Luke Sin, getting yelled at, was too scared to respond. He scratched his head and sheepishly answered, "Yeah, what happened at the cafe was wrong, but they did give me money." As soon as his dad heard the word money, he picked Luke Sin up, ready to physically show him what he thought. "Useless. How can someone like you even exist? A stupid son like you might as well just die already." And with that, his dad was about to punch him right in the face. Before my brother got beaten, the mother, sitting across from him, threw a bowl of rice right in my father's face and said, "You're useless. Honestly, it should be you who's here. If you weren't so useless and hot-headed, we wouldn't have ended up locked up here. So instead of calling others useless, maybe you should look at yourself first." After his wife threw rice in his face and insulted him nonstop, my father completely lost it. He swung his fist at her, ready to hit her. "You damn bitch, I'll send you to hell first." The mother, seeing his punch coming, stayed calm as if nothing was happening. Then she did something strange. She placed 2 fingers on the table, almost like she was hinting at something. Seeing this, my father froze and asked, "What's that supposed to mean? What are you doing?" The mother, still holding her position, gave him a cold stare and said, "You know exactly what I mean, so if you're scared, get out of my sight." When the father heard his wife's threats, he was genuinely scared, but still shouted and cursed, "A bunch of useless people, all of you are worthless and deserve to die." Then he slammed the table in front of him. However, facing his wife's calm, commanding presence, he finally had no choice but to obediently retreat to his familiar kitchen, no longer daring to yell or curse. Shishi, who had witnessed her father's failed attempt at aggression, clung to her brother in fear. It was at this point that their mother stood up and told Luke Sin, "All right, there's nothing more to discuss. Don't waste your time on things that don't matter. I told you on your first day at your new job, I'll give you a gift." With that, the mother led my brother to the fitting room. Luke Sin, looking sharp and elegant in a trench coat, suit, and tie, like a true idol. Thank our mom. But he seemed a bit uncomfortable in this kind of stylish outfit. He said to her, "Doesn't this look really odd on me?" Hearing this, their mom looked him over and said, "Yeah, it does look a little odd." Then she grabbed a pair of glasses and put them on him, smiling warmly at her well-behaved son. She led Luke Sin in front of the mirror and said, "See, our Luke Sin just needed a little attention to turn into a handsome young man." Luke Sin stared at himself in the mirror, then smiled and turned to thank his mom for both the clothes and for stepping in to help him earlier. When his mom heard him repeatedly saying thank you, she gently replied, "Silly child, we're family. No need to say thanks. You're starting a new job soon, so be careful and do your best. Remember, no matter who you meet, always be polite and explain things properly, okay?" At this point, the mother squinted slightly and said, "Of course, you're such a gentle person, you would never hurt anyone. But if someone bullies you, then the whole family will go and find that person, okay?" Luke Sin was working extremely hard at the company. When the clock hit exactly 6:30, he stood up, grabbed his bag, and left while his colleagues watched him with their usual judgmental stares. It's strange. Isn't he usually the last one to leave after working late? Why has he been leaving right on time these days? One of his coworkers was gossiping, and the girl standing next to him added, "Don't you see? Even his appearance looks better lately. He must have a girlfriend now." Ignoring all of it, Luke Sin walked out of the office despite the annoyed look from the bald department head. On the busy, lively street, Luke Sin was patrolling as usual with his younger sister, Shishi. He was strolling through the streets, enjoying the sunset and everything around him. He suddenly thought to himself, it's only because of the patrols these past few days that I realized I haven't really stopped to appreciate this city in a long time. After the Blood Moon event, it seemed like the survivors in this high fortress had seen both the dark and the brighter sides of life. Some people, in their rush, didn't even take a moment to look at anything around them. As Luke Sin walked, he kept muttering to himself. Meanwhile, Shishi was running around teasing pedestrians, and when it got boring, it would hang off the power lines, leaving Luke Sin speechless. As for Luke Sin, he kept carefully observing everything. There were still people here who were lazy, doing nothing but just getting by day to day. In short, over the past 30 years, there hadn't been a serious famine in this fortress. It wasn't hard to find enough food to eat here. The real challenge was figuring out how to make life better. After a long patrol that left his legs tired, Luke Sin sat down to rest, kicking a fast food box to recharge his mana. While eating, he thought to himself, this city is so huge. After all this time, walking around, I still haven't noticed anything unusual. If the city were always this calm, there wouldn't be any need for him. As he thought about this, Luke Sin felt a little anxious, wondering if that big-butted Lieutenant Chen would take back his allowance. If that really happened, how would he make extra money? Shishi, who was eating ice cream, noticed that he was deep in thought and asked, "You go on patrol every day after work, but you never run into anything. People's personalities don't change easily. You better be careful, or you might end up losing everything." Hearing her, Luke Sin sighed and said, "Damn, this whole thing's messing with me so much that I haven't even dared to eat dinner yet. I end up finishing work early, grabbing my bag to go patrol, but there's nothing to see." With that, Luke Sin grabbed his bag and headed home, with Shishi following. She then asked, "So, are we still going tomorrow?" Luke Sin smiled and said, "Of course, we're going. After all, I've already got the money. My base salary is 5,000 yuan. If I do well, I'll get promoted to a permanent employee soon, and then I could be making tens of thousands a month." Feeling upbeat, Luke Sin said to his little sister. Time passed, and a few days later at the office, the bald supervisor called Luke Sin in and said, "Luke Sin, starting tomorrow, you don't need to come to work anymore. The company isn't doing well, and we can't afford to keep too many people. Your work performance is about the same as Xiao Lu's, but his attitude is much better than yours. Just look at Hugh. Lately, you've been leaving early, and when the workday ends, you're already nowhere to be seen." The supervisor made up a bunch of excuses and then finally dropped the bomb. "I'm letting you go." Luke Sin was stunned when he heard this. Was Xiao Lu the new guy, Lu Cheng? Thinking about it, Luke Sin got upset and said to the bald supervisor, "I've never left early before. It's just that I haven't stayed for overtime a few times recently." With that, Luke Sin begged the supervisor, "Please give me one more chance, okay?" The bald supervisor, holding a cigarette in his hand, pretended to sigh and said, "Luke Sin, you've been with the company for a while, and I don't want it to be like this. There's only one spot for each position here, and the company can't afford to keep people who aren't doing their job well." He stuck out his cigarette in the ashtray and then reminded Luke Sin, "You should understand the importance of giving your all for the company." Luke Sin returned to his desk feeling frustrated, but suddenly he noticed that someone had kindly cleaned up for him. His colleague sitting next to him then whispered, "It was Lu Cheng who cleaned up for you. He moved your stuff a long time ago." Then his colleague continued, "Luke Sin, I'm not trying to lecture you, but you really let things slide. I told you before, don't teach people everything. Now look, he's taking your job, right? That guy's no rookie either. He's dating the boss's daughter. And with a smart boss like that, how could he not keep the job in the family?" At this point, the colleague was clearly upset and emphasized, "Luke Sin, remember, don't tell anyone that I told you this." As for Luke Sin, he finally understood what was going on. He slipped his hand into his bag and firmly gripped his gun. It reminded him of the advice his team leader, Chen King, had given him earlier. If anything went wrong, there were 3 options. First, report it to the police in City 2. Second, call Chen King directly. Third, use the gun to handle it. Pulling his hand away from the bag, Luke Sin thought to himself, it's not bad enough to use a gun yet. He stepped outside to grab his phone, ready to use his second option. After a moment of hesitation, Luke Sin decisively pressed the button to call Chen King. Chen King was at the headquarters, busy with work when she received the call from Luke Sin. She picked up the phone and asked, "What's going on? Why are you calling me?" With a serious expression, Luke Sin told her, "Sorry to bother you, Captain Chen, but there's a small issue where I am." As soon as she heard the word issue, The whole office at Chen King's workplace went into full alert mode. Sweating nervously, she asked, "What kind of problem are we dealing with?" Noticing her sudden tension, Luke Sin carefully explained what had happened. He explained that he always finished work on time and then patrolled the streets. He emphasized, "I'm not leaving early. I just finish my work on time and leave when I'm done." But suddenly, the company fired him. When Lu Sin mentioned doing a patrol, Chen King was curious and asked, "Patrol for what?" Lu Sin explained, "It's to check if there are any spirit monsters on the street, just in case something happens. Honestly, I'm not using work hours for this. I only go after work, but the company wants to fire me, and the department head wants to assign my tasks to someone else." Chen King cut in a bit and asked, "You called me for this?" Seeing Lu Sin nod, Chen King couldn't help but smack her forehead and, feeling a bit helpless, said, "All right, just wait a moment." After the beautiful woman hung up, Lu Sin couldn't help but think to himself, if she said to wait, then maybe she can handle this, right? Shishi, noticing her brother was talking to someone of the opposite sex, appeared and asked, "Did you just call that woman? Will she really help you?" With a dangerous look on her face, Shishi continued, "Or should I just go there and turn those guys into toys? If they're bullying my brother, we should just take them out, right? Mom would definitely help, and maybe Dad would help too." Hearing Shishi's words, Luke Sin gripped the gun in his bag tightly and quietly repeated the warning Chen King had given him earlier. First, report to the police in the second city. Second, call her directly. Third, shoot that bald department head in the head. Shishi noticed her brother was deep in thought, so she kept urging him, "Luke Sin, let's go kill those colleagues." But how could Luke Sin do that? Letting out a long sigh, Luke Sin said, "Forget it. Even if they're bad, they're still just regular people. Besides, killing someone is a crime. It's better to just wait for a call from team leader Chen." Exactly 5 minutes after Luke Sin said this, the ball department head showed up with two of his colleagues, smiling as he approached Luke Sin. "Oh, no, Luke Sin, why are you here? I've been looking for you everywhere." He grabbed Luke Sin's hands with both of his, grinning as he said, "Luke Sin, why didn't you say anything earlier? If you're acquainted with Director Liu from the Bogu Science and Technology Department in the Central City, why didn't you let me know?" When Luke Sin heard this, he was confused and asked, "Director Liu? Which Director Liu?" The ball department head, happy to explain, said, "Director Liu just called and said he really likes your work attitude. He's even planning to give you a project for transporting materials for their company. Moreover, Director Liu's side has requested that Luke Sin take on the role of person in charge. The chairman of their board also called the bald supervisor to confirm this contract." At this point, the bald supervisor acted like nothing was wrong and said, "Luke Sin, you see, this is just a misunderstanding. Haha, hurry up and get back to work. After hours, I'll treat you to a meal." Hearing this, Luke Sin felt a bit confused, staring blankly and thinking to himself, "Looks like I'm keeping my job after all." Seeing this, Lu Cheng also broke into a cold sweat, shook Luke Sin's hand like everything was fine, and said, "Luke Sin, I'm really sorry I didn't mean to steal your job." Lu Cheng is a new employee at the company, and he's Xiao Xing's boyfriend. Xiao Xing, by the way, is the bald supervisor's beloved daughter. Damn, money talks and connections whisper. Luke Sin, seeing the shameless Lu Cheng apologizing, could only helplessly say, "It's all right, I understand. Life is tough for everyone in their own way." He said that, but inside, he was cursing the whole family of this shameless guy. Damn, he's really one to dodge responsibility like a pro. When Lu Sin saw that he seemed friendly and easygoing and Lu Cheng was shamelessly begging, scratching his head and saying, "Luke Sin, can I work on the new project with you?" Hearing this, Luke Sin couldn't help but think, looking at the boss's attitude, it seems like the project he's talking about is a big one. If it works out, the bonus must be huge. With that thought in mind, Luke Sin replied directly, "No, I can't do that, Lu Cheng." When Lu Sin turned him down so clearly, the bald supervisor didn't get upset. Instead, he smiled and said, "All right, that's fine." Then the supervisor mentioned he would take Luke Sin's things back first and help arrange things for him. As he finished speaking, he turned to Lu Cheng and said, "Be smart about it. Can't you see her on the phone?" With that, he immediately pulled the two shameless guys away to head back to the company. Meanwhile, Luke Sin got a call from Chen King. As soon as he answered, she asked, "Has the issue been resolved?" Luke Sin replied, "It's been taken care of, thank you so much." Chen King responded, "All right then." At this point, she paused and asked, "So, Luke Sin, you've been recruited by them, and you already have enough support, but you still want to take this job. The pay is so low, you could easily skip it if you wanted." Hearing this, Luke Sin, with no emotion, replied, "Your rules don't say anything about not being allowed to work another job. Plus, 1,000 yuan is still money." Chen King interrupted him and said, "Then why are you out patrolling?" To answer her question, Luke Sin said, "Aren't you paying me to do this? I feel a bit uncomfortable just sitting around doing nothing and still getting paid." Chen King sighed, rubbing her forehead, and said, "All right, if that's what you want. Since you're so eager to work, I actually have a task for you. This will be your first mission after joining the organization." Chen King picked up a file and handed over Luke Sin's first task. She explained that she had asked Bogu Technology to provide Luke Sin's company with a logistics service. She mentioned that while he was at it, Luke Sin could take the chance to visit Shinran, the owner of four-way transportation. The intelligence department had made it clear that there had been at least 7 or 8 murders recently, all linked to four-way transportation. So Chen King needs you to go over there and figure out if these murders were just simple killings or if there's something more to it, she added. Lu Sin was shocked and asked, if 7 or 8 people are killed in an assassination, what should we do? With a completely calm expression, Chen King responded, if it's just an assassination, you don't need to worry. At that point, you can head back right away. But if it's something else, you need to report it immediately. Lu Sin was really taken aback by the cold attitude of the people at the Monster Defense Association. An assassination, and they're saying not to worry. Was it really no big deal for these people, who specialize in dealing with spiritual contamination, that 7 or 8 lives were at stake? After thinking this over, Luke Sin asked, so, is this operation dangerous? Lighting a cigarette, Chen King replied, yes. Whether it's an assassination or spiritual contamination, the person involved is dangerous. But that's only for normal people. With your abilities, you should be able to handle it. And no matter what the investigation reveals, you'll still get paid. As soon as Luke Sin heard about the payment, the money-hungry protagonist got excited and said, got it. With a quick, I understand, he hung up the phone and rushed off to work at the company. When Lu Sin returned, he was surprised at how fast the new employee, Lu Cheng, had organized his things. Okay, that was quick. Everything was neatly arranged as if nothing had happened at all. After getting burned by a painful blow, Luke Sin couldn't just let this thick-skinned guy off the hook. Thinking about how Chen King had warned that this was dangerous for ordinary people, he smiled slightly, stepped closer to Lu Cheng, and said, I've thought it over, and I want you to work on this project with me. Wei Transportation Group is one of the largest shipping companies in Shibai in this industry. They mainly handle the transportation of goods between the surrounding cities. Sometimes they even take on shipments within the capital, along with other major cities. Their boss is a woman with the last name Cheng, and she's known to be a big player in the business. Her operations cover not just the surrounding cities, but even the capital itself. After reading through the information in the file, Lu Cheng turned to ask Luke Sin, Brother Sao Lu, are we sure we want to go with them? Luke Sin didn't immediately answer. Instead, he paused and thought it over. It seemed that Wei Transportation Group was not as simple as they appear on the surface. While they had discovered some wild-growing crops and helped revive part of the local industry, which solved food problems for most people, the industrial system they had built was still far from complete. One major and tricky issue was the damaged transport routes outside the city walls, which had suffered severe damage, creating a lot of obstacles for shipping companies. In addition, there are still some people who are completely insane and haven't been dealt with, roaming outside the city alongside the wandering civilians. There's even a group of knights who use robbery as a way to survive. The dangers are unpredictable and endless. Because of this, the people who transport goods outside the city are quite brave and resourceful. The woman, Mrs. Cheng, who owns the Wei Transportation Group, is actually just a puppet for them. The real boss is a man with a wild background named Shinran. However, 3 years ago, this wild man was locked up in the city. He wasn't given an official identity, and he couldn't register a company. That's why he pushed his lover to take his place. The business of Four-Way Transportation Group is probably not just limited to transporting goods. A man with a wild background is definitely not simple, and certainly not honest. Thinking this over, Luke Sin finally replied to Lu Cheng, that's right, go find them. After all, not many people are willing to take on transport missions outside the city nowadays. We need to figure out who they really are. 3 people quickly arrived at the main gate of the Four-Way Transportation Group. While Luke Sin confidently walked in first, the other 2, feeling nervous, followed behind, sweating profusely. As they walked, the 2 couldn't stop complaining about how dirty everything looked. Just then, the security guard at the gate stopped them and said, hey, you guys stop looking around and follow me. Xiao Ning, feeling scared, hid behind Lu Cheng and whispered that the place seemed way too intimidating. When Lu Cheng heard his girlfriend's comment, he turned to Luke Sin and said, Brother Lu, I don't think they look like very nice people. The guide, hearing the noise from behind, turned around and threatened them. What are you making all that noise for? Keep it down, or I'll knock your teeth out. Seizing the opportunity, Luke Sin turned to Xiao Ning and Lu Cheng and said, you 2 go ahead and meet with the director. I'll stay outside and keep an eye on their transport vehicles. While observing from outside, Luke Sin whispered to himself, evaluating the situation. Chen King only mentioned there were about 7 or 8 people here, but he wasn't sure if the place was polluted. Now, looking around, this doesn't seem like a cafe at all. No weird atmosphere. Still, the things these people are involved in are businesses that need to stay secret. A murder here might be normal, but the people running errands are all tough. With this thought, Luke Sin sat down and continued to examine a vehicle's tire. The marks and color on it. Could these be traces of blood and signs of a fight? At that moment, a desperate scream reached Luke Sin's ears. It seemed like the 2 people inside had run into trouble. Lu Chang was being trampled by the group inside and was screaming in pain. Is this what you call business? We're the ones running around, taking risks, trying to reach our goals, and now we're being pushed around by scum like you? Don't pretend to be some cultured person in front of us. I'm gonna throw you outside for those maniacs to deal with. 2 big, tough guys with menacing faces kept punching and kicking Lu Chang while cursing at him. Xiao Ning, standing outside, was sweating profusely and screamed, "You guys stop! Stop hitting him! If you don't stop, I'll call the police!" Lu Sin waited until Lu Chang had taken a good beating before dramatically running over, pretending to be frantic and asking, "What's going on? What happened, guys?" As soon as Xiao Ning saw Lu Sin, she quickly explained why she called him for help. She said they had only tried to negotiate a lower price because the group's quote was too high, and this was the result. They ended up getting beaten like this. At this point, Xiao Ning emphasized, "I've seen their books, and there are so many issues. We can't work with them. If we do, it's going to cause a lot of problems." Just as she finished speaking, a fierce-looking woman slapped her hard across the face, causing a sharp sting of pain. The woman, clearly from a rough background, grabbed Xiao Ning's head and angrily shouted, "Who the hell are you talking about all the time? If you 2 hadn't been so noisy, would I have had to hit you?" Hearing this, Luke Sin let out a surprised "oh" and quickly pulled his hand out of his pocket, thinking to himself, should I just stand here a bit longer and watch them fight some more, or should I step in? Though that was what he thought, he still hurried over, weaving through the crowd, and said, "Sorry, everyone really sorry. What's going on here? Why are they suddenly fighting?" A guy who was shirtless and showing off his muscular build looked at Luke Sin, crossed his arms, and asked, "You're the boss, right? You're the one who's supposed to be Director Liu, right? All right, then I'll deal with you. You guys called us and said you wanted to use a car. The car's ready and we've got the driver. But now you're backing out. Are you trying to trick us or something?" He pointed at Luke Sin, and the bald guy said, "All right, fine. The economy's tough at the start of the year, so I'll give you guys a little break. You give me a little and we both win. But if you're not willing to budge, don't say we didn't warn you." Luke Sin narrowed his eyes and replied, "Yes, you're right. Can I go back and discuss it some more?" The bald guy sneered and said, "Discuss what? Are you asking for a death wish? Who has time to argue with you guys?" Hearing that, Luke Sin's eyes turned cold as he said, "So what exactly do you want?" The bald guy held up the contract and said, "Just sign the contract and give me the money so I can get to work. It'll save everyone time." With a neutral expression, Luke Sin responded, "I can't just sign the contract like that. This is a big deal, not something I can sign without reviewing it first." Seeing Luke Sin being so stubborn, the bald guy laughed out loud and said, "Look at this, guys. The director here is so honest. Want to see how many punches this guy can take?" After finishing his sentence, the staff members of four-way transportation group quickly surrounded Luke Sin and threatened him. "All right, let's see how many punches this guy can take." Luke Sin, sensing trouble, immediately steeled himself and started calculating his next move. It looked like these guys were planning to force him into a deal. Without hesitation, he smoothly drew his gun and got ready to pull the trigger. The four-way staff, seeing the gun, became a bit wary, and one of them said, "Leader, he's got a gun." Seeing that he had managed to intimidate the group, Luke Sin spoke up again. "My brother's business has always been about negotiation, not about forcing someone into a deal." The bald-headed man, sensing Luke Sin's stubbornness, burst out laughing and mocked him. "I can't believe there's still someone in this city who thinks having a gun will save them." His lackeys, hearing this, joined in and cheered, "Oh my god, he's got a gun." That's rare to see. With that, they all started pulling out axes, swords, and steel rods, ready to teach him a lesson in manners. One of them even laughed and asked, "Hey, is that gun of yours even real?" Suddenly, one of the underlings from behind lunged forward, holding a knife, aiming to stab Luke Sin. When everyone thought he was about to die, he didn't. To everyone's shock, a gunshot rang out. The violent thug who had been causing trouble was knocked backwards, screaming in pain. Pointing his gun at the leader, who was shirtless, Luke Sin lowered his voice and said, "My gun's real. I'm not messing around with you guys." At this point, the woman leader finally stepped forward. She motioned for her gang members to hold off and said, "At first, I thought you were just a guy trying to make a living, not someone willing to actually shoot. We have guns too, you just weren't prepared. It's fine, guess we were unlucky. We'll let you go today, but if the police come after you, that's on you, the huss. If they don't, we'll see each other again sometime. Her gang members, standing behind her, kicked the downed Lu Cheng on the ground and said, "Get out of here." As for Luke Sin, he still held the gun in his hand and continued, "I'm not leaving. We haven't finished discussing the business yet." A woman, surprised by his response, said, "With everything that's happened, you still want to talk business with me?" Luke Sin stayed in position and replied, "Yes, but the price needs to be negotiated. You can't just set the price on your own. It has to be fair." After observing the situation for a while, a leader of the group of thugs finally appeared to talk to Luke Sin. A man with a fierce face, dressed in military clothing, stepped forward and said, "I've pointed a gun at plenty of people when discussing business. There were even times when I hung those guys over a lake full of lunatics, all to talk business. But this is the first time someone's pointed a gun at me to do business." After speaking, he raised his hand and walked over, telling Luke Sin, "Put the gun down. You got the upper hand. I won't cause trouble today." The leader, with a cigar in his mouth, turned around and said to Luke Sin, "Follow me inside to talk." Inside the office, seeing the crime boss eating, Luke Sin couldn't help but feel taken aback. This guy was eating way more than he expected. When Luke Sin kept staring at him, the man finally said, "I've been out in the wild for so long, and now that I'm back in the city, I just feel like I can never get enough to eat." After saying that, he took a bao bun and offered it to Luke Sin. "Sit down and eat with me," he said. Of course, Luke Sin couldn't bring himself to eat something like that. He politely replied, "Go ahead and eat. I'm not hungry." At this point, Luke Sin couldn't help but wonder himself. Asterisk, while food shortages still happen occasionally outside the city, someone like him shouldn't really be struggling this much, should he? Asterisk. As if reading Luke Sin's thoughts, the leader continued explaining, "I'm used to fighting for survival out in the wilderness. I've been through all kinds of hardships. As long as I can eat my fill, sleep peacefully, and not worry about a woman pulling out a bomb to take me out when we're in bed, that's good enough for me. Inside these high walls, if we can avoid trouble, we will. Everyone follows the rules." Putting his chopsticks down, the leader made a suggestion to Luke Sin. "If we both give a little life for everyone, could be better, don't you think?" Then, without beating around the bush, he asked Luke Sin directly, "Why did you come to find me?" From what he knew, there were plenty of people who went around doing business with guns, but just by looking at Luke Sin, it was obvious he had never been outside the city. With his sharp eye, the leader could tell and said to Luke Sin, "Tell me the truth. Who sent you here and what's your purpose?" Knowing it was pointless to hide anymore, Luke Sin took the folder and directly asked him, "Kinran, have you been facing anything strange lately?" As soon as Kinran heard this, he was stunned for a moment, his face turning angry. He pulled out his gun and pointed it straight at Luke Sin, demanding, "What the hell do you want? If you don't explain yourself, I'll end your life right here today." Seeing Kinran's reaction, Luke Sin felt relieved and thought to himself, "Looks like I didn't come here for nothing after all. He's not as scary as I thought." Chen King had said to investigate Kinran, but didn't specify how to go about it. In any case, you'd be the right method to save time and be effective, so why not just go straight to the point? With that in mind, Luke Sin said directly to Kinran, "I'm here to investigate if you've been dealing with any problems lately." Hearing this, Kinran's anger grew even more. He shouted, "What the hell are you investigating about me? Are you from the police department or what?" Luke Sin, upon hearing this, began to understand the man, Kinran, in front of him. He seemed calm on the surface, but in reality, his mental state was on the verge of collapsing. Thinking this, Luke Sin spoke up, "I'm not from the police. There's no need to be so tense." Even though it was Luke Sin's first time as a detective, he knew well that the key now was not to provoke the man. If he did, it would be hard to guarantee that Shinran wouldn't pull the trigger. With this in mind, Luke Sin signaled to Shishi to show off some skills in front of Kinran. Shishi flashed a sly smile, then swiftly knocked the gun out of Kinran's hand. In a blur, Luke Sin caught the gun and unloaded the bullets. With a blank expression, Luke Sin said, "I'm not here to investigate Kinran's issues. I'm here to find out if you've encountered anything strange recently." Kinran, stunned when his gun suddenly flew out of his hand, looked around frantically and asked, "Who's there?" Not seeing anyone nearby, he turned his attention to Luke Sin and asked, "How did you do that?" Seeing that Kinran was already frightened, Luke Sin slipped the gun into his pocket and mysteriously replied, "Don't ask. Even if you do, you won't be able to learn it. Now tell me, have you experienced anything strange lately? If you need help, I can assist you. For example, with some murder cases." Kinran, upon hearing this, began quietly assessing Luke Sin. This kid clearly looked like a young, somewhat naive guy from the city, so why did he have such a strong presence? Now that the gun was in his hands, if they didn't cooperate, things could get ugly. With that thought in mind, Kinran slammed his fist on the table and shouted, "So someone does asterisk know about this? I knew it. There's no way I was the only one who saw it." Kinran continued, "Even though I don't know which side you're on, I have to admit, I've run into something strange. Someone's been after me for revenge, but not the usual kind of revenge. No, they've been saying things that are so crazy. It's hard to believe." Kinran then went on to explain it all started 14 days ago. He didn't hesitate to reveal more to Luke Sin, saying, "My business isn't just about moving goods. I also do a lot of other things on the side. The police know about it too." He paused for a moment before continuing. "The whole thing began on the day I made that deal. At the time, I was negotiating with a guy named Tliwine from the western side of the city, a known drug dealer. We'd worked together a few times before. But suddenly, one day, unexpectedly, he showed up alone to make a deal with Kinran. At this point, Kinran got a bit excited as he continued. How could he pass up an opportunity like that? Taking advantage of the situation, Kinran took the chance to eliminate Kai Wang and steal the goods. He took the package, which was enough for him to make tens of thousands of yuan. As for Kui Wang's body, Kinran cut it into pieces and fed it to the dogs. At first, Kinran thought that was the end of it, but he never expected that the very next day a woman would show up. Kinran didn't recognize this woman at all, but she claimed to be Kui Wang, and then she started scolding him, saying he was unreasonable and demanding that he pay for what he did. She also wanted him to hand over the goods. When Luke Sin heard this, he was somewhat confused and asked, "This woman claiming to be Kui Wang. Seems like this is getting interesting." Originally, Chin Ran had no idea what the woman was up to. He thought she was just Kui Wang's lover, so he decided to eliminate her too. At this point, Chin Ran pointed toward the warehouse and said, "The body is buried under the cement over there, right next to that newly built hidden scale table." But after this, Kin Ran suddenly felt like something wasn't right. So he had someone investigate. It turned out the woman's name was Wang Ting. She was a worker at a clothing factory in the southern part of the city, and apparently she didn't know Kui Wang at all before. Kinran paused for about 2 seconds and sighed and complained to Luke Sin, "Do you think this whole thing is strange or what?" But the weirdness didn't stop there. 2 days later, someone showed up at Kinran's door demanding payment. Of course, as usual, Kinran dealt with it, but 2 more days passed, and then 2 other people came to find him, demanding the same. One of them was about 40 years old, and the other was around 17 or 18. The younger one's name was Hua Zi. They both claimed to be Kui Wang and Wang Ting, and they showed up to demand Kinran pay for their deaths. Clearly, they were surrounded by a lot of people from Kinran, but without saying a word, they threw themselves into a reckless attack as if they had no care for their own lives. Of course, Kinran took care of those 2 immediately. When Lu Sin heard this, he couldn't help but exclaim, "That's 4 lives now." But Shinran didn't stop there. He kept going, revealing an even bigger headache. Kinran had someone look into the identities of the 2 people, and it turned out they didn't seem to know Kui Wang or Wang Ting at all. At this point, Kinran became agitated and, with a touch of fear, said, "Then, 4 days later, another 4 people showed up to find me. They were all strangers to me." A bit shaken, Kinran continued with the result. "They came straight into my room and tried to choke me. Damn, those 4 acted like they were completely out of their minds. One claimed to be Lao Kui. Another said they were Wang Ting. One more identified as Zhang Gu. And the last one introduced themselves as Yu Zi." At this point, Chin Ran couldn't hold it in anymore. Trembling, he yelled, "Crazy? They're all crazy." The look in their eyes was truly terrifying. Lu Sin, hearing all of this, started to piece things together, then hesitated before asking, "Wait, did Kin Ran take out all of them?" Hearing Luke Sin's question, Kin Ran sighed, sat down on the sofa, and said, "I don't dare to kill those people." Kin Ran found the situation too strange, so he locked them up instead. After hesitating for a moment, Kin Ran stood up and told Luke Sin to follow him outside. They stopped in front of a cell. Kin Ran frowned slightly before opening the door. Immediately, a stench of rotting flesh hit Luke Sin so hard he almost threw up. Beneath them was a pit, surrounded by a fence and disguised as a storage room. Inside the pit, there were countless decomposing bodies scattered everywhere. Seeing Luke Sin's reaction, Kin Ran couldn't help but comment, "Man, you don't look scared at all. Back then, it was us who were the ones scared out of our minds." Kin Ran cursed under his breath, cleared his throat, and continued, "Those 4 people barged in my house. Honestly, they scared me so badly. I almost wet myself. And on top of that, this whole thing is so freaky. Even I didn't dare to kill them right away, which is why I locked them up here. I wanted to interrogate them and figure out who's messing with me." Kin Ran never expected that after these 4 people entered, it would only take about 2 seconds before he dared to continue explaining that these people were all crazy. He hadn't even had a chance to interrogate them yet, and they were already tearing each other apart. Even a guy like Chen, a notorious gangster, was sweating bullets as he told Luke Sin, "Can you imagine it? These people are human, but they acted like wild dogs. They were biting each other. No, not just biting, they were actually eating each other. Some of them had their stomachs ripped open." At that moment, Chen hesitated and said that he couldn't bear to watch any longer, so he shot and killed them all. It was also the first time Chen had ever used a gun to kill someone, but somehow it felt like he was doing something good. After hearing this, Luke Sin quietly started analyzing the situation. If such strange events were happening, then the first person who seemed off was Kuai Wam. It seemed like in every situation Chen encountered, there was a pattern that led to someone seeking revenge. The first day was Kuai Wam. The second day, 2 people. The fourth day, 4 people. With this thought in mind, Luke Sin's face tensed up and he asked Chen how many days had passed since the last time they came here. Chen replied, 7 days. Luke Sin fell into deep thought and then murmured, "Tomorrow will be the 8th day. If this pattern holds, doesn't that mean 8 people will show up?" Thinking of this, Luke Sin pulled out his phone and stepped outside, telling Chen "Wait for me a minute, I need to report this." However, at that moment, Chen pulled out a knife and pressed it against Luke Sin's throat, saying, "My friend, I've killed my fair share of people. These threats don't scare me. Whether it's 4, 8, or even a dozen, I'm not afraid. Worst case, I just leave this crappy city and keep living like a king somewhere else." With that, Chen face tightened and he warned Luke Sin, "Don't even think about trying to trap me. Even if you have 2 guns, I've got plenty of people outside. If something goes down, you won't make it out." Hearing this, Luke Sin stared directly into Chen eyes and said, "I'm sure I can get away. But that's not the point. If you're not afraid of 4 people and not afraid of 8, what about 16? Hearing Luke Sin's words, Chen froze, standing still, not knowing what to say. Seeing this, Luke Sin continued and asked, "Does that Kuai Wan guy know where you live?" At this point, Chen was sweating heavily. He kept the knife pointed at Luke Sin and said, "Why are you asking about this?" Luke Sin explained, "Earlier, you said the first strange person who came to find you showed up here, but the third time, they went straight to your house." After a brief pause, Luke Sin asked Chen "Have you ever thought that no matter where you go, they might still find you?" Hearing this, Chen panicked and shouted, "No way! How could that be?" Luke Sin didn't threaten him, but said, "Honestly, this whole situation is really strange. How can we know that nothing even stranger will happen? Maybe to you, a dozen people might not be a big deal, but what if they keep multiplying? How long do you think you'll be able to handle it?" Theoretically, it was possible that one day everyone in the world could come after Chen. Moreover, these people didn't fear death or injury, and there was even a chance that no matter where Chen was, they would still find him. The most terrifying thing was that as long as Chen was still alive, they wouldn't stop. At this point, Chen started to waver. He told Luke Sin, "But the businesses I've done are all illegal. If I report this to the police, they'll definitely send me to the wild, to the frontier expansion." When Luke Sin had a knife held to his throat, he wasn't scared at all. Instead, he threatened Chen saying going to frontier expansion is better than dying. Otherwise, you'll end up like the people in that pit behind you. When Chen heard this, he was completely terrified. He immediately dropped the knife and promised to trust Luke Sin. Without wasting a moment, Luke Sin smiled gently, pulled out his phone, and called team leader Chen King to report the situation. At the special task force, Chen King was taken aback by how quickly Luke Sin had acted. It hadn't even been long, and he already had results. She couldn't help but praise him, saying, "Great job. We can definitely say this is a case of spiritual contamination. I'll organize a small team to investigate it right away." Chen King then mentioned that she'd quickly send 3 reinforcements to join Luke Sin. She reminded him that people I'm sending are experienced veterans, but remember, you're the one with the spiritual mutation. Sometimes your intuition will be more valuable than experience. So while you'll lead the main investigations going forward, you still need to follow my lead this time. Luke Sin wasn't quite clear on everything she said, but he didn't really care. He said he understood and quickly got to the point, hesitating a bit before telling Chen King, "The thing is, Team Leader Chang, he still owes me my payment." Before Luke Sin could finish, Team Leader Chang hung up, leaving him feeling disappointed. Luke Sin muttered, "The most important thing I wanted to say hasn't even been mentioned yet, and they hung up on me." Feeling helpless, he slapped his forehead, his mood sinking to the point of wanting to cry. This really is frustrating. Is this the kind of sorrow felt by a worker exploited by capitalism? After half an hour of waiting, the reinforcements finally arrived. As the armored vehicle pulled up, 3 people stepped out. The officer in uniform, holding a rifle, walked up to greet Luke Sin. "Hello, sir. I'm Team Leader Cheng Hu from Special Pollution Investigation Team No. 2. At the order of Captain Cheng, I'm here to join you. Hearing this, Luke Sin couldn't help but feel awkward. He scratched his head, a little embarrassed. He didn't expect the guy to be so formal, calling him sir. Thinking about it, Luke Sin quickly said, "No need to be so formal. Just call me Xiao Lu." But despite this, the strictly trained soldier, Cheng Hu, continued to address him as Sir Luke Sin. Honestly, I just feel so powerless with this squad leader. When Cheng Hui said this, he pulled out a small box and placed it in front of Luke Sin, saying, "This is for you. Please put it on." Holding the earpiece in his hand, Luke Sin couldn't help but silently think, this earpiece is exactly the same as theirs. Looks like this is the communication device we have to use during the mission. With that thought, Luke Sin didn't hesitate and put it on. He connected to the investigation team's line, then the information analysis team's line, and finally, the encryption analysis line. A series of notifications flooded into his ears, and at the end, he heard a sweet, gentle voice from a young woman. After greeting him, the young woman on the other end introduced herself as Surgeon Hanbing from the information analysis team. From now on, the necessary information will be provided to you by me and my team. First, I'll send over the briefing materials for this mission. Luke Sin listened for a while, completely captivated by the voice of the woman on the other end of the line. Her tone was so sweet and soothing, it was almost unreal. Clearing his throat a bit, Luke Sin began reporting the case details to Hanbing. The temporary case code is Special Pollution Source, Level D+. The level of infectiousness is unclear, but the threat level is low. The people involved are Chinran and the four-way transportation group. After hearing Luke Sin's report, Hanbing was momentarily stunned. From the information Luke Sin provided, it seemed like this might be a new kind of mental pollution case, something that had never been documented before. Hanbing then suggested a course of action. First, we need to launch an immediate investigation to locate the source of the pollution and begin the cleanup process. Second, we should arrest Qin Ran and any others involved and wait for those affected by the pollution to come after them. After observing the changes and gathering evidence, we might need to let Qin Ran be killed by the perpetrators to cut off their logical chain of action. Upon hearing this, Luke Sin couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, Asterisk, facing so many people out for revenge, is handing them over to be killed really an option? Asterisk. After hearing the initial information, Chen King finally spoke up. This is your first time being involved in an official investigation. It's also a good opportunity to learn. From now on, whenever you go out on missions, there will always be a specialized team to support you with information analysis and technical assistance. After speaking, Chen King didn't forget to offer him some encouragement, saying, "You'll get used to this model soon enough." Sometimes trying to meet the specific needs of the pollution source can actually be a good way to weaken or even eliminate it. However, for now, the information about the D+ pollution incident is not enough, so this approach can't be applied yet. According to the current analysis, the people who died didn't know each other, but all of them were turned into vengeful beings by the pollution. This suggests that, while they were still alive, they might have all been at the same place at some point, perhaps a specific location where they all gathered. It's highly likely that place is the source of the pollution. It is recommended to mobilize additional support to investigate the area where they met, as well as the identities and routes the vengeful beings took while they were alive. When hearing about the need to investigate the area, Luke Sin asked Shen King, "How long will it take to investigate the whole area?" Hanbing, overhearing, answered, "It's hard to say. The people here are very complicated, and it seems there are many areas without cameras, which is making the investigation difficult." When Luke Sin heard this, he felt something was off and said, "I have no doubt about the task force's combat abilities, but is there any faster way? Tomorrow will be the 8th day, and according to previous patterns, there's a high chance someone else will get infected." Chen King was slightly surprised and replied, "I agree with Luke Sin. Handling the source of the contamination is about efficiency. If we're spending too much time on the current method, the contamination source might change again before we can act." With that, Chen King proposed narrowing the scope by analyzing the situation, focusing mainly on Kuei Wang, the first person to get infected. She then officially ordered the teams, lock in on Kuei Wang's last actions before his death, pay special attention to the location where he was killed and any nearby areas with foot traffic. We need to conduct a fast and accurate investigation. Action was immediately taken and the operation order was communicated. Within moments, every member of the task force received the directive and began to coordinate their efforts. A few hours later, in an abandoned area, the beautiful Hanbing was sitting in her office informing the special task force. "We're focusing on the abandoned industrial district in the southern part of the city where Kui Wang was killed. She had identified 4 target locations: the Southwest Chemical Fertilizer Plant, a large surveillance station, the empty plot near the station, and the nearby wetland. Moreover, she had just received a report stating that no unusual findings were detected at the first 3 locations. The Southwest Chemical Fertilizer Plant showed no abnormalities, the large surveillance station revealed nothing unusual, and the empty plot near the station was also clear of anything unusual. The investigation on the wetland near the southern city is still ongoing. At this point, Chen King reminded everyone, saying, "This is the final location we need to investigate. This wetland, which borders the southern city, has a complex terrain. If there is any pollution here, everyone should be extra cautious during the investigation." As for Luke-Sin, he, along with a few others, had entered the final location, the wetland near the southern city. As soon as they arrived, Luke-Sin sensed something was off. He thought to himself, "Something's not right. Shishi hasn't shown up all evening, but now she's suddenly here in front of me. She must have gotten here a long time ago." When Luke-Sin approached, Shishi turned her face and said, "Hurry up and come here." Hearing Shishi mention that there was something fun here, Luke-Sin immediately thought something was off. Her taste in things was always different from most people's. If she said there was something fun here, it probably meant there was something strange going on. With that thought in mind, Luke-Sin stepped forward and asked her, "What's in the lake? What's in there, Shishi?" Shishi replied that she didn't know, but she felt like whatever it was, it could be played with for a long time. After hearing that, Luke-Sin was now sure he had found the source of the pollution. He asked Shishi directly, "Can you use your abilities underwater?" Shishi smiled brightly and said, "I've never tried, but I want to give it a shot." Luke-Sin patted Shishi on the head to encourage her, then turned to ask the others, "Can your equipment work underwater?" Earlier, Chen King had told Luke-Sin how advanced the technology in their machines was. However, now Luke-Sin couldn't help but wonder. Shishi had been squatting by the lake just 4 or 5 meters away and hadn't reacted at all. Could it be that her abilities weren't something the machines could detect? Was it possible that Zhao Shi was actually a part of Luke-Sin's own mental strength, something he had split off himself? When the lieutenant heard Luke-Sin's question, he explained, "If it's just for a short time underwater, the equipment might still work. But there's a big issue. Our protective gear isn't designed for underwater use." Seeing that Luke-Sin didn't fully understand, Cheng Hui explained further, "Wearing protective gear underwater is really inconvenient. But if we take it off and come into contact with contaminants, it could be very dangerous. Still, if our superiors give the order, my team and I will follow it without hesitation." Hearing this, Luke-Sin smiled and said, "I get it now." He then mentioned that he would go down to check things out himself and told Cheng Hui and the others to wait there. Cheng Hui saw Luke-Sin stretching and warming up and was immediately startled, saying, "What? You really want to go in the water?" Luke-Sin replied flatly, "Someone has to go, right?" Meanwhile, back at the command center, Chen King asked investigator Han Bing how all the other sites been fully checked. "This lake is the last suspicious location, right?" After Han Bing confirmed, Chen King was able to conclude this lake probably has a high likelihood of containing the source of the contamination. As for Luke-Sin, at that moment, he was taking off his jacket, reassuring Cheng Hui and the others, saying, "It's fine. I'll go down and check it out. Working underwater is dangerous, so let me handle this part." Through his earpiece, Chen King, who had gotten the situation update, asked Luke-Sin, "You know it's dangerous, so why are you going down there?" Then she shouted loudly, giving orders, "Call in the special reinforcement team immediately. They need to be at the scene within 30 minutes and drain the reservoir to check directly." Immediately, a large pumping team was mobilized to drain the hydroelectric reservoir. Sitting on the shore, observing the situation, Luke-Sin couldn't help but marvel at how impressive it was. As if she knew what he was thinking, Chen King explained further, "Dealing with pollution is a very dangerous job. If it's not handled properly, not only could it endanger the person involved, but it could also lead to unforeseen accidents. That's why, when the special task force works, they always follow 2 principles. First, if force can solve the problem, then use force. Second, if firepower can cover the situation, then use firepower. This is the strength of teamwork." The blood moon still hung over the earth. The reservoir that had been full of water earlier was now drained, and you could see fish struggling at the bottom of the lake. At this point, Chen King ordered the backup team to stop while the investigation team began their work preparing to provide cover fire at all times. A highly trained, well-equipped army was waiting behind Luke-Sin, ready for orders. As if sensing that Luke-Sin's team might still be unclear about their mission, Chen King continued to explain, "After the lake water is completely drained, the logistics team will retreat. The investigation needs to be handled by Luke-Sin's team and Cheng Hu's. We still can't confirm whether this contamination is highly contagious or not. If it turns out to be highly contagious and 2 main people get too close, they could unintentionally spread it, making the contamination even worse." Seeing the heavily armed army behind him, Luke Sin couldn't help but be startled. Now he understood why the pay was so high. If he and the investigation team got infected, the people behind them wouldn't hesitate to let his team die on the spot without any mercy. As if reading Luke Sin's thoughts, Chen King reassured him, "Your work attitude is excellent. I'll make sure to request a bonus for you once the mission is over." Hearing about the reward, he immediately got full of energy and ran as fast as the wind, along with his teammates, to investigate what was going on below. Meanwhile, Shishi had already been at the bottom of the lake for some time. She was running around shouting nonstop, "This is so fun! So fun!" Just then, Shishi noticed something, pointed to the side, and said, "Hey, come check this out." As soon as Shishi spoke, strange noises started echoing. "Kinran, you've killed me. I want you to pay with your life." The voice echoed everywhere, as if coming from the fish gasping for life under the ground. Chen King and Hanbing, hearing the commotion, quickly panicked and asked over the walkie-talkie, "What's happening?" The ghostly fish all screamed in eerie unison, "Kinran, I have no grudges with you. Why did you kill me?" The disturbing sounds echoed, making Luke Sin and his teammates dizzy, clutching their heads in pain. When the screaming finally stopped, what lay before them was an unbelievably horrifying sight. A dark, eerie substance rose from the ground, swirling like volcanic lava, leaving the four of them frozen in place. The ghostly fish splattered everywhere, and strange, twisted tentacles shot up from the pit, wrapping around Luke Sin's teammates. At the command center, Chen King quickly ordered Luke Sin's team to retreat and preserve their forces. The soldiers in the back, witnessing this bizarre scene, broke into a cold sweat and began shouting, "What's going on?" Amidst the chaos, Luke Sin was the only one who clearly understood what was happening. He saw the strange tentacle-like figures rushing toward him. Their speed was overwhelming. Just when he thought he wouldn't be able to avoid them, Shishi grabbed his hand. The two siblings quickly merged. Luke Sin transformed once more, taking on a strange appearance with a distorted face and a head that was unnaturally twisted. Now merged, Luke Sin moved with incredible speed. He easily dodged the tentacles and rushed toward his teammates, who were being held captive in midair. In front of him were three armed teammates, suspended and controlled by some force. Han Bing, watching the situation through the surveillance cameras, quickly warned everyone, "Be careful. This is a mental attack." From the data sent earlier, it was clear that nearly 200 units of psychic energy were surging. A level 1 mental monster had appeared. The psychic plague was erupting. The contamination's infection level had been adjusted to medium, and the danger level was temporarily raised to high. Hearing this, Chen King panicked and immediately ordered Luke Sin to retreat, while also warning him to be careful with the members of the investigation team. As soon as she finished speaking, a barrage of bullets shot straight at Luke Sin. While he dodged quickly, Han Bing continued to report the target is suspected to be a high-level spirit monster above rank 1. 3 armed members of the investigation team have been infected. At this point, Han Bing suggested the survivors should retreat immediately, and we should send in patrols with firepower to eliminate the spirit monster. Chen King agreed right away and ordered the helicopter to be prepared. She would head to the scene herself. Over the headset, Chen King ordered Luke Sin to retreat quickly and told everyone to fall back 500 meters. As for Luke Sin, when he heard the orders, he told her he couldn't leave. To Chen King's surprise, Luke Sin explained 3 members of the investigation team haven't been infected yet. They're just being controlled. Also, we can't run anymore. Then Luke Sin said, "I'll handle the rest." Upon hearing this, both Chen King and Han Bing were stunned. Could it be that he wants to? While Chen King and Han Bing were anxiously worrying, Luke Sin, with Shishi on his back, ran and laughed maniacally as he charged straight into the source of the contamination. In Luke Sin's eyes, he could clearly see his teammates being controlled by the demon and preparing to shoot at him. 3 of them, all under the demon's control, fired their guns at Luke Sin. In the midst of the hail of bullets, Luke Sin swiftly dodged, telling himself that his speed was still too slow. With that, he quickly leaped into the air and lunged toward his teammates. The teammate being controlled saw Luke Sin's demonic grin as he charged toward him, and he was so terrified he nearly wet himself, pleading, "Please spare me. I have a family waiting for me at home." But before he could finish his sentence, Luke Sin had already taken out all the low-level monsters behind him and freed them. At the command center, witnessing all of this, Chen King and the others were stunned and exclaimed, "What exactly is Luke Sin doing?" At this point, even the beautiful Han Bing was left in a daze, silently thinking the D+ contamination source could instantly lift 3 armed people off the ground and control them. This shows how powerful the contamination is. Yet Luke Sin dared to face the flying bullets and charge straight into the spirit monsters. While those with spider-class abilities could dodge bullets, a direct hit would still kill him. He's really out of his mind. When Chen King arrived, Han Bing quickly told her, "Hurry up and check this out." On the screen, they saw the investigation team members who, after being saved by Luke Sin, chose to quickly withdraw. This clearly indicated that they were likely not infected. Seeing this miraculous scene, Chen King was overjoyed and ordered Luke Sin, "You need to withdraw with the investigation team immediately." However, in his intense battle mode, Luke Sin wasn't paying attention to anything she said. He was laughing wildly, constantly shouting, "Found you! I got you now." Suddenly, a strange tree emerged from a deep hole, its roots and branches transforming into ghostly figures surrounding it, all waiting to devour Luke Sin. The terrifying ghost quickly lunged at him. With Shishi on his back, Luke Sin used graceful shadow steps to weave in and out, dodging and twisting as he snapped the necks of the attacking tendrils. Meanwhile, the soldiers watching from above saw nothing but Luke Sin dodging left and right, its movements bizarre and hard to follow. Luke Sin charged forward, swiftly passing through the monstrous creatures as he headed straight for the true form of the source of spiritual pollution. Along the way, he casually snapped the necks and heads of a few twisted tentacle creatures, his blood-red eyes gleaming with excitement. In his mind, he thought, "If these shadows surround me first, I'll be the unlucky one. But if Xiao Shi catches them before me, then they're the ones who will be out of luck." At this point, Luke Sin realized that these shadows reminded him of an attack strategy used by a type of tree. For some reason, they felt oddly familiar to him, but he didn't think it was important at the moment. With that thought, he turned to Xiao Shi and said, "Little sister, I'm leaving this to you." Meanwhile, at the Special Pollution Processing Building in King Gang City, Han Bing was reporting the situation at the scene to Chen King and the others. Han Bing said, "The staff on site reported seeing the shadow of a creature, something like a mix of tentacles and a human figure. The human figure at the top of the vine tree was the one who previously went after Qin ran for revenge. Their body was completely destroyed, but their spirit was devoured and merged by this monster. So the one who went after Qin ran for revenge is now considered just a shell of spiritual pollution. What we're seeing today is the true form of the spiritual monster." At this point, Han Bing turned to ask Chen King, "What's Luke Sin doing now?" Chen King replied, "Luke Sin is handling the pollution source in his own way." Han Bing continued, "We've identified the target as a first-level pollution source, though it's not yet at the second level. Since it actively spreads and attacks members of the investigation team, we can assume it has some level of awareness. Our initial judgment is that it's at level C, with a low infection level, but it poses a moderate threat. The way it grows involves capturing and neutralizing the remaining spiritual forms, but draining the lake and red checking doesn't provoke it. This shows that the creature's self-control isn't very strong. It just happens that with this method of growth, its self-control remains low." Chen King thought for a moment before answering. "Then why did it focus on Qin Ran in the beginning?" Han Bing was puzzled. Chen King explained, "That's because Qin Ran was targeted for revenge, which led to this spiritual pollution incident. So the one who first sought revenge, Kuai Wang, is the key to understanding it." Upon hearing this, Han Bing concluded they'll need to find Kuai Wang's body to truly resolve this pollution. Chen King replied, "I think that approach works in a normal situation, but usually we need to uncover the logic and the key point behind it to solve the issue. However, with Luke Sin here, they might be able to solve the pollution source using his method." Back to the battlefield, where Luke Sin is currently active. After Luke Sin gave Shishi full control over the body, she couldn't help but get excited and have fun. She bounced around, swerving left and right, laughing loudly, mocking the demon in front of her, saying, "You're too slow. If you can't catch me, then you're the one who's gonna die." Shishi, inside Luke Sin's body, moved like lightning, dodging in all directions, sneering and taunting. When she reached a tree, she giggled and said, "So cute, I really want to eat it." Seeing her about to bite into a tree branch, Luke Sin furrowed his brows and quickly stopped her, saying, "Hey, Xiao Shi, don't eat random stuff like that. You might get diarrhea, be careful." Shishi, hearing his warning, replied, "No way, I want to eat it." She then bit into the branch and chewed it eagerly, praising how delicious it was. The monster that Shishi had bitten into was terrified, immediately using Earth Escape to vanish. Losing track of the target, Shishi quickly swallowed the tentacle in her mouth and said to Luke Sin, "It ran away." "Hey, Luke Sin." Luke Sin approached, lost in thought, muttering, "It ran away." This spirit monster knows how to escape, huh? So, is it over now? Back at the command center, hearing the situation, Chen King quickly issued orders for the teams to stay alert, taking the opportunity to deal with it and extract the source of the contamination. She then assigned Luke Sin a task of guarding the team while they worked. An hour later, after deploying the excavator and several teams to dig, Luke Sin and his team finally uncovered a body. Chen King asked Luke Sin, "Can you confirm the identity of the body? Is it Kwai Wang?" Luke Sin replied, "No. The body that was dug up turned out to be Kinran." Just then, Chinran, not knowing whether it was real or not, walked over and asked Luke Sin, "Did you find anything?" When he saw the soldiers aiming their guns at him, he was startled and asked, "Hey, what's going on? Why are you pointing guns at me?" Only then did Luke Sin step forward and ask, "Who is he?" At this, Kinran looked confused and responded, "Who am I? What do you mean by that?" Han Bing, listening from the command center, suggested, "Just ask him directly, then observe his reaction." Chen King, standing nearby, gave the order, "Everyone stay alert." Luke Sin then turned to Qin Ran, standing right in front of him, and asked, "If you're Qin Ran, then who is the body we just dug up?" Seeing that Qin Ran didn't react, Luke Sin continued, "We just found the source of the contamination under the lake. It's a body, and it's yours, Qin Ran. If you've been dead for a long time, then who are you right now?" At this, Qin Ran started to squirm, his face darkening as he hesitated. I can't be. If the body you dug up is me, then who am I?" Kinran kept asking himself, slowly descending into madness. Holding Xiao Shi's hand, Lu Sin thought to himself that this guy really did resemble those things. The shadowy figures on the trees, the monsters that fought with him in the air earlier. Now that he thought about it, they all looked very much like Kinran standing before him. After Kinran spent a while questioning himself and coming up with no answers, he decided to run away and shouted, "It's all fake! You and your team wanted to harm me. I knew it. The moment I stepped into this high wall, I knew nothing good would come of it. You guys want to hurt me, don't you?" Seeing Kinran disappear at lightning speed, Luke Sin couldn't help but think to himself, asterisk, what is going on? Kinran's speed and movements are nothing like a normal person's asterisk. The teammate standing nearby called out loudly, "We're done for. He's about to escape the city." Upon hearing this, Chen King immediately gave the order to capture Kinran alive. A volley of bullets was quickly fired. Kinran collapsed in his own pool of blood, and his face quickly shifted from Kinran's to Kwai Wang's. Luke Sin sat by the river watching everyone clean up the aftermath below. Feeling lost in thought, he was sure that this time he would have played a major role in the victory. At that moment, Chen King's helicopter landed next to him. The stunningly beautiful woman with a fiery figure stepped out and walked over to Luke Sin. She said, "No matter how you look at it, the cleanup mission has been completed. I'll be recommending a special reward for you, Luke Sin, for completing your task excellently." When Luke Sin still had questions about the situation below, Chen King said, "There will be experts who specialize in analyzing the investigation. In the cases their team handled, they often encountered situations that seemed impossible to resolve. However, as long as they could pick up on a few clues and conduct thorough research, they could usually find some kind of logic behind it. Chen King believed this time would be no different." At this point, Chen King mentioned, "I just heard the investigation team report the entire process. You and the others heard the sound of fish talking." When Lu Sin nodded in confirmation, Chen King continued, "Fish can't talk. I didn't hear anything like that at the command center either, not through the direct channels, so it must have been an illusion caused by the contamination." With that, Chen King leaned in closer to Luke Sin and whispered in his ear, "But this is still a very good starting point. For example, those fish came to claim Kinran's life, but which Kinran are they talking about?" Luke Sin fell silent upon hearing this, unsure of how to respond. Chen King stood up straight and told Luke Sin, "All right, let's go. There's still some work we need to get done." At the second satellite city's police station, Chen King led Luke Sin to the command meeting room. She told him to rest there for now, explaining that she had some matters to take care of before coming back to find him. Shishi and her brother arrived shortly after. When they saw the candy dish on the table, they immediately started eating and complimenting how good it tasted. In fact, the little one ate so much that she ended up finishing the whole dish, hugging it tightly and saying how much she loved it. Seeing his sister enjoying herself, Luke Sin said, "Well, just go ahead and finish it then." As for what was going on inside Luke Sin's body, that was another matter entirely. On the outside, however, it looked like he was just sitting there, tearing into the candy, eating it all by himself, and talking to no one in particular. After leaving the room briefly, Chen King quickly returned and told Luke Sin that next she would. Her words trailed off, but in her mind, she couldn't help but silently evaluate Luke Sin's actions from just moments ago. Recently, through the camera, Chen King watched the whole scene of Luke Sin chewing candy and muttering to himself. He couldn't help but wonder if Luke Sin was craving something sweet, or if it was just a side effect of using his abilities that made him want sweets. Sitting in the chair, Chen King informed Luke Sin, saying, "We've conducted a thorough investigation and no traces of psychic energy were found in the lake. This means the D+ level psychic contamination in this area can now be considered successfully dealt with. However, the forensic results show that the remnants collected from the spot where Kui Wang's body was dumped match with Kinran. So while there are still some suspicious areas regarding the D+ contamination at the bottom of the lake for now, it's safe to say that no one else will be harmed." Upon hearing this, Luke Sin couldn't help but feel relieved and praise the results. Seeing the calm expression on Luke Sin's face, Chen King couldn't help but reflect, thinking, the Luke Sin we have now is completely different from the Luke Sin who faced that superior grade spirit monster. Chen King felt like he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. What a total split personality, he thought to himself. Chen King placed the file on the table and said to Luke Sin, "The research on the D+ pollution source and further investigation will be handled by someone else. What we need to focus on is discussing and reviewing the cleanup effort this time. Under normal circumstances, this kind of task usually involves identifying the logical connections and key patterns of the pollution source and then dealing with it. However, this time, their team hadn't found either of those things, yet still managed to resolve the issue." At this point, Chen King looked at Luke Sin with a somewhat dangerous expression and asked, "You got some hidden abilities, don't you? Otherwise, how could you have dealt with a pollution source with a distortion level of nearly 200 units all by yourself?" Luke Sin froze for a moment and asked, "Hidden abilities? Why are you asking me that?" Hearing this, Chen King said, "Based on the previous investigation with you, I'd say you're a class spider. Your ability level is C class, with a mental distortion level of around 100 units, fluctuating by no more than 50 units. Generally speaking, a mental mutant at the same level would have a slightly lower mental distortion level compared to a pollution source of the same class. That's why we rarely have a mental mutant face a pollution source alone. We usually deal with it by identifying the logical connections and key patterns of the source. But here's the difference, Luke Sin. You chose to directly tackle a D-level pollution source before, and that was one thing. But now, you're doing the same thing with a D+ source." Hearing this, Luke Sin said, "This approach is very direct, almost violent, and not something you see often. But the important thing is that neither of the two sources of pollution were dealt with by you, but by my little sister." With that, Luke Sin pulled out the candy wrapper from earlier and said, "This was eaten by your little sister." Chen King, confused, asked, "Where is she now?" Luke Sin pointed in front of Chen King and said, "Shishi is right above you, and she's looking at you, smiling sweetly." Chen King squinted, looking around, thinking to herself, "There's clearly nothing there. What is this kid doing now?" Sighing, Chen King said, "Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now." What really piqued Chen King's curiosity now was that she had ordered Luke Sin to retreat earlier, so why did he still charge toward the tree? Could it be that Luke Sin somehow guessed that the 3 members of the investigation team hadn't been infected yet? How could Luke Sin be so sure? Luke Sin, hearing this, was the one who felt helpless. How could it be uncertain? I clearly saw it with my own eyes. Chen King was stunned when she heard Luke Sin's words and asked in surprise, "You saw it with your own eyes?" Luke Sin explained, "I could see the shapes of those monsters. That's why I knew that the 3 of them were just being controlled by them, not turned into part of the monster. Also, when my sister was able to help me deal with the monster, it was because I could see it. The monster was terrifying, but once we avoided it, it was fine." After hearing this, Chen King began to understand the situation. She asked again, "So, Luke Sin, you could see the mental field moving, right?" When she asked this, Luke Sin looked confused and asked back, "You guys can't see it?" At this point, he emphasized, "That must be the limitation you guys have." Chen King understood the key point now. She let out a sigh of relief and said, "All right, you did really well this time. Luke Sin, you should go rest now. If there's another investigation, I'll get in touch with you." Luke Sin nodded, showing that he understood, and replied, "Got it." But then, he hesitated. Chen King understood exactly what Luke Sin was hinting at and reassured him, saying, "Don't worry. In some ways, Luke Sin's behavior is definitely unique, but after the Blood Moon event, the abilities that come with spiritual mutations are very diverse. I've even seen someone who could steal other people's powers." When Luke Sin heard this, it didn't seem that important to him, so he bluntly said, "That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the reward for this mission. You promised it, but now you've forgotten. Haven't you, beautiful?" Chen King, feeling helpless with this money-hungry guy, replied, "The money will be transferred to your account soon." When Luke Sin heard that the money was definitely coming, he quickly said goodbye and left. Shishi grabbed his hand, walking with him while whispering, "Earlier, a lot of people were giving you weird looks. And there was that girl with the big chest trying to flirt with you too." Luke Sin heard this and responded, "All right, stop talking." Anyway, she gave him the money. Chen King sat deep in thought in the meeting room, telling herself that Luke Sin could directly see the source of the pollution. Yet she hadn't known about this before. The more abilities he had, the higher the risk of losing control. With this in mind, she pressed the red button on the table to start a connection with her superior in the evaluation council. The old professor wearing glasses was the first to speak. He believed that Luke Sin's situation was somewhat special. Not only could he see, but he could also distinguish things very clearly. The professor suspected that Luke Sin had an extremely high level of mental amplification. His initial estimate suggested that his mental amplification could have reached 300 or more. At this point, the bearded man interrupted the professor, saying today's meeting isn't for discussing academic research. The focus is whether it's in compliance with regulations to recruit and use someone with such a high risk of losing control. Chen King frowned slightly and disagreed, saying, "What's wrong with following the regulations? His performance today was excellent." The bearded man, defending his point, replied, "Everyone can see that Luke Sin's mental state is abnormal. It even clearly shows signs of severe schizophrenia and personality disorder." At this point, the man with the thick beard cleared his throat and questioned Chen King, "Have you ever thought about how dangerous someone like that could be if they lost control? It could pose a huge risk to Satellite City number 2 or even the Central City." Without wasting words, Chen King shot back, "So what do you want me to do about it?" The man with the thick beard grimaced and replied, "For someone like that, I want to make sure Luke Sin is always in a state where he can be monitored and controlled. I'd rather spend money on keeping him contained than let him get exposed to more sources of contamination." He believed Luke Sin was a patient in a very unstable condition. At this point, Chen King couldn't stay calm anymore. She stood up abruptly, slammed her hand on the table, and said, "This so-called surveillance and expulsion, have you ever considered what would happen if you pushed him too far and he lost control? Who's going to take responsibility for that risk? Besides, the patient you're talking about just helped King Gang avoid a major disaster. While we haven't yet investigated the full extent of the casualties among the staff, things are mostly under control now." At this point, another professor, who was sitting in the chairperson's seat, interrupted Chen King and said that Minister Shen's concerns were not wrong. The risk of this person losing control was definitely not low. In fact, the level of mental instability might even be higher than everyone imagined. It turned out the person speaking was Professor Bai. He said, "I know what you're all discussing. I've also gone through the materials on Luke Sin." After a brief pause, Professor Bai continued, "From what I see, 80% risk of losing control might even be an underestimation." At this point, he added, "I have an important report. Everyone, please take a look." 3 days later, Luke Sin walked into his office and immediately felt that all his colleagues around him were looking at him with tense expressions. His phone rang, and when he picked it up, a familiar, captivating voice came through the other end. The woman introduced herself. "I'm Hanbing from the Special Pollutant Processing Information Analysis Team." She continued, "I'm contacting you to inform you about the processing method and analysis results for the D+ pollution source." Hanbing explained, "Every time we complete a spiritual pollution case, we do a corresponding analysis and process it accordingly. The results must be reported to the personnel who directly handled the case." When Luke Sin heard this, he said, "Thank you. Please, Hanbing, go ahead." Hanbing announced, "For now, regarding the handling of the special D+ contamination source, which includes the bodies of Kinran and Kwaiwan, they have both been taken to the Special Contamination Source Collection Center in Qinggang City for sealing and storage. The area where Kinran's body was found showed no remaining spiritual energy, but it still needs to be sealed off according to regulations. For 1 year, no living beings are allowed to enter that area." The members of the investigation team at that time have also gone through a series of psychological tests and evaluations. The organization has confirmed that they were not affected by any infection, and they are currently on leave. At this point, Hanbing smiled and said to Luke Sin, "The teammates from last time wanted me to pass along their thanks to you." Luke Sin politely responded, "It's nothing. It's my job to do that." Not wasting any more time, Hanbing got straight to the point. "In the D+ contamination handling mission, you've made a significant contribution. A reward of 30,000 yuan has been transferred to your account. On top of that, team leader Shen King has asked the higher-ups to give you an additional 6,000 yuan as a bonus. Lastly, apart from the payment, Captain Chang has arranged a comprehensive medical checkup for you. It should take place in the next few days." Hanbing reminded Luke Sin, "Get ready." Luke Sin was a bit confused and asked, "Ready for what? What kind of test is this?" Hearing this, Hanbing smiled sweetly and explained, "It's a comprehensive assessment of your condition and abilities. It's required by the regulations before you're officially hired. Everyone has to go through this." Once Luke Sin heard that he would be officially hired, he quickly got excited and agreed right away. After the main topic was settled, Luke Sin continued asking Hanbing, So what exactly happened in this case? After some thorough investigation, they found the source of the special pollution, he plus one brick, which turned out to be the body of Qinran, a person who had been wandering in the wild. The body was dug up from the bottom of the lake. The DNA matched with the remains of Kui Wang, which had been dismembered earlier. The special pollution source, D plus one brick, means that after death, Qin Ran's body transformed into the shape of Kui Wang. His DNA matched the hair and other samples collected from Kui Wang's house. There are 4 people in the Way Transportation group who are close to Qin Ran, but these 4 people can only give an accurate impression of Qin Ran for the past year. On the day of the incident, 3 of them followed Qin Ran to a transaction. Their testimonies all stated that Qin Ran killed Kui Wang, and they even helped to dispose of the body. However, someone later reported that shortly after, Qin Ran's appetite suddenly increased dramatically. Hearing this, Luke Sin curiously asked Hanbing, "What does this prove?" Hanbing responded, "Right now, it's hard to say for sure because for some people with certain mental anomalies, altering memories isn't that difficult." Luke Sin was stunned when he heard that memories could be changed. Damn, even memories can be altered? That's insane. Hanbing then revealed another piece of information to Luke Sin. The research department has made a prediction. They believe that Qin Ran was just infected, and it's a very serious case. His true identity is actually Kui Wang. He just doesn't know it and thinks of himself as Qin Ran. The monster discovered in the power pit has the ability to paralyze and devour others, assimilating their spirits. As a result, after being infected, he developed a separate entity. The research team hasn't drawn any conclusions yet, but there are a few possibilities to consider. First, it's possible that the spirit trapped initially still retains some of its original will, which is why it despises the source entity's corruption. The people who initially came to kill Qin Ran might still have spirits that haven't fully merged with the contamination. This could be one of the ways the source entity lures its prey. The second possibility is that the spirit could suffer from fragmentation. At times, this could lead to a tendency towards self-destruction or self-loathing, even potentially creating a mental monster that devours itself. At this point, Hanbing emphasized, what they see in Qin Ran might only be a larva of sorts. The mental contamination at the bottom of the lake severely affected Kui Wan, which is why he turned into Qin Ran. The research team predicts that over time, not only will he fully become Qin Ran, but he may also start recalling more, such as why he turned into this form. Unfortunately, they lost their research target when they shot him, so the study was cut short. Hearing this, Luke Sin started to understand the key issue and said, "So, after Qin Ran got infected, he killed Kui Wang, which turned him into a monster that keeps consuming itself. Then, Kui Wang turned into a monster to get revenge and devoured Qin Ran, before taking on Qin Ran's form to inherit his memories." Hanbing, hearing Luke Sin, reassured him, "Don't worry, everything is under control. The level of threat from this contamination is low. The organization will send it to special containment centers for quarantine and storage. These centers have the best infrastructure to ensure that contamination won't happen again." With that, the conversation ended. Luke Sin, overjoyed, jumped up and cheered, 36,000 yuan in payment, and I'm about to become a full-time employee. This is amazing. A few hours later, after work, Luke Sin was about to go on patrol with his sister, Xiao Shi. However, just a few steps into their walk, he was attacked unexpectedly. He saw a sword flying toward him. Luckily, before it could strike, Xiao Shi arrived in time and caught the sword. At that moment, Luke Sin shouted, "Who the hell is hiding? Come out and face me." Right behind him, a loud laugh echoed, "Ha ha, seems like you're just as quick as me. I knew you'd react fast." A young man was walking on the wall. When he saw Luke Sin looking at him, he jumped down to the ground, walked up to Luke Sin and said, "I just wanted to test you a little." "Who are you?" Luke Sin asked. The young man with blonde hair smiled and introduced himself. "I'm Xi Yi. I'm here today under the orders of Captain Chen King." When Luke Sin heard this, he became angry. He replied, "Do you know how dangerous that is?" Hearing Luke Sin mention danger, Xi Yi smirked and said, "Danger? Come on, my friend, for a Spider-Man like us, this is nothing. Is this really what you call dangerous?" Seeing someone try to pick on her brother Shishi, who was standing next to Xi Yi, suddenly asked Luke Sin, "Do you want me to take care of this guy for you?" Upstairs, Luke Sin's parents heard the noise from below and peeked their heads out onto the balcony. They looked down at Xi Yi with expressions full of anger. "Dare to lay a hand on my son? I'll make you regret it," Luke Sin's father muttered. When Luke Sin saw his parents had pulled out knives ready for a fight, he couldn't help but think that it had been a long time since he'd seen his family come together like this. Thinking this, Luke Sin turned to Xi Yi and said, "The danger I'm talking about here is the fact that your life is at risk." With that, Luke Sin grabbed the blonde guy's hand and pulled him away, aiming to keep him safe. Seeing Luke Sin so tense, Xai broke out in a cold sweat, not really understanding what was going on, and said, "Come on, man, it's not that serious, right? We've even greeted each other with guns when we meet up in the past." Though Xai was scared, he was also confused. He looked at Luke Sin and said, "Look, I flew all the way from 2 different cities to see you, and you won't even invite me up to your place. And now you're acting all angry." When Luke Sin heard this, he fell silent. His face darkened as he asked, "You still want to come up to my place?" With that, Luke Sin sighed and said, "Next time, I'll definitely invite you." Then, Luke Sin asked why Chen King had sent Xai to see him. At this, Xai casually threw his arm around Luke Sin's shoulder, like they were old friends, and whispered something urgent. "Luke Sin, you really have some pull. To set up an employment test for you, all 6 of the top management from King Gang had to gather in full at Satellite City No. 2, just because of you." Shishi saw someone daring to touch her brother, so she couldn't help but mischievously climb onto Xai's head, intending to take a little of his blood. Realizing things were getting out of hand, Luke Sin quickly warned Shishi, "Don't slit his throat like that." Xai, surprised by Luke Sin suddenly talking to himself, asked, "Who are you talking to?" Luke Sin replied straight away, "My little sister." Then he emphasized, "It seems like my sister is trying to dig your brain out right now." It was just a joke, though. Luke Sin reassured Xai immediately, "Don't worry, she's usually very well behaved at home." Xai then asked, "So, what happens if she's not behaving?" At this, Xai couldn't help but sigh and say, "Turns out you really live up to your reputation. No wonder everyone says you're dangerous." At that moment, the watch on Xai's wrist started to glow. Seeing that, he smirked and said, "It's here. The notification's out in 15 minutes at the Kingzuo building on the east side of the city center." Luke Sin, hearing this, complained, "Does this kind of thing always get announced last minute?" Xai turned and waved, saying to Luke Sin, "Hey, Luke Sin, the higher-ups aren't exactly easygoing. They really hate it when people are late, but we're not exactly close by, so we'll see how good you are." With that, Xai immediately sped up, running straight up the wall. As he moved, he teased Luke Sin, "Hurry up, Luke Sin. Let's see who gets there first." Shishi, seeing the challenge, got fired up and urged Luke Sin to catch up. But instead of showing off, Luke Sin calmly hopped on the subway, not only saving energy, but also avoiding the competition with Xai. As the bullet train sped toward the destination, Luke Sin thought to himself, "I wonder if Xai knows the last train can go straight to the Kingzuo building." Luke Sin stood waiting, craning his neck at the entrance of the Kingzuo building for what felt like forever, before he finally saw Xai running toward him. Out of breath, Xai approached, paused when he saw Luke Sin, and said, "Hey, it's not that I lost. It's just that I had to go back and find you. Who would have thought you'd cheat and take the subway?" Then Xai suggested, "How about we just go straight up to the office and do the check together?" At this, Luke Sin didn't know what to say to this guy. Letting out a long sigh, he replied, "No need for that," and walked straight into the building. Seeing Luke Sin walk off, Xai hurried after him, slinging an arm around Luke Sin's neck. "Hey, wait up. I was just joking. Don't take it so seriously. You seriously have no sense of humor, huh?" Inside the Kingzuo building's checkup room, Luke Sin was greeted by a team of professors, scientists, and Captain Chen King. Once Luke Sin arrived, Chen King greeted him warmly and introduced the team, explaining that they were the experts who would be working with Luke Sin for the checkup. They were specialists in areas like neuroscience, brain studies, psychology, the study of mysterious events, and many other fields. Curious, Luke Sin asked, "So where are the 6 strange personalities from King Gang?" Chen King looked confused, not understanding the reference. The team of experts behind him then burst into laughter and said, "I think the 6 strange personalities from King Gang you're talking about are probably us." All that could be seen behind Chen King were 6 senior researchers from the Special Pollution Research Center in King Gang City, with the head of the team, Director Chen, standing in the middle. This test and the subsequent guidance plan related to Luke Sin would all be led by them. Director Chen spoke up to reassure Luke Sin, saying, "You don't need to worry. We have plenty of experience with this." But Luke Sin didn't really know what was going on, so he glanced over at Xai. To his surprise, Xai pretended to be clueless and said, "I'm just a kid. I don't know anything." Chen King couldn't help but put his hands on his head in frustration and said, "You probably already know this guy. His name is Xai. As soon as he heard you were about to do the test, he volunteered to help. His abilities are similar to yours, so he can be used as a reference. When Asahi saw the professor and the others approach, he stepped forward to greet them, but no one paid him any attention. Instead, they sternly told him, Asahi, move to the side. After that, the 6 senior experts stepped forward, greeted Luke Sin, and invited him to follow them to the test area. As Director Chen led the way, he explained to Luke Sin, first, we'll conduct a mental amplification test. We need data on this so we know how to guide you in the future and avoid any risk of you losing control and attacking your team. Chen King noticed that Luke Sin still didn't understand, so she explained further, saying, the training is meant to help you improve your mutation abilities. Sometimes a few failed experiments can push someone with mutant powers to the edge of losing control, so it's important to guide those with abilities. Hearing this, Xie felt frustrated and said, this is the part I really hate about you people. You calculated so many things, thinking that I can do them, but I can't. Then, Xie trembled in fear and gave an example. For instance, why did you think I could turn into a liquid form? I'm not a cat, you know. The first test Luke Sin had to pass was shooting. Chen King stood in front, loaded a gun, and said the first test is your shooting ability. You probably never had professional gun training, right? So let's start your training now. With that, she raised the gun and took a shot, scoring 7 points. Then, she handed the gun to Luke Sin. Chen King said, training is finished. Luke Sin took the gun, completely confused. What exactly did she train me for that she's saying it's finished? Asahi stood next to him and explained, for us, as long as we understand how to disengage the safety and aim accurately at the target, the training is complete. Upon hearing this, Luke Sin didn't say much. He simply picked up the gun and fired a shot. The result? He scored a perfect 3 points, leaving the professors behind him speechless. With his experience, Xie stepped forward to guide Luke Sin. Don't get too tense. It's tough to hit the target at first. You need to get used to it. Feel the accuracy of the gun and then adjust your muscle strength to fully sync up with the weapon. Before Xie could explain much more, Shishi had already merged with Luke Sin, grabbed the gun and aimed. She fired a perfect shot straight at the bullseye, but it didn't stop there. Luke Sin then proceeded to disassemble the gun into its individual parts in under a minute. Everyone outside thought Luke Sin had done it, but in reality, it was all Shishi's playful doing. With a slightly frustrated look on his face, Luke Sin said, I don't really like using this one. Can we try testing another? Hearing this, Xie was taken aback and replied, we're bored to use guns. What would a spider class person do without one? Instructor Chen, standing behind, was somewhat surprised, but quickly composed himself, flashing a smile as he said, all right, he's already shown his natural talent with a gun. Now let's try something else. The next test was unexpected. It was bullet dodging. 3 armed guards, each holding an AK-47, started shooting at Luke Sin, forcing him to react quickly and dodge the bullets. Next came the 100-meter sprint. Luke Sin finished the run in just 3.9 seconds. Then, the test for navigating tight spaces was up, and Luke Sin breezed through it with ease. After that, it was a mental strength test, using telekinesis to move an object from a distance. The elderly professor held an apple in his hand and instructed Luke Sin to use his psychic abilities to take the apple from him. Shishi, feeling a bit annoyed at being ordered around, pouted and said, I'm your sister, not your servant. I'm not just gonna do whatever you say. Of course, Luke Sin couldn't speak directly to Shishi at that moment. He could only silently beg her for cooperation with his eyes. Understanding his struggle, Shishi quickly scaled the wall and rushed over to snatch the apple from the professor. Instead of grabbing the apple, though, Shishi jumped onto the professor's head, causing his wig to fall off. It was then that Luke Sin was suddenly startled, realizing, so this old professor is bald. In the judging room, after a series of tests, the elderly professors were finally evaluating the results to draw their final conclusions. Chen King sat on the sofa feeling anxious and asked out loud, have the professors reached a conclusion yet? One of the members of the panel, holding a folder of materials, assessed the abilities are at level C, but as for the hidden potential, at that moment, the elderly female professor walked in and announced the final test is complete. Holding the evaluation report in her hands, the professor shared there are significant issues with the psychological assessment. Unexpectedly, the major issue she was referring to was, Luke Sin is too ordinary, even more ordinary than I am. At this point, the professor began explaining this result, how something so seemingly normal could be so unusual. She said, Luke Sin, and I mainly talked about his childhood in the orphanage and the experiences he had after leaving there. Luke Sin hadn't hidden his past and was very cooperative. The professor then went on to ask about Luke Sin's family. Luke Sin didn't resist at all and described in great detail the way he lived with his family, even seriously discussing the issue of multiple personalities and the possibility of the genuine existence of his family members. At this point, the elderly professor became a little emotional and said, "To be honest, I almost thought Luke Sin was one of my students. After the blood moon incident, who could still have a fully intact mental state?" Hearing this, the professor next to her raised a question. Could Luke Sin have lied? She replied, "If he lied, he wouldn't have been able to fool me." The elderly professor quickly countered, "This young man is open-minded and has a very kind nature. I noticed that he's deeply influenced by one person, the head of the Zhuang Orphanage. This head has always maintained clarity and self-control during the crazy, confusing, and chaotic years after the blood moon incident." The balding professor, thinking about this, stroked his chin and asked, "If Lu Sin really has 3 family members, then what if the spider-like abilities belong to his sister? Could that mean Lu Sin might have 2 other powers as well?" At this point, the balding professor started to ask, has Luke Sin denied this? As for the professor, the bald one who had to wear a wig during the test to evaluate Luke Sin's ability to control objects remotely, he believed this is very likely because Luke Sin has a very high mental amplification level. During a test of his mental strength, he even refused to take the apple, but my wig fell off. The professor was sure that his wig had been placed on securely, but Luke Sin somehow managed, without the professor realizing, to touch his wig in some way for a period of time. At this point, the professor even lifted his wig to show the bald spot, trying to prove to the review committee that he wasn't lying and proudly showing that his wig was specially designed. The professor continued, "It's so tightly secured that it takes a lot of force to take it off, but he managed to remove it quietly. With that kind of strength and control, he could have easily blown up my head." When Chen King heard this, he didn't know what to say to the 6 elderly professors sitting there. If the explosion at the Zhuang Orphanage was proven to be connected to Luke Sin, then it wouldn't just be his head and limbs at risk. Everyone present at the scene would be in the same grave. Now let's rewind to a few days earlier at the police station in Satellite City No. 21. In the previous meeting before Luke Sin's assessment, Professor Bai had handed each person a file with complete information on Luke Sin. This document records the explosion incident that took place in Satellite City No. 2 10 years ago. A 3-story orphanage was completely destroyed and only 2 people survived, Luke Sin and Zheng Xiaolu, who is now the principal of Hongzhuang Elementary School. At the time, the special committee didn't have enough personnel and could only issue a rough verdict. Looking back now, there are many suspicious details. Pausing for a moment, Professor Bai continued, "For example, no explosives or detonating materials were found at the scene. Based on my analysis, it's highly likely that this was the case of a terrifying, uncontrolled release of mental power." The elderly Professor Bai, leaning on his cane, sighed. Indeed, the risk of this young man losing control was very high, but he has always been striving to maintain control. 10 years after that explosion, there's been nothing unusual about him. At this point, Professor Bai made his personal decision. I recruit Luke Sin into the organization, but he must undergo thorough guidance before joining. Professor Bai emphasized that in the Research Alliance meeting he attended this time, other high-level mental anomalies were also discovered. When Professor Bai reached this point, he asked, if these mutants are used for military purposes, how would they resist? The situation gave him a bad feeling. Finally, Professor Bai ordered everyone to quickly organize a test for Luke Sin. Back to the present, the evaluation panel was still assessing Luke Sin's situation. Another older professor sat in front of a laptop, sensing something unusual. In fact, Luke Sin had even surpassed the mental strength threshold of 500. This was significant because it meant that with just a bit more training, Luke Sin could easily advance to the 2nd stage of mutation. On his part, after hearing the conclusion, Chen King began to ask, do the professors agree to guide Luke Sin? At this, all the professors raised both hands in agreement. Some even suggested assigning a few tasks to Luke Sin to collect more data. Meanwhile, Luke Sin and Exa Yi were sitting in the waiting room, both of them feeling anxious. Exa Yi kept complaining that he was already feeling frustrated, wondering why they were still waiting. Then he turned to Luke Sin and asked, when did you realize you had superpowers? Seeing Luke Sin confused and not understanding, Exa Yi began to share his own difficult journey from the past. One winter night, with the wind howling and snow piling up along the streets, Exa Yi was out walking when he noticed a girl standing alone at a quiet intersection. She was surprisingly calm and composed, unfazed by the bitter cold. Moved by the sight and driven by his usual sense of compassion, Exa Yi, though he had only about 50 yuan left, decided to give it all to her. To pass the long, freezing night, they ended up spending time indoors, playing a puzzle game together. The girl, to Exa Yi's surprise, took the game very seriously, and they became engrossed in it. Just as the atmosphere grew intense, more from the competitiveness than anything else, a sudden loud knock came from the door. Startled, Exa Yi instinctively jumped into a nearby closet, thinking it was someone he shouldn't be seen by. Unfortunately, The situation took a comic turn when he realized he was hiding in a cramped shoe cabinet barely 30 centimeters high. To make matters more bizarre, it turned out the visitors were actually police officers conducting routine checks. Finding Xia awkwardly wedged inside the tiny cabinet, they couldn't help but bring both the cabinet and him to the station for questioning. Wrapped only in a bath towel, Yi found himself in quite the absurd predicament. Later, recounting the incident to Luke Sin, Yi laughed and said, "You and our department are just like me. Sooner or later, you'll stumble onto all my ridiculous stories. Anyway, there aren't many of us. One guy's always drinking and claiming he sees dragons flying. Then there's this stunning girl. She's so pretty she could turn heads anywhere. She's completely clueless." Xia gave him a crooked smile, then leaned in and whispered something only Luke Sin could hear. Xia said, "And we also have Captain Chen. Do you know what color underwear she wears?" Luke Sin, who was drinking water at the time, spat it out and said, "Is it really okay to talk about the boss like that?" Shishi, seeing her brother still confused, added, "It's pink, by the way." Luke Sin, hearing this, loudly told his new friend, "Pink." When Xia heard this, he thought he found someone who shared his twisted sense of humor and smirked, teasing, "Oh, really? How do you know?" Xia eagerly continued, "If you know, then tell me more, like the size, shape, or anything else." Just as the two were daydreaming about the beautiful woman, the subject of their conversation walked in and said, "What are you two talking about me? Keep it up and I'll smack you both right now." Luke Sin and Xia quickly replied, "Just kidding, it's all good, Captain Chen." At that moment, Chen King called Luke Sin in to give him the results of his recent test. She told him that his test was finished, but the detailed report wouldn't be ready for a few days. What was important right now was that Luke Sin needed to get used to his abilities before receiving any guidance. This was something Xia would help Luke Sin with. Chen King emphasized that Xia had the same type of abilities as Luke Sin, and they would arrange for Xia to guide him through some cleaning tasks so Luke Sin could quickly get familiar with his powers. Tasked with a lofty mission by the beautiful sister, Xia quickly agreed and gave her full support. Chen King said, "Tonight, there will be a special cleanup mission. The special investigation team has determined the threat level is C. When the time comes, Xia will contact Luke Sin. This mission will be led by Xia, and Luke Sin will follow to assist. The main goal is to familiarize yourself with the process." At this point, Chen King handed a file to Luke Sin and said, "This is your nickname." Luke Sin took the file, feeling confused, and asked, "Why is my nickname Serena One?" Without explaining, Chen King snatched the file back, stood up abruptly, walked over to Xia, and said, "If he doesn't want to end up running through a busy street naked, dancing until his legs break, then from now on, don't talk behind my back with the new guys anymore. If it happens again, I'll show you what hell is like." After saying this, she turned and walked away, adding one last line that left both of them stunned. "I'm wearing black today," which makes Luke Sin's fragile heart wiggle, wanting to jump out of his chest. The scene quickly shifted to dusk in some remote, desolate place. Xia handed the headphones to Luke Sin and said, "Luke Sin, if Sister Chen told me to guide you, then I won't hold back. We're both in the spider class, so the best way to learn is by doing. Now, put on the headphones." His blonde-haired older brother emphasized to Luke Sin, "I don't know much about theories or big fancy arguments, but when it comes to real combat, that's where I shine." In short, Xia told Luke Sin to just watch what he did and follow along. At this point, the connection to the command center was complete. The supervisor assisting them this time was a woman named Linda. As soon as Xia heard her voice, he greeted her in a familiar tone. "Linda, darling, I haven't heard your voice in a while. I've missed you so much." The fiery, attractive supervisor couldn't help but furrow her brow and respond, "I'm not Linda. My last name is Tai, and my full name is Tai Kwai." Hearing the beautiful woman's correction, Xia couldn't help but jump around, but was quickly interrupted by Tai Kui, who got straight to the mission details. The target this time is at level C. The infection level is low, with a medium transmission rate. In short, the special pollution source number 39 was discovered by the investigation team 10 days ago. Hearing this, Xia suddenly covered Luke Sin's microphone and said, "Did you hear that, my friend? This is the most important lesson I want to teach you. The two information analysis teams are key collaborators." Xia continued, "Think about it. If they didn't always talk to the two of us, working outside would be so boring." At this point, Xia's eyes lit up as he added, "Each person in the information analysis team is specially connected to someone in the Awakener group, making coordination smoother and improving work efficiency." Tai Yi kept going on and on with his strange talk, leaving Luke Sin speechless. Meanwhile, Luke Sin couldn't help but think of the beautiful, sweet-voiced Hanbing, secretly wishing, I wonder if I'll get connected with her someday. Xia Yi, used to talking nonsense, noticed Luke Sin's interest and decided to teach him his first lesson. For people like us who work outside, flirting with girls is a must-have skill. With that, Xia Yi kept on with his playful teasing to continue the lesson, asking the girl, Last time, you didn't tell me if you had time to chat, but you hung up on me. Tai Q responded, Last time, I was busy feeding my baby. I didn't have time to talk to you. When Xia Yi heard that, he didn't give up and teased back, saying to Tai Kwai, Stop joking like that. Tai Yi continued, I know your team is managed really strictly. There's no way they'd let you bring a baby to the office. After being teased for a while, Tai Kui finally decided to tease him back, saying with a smirk, I never said it was a baby. Maybe the one getting fed is actually in their 20s or so. This left Xia Yi speechless, not knowing how to respond. Failing at teasing her, Xia Yi quickly climbed up the wall, with Luke Sin following him. But just then, Shishi demanded some candy before she would cooperate. No matter how much they tried to convince her, Luke Sin had no choice but to pull out some dark chocolate for Shishi. After getting her candy, Shishi finally agreed to merge with Luke Sin and jumped up onto the roof. Seeing Luke Sin arrive, Xia Yi said, Look, do you see the source of the pollution? Luke Sin, hearing this, activated his Sharingan and looked down below. Inside an old rundown factory, there were many workers. These people had strange, eerie appearances with red eyes like blood and faces as wrinkled as corpses that had been dead for a long time, which made Luke Sin feel terrified. After seeing this, Luke Sin turned to Xia Yi and asked, The guy in the suit, is he the source of the pollution? What is he saying? Xia Yi heard this and said, Luke Sin, make sure you understand what you just heard clearly. Shishi then said, Luke Sin, let me help. With that, the girl immediately merged her vision with Luke Sin's. As her eyes passed through the glass, Luke Sin could clearly hear what the man in the suit was saying. Work is a must. We're all lucky to have survived the disaster. Why did everyone else die? But we're still here. There are so many people in this city living like dogs. At this point, the man in the suit became agitated, shouting and showing a sick, twisted expression on his face. He emphasized, Out there in the wild, who knows how many madmen are wandering around? Many of them don't even have food to eat. The reason is simple. They don't work like we do. To live in this world, you have to work more to get more. If you don't work but still want food, you'll only end up eating dirt. The man in the suit kept spitting out brainwashing phrases, manipulating the minds of the workers who were busy. By this point, Luke Sin was certain that he was the source of the pollution here. Faji smiled slightly and said, Captain Chen King mentioned that you can see spirit monsters. So, what do you see now? Luke Sin replied, In this case, I don't see anything, just one person inside. Faji responded, You're just like me, then confirmed that the short, chubby guy in the suit was the source of the contamination. To be honest, right now he's just considered a spiritual mutant. But a mutant like him is even more terrifying than the contamination source. He has infected nearly 100 employees in that factory. Tai Kui at the command center started giving the two of them more details about the man in the suit. His name is Zhang Yuanshan, 40 years old, and he's the director of Yuanshan Textile Factory. He came to the satellite city at 27 to build this factory. However, his business hasn't been smooth. He's faced the threat of closure many times. 10 days ago, someone noticed unusual changes at the factory and reported it to the security department. But when the investigation team arrived, the situation was already out of control. The people in the factory had been infected to an intermediate level. They can no longer distinguish who they attack. Anyone who enters the factory or tries to stop them from working will be attacked. They might also infect others, turning them into one of them. Since that day, they've been working nonstop for 2 whole days. No food, no water, no sleep. If we don't stop them, they might just work themselves to death. Zhang Yuanshan could lose control at any moment, and when that happens, the contamination will spread even more widely, maybe even reach the factories around here. At this point, Tai Kui announced that the headquarters had issued orders to begin direct cleaning efforts. Luke Sin, hearing this, looked confused and asked, How exactly are you going to clean? There are almost 100 people in that factory. Seeing Luke Sin's strong reaction, Agi put an arm around him and said, Your job is to clean up the source of the contamination, not to kill those who've been infected. While stopping the spread is the top priority for both of you. If we can avoid killing people, we should. Besides, these workers are only mildly infected. They can still be saved. With that, Tai gave a slight grin and spoke into the microphone, asking Tai Kui for their opinion. The woman with the large chest listened and then said, My suggestion is to use a specially designed high-powered dart gun. We can solve this from a distance, forcing the source of contamination into unconsciousness in the blink of an eye. Right now, Zhang Yuansong hasn't completely lost control. There's still some awareness left in his body, so using the dart gun is still a viable option. Tai Yi, upon hearing this, responded, "This guy could affect nearly 100 people in an instant. His mental level is definitely not low. It's possible that by the time I shoot, he'll have already formed a mental shield to block my bullet." Tai Kui immediately came up with a counterplan. "I'll order a small team to assist. They'll cause an explosion to the east of the factory in 30 seconds. That will draw some of Zhang Yuansong's attention. Even if he manages to create a mental shield, the distraction will destabilize his mental power. That's when you strike, but you'll only have one chance. If you fail, he'll be furious." Tai Yi quickly replied, "Okay," then loaded his sniper rifle with a special poison dart, activated his ability to cling to the wall, and flipped upside down to signal he was ready. Tai Kui then began a countdown from 25. When the countdown ended, a huge explosion rocked the area, setting the factory on fire. Yeong-song was urging the workers to speed up when he was shot and fell to the ground. Tai Yi fired a shot that hit the target, sneering as he said, "Mission accomplished, time to clean up, everyone." Inside the garment factory, after Yeong-song was taken away, the remaining workers continued with their tasks as usual. Noticing something strange, Luke Sin was startled and thought to himself, "This doesn't feel right. Why is Zhang Yuanxiang unconscious, but the workers are still going about their tasks, mechanically handling their work like this?" Meanwhile, the blonde guy, Tai Yi, was unconcerned. What he was focused on was showing off and flirting with the women. As Lu Xin walked around, Shishi suddenly pointed under the table and said, "There's someone here." They then saw a strange-looking child holding a deformed doll, repeatedly asking Luke Xin, "Why aren't the others working?" Tai Yu was informing Tai Kui, saying, "There's still a little girl here about 6 or 7 years old with a mole between her eyebrows." Tai Kui was shocked and responded, "A little girl, really?" After checking, Tai Kui reported Zhang Yuansong has an 8-year-old daughter, but she died a year ago. While Tai Yu was still talking, the strange-looking child with wide blank eyes turned to Luke Sin and asked, "Everyone else is working. Why aren't you working?" Then the child immediately directed the workers in the factory to teach Luke Sin and his companion how to work hard. "You have to work if you want to eat, you guys," the child said. Seeing this, XIU remarked, "Could it be a secondary source of pollution?" Noticing Luke Sin's confusion, Tai Kui explained, "A secondary source of pollution is a schizophrenic mental state caused by the source of pollution itself. For some reason, it forms a link with its origin, but also develops a degree of independence. Right now, it's likely that after Zhang Yuansong's mutation, his intense longing for his daughter led him to use his mental powers to create another daughter." Tai Kui speculated, "If we can directly see this secondary source of pollution now, then it must be a very high mental level." Meanwhile, the eerie child pointed directly at Luke Sin and said, "My dad says everyone has to work. If someone doesn't work, they should get spanked." As the child moved toward them, Sai-Vi immediately threw a dagger which pierced the child's body. However, the knife passed straight through the child and flew out the back. When the child got angry, it started to show its wild side. It opened its mouth wide and screamed, releasing its energy to control the zombies, setting them to attack Yi and Luke Sin. The zombies, armed with weapons, charged at them, forcing both Xie and Luke Sin to use all their strength to dodge. When Xie found herself in a difficult position, she called out to Tai Kui for help. Tai Kui, who was also in a tough spot, replied, "You have Spider-Man-like abilities, but it's going to be really hard to directly deal with this secondary contamination." Tai Kui suggested they withdraw for now. He would contact headquarters to request someone with the power of a princess-like doll to come help handle the situation. Hearing that Tai Kui wanted to call in doll, Tai Yi sighed and said, "So, does that mean all the workers are going to die?" Luke Sin, overhearing this, replied, "Let me handle it." With that, Luke Sin merged with Shishi and charged forward. Tai Yi tried to stop him, but was too late. Tai Kui then told Yi to switch to communication channel 2 immediately. Based on what Tai Kui knew, Luke Sin had the ability to hurt a spiritual entity, so she was confident he could deal with the problem here. However, according to the documents Chen King had given her, there was a high risk that Luke Sin could lose control. Therefore, it was crucial to prevent Luke Sin from handling situations that might cause too much psychological stress. Even though their opponent was the source of contamination, the child's appearance could trigger deep psychological trauma for Luke Sin. As for Luke Sin, he was rushing through the group of workers, heading straight for the little girl in the red dress standing behind them. "Shishi, can I go deal with that little girl?" Shishi asked him. Luke Sin immediately responded, "No, I can't because she's just too pitiful." After a bit of busy work, Luke Sin temporarily blocked off the zombies using some wooden crates. But just then, the little girl in the red dress appeared behind him. Sai, hanging in the air, was about to stop Luke Sin when she suddenly saw him muttering something into the air. Seeing Tai Kui's confusion, Yi explained, "It looks like Luke Sin is negotiating." At that moment, Luke Sin was staring at the little girl in a red dress, thinking to himself, "I wonder if my little sister was ever like this. Is she just a secondary contaminated being, split off from the main one?" The little girl in the red dress, noticing that Luke Sin wasn't doing anything, continued to scream and released an ultrasonic wave that stirred up the zombies, making Luke Sin cover his ears in pain. His headache grew worse, and he felt like he just needed to get rid of her right then and there. Just as Luke Sin was about to raise his hand to strangle the girl, a familiar voice stopped him. He turned around to see his mother wearing a vintage outfit and a flowered hat, appearing out of nowhere. She lovingly scolded her two children. "You two aren't suited for handling things like this." Both brothers were completely stunned when they saw their mother show up at this place. "Mom!" Luke Sin exclaimed, speechless. His mother then smiled gently and said to him, "You're all grown up now, but you've never been in a relationship. How could you possibly understand what it means to raise a child?" When the little one saw Luke Sin's mother, it didn't feel scared at all and yelled, "Go to work now." Hearing a child yell, Luke Sin's mother smiled warmly and said, "Sweetheart, at your age, you shouldn't be thinking about work. Why don't you go to school instead?" Then Luke Sin's mother slowly sat down and a soft red light surrounded the child. With that, she continued kindly, "Only an irresponsible father would let a child be influenced like this, thinking they should work. What kind of fool of a father would allow his own greed to cause an accident and harm his own daughter, all while convincing himself it was for her good? He even thinks his daughter should understand and support him. What kind of self-confidence does it take to believe that?" The sound wave field created by Luke Sin's mother was so intense that it immediately formed an iron bell, trapping the child inside. With a terrifying expression, the child continued to scream, demanding that Luke Sin's mother get to work. However, as the command to work was spoken, the child suddenly froze, confused and silent. Luke Sin's mother had managed to control the child, then took out a pair of scissors. Holding the child's teddy bear by its head, she cut off its head. As the teddy bear's head fell, Luke Sin's mother, still holding the scissors, asked the child one last question. "Are you a good girl who listens?" At that moment, the child screamed in agony, as if shattering like a piece of glass. The entire barrier field around them was completely destroyed. Tai-hee, witnessing the supernatural event, was shaken and exclaimed, "What just happened?" The secondary source of contamination had already been dealt with by Luke Sin. In XD's eyes, Luke Sin was releasing a red energy field, wrapping around the child and the secondary contamination source. Tai-hee quickly jumped to the ground and ran toward Luke Sin. Meanwhile, Tai Kui, still confused and unsure of what was going on, told Xie, "Quick, switch back to the old communication channel." As for Luke Sin and Shishi, they were saying goodbye to Luke Sin's mother after finishing their task. The composed and confident Tai Kui asked Luke Sin, "Could you manage to clean up the secondary pollution source?" Luke Sin nodded in confirmation. Tai Kui let out a small sigh of relief and immediately instructed the support team to enter the scene and handle the cleanup. Everything had been contained, and the source of the contamination was now secured. Meanwhile, Luke Sin sat in a quiet corner and asked Xie, "What's going to happen to those workers?" Xie replied, "They're lucky. The pollution level was only moderate, and the exposure wasn't too deep. The support team will take them in for psychological evaluation and treatment. At least half of them should recover. You know the saying, saving a single life is better than building 7 pagodas. At this rate, we've probably built a skyscraper." He chuckled, clearly proud of what they had accomplished. Then, Xie casually slung an arm around Luke Sin's shoulder and added, "You really did something great this time." After a brief pause, Xie asked with curiosity, "So, how did you manage to handle that kid?" Luke Sin glanced at him and replied coolly, "Didn't you see it all go down?" When Xie heard this, he scratched his head and said that earlier he had only seen Luke Sin take the toy away from the child. Luke Sin, hearing this, pointed to the stuffed animal with its head cut off and said that the toy was the real thing. So he tried to see if he could scare the girl, and it turned out to be really effective. Upon hearing this, Xie became even more confused. He touched his ear and asked again, "So, you took the toy from the secondary pollution source, cut off the head of the teddy bear, and then scared the secondary pollution source so badly that it ran straight to true form. Is that what happened?" Seeing that Xie had understood it that way, Luke Sin lied again, saying, "Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Did you guys do something like that?" Xie, hearing this, pointed to his own face, smiled bitterly, and told Luke Sin, "That doesn't make any sense. I've been wandering around for more than half my life, and I've never heard of anything like that happening with a pollution source. Luke Sin, seeing that the blonde guy still didn't get it, kept lying and said, well, it must be because there's something wrong with you guys. Your skills are just too weak. Tai Kwai, at the command center, finally spoke up to confirm Luke Sin's explanation. She said, based on the analysis of similar cases before, it's clear that threats or intimidation using mental pollution, especially something like a mental monster, could, to some extent, be possible. But according to the report you two just gave, the spirit entity has completely disappeared and no longer affects the workers. So this doesn't seem like people being scared and running away, but more like the link between them was severed. Tai-hee, hearing that his dream girlfriend Linda had stepped up to defend Luke Sin, couldn't help but feel frustrated and muttered that she had changed. Tai-kui, hearing this, told him to be quiet and turned back to Luke Sin, asking, did you do anything else earlier? Luke Sin, thinking for a moment, rubbed his chin and silently said to himself, these people aren't easy to fool. He then recalled what his mother had said earlier and decided to lie, saying, I think the key to this situation lies in Zhang Yuansong's deep guilt toward his daughter, which caused the spirit to split into a version of her. Because in his subconscious, he wanted to lessen his own pain, his daughter's actions, and Will are actually supporting him. But this daughter is just a figment of his imagination. She doesn't really exist. Once we expose that, we can sever the connection to the special source of contamination number 391. Tai Kui, hearing his explanation, was thrilled and praised him. You did great. The cleanup work will be handled by the backup team. She then announced, that's all for this case. Everyone, get ready to head out and collect your rewards. When Xie saw that the task was complete, he immediately asked Tai Kui for help with the report. But she replied, my over 20-year-old child is hungry again. I need to go feed him first. So, goodbye. Having once again failed to impress her, Yi turned to Luke Sin and said, well then, my friend, it's time for the most important lesson, how not to lose control of yourself. Seeing that Luke Sin seemed curious, Yi leaned in and said with a grin, to keep a stable mindset, you have to find your own ways to decompress. If you bottle up everything, it'll explode one day. With that, Yi dragged Luke Sin along to a noisy downtown club. The neon lights flashed, the music was pounding, and people were laughing all around. While Luke Sin sat awkwardly, unsure of what was going on, Yi was already at the bar, surrounded by a couple of energetic partygoers, raising glasses and cracking jokes. Throwing a handful of chips onto the table in front of the bartender, Yi smirked and began what he called a life lesson. Lesson 1. If you don't want to go insane, sometimes you've got to let yourself be a little wild, but in a way you can still come back from. He downed his drink in one shot, then looked back at Luke Sin, who could only sit there in stunned silence, wondering, wait, is this kind of release seriously part of the training? Thinking about this, Luke Sin excitedly grabbed Xie's hand and asked in a low voice, do you think we can submit this for payment to the headquarters, bro? Hearing such an absurd question from this young guy who hadn't seen much of the world, Yi's face darkened, and he shot back, are you messing with me, bro? Exactly 1 minute later, after Yi's words, Luke Sin found himself kicked out and standing on the street. Feeling frustrated and a bit wrong, the naive young man muttered to himself, damn, they won't let me submit for payment and then say it's part of the job. That freaking pervert. What a mess. Scene changes to the security office at the training center. At this moment, Luke Sin was sitting down eating some candy and sipping a cup of coffee, thinking to himself, Chen King clearly told me to come here for training, but there's no one around, not even a ghost. Just then, Luke Sin heard a familiar voice through his earpiece. The beautiful Hanbing greeted him and said, for now, I'll be in charge of your basic theory training. Hanbing first reminded Luke Sin to pay attention to everything related to mental pollution sources. Then, lowering her voice a little, she stressed, even the lowest level of security is absolute confidentiality for regular people. So all your training materials and content must be kept away from anyone who isn't authorized. If any information gets leaked, notify headquarters immediately. Luke Sin blushed when he heard this and said, I understand. He said that, but in reality, he hadn't heard a word. His mind was completely consumed with thoughts of Hanbing's fiery figure. Her sweet voice was so captivating that it made him lose focus entirely. He didn't care about what she was saying. All he wanted was to see Hanbing on the display screen. Right now, the screen was showing the details of today's training session. The concept of mental pollution sources was first mentioned at the Lunar Eclipse Research Institute 27 years ago. Back then, the institute was still called the Blood Moon Research Center. When you think about it seriously, research on mental pollution sources has been ongoing for less than 30 years, and much of the theory is still in the early stages. Recently, mental pollution sources have been appearing more and more. A lot of data and cases are difficult to distinguish between real and fake, and they need further research to unravel the truth. This is why the ideal human approach has always been to combine doubt with practicality. Maybe humans can't explain all the mysteries and strange phenomena, but they will keep searching until they find answers. Lu Xun couldn't stand the dry, boring theory anymore and said, I get it. Let's move on to something else. Hearing this, Han Bing agreed and officially began the advanced training session for Lu Xun. He explained the training will mainly cover two areas, mental pollution and mental capacity. As Lu Xun was heading home from the training center, he couldn't help but think, what really happened all those years ago at the Zhuang Orphanage, that memory had always been blurry for him. Xiao Lu didn't say anything, and no one in the family would tell them either. When Lu Xun got home, he immediately heard his dad shouting at Shishi, Kid, get down here, I swear I'll beat you to death. Instead of being scared, Shishi definitely challenged him. If you're so tough, then come catch me on the roof. Lu Xun listened from the side, thinking to himself that no matter what, home was still the coziest place for him. But this situation felt different. He never expected Shishi to talk back to their dad like that. In the past, she would just run off or hide whenever he yelled at her. When his dad realized Shishi wasn't afraid, he got even angrier and yelled, You little brat, do you want to die? Don't think you can act tough just because you gained a little strength outside. If you've got the guts, don't ever come back to this house again. When Shishi was threatened by her father to be kicked out, she continued to challenge him, saying, I'm not going back, and when I get older, you won't be able to scare me anymore. By then, I'll tear you apart and turn you into a doll to play with for fun. As the father and daughter were getting more tense, Lu Xun arrived to help ease the situation. Seeing Lu Xun come in, the father immediately yelled, You little brat, you still know how to come home? Seeing how angry his father was, Lu Xun pulled out a bottle of alcohol and some fresh items he had just bought that day and said, I won't go back until I'm drunk, Dad. Inside the house, the mother was chatting with a new neighbor who had just moved in. Yes, Ms. Chen, you just moved here. We're neighbors now. Take it easy today and come visit me sometime. When the mother saw Lu Xun walk in and she ended the call and told the father, What are you waiting for? Let the kids in. Seeing that Lu Xun was carrying a heavy bag of things, his mother couldn't help but be happy and said, Come inside, son. Let's have a feast. While Lu Xun was unpacking to cook, his mother asked, How's your new job going? Although Lu Xun's mother often made new friends, he had never met any of her friends. Thinking about this, he finally replied to his mother saying, Everything is going great. At this point, Lu Xun asked his mother about the situation at the factory north of the city earlier. Mom, what happened at that factory? Lu Xun asked. His mother smiled lightly and explained that she had just happened to be passing by at the time. I saw the two of you standing there completely lost, letting a little girl attack you, not knowing what to do. It was so silly, so I came to help, his mother said. Hearing this, Lu Xun became curious and asked his mother if the little girl at the factory was real. Mom, was that little girl real? Lu Xun asked. His mother, still smiling with squinted eyes, replied, That silly boy of yours is not real. It's just a case of split personality. That silly boy is not real. It's just a case of split personality, his mother repeated. At this, Lu Xun turned to his father and Shishi and asked directly, Dad, Shishi, do you two resemble that little kid? His mother, still not opening her eyes, answered, Whether our silly boy is real or not, doesn't that depend on you? We all live together side by side. Doesn't that feel real? Whether our silly boy is real or not, doesn't that depend on you? We all live together side by side. Doesn't that feel real? His mother replied. Hearing this, Lu Xun's eyes grew a little sad as he responded, You're right. The life I have with my family feels so real. His mother finally opened her eyes after hearing this, changing the subject and saying, I found a letter for you in the mailbox downstairs, so I grabbed it. It's from the orphanage. At this point, she emphasized, I didn't open it or read it, okay? Lu Xun didn't pay much attention and asked, What's the orphanage sending a letter for? His mother replied, The orphanage wants you to come over and have some baozi. The next day, Lu Xun grabbed a bunch of stuff and headed to Blood Moon Orphanage. As he walked, he thought to himself, I hope this is enough for the kids there to eat, but no one in the family, not even my little sister, has ever visited me there before. As Lu Xun passed a street-side tea shop, a guy with a goatee and a nasty look suddenly turned to look at him and gave him a sinister grin. There was something dangerous in the air, he could feel it. At Zhuang Elementary School, as usual, Lu Xun stood by the window admiring the beautiful teacher. But today, teacher Xiao Lu wasn't in class like usual. A bit disappointed, he still dropped money into the mailbox and placed a flower branch on top, just like he always did. But just as he was about to leave, a voice called out, Stop! Don't run. All she saw was a girl sitting in a wheelchair, gazing at Lu Xun affectionately, but also scolding her in a teasing way. You can walk with your own two legs, but you're criticizing me for not being able to move as fast in this wheelchair. You called me over to eat by Ozzy, but why are you bringing money again? How much is it this time? Didn't you just bring money last time? And why did you give me so much the last time? At this point, Xiao Lu looked a bit worried and asked Luke Sin, "Did you do something bad? You didn't go and sell your kidney, did you?" When Lu Sin heard this, she broke into a cold sweat and awkwardly laughed, saying to Xiao Lu, "Of course not, I still have both my kidneys." Lu Sin explained further, "I just found a part-time job recently. The boss is really generous and gives me extra allowances." Hearing this, Xiao Lu became even more concerned and asked, "If your boss is paying you that much, the job must be dangerous, right?" Luke Sin scratched her head, smiling gently as she replied, "Don't worry, I'm not doing anything shady. The job is very safe. The company has its headquarters in the city center, and even the basic salary alone is over 5,000 yuan a month. Plus, there are a lot of other allowances. The money I'm donating to the orphanage is just a small part of it." Xiao Lu, hearing this, felt a bit relieved and smiled as she said to Luke Sin, "I believe you won't do anything bad." She then advised Luke Sin, "From now on, don't get involved in anything bad, okay?" Luke Sin, upon hearing this, assured Xiao Lu, "I still remember what the director said." Xiao Lu nodded in satisfaction and said, "Actually, this place is already really good. Every day, kids have enough food and clothes to wear. Some kind people have donated textbooks for the school. Also, just the other day, I went to the government office to get an official certification. In the future, the kids will all have their identities and be able to go to school. We won't need to spend as much money anymore." Lu Sin was surprised when she heard this, thinking to herself, "I didn't expect she would have gotten it already." It's worth noting that, given the current conditions of the orphanage, it would have been very difficult to achieve this. Luke Sin then thought, could it be that Chen King and the special pollution handler helped with this? Looking at Xiao Lu's disabled legs as she sat in a wheelchair, Luke Sin couldn't help but feel sad. Xiao Lu, once a girl with long legs, now had to sit in a wheelchair like this. Thinking of this, Luke Sin said to Xiao Lu, "It's better for you to keep more money, buy some meat and fish to eat. Later, we'll need to move to a bigger place. And also your leg." The kids inside saw Luke Sin and Xiao Lu looking at each other with such intense gazes and giggled, saying, "Are you two about to kiss or something?" Xiao Lu turned to scare the kids a little, then took the money from the mailbox and said to Luke Sin, "Don't bring so much money here next time. It's too much. You keep it for yourself. If you need anything, I'll come find you." At this point, Xiao Lu reminded Luke Sin again, "I don't know exactly what job you're doing, but they're paying you a lot, so it must be very tiring. At least you should eat more every day." Hearing this, Luke Sin changed the topic and asked Xiao Lu about the incident at the Hongzhuang orphanage from years ago. To this day, Luke Sin still didn't know what had actually happened. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu turned her face away and told Luke Sin, "Stop dwelling on the past. Every time you ask about it, it makes me so sad." With a slightly sorrowful tone, Xiao Lu said to Luke Sin, "Some things it's better you don't remember. That's probably a good thing." At this point, Xiao Lu smiled softly, changed the subject, and invited Luke Sin to go eat some baozi. Luke Sin left the Hongzhuang orphanage feeling pretty happy. The night had been amazing, and the kids were all in high spirits. As he walked, Luke Sin couldn't help but think of Xiao Lu's bright, radiant smile. Oh, that smile! It's just so beautiful. Suddenly, Luke Sin's sharp instincts picked up on something strange. He noticed a man with a goatee crossing the street. Without thinking, he froze for a moment, then asked, "What are you doing?" Without hesitation, Luke Sin pulled out his gun and fired 3 shots. Though a bit surprised, the man with the goatee reacted quickly, dodging the bullets like something out of an action movie. However, his skills weren't quite good enough, and one of the shots grazed his arm before he turned and ran. Luke Sin chased after him, firing continuously. The man with the goatee sneered, leaping over a large hole, thinking he'd escaped. He assumed Luke Sin wouldn't be able to follow him. Well, he was right, sort of. Luke Sin was in pretty bad shape and wouldn't be able to make it over the hole without falling in. He'd probably need to call Shishi for help at this point. But just as Luke Sin was about to fall in, he sprang up from the edge of the hole like a ninja, leaving the man with the goatee in shock. "Unbelievable," he muttered. Realizing he wasn't safe, the man lowered his head and ran full speed, heading straight for the city wall. Meanwhile, Luke Sin joined forces with Shishi, using his graceful shadow steps to the extreme. He continued chasing the man while firing his gun like a cool secret agent, looking every bit as heroic as 007. When they were about 100 meters away, Luke Sin pushed himself to the limit, sprinting with everything he had, determined to catch the man with the thick beard. But to his shock, the bearded man suddenly climbed up the wall like a spider, attempting to flee the city. Realizing he couldn't let him escape, Luke Sin quickly signaled to Shishi to open fire. The handgun spun once in the air. Shishi, still sharing Luke Sin's body, leaped upward and fired 4 quick shots. Each bullet sliced cleanly through the air and struck the target with precision. The bearded man collapsed, unmoving. Luke Sin stared, slightly stunned. This gun doesn't even pack that much power, and the bullets are standard. How could it knock him down like that? Could his body be different somehow? After the shot, Shishi calmly handed the gun back to Luke Sin. But then something strange happened. The man's body, despite having taken direct hits, began to move again. Slowly, it dragged itself back toward the city wall. Luke Sin's eyes widened, and he immediately gave chase. When he reached the top of the wall, he was shocked to see the figure now astride a motorcycle, already speeding away into the night. This is seriously creepy. What kind of person does that? Just then, the night patrol team spotted the intruder. Flashlights cut through the darkness, and Luke Sin quickly raised his hands, signaling for them to stand down. Luke Sin didn't resist at all. He simply held up his Special Forces ID and told them, "I want to borrow one of your phones." With the blood moon hanging high above, Chen King arrived by helicopter to meet Luke Sin. As soon as she landed, she asked, "Where's the head?" Luke Sin pointed in the general direction and told the support team to go retrieve it. As for Chen King, she kept asking Luke Sin, "How did you notice something was off?" Luke Sin explained, "I was walking down the street when I noticed this guy wearing a straw hat staring at me with a strange look, so I just pulled out my gun and fired at him." Chen King was confused, so she asked again, "He was just staring at you, and you shot at him. Did you hit him?" Luke Sin then gave more details. "I saw something crawling on his back like a parasite. He probably thought I didn't notice because he was pretty calm and even smiled at me, but those strange threads were moving toward my head. Then he wanted to know why the guy was acting so strange, so he chased after him. The guy's speed was really fast, much quicker than Luke Sin and Xayi. It seemed like he could use those weird threads to hook onto distant objects, almost like Spider-Man in the Marvel Universe." Luke Sin said, "It's really hard for me to catch up with him." Chen King asked, "So you killed him because you thought something was off with him?" With a neutral expression, Luke Sin answered, "No, I killed him because he appeared near the orphanage." It was at this point that Chen King finally understood Luke Sin's somewhat extreme actions. He thought that since the guy had threatened the Hongzhuang orphanage, Luke Sin didn't hesitate to make the decision to kill him. Luke Sin added he also hit a vehicle outside the city, which proves he's not just an ordinary person living in this settlement. Chen King, upon hearing this, said he's probably an awakener from outside the city looking to cause trouble inside. At that moment, the support team arrived, bringing with them the head of the bearded man. It was only then that Luke Sin remembered the man didn't need a head to keep moving. How terrifying that was. Chen King, clearly confused by Luke Sin's reaction, commented, "Given the time, your response was way too slow. You shot off his head, and only when they brought it back did you realize the body had already run off. Doesn't that sound a bit ridiculous?" At this point, Chen King took off her glasses and started using her psychic powers. Her Shuriken eyes made the bearded man's head open its mouth. Chen King ordered the head to reveal information about itself and its abilities. But this guy was just a walking corpse, controlled by something else, so he didn't know anything to tell him. Unable to get any useful information, Chen King instructed the support team to open up the skull and check what was inside. The backup team, equipped with high-tech tools, began cutting open the bearded man's skull to investigate. Seeing this, Luke Sin couldn't help but ask, "Is this the source of contamination? It doesn't look like a normal human brain." Chen King explained, "This is a mentally modified person. Luke Sin, you've probably seen a wooden puppet before. If a person loses their head, they can't move anymore. But a puppet without its head, it keeps going, unaffected." Chen King paused, resting her chin in her hand as she remarked, "This guy's abilities are pretty similar to yours, but the difference is he's been altered into some kind of tool that can be controlled mentally. It was probably done by someone with a really powerful puppet master type ability." Luke Sin, not quite understanding what she meant by puppet master, responded, "This world is truly crazy." Chen King took a moment to explain further. "There are currently 9 known types of abilities. Puppet master is one of them. Actually, there's been some speculation about you at the Central Institute. The professors believe you don't belong to the spider category. They think you might be a new type of superpower that's never been seen before." She then added, "One of the professors, the bald one, even suggested calling your power Unity Sphere." Luke Sin, hearing that strange name, couldn't help but react. "What's this Unity Sphere thing? That doesn't sound normal at all." Chen King waved her hand dismissively. "All right, enough of that," she said, signaling for the support team to bring the evidence to the Research Institute for a more detailed examination. hoping they could find some valuable clue. She reminded him, "We have to pay special attention to this case. We cannot let a disaster like the one the Scientific and Technical Council caused 40 years ago in Satellite City 4 happen again." On the ride home with the beautiful Chen King, Luke Sin, still puzzled, asked, "Who's behind all of this? Who's pulling the strings?" Chen King said that outside the city walls, apart from those heavily contaminated, there are also many organizations. These rooms are recruiting individuals with psychic abilities. Moreover, when it comes to using and developing these powers, they are even more reckless, showing no fear whatsoever. Hearing this, Luke Sin became serious and asked, "If these people target the orphanage, what should we do?" Chen King explained that if these groups had already begun to take action, it would certainly increase the chances of affecting Luke Sin. She would arrange for the people at the orphanage to move to a safer place far from the city wall area. With that, Chen King pulled out her phone and called the responsible agency, instructing them to immediately process the relocation by declaring it as a demolition and reconstruction project. This would force the relocation of all residents in the C3 area on the eastern side of Satellite City No. 2 to the A4 area. The focus was on a place called Homswang Elementary School, where they would arrange the best possible accommodations for them. Lu Sin was relieved to hear this, but, as always, she was cautious. Anything modern was sure to have its drawbacks. With her usual practical mindset, valuing money above all, she asked Chen King, "So, what about the rent at the new place, huh? My pretty team leader, how much are we looking at?" Chen King, with a stoic face, replied, "There's no such thing as a free lunch. Of course, rent will be charged. Everything runs according to the rules of the universe. You work, you eat. If you don't work but still expect to eat, you'll just end up eating dirt." Though she said that, deep down, Chen King was already calculating the details in her mind. Captain Chen silently thought, is it possible that the outsiders have been targeting the orphanage all along? Could the strange explosion and Luke Sin's enormous hidden strength from 10 years ago be connected to them? The Hongzhuang orphanage, either it didn't have any issues, or there could be a big unresolved problem there. Thinking this, she leaned in close to Luke Sin and said, "Starting today, the special investigation team will carry out an in-depth investigation and clean up the entire city. All members of the special task force must cancel their days off and be ready to act at any moment." Luke Sin, too, needed to. Luke Sin was now standing in front of the ball department head, asking for time off. Seeing the boss's displeased expression, he quickly explained that it wouldn't be for long, just because his sister was sick and he needed to take care of her. The ball department head laughed and said, it's fine. Taking care of your sister is more important." He said this out loud, but inwardly, he was thinking finally there's an excuse to fire Luke Sin. He had heard that Luke Sin had been sent to the security department because of the way transportation issue, but in the end, nothing came of it. Instead, he showed up to work every day carrying a gun, scaring everyone in a company. Luke Sin saw that the department head and agreed, so he smiled and said, "Don't worry, my sister's better now. I'll be back to work right away." Shishi, seeing how he kept talking about his sick sister, couldn't help but get frustrated. She kept scratching at him, feeling angry at his constant excuse. As for the supervisor, he just wanted to keep Luke Sin away for as long as possible, so he signed off on giving him a few more days off. No need to rush. It's good to rest a little more, and if you end up quitting for good, even better. The bald supervisor couldn't stop cursing Luke Sin in his mind. 3 days later, at the training center of the Special Guard Bureau, Luke Sin was sitting down, enjoying the finest meal he had ever had. The treatment was incredible. While waiting for his orders, he didn't have to do anything. He just sat there, eating delicious food and wearing nice clothes. He didn't even have to cook his own meals, and on top of that, he got an extra 200 yuan for food every day. Luke Sin couldn't help but happily say, "This is the life." Suddenly, Han Bing called to inform him that there was something urgent that required his attention. It was a special pollution source, number 072. The location was Building C in the Northern Mining District, Satellite City 2, with a suspected Level C threat. The focus of the pollution was Building C in the residential complex. An unexplained sense of fear had spread throughout the area and was starting to expand. The incident began when a resident of the mining district reported a disturbance. She claimed someone was following her, but the investigating officer found no evidence of surveillance as described. It seemed to be just the caller's paranoia. However, during the questioning, the officer discovered that it wasn't just this woman who was affected. In fact, all residents of the mining district were experiencing an inexplicable sense of anxiety. They were constantly overwhelmed by fear and even began to have hallucinations. Through door cracks or window curtains, they would stare at people with suspicious eyes. Within just 2 or 3 days, 2 residents of the district under extreme emotional stress had a minor argument that escalated into a deadly fight. This strange phenomenon, after analysis by the security forces, led to the intervention of the investigative team. During the investigation, they have initially identified the presence of mental pollution, but the process has faced some obstacles. Upon hearing this, Luxin asked, "What kind of obstacles?" Hanbang responded, "They're scared, so they can't continue the investigation." At the mining district, Luxin was on site to investigate the situation. As soon as he arrived, Cheng Hui stepped forward to greet him and report the current status. Seeing a familiar face, Luxin smiled and approached Cheng Hui, asking, "How was your time off?" Cheng Hui chuckled and explained, "Since the city is about to start a more in-depth investigation, my team had to cancel our time off." Then Cheng Hui looked at Luxin apologetically and said, "You saved our lives last time, and I still haven't properly thanked you." Cheng Hui didn't expect that this mission would bring Luxin in to handle the situation. Luxin, noticing Cheng Hui's politeness, quickly replied, "It's all part of the job. No need to be so formal." He then asked, "What's the specific situation right now?" Cheng Hui said that his team had detected the radiation from the psychic power at the C building complex. Originally, their mission was to enter the C area and investigate the exact location of the contamination. However, during the process, his team failed. Seeing that Luxin didn't fully understand, Cheng Hui continued explaining, "When my team and I entered the area between the 9th and 12th floors of this building, we started feeling an overwhelming sense of fear. The closer we got to the suspected source of contamination, the stronger the fear became. Eventually, it became so intense that we even experienced dizziness and low blood sugar. I ordered my team to withdraw." At this point, Luxin turned to Han Bing and asked, "What's causing this?" Han Bing replied, "It's very likely due to the influence of the special contamination source 072, which alters people's emotions. It seems to have amplified your fear." Han Bing then made a suggestion to Luxin. "You should locate the source of the contamination, observe its properties, and then decide whether to cleanse it or seal it away." Luxin nodded in understanding and said, "I'll go in and check it out." In front of Luxin and Cheng Hui stood the C building complex, emitting a thick, eerie energy. Luxin entered and immediately noticed the corridor felt strangely unsettling. He had now reached the 6th floor. There was definitely a sense of fear, one that made Luxin instinctively hesitate to go any further. Han Bing announced, "The closer we get to the source of the contamination, the stronger the psychological effects will be. If even you, Luxin, are struggling with this fear, it's okay to pull back." When Luxin heard this, he replied, "I'm fine. I've gotten used to this feeling by now." However, as soon as he finished speaking, a cold chill and dizziness hit him, and he lost his focus, slipping into a temporary daze. Luckily, Shishi had brought her stuffed animal with her and pulled him back into the moment. Seeing that he wasn't paying attention to her, Shishi pouted and said, "You've changed. You're just talking to that older woman now, not waiting for me, and you're pretending like you don't even see me." When Luxin regained his composure, he saw Shishi in front of him. He picked her up and gently reassured her. Meanwhile, Han Bing, clearly worried, urgently asked, "Scout, why did you stop? Did something happen?" Luxin, holding his sister in his arms, moved forward and replied to Han Bing, "There's no problem." As he continued advancing to investigate, Luxin updated Han Bing, saying, "We've determined that the fear of the air is strongest on the 10th floor. I'll head up there now to get a better sense of it and pinpoint the source of the contamination." After a brief pause of about 2 seconds, Luxin stood in front of the door to room 1031 and said, "I think I found it." Carrying Shishi, Luxin wondered to himself, "How do I open this creepy door?" Hearing this, Shishi immediately jumped down and slashed at the door, tearing it apart. Seeing his little one act so cool, Luxin couldn't help but give Shishi a thumbs up, praising its skills. With that, he opened the door and stepped inside. As soon as the door swung open, he had to cover his nose. "It reeks. I can't take it. It's like someone walked by here with a pile of poop." Besides the decaying body on the bed, Luxin noticed a strange figure sitting by the window that sent a chill down his spine. When Shishi noticed the figure, it wanted to charge at it and attack, but Luxin gently rubbed its head, holding it back, saying, "Calm down. Let me check it out first." Luxin walked over to the body and asked, "Can you talk?" But in response, there was only an eerie silence. Seeing this, he started telling Han Bing that they had confirmed the source of the pollution. It was just a regular one. With that, Luxin turned off the night light and watched as the eerie figure sitting by the window slowly faded away. Looking at the decaying body on the ground, Luxin couldn't help but assess the situation. It seemed that, before dying, this person must have been trying to grab the medicine bottle, but failed. At this point, Han Bing spoke up, saying he had found some information. Room 1004 in Building C, located in the Mineral District. The tenant is a man named Wang Chu. He's 23 years old, works at some factory up north. lives alone with no registered relatives, and has no criminal record. Han Bing then asked Luke Sin, do you have any idea what caused this person's death? Holding the victim's medicine bottle, Luke Sin replied, this is heart medication. It's very likely that he died from a sudden heart attack and couldn't get his medicine in time. But to be sure, we'll need an autopsy to determine the exact cause. With that, he turned to Han Bing and asked, so, how should we handle this now? Han Bing suggested using a special bag to contain the body, cutting off any connection between the source of the pollution and the outside world, and then letting the support team handle the scene. Hearing this, Luke Sin pulled out the bag to collect the body and placed both the corpse and the bottle of medicine inside. Once he finished, he called in the backup team to handle the rest. Upon receiving the order, Chen quickly led his team into the area. As for Luke Sin, he was still talking with Han Bing about the case. Luke Sin began asking questions. How did this source of contamination form? The young man had been living alone without any family or friends. His heart condition suddenly flared up, and he couldn't get his medication in time, which led to his death. As he spoke, Luke Sin answered his own question. It must have been the intense emotions before his death that caused his spirit to behave unusually. Han Bing replied he didn't have any intent to harm others, so the contamination only became a low-level D source, not a full-blown spiritual monster. And since he's already dead, the spread of the contamination was probably unintentional. Luke Sin couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. Why would he leave behind such a source of fear? It's probably because he was terrified that no one would notice or care about his fear after his death. At this point, Luke Sin felt a sense of happiness. He glanced over at Shishi, who was playing with some dolls, and thought to himself, I'm so lucky to have a family by my side. Luke Sin stood under the apartment building thinking to himself, this inspection is almost over, right? I hope pollution like this doesn't happen again. Han Bing, the beautiful woman, overheard and asked him, do you have other cases of pollution similar to this one? I can tell you're a bit down. Luke Sin replied, actually, I don't like pollution, but if I'm getting paid, I have to do my job well. This guy, Wang Chu, probably can't wait to get caught, huh? Han Bing, with a bright, energetic smile, said, I think you're right. The administration department is working on more ways to help people relieve their mental stress, so things like this should happen less and less. Encouraged by her words, Luke Sin instantly cheered up and said, I hope so. It seemed like the next part would be some smooth flirting, but no. Our introverted main character didn't follow the usual script. Instead, he asked Han Bing directly, so what's the reward for this case? Han Bing, still smiling wide, replied, don't worry, I've got your back. I'll always stand by you. In the future, besides the basic salary and the pay for each business trip, Han Bing would always make sure to quickly transfer the money to Luke Sin. Just like this task, the difficulty wasn't even at a D level yet. Normally, the payment would only be around 10,000 yuan, but at least Han Bing managed to help bump it up to 12,000 yuan. Hearing that the extra money was being transferred immediately, the greedy side of Luke Sin didn't feel thrilled, but instead hurriedly thanked the beautiful Han Bing. Thank you so much, Luke Sin said. She smiled and laughed, replying, I should be the one thanking you. These are all things you deserve. The young man, who had never flirted with a girl before, couldn't help but scratch his head and try to make a few playful comments, and she was so cute. Must be because you're so kind that you're doing this, Luke Sin said hesitantly. But Han Bing, being overly polite, responded, I should be the one thanking you. And on behalf of the people of King Gang, I should thank you too. I'm serious, Han Bing added. Seeing Luke Sin acting shy like a fool, Shishi teased him. Just go straight to the city center and thank Han Bing in person. You're already missing a girlfriend anyway. A man almost 30 and still hasn't had his first love. That's pretty pathetic. Luke Sin couldn't stand the teasing and replied, me and Han Bing are just colleagues. Just colleagues, okay. Seeing that Luke Sin clearly liked Han Bing but was still too hesitant to act, Shishi, growing frustrated with her brother, said bluntly, come on, stop daydreaming. Girls from the city center grow up in a completely different world. They're confident, polished, and used to getting the best of everything. And you're just a regular guy from the outskirts. Luke Sin bristled at her words. As harsh as they were, there was some truth to them, and that only made him more annoyed. Trying to light the mood, he scoffed, what kind of fantasy are you living in? You talk like she's some kind of untouchable goddess. After finishing his assignment and heading home, Luke Sin couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. Sure enough, two men sat inside a parked car nearby, one older, one younger, both observing him closely. The younger man, wearing glasses, pointed discreetly in Luke Sin's direction and said to the older man, Mr. Xu, that's Serena 1. He's the one with the ability to see the spiritual anomalies. The risk of psychological destabilization was thought to be high, but according to our data, he's remained remarkably stable. He might be the only one capable of handling direct contact with them. The older man nodded slowly, then spoke with quiet seriousness. That's what I hoped. We don't have any viable options left, but this is a personal commission. Make sure there's no direct approach. Handle it carefully through the proper channels. The young man, upon hearing this, replied, "No problem. Just pick a time and I'm good to go." The old man responded, "I'll choose tomorrow." Speaking about a young woman, Mr. Xu said, "Her condition is already very serious." Luke Sin stood at his workplace, lost in thought. The bonus for 3 completed missions, plus the training allowance and meals, then subtracting recent expenses. Right now, I have a total of 60,070 yuan. If my monthly income stays this high, that would be amazing. Saving up for over a year should be enough to buy a house in the city center for the orphanage. After thinking this over, he sighed and muttered, "Unfortunately, after the in-depth review, it seems like there won't be many missions available for a while." As Luke Sin was sighing, a strange voice came from behind him. A man wearing sunglasses approached and introduced himself. "I'm Liu. I run a private company in the city center. This time, I'm here on behalf of someone, and he's asked me to invite you to help him solve a problem." Luke Sin, hearing this, shook the man's hand and asked, "How do you know about me?" The man with the last name Liu said, "Because of the nature of my job," and then went on to explain the situation in detail. His client's daughter had a rare illness. Right now, even in the central city, it's hard to find a way to treat it. Mr. Xu knew many people with special abilities in King Gang and had even greeted some of them before, so he hoped to invite Luke Sin to come and take a look. At this point, the man lowered his voice and said, "This isn't an official assignment, it's more of a personal request for help." Hearing that it was a personal job, Luke Sin immediately asked, "Does this fit within the rules of my work?" Mr. Liu replied, "As far as I know, many people with special abilities in King Gang have taken on personal assignments like this. Even though this person lives in the central city, he's still someone of high status and prefers not to handle things directly to use a special handler instead." He then emphasized, "Luke Sin, you can report this task to your superiors, but just make sure to mention that it's a personal request." After shaking Luke Sin's hand again, Mr. Liu quietly added, "If you manage to cure Mr. Chu's daughter, he's willing to pay you a reward of 100,000 yuan. Even if you can't cure her, he'll still give you 10,000 yuan for travel expenses." Luke Sin was so surprised by the 100,000 yuan offer that he almost crushed Mr. Liu's hand in excitement, making Mr. Liu yelp, "Mr. Luke Sin, please not so hard." Luke Sin pulled his hand back and said, "Crushing your hand won't get me anything." Then he added, "I'll need to report this to my superiors first." Luke Sin sat in the luxury car, gazing at the scenery in the city center and couldn't help but think to himself, "I wonder why there are so many couples out on the streets lately, and they all have flowers in their hands." The driver quickly informed him, "We've arrived." Luke Sin and the young man named Liu entered a large villa, furnished with expensive items. As Luke Sin looked around, he couldn't help but think, "Wouldn't it be great if we could build an orphanage here?" He then spoke up, "How much would a house like this cost?" Liu casually replied, "I've heard someone once offered 5 million, but Mr. Xu didn't sell." He handed over a file and said, "Here's the trust agreement. Take a look." Holding the agreement in his hands, Luke Sin couldn't help but think, "Buying a house is a heavy responsibility. I wonder if I can raise the 1 million yuan for this." The trust agreement clearly listed a person named Xu as the signatory. As Luke Sin read this, he remembered something Han Bing had said earlier. The headquarters doesn't need personal trust agreements like this. They don't encourage it either, but all trust agreements from the headquarters are documented. After the incident, Luke Sin would need to assess the risks. If anything unusual happened, he'd have to report it to the headquarters immediately. Thinking about it, Luke Sin told himself, "Even if I can't fix it, I'll still get a 10,000 yuan fee. With an opportunity like that, why wouldn't I take it?" Luckily, the headquarters didn't have any rules against taking on personal jobs. After a while of waiting, Mr. Xu came out with a few others. Seeing the homeowner had appeared, the man named Liu stood up and said, "I won't be involved in the specifics of the treatment process, but I'll leave the rest for the two of you to discuss." With that, he excused himself and left. Mr. Xu sat down across from Luke Sin and confirmed his identity, then got straight to the point. Narrowing his eyes a bit, Mr. Xu said, "Inside the safe is my daughter. Her name is Xiao Xiao. She's 21 years old, and she graduated last year from New Consciousness University in Central City, majoring in research and preservation of ancient art. 3 months ago, she got engaged, and things were going really well with her fiancé. But suddenly, she went mad. I've brought in many experts, but no one could find a clear cause, so I can only suspect that my daughter has been contaminated." Hearing this, Luke Sin couldn't help but ask, "You care about your daughter so much, yet she's in such a serious condition. Why haven't you informed the Special Pollution Research Department? Mr. Xu replied, maybe you don't know, but if word got out that Xiao Xiao's illness is contagious, not only would she be looked down upon by many, but it would also severely damage her reputation because of her condition. Mr. Xu paused after saying this, prompting Luke Xin to ask, what's wrong with her? Mr. Xu didn't answer immediately. Instead, he walked over and opened a secured compartment. Inside was a young woman in her 20s, restrained and visibly agitated. Only then did Mr. Xu speak up. My daughter has been exhibiting extremely abnormal behavior. Her impulses are uncontrollable, almost like a different person entirely. It's frightening. When Lu Xin seemed about to inquire further, Mr. Xu raised his hand in a helpless gesture and said, please understand, I'd rather not go into graphic details. I can only give you a general outline of what's happening. In a low, serious tone, as if recounting something eerie, Mr. Xu continued, at first, I found out she had formed an inappropriate relationship with the housekeeper. I let him go immediately and tried to counsel her. At the time, she still seemed rational, just said she acted on impulse. But soon after, her behavior became increasingly erratic. She started frequenting bars and spending time with strangers. Eventually, things spiraled out of control. At this point, Mr. Xu looked at Luke Xin with a desperate expression and asked, do you see anything? Luke Xin observed the girl for a moment, then turned to Mr. Xu and said, I haven't identified any signs of contamination yet. We'll need to wait for further developments to understand more. At this point, Luke Xin said, Mr. Xu, can you let your daughter go? Mr. Xu panicked when he heard this. Stumbling over his words, he replied, but if I let her go, she'll cause trouble. She might even charge at you. Luke Xin, with an innocent look on his face, responded, I can handle it. Besides, I have a gun. Seeing that Mr. Xu was still scared, Luke Xin reassured him, don't worry, it won't come to needing to shoot. Feeling helpless, Mr. Xu pressed the button to open the cage and released his daughter. Like a lion let loose, the girl, still in her pajamas, immediately rushed toward Luke Xin. Seeing Mr. Xu's worry, Luke Xin easily subdued the girl, pinning her to the ground. As he was holding her down, Shishi appeared and said, quick, look at this. It was then that Luke Xin noticed on the girl's back there was a monstrous face. As he ripped her shirt off, the face began to lash out with poisonous tentacles, spewing toxic gas at Luke Xin. Mr. Liu, who was standing behind, saw this and was about to act, but Luke Xin raised his hand and told him, stay where you are, I'll take care of it. The face's tentacles, resembling those of an octopus, continued to charge toward Luke Xin. The snake-like tentacles attacked Luke Xin, but unfortunately for them, they ran into Shishi, the playful and deadly force in the area. For Shishi, situations like this didn't require any seriousness. All of a sudden, Shishi was smiling brightly and running around, cutting off the heads of the snakes. The mutated creatures that had come here quickly realized they were way too weak compared to Shishi, and confused and stunned, they started running away. Luke Xin, seeing this, was just as shocked and muttered, damn, these damn things can even run away. The small snakes that fled turned into beautiful women as they ran, constantly flaunting their curves and trying to lure Luke Xin in. Mr. Xu, standing behind them, was also poisoned and had gone into a frenzy, losing control completely. What's going on? It seems like these things are coming back to life, Mr. Xu kept muttering. As for Luke Xin, he didn't even need to step in. Teasing and playing with monsters was Shishi's thing. After a while of observing, Luke Xin realized that the living room had turned really strange. Now he could confirm that Xiao Xiao had been contaminated. Looking at Shishi joyfully jumping around, Luke Xin thought to himself, looks like Shishi is having way too much fun this time. I don't think she even needs my help. Shishi, after a brief chase, turned to Luke Xin with a big smile and said, hey, I don't see the tentacles anymore. At that moment, Luke Xin realized things weren't looking good. Those tentacles were tricky and even seemed to be messing with Shishi. As her older brother, how could he let his sister be taken advantage of? He had to figure out a solution, and fast. Theoretically, mental power wouldn't disappear or weaken unless it was directly attacked at its source of contamination. Suddenly, Luke Xin remembered that each source of contamination had its own key weakness. With this in mind, he immediately pulled out his gun and took action. When the tentacles saw him draw his gun, they quickly recoiled in fear and retreated inside the body of the woman lying on the ground. Looking at the squirming mess of tentacles in front of him, Luke Xin couldn't help but think that the real problem was with this woman. Just then, the monster extended its octopus tentacles towards Shishi, planning to attack her, but it was bad luck for the creature. Shishi was definitely not a vegetarian. Without hesitation, she grinned widely and bit down on the monster's head. The creature, feeling the sharp pain, tried to retreat into the body of the woman Xiao Xiao, who was lying on the ground. But there was no way Shishi was going to let it escape. She grabbed the monster tightly and began to devour it piece by piece. Luke Xin stood aside, watching her eat so happily, and couldn't help but sweat a little, unsure of what to say. Why does this girl put everything in her mouth like that? Seeing something was off, Mr. Xu asked Luke Sin, "How is my daughter, Xiao Xiao?" Luke Sin replied, "She's still alive. As for whether she's okay, I'm not sure, but I think the source of contamination has been dealt with." Xiao Xiao quickly regained consciousness shortly after, and Mr. Xu immediately moved closer to ask her, "How do you feel? Can you hear what I'm saying?" Once she collected herself, Xiao Xiao pointed at Luke Sin and said, "You can go outside for now." At that, Luke Sin stood up and professionally said, "I'll step outside for some fresh air. You two talk." While standing outside, Luke Sin took a sip of Coke as he overheard Shishi updating him on the conversation inside. Shishi said, "Those two are talking about an oil painting. It's covered with black cloth framed in simple wooden edges." Xiao Xiao said that when she went to pick up the items herself, a whole group of oil painting collectors was already dead, and it looked like they killed each other. She said it seemed like they shot each other with guns. That painting is still at the scene, and it wasn't on the original list the collection team provided. Shishi then emphasized they're saying that they have to get that oil painting back no matter what to study it further. When Lu Xin heard about the oil painting, he suddenly understood. It was probably the source of the contamination. At that moment, the father and son, along with the guy wearing glasses, stepped out to formally thank Luke Xin. Mr. Xu, leaning on his cane, walked out with his daughter and the guy named Liu, saying, "This time, we're really grateful to you. If it weren't for you, my daughter wouldn't have recovered. She's still very weak, though." Mr. Xu said he would drive all night to take Xiao Xiao back to the central city for some proper rest and recovery. He then emphasized that he would immediately send the payment to Luke Xin. However, what Mr. Xu didn't expect was that Luke Xin completely changed his tone and said, "It's not the right time to accept payment yet. The pollution source hasn't been fully dealt with, and the problem hasn't been completely solved. The contract was clear that payment would only come once everything is fully healed." Luke Xin paused here, waiting for a response from Mr. Xu and his family. Hearing this, Mr. Xu was startled and confused. He replied, "But my daughter is fine now. There's nothing wrong with her anymore." To show his gratitude, Mr. Xu offered to pay Luke Xin double the original fee. After a brief pause, Mr. Xu continued, saying he just hoped the matter would end here, and then added, "You can leave now." As for Shishi, she was hanging from the rafters, relaying information to Luke Xin that they were urgently heading to a place called Sub-State Port to pick up something, so they had to leave quickly. Mr. Chu's voice then came through to Luke Xin. "Xiao Xiao, you need to make a call to arrange things in the central city. It seems this Serena One guy isn't happy with the payment we offered." At this, Luke Xin thought to himself, "Are these father and daughter trying to frame me? If anything goes wrong, it won't just be them who suffer." With that thought, Luke Xin directly said, "I just want to solve this pollution issue and get the 200,000 yuan. That's a lot of money." But after Luke Xin saved her, Xiao Xiao pointed a gun straight at him and threatened, "Don't think just because we're from the central city, we don't know all your scams. Do you know that even if I shot you dead right now, they'd say I'm the one at fault when we get to the authorities? This is Xiao Xiao's biggest mistake. Her biggest mistake was not knowing who she was threatening before doing so. And now, she was going to pay a heavy price for it." In the blink of an eye, Xiao Shi appeared, instantly cutting off 4 of her fingers along with the gun. When Mr. Chu saw his daughter losing consciousness and stopped crying out in pain, he started yelling at Luke Xin, blaming him and threatening, "Don't think that just because you're with the special division, you can hurt my daughter. Do you even know who I am?" With a calm expression, Luke Xin stepped in front of him and said, "Your daughter was the one who threatened me first. Besides, I've already done everything I can to protect her." Just as Luke Xin was speaking, a sniper scope was aimed directly at his head. He saw a bullet whizzing toward him. While Luke Xin was still talking to Mr. Xu, he was unexpectedly attacked, but with a regular bullet like this, it wouldn't be able to do much to him. With his eyes bloodshot and his face serious, Luke Xin told Mr. Xu, "Don't do something foolish." After saying that, he quickly jumped onto the wall and punched the sniper, smashing his skull. As soon as he landed, a group of armed agents rushed toward him, determined to stop him from being the good guy. Without wasting words, Luke Xin immediately ordered Xiao Shi, "Kill them all." Shishi was thrilled to hear that. It wasn't often she got to play around with real human toys like this. Mr. Xu and his crew were stunned when they saw Luke Xin standing there calmly, tucking his gun into his pants pocket. Meanwhile, the bodyguards seemed almost possessed, turning their guns on each other and shooting themselves. After Shishi took care of the bodyguards, she turned to Luke Xin and asked, "Should we take care of the rest of them too?" Seeing how many people Shishi had already taken out, Luke Xin gently patted her on the head and said, "Let's stop here." The man named Liu, witnessing the scene in front of him, started screaming at Luke Xin, "Hey, Serena One, can't we just talk this through?" Mr. Xu is an important figure in the city. Some things can be worked out with reason. It's better than escalating it this far. Lu Xin, with no change in his expression, replied to Liu, "Am I not being reasonable? She ain't even gun at me first. Everything has its rules. Once she threatens someone, she should be ready to pay the price for that foolish action. Don't mistake me for being soft. If I get angry, you'll learn what hell really feels like." Mr. Xu, still clueless about who he was dealing with, kept shouting threats at Lu Xin. "You think just because you joined a special department, you can act however you want?" Lu Xin shot back, "Do you even know who I am? Who you are? You can ask your mom at home." Lu Xin lowered his voice and emphasized, "I'm just trying to save these people. No matter what the painting they're trying to hide is, it's definitely something they can't handle. If something goes wrong, it won't just be you who suffers." Mr. Xu, hearing Lu Xin clearly repeat what he and his son had just talked about, was left stunned and asked, "How do you know about that?" Lu Xin, no longer wanting to entertain him, responded, "That's none of your concern. What I need to say is that you were hired for personal business, but handling the source of contamination is part of my responsibility. According to the rules, I can't just let you take the contamination source without taking care of it." At this point, Lu Xin said he needed to call his superior. "If these people keep doing stupid things that break the contract, then don't blame me when I show you what hell looks like." With that, Lu Xin pulled out his phone, changed his tone, and gently called his team leader, Chen King, to report the situation. Less than a minute later, Chen King, dressed in his usual outfit, arrived with a large team at Mr. Xu's villa. As soon as she arrived, Chen King stepped up to Mr. Xu and asked, "Where is the painting?" Mr. Xu immediately started shouting accusations, pointing at Lu Xin. "Lady Chen, I know how powerful your department is, but this time, one of your subordinates has done something so cruel. You owe me an explanation." Hearing this, Chen King couldn't help but sneer. "Mr. Xu, I've already verified that his work process is flawless. If you think he made any mistakes, feel free to file a complaint. Our headquarters will make its own judgment." When Mr. Xu kept talking, Chen King grew more serious. "If Lu Xin isn't the problem, then the problem lies with your Xu family." At that point, Chen King began revealing all the illegal business activities Mr. Xu had been involved in outside the city. She was determined not to let him off this time. She then told him he had no choice but to go with her to retrieve the painting and face judgment. Anyone who disrupts the rules will have to pay the price. This is the very least of what King Gang will do, Mr. Xu. At Substate Port, Chen King was driving while bringing Mr. Xu and his son to retrieve the painting. As she drove, she demanded that Mr. Xu recount everything he knew, warning him not to try hiding anything. "If you stay silent, I'll have special ways to make you speak." Mr. Xu, feeling scared, sighed and reluctantly began to tell the story. "Periodically, I sponsor search teams to find valuable artworks that have been buried in abandoned cities. 2 months ago, the search team sent a message saying they had found something good. I was really busy at the time, so I asked Xiao to go with their leader. I never expected that when Xiao came back, things would quickly spiral out of control." Chen King, hearing this, turned around and said, "You should count yourself lucky. If it weren't for your daughter getting involved, this contamination would have reached the city's center by now." With that, Chen King turned to Xiao and said, "Your turn now. Ms. Xu, tell me everything you know." Hearing this, Xiao stopped being stubborn and honestly recounted. "When I arrived at their camp, everyone from the search team was already dead. The way they died was terrifying. There were so many bullet wounds on their bodies, and the one who shot them was their own team leader. He was dead too. He had pointed a gun at his own chin and pulled the trigger. His head exploded like a watermelon." At that moment, Xiao didn't know what had happened, but the item was still there, and in fact, there was even an extra item they hadn't mentioned before, the painting. As soon as she touched the painting, she thought it was beautiful. She immediately wanted to hide it and not let her father know about it. In the end, she succeeded, and she felt really good about it. She was eager to find someone to share her excitement with. That feeling grew stronger over time, and eventually she couldn't resist anymore. In the middle of the night, she called a lucky plumber into her bedroom to satisfy her personal desires. When she snapped out of her trance, she found herself longing for the amazing feeling the painting had given her. Like an addict who's lost their way, Xiao fell deeper into decadence, losing her humanity in the process. When Mr. Xu heard this, he said, "I knew about this source of corruption, but I didn't expect it to be this serious." Upon hearing this, Chen King didn't know what else to say, so he simply said, "It's all driven by bottomless greed." At this point, Chen King said, "I've got the full picture now," and then invited the 2 kids to get out of the car, explaining that someone would escort them to the headquarters for further investigation. When there were only 2 people left, Chen King couldn't help but compliment Lu Xin for doing a great job this time. With that, Chen King said they would head back to the security office first and then take the painting to the research institute at headquarters. Curious, Luke Sin finally asked, "What exactly is that painting?" "From what I know, only living people can turn into a source of contamination, right?" Chen King replied, "It's something similar to the case 072 you handled yesterday. If a dead person can withstand mental power, then of course, certain special items can as well. Research has long shown that through some ability or method, some objects can endure and even store mental power. The special committee calls these spiritual parasitic items. Some weapons are also made using this principle." At this point, Chen King turned to Luke Sin and said, "You should go learn how to drive. What kind of man doesn't show any chivalry? Always making wooden drive while you just sit back and enjoy, huh?" As they were walking leisurely, they suddenly encountered a traffic jam. Then I saw a man and a woman flirting with each other in the middle of the street. What was strange was that the girl was the one flirting with the guy. She was holding a beautiful bouquet of flowers in her hands and proposing to the man. "Will you marry me? I want to be with you for the rest of my life." What was even stranger was that when the man heard this, he angrily shouted at her, "Are you crazy? What are you doing in the middle of the street? And before this, you were the one who wanted to share me with someone else. While we were together, you were secretly dating other people behind my back." At this point, the man snapped and yelled at the woman, "Get home now." When the woman saw her boyfriend walk away, she frantically tried to stop him and told him, "I just realized that you're the one I love. I've already broken up with the others." She began to get more emotional, like someone starved for love, saying she wanted to be with the man forever. The man, hearing this, got extremely angry and yelled at her, calling her crazy for obsessively following him. Before, she would yell at him, and now she was even standing in the street proposing to him. Even though he was yelling at her, the woman didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled strangely, ran to kiss him forcefully, and kept saying, "I love you. Will you be with me forever?" It was a bizarre scene. The man, drained of all energy by the woman, died. The strange scream from the woman caused those around her to start going crazy just like she did. The desperate craving for love made people rush toward their partners and act out. "Sao Kin, I love you, my wife. I love you. Wait for me." The bizarre scene quickly made Luke Sin and Chen King realize what was going on. Chen King said, "This is a sudden, spontaneous form of mental pollution." With that, the beautiful colonel directly turned the car around, taking a shortcut to escape the source of the pollution. Luke Sin, who was seeing this driving style for the first time, was shocked and asked Team Leader Chen, "Are you planning to crash out of this road?" Chen King swerved again, nodding as she replied, "This is the only way. Hold on tight or we'll get thrown out." After driving for a bit, Chen King grabbed the radio and informed headquarters. "There's a sudden outbreak of mental pollution on Jujiang Road, east of Satellite City No. 2. We need reinforcements to handle it." However, it seemed that some people didn't want them to escape. A man was waiting for them to pass by, and then he raised a bazooka, grinning wickedly, and aimed straight at their car. In the 2 seconds before that moment, Shishi laughed and quickly told her brother, "Hurry, let's go before things get any worse." The shoulder-mounted cannon fired directly at the vehicle, exploding it and sending Luke Sin into a sea of flames with no escape. Before he lost consciousness, Shishi appeared in front of him and said, "Let me help you." Luke Sin, slowly closing his eyes, looked at the figure of the man who had attacked him and taken the painting. He was shocked and horrified. This guy, he's that damn Chin Ran. At that moment, Luke Sin couldn't help but wonder, shouldn't he be at the detention center? Or is this another Kinran? At that point, Chen King, also injured, managed to crawl out of the wrecked car and asked, "Luke Sin, are you okay?" Hearing his boss, Luke Sin replied, "I'm fine. Just lost a little blood, but otherwise I'm good." Shishi, noticing the large wound on his thigh, giggled and said, "Don't cry, okay? The more wounds you get, the less they'll hurt." With that, Shishi immediately began treating his wounds, sealing it up for him. When she saw that Luke Sin could still walk, Chen King asked, "Did you see the source of the special contamination, number 041? Before Luke Sin could respond, Shishi pulled him by the arm, pointed ahead, and said, "Look over there." In the distance, a group of armed men was relentlessly firing at Luke Sin and Captain Chen. Seeing this, Chen King was startled and said, "It looks like a heavy-duty, multi-barrel M163 rotary cannon." Before she could finish her sentence, a hail of bullets came flying toward them. Just as Chen King thought she was about to die, Luke Sin rushed forward, stood in front of her, and shielded her. As the bullets rained down, Luke Sin shut his eyes, and then his mother appeared just in time. When Luke Sin opened his eyes again, he saw his mother standing in front of him, creating an energy shield that blocked all the bullets for him and Xiao Shi. Chen King stood frozen, staring in awe at the miraculous scene. She saw Luke Sin holding his hand up, deflecting the barrage of bullets like a superhero in an action movie. The wave of psychic energy emanating from Lu Xin made Chen King feel suffocated, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "What level of psychic amplification must this be? Could the power of thoughts like this have been behind the destruction of the three-story building at the orphanage during the Red Moon incident?" Trying to regain her focus, Chen King activated her Sharingan and used her own powers. A blood-red energy field erupted around her. Chen King spoke in a low voice, starting to say, "You're holding the most powerful weapon in your hands. With that weapon, you could destroy everything in front of you. Do you feel like you're the ruler of the world now that you have this kind of power? But there's only one ruler of the world. If everyone has a weapon as terrifying as this, why not see whose firepower is stronger?" As soon as the captain finished speaking, the group of people who had been shooting turned into two sides, as if under a spell, and began firing at each other. They were shouting, "This planet belongs to me. I'm the ruler of this world." Lu Xin stared in confusion at the scene in front of him. He couldn't help but wonder if these people had also undergone mind alterations. His mother, still standing in front of him, shielded him from the bullets while smiling with her eyes squinted. She said, "Looks like you're really being bullied this time." Lu Xin nodded in agreement with his mother and said, "Yeah, almost died." After finishing off the group in front of him, Chen King picked up the radio and ordered the headquarters immediately seal off Satellite City No. 2. The oil painting retrieved from Substate Port has been stolen. We suspect the enemy is an armed force that had prepared in advance and came here intentionally. It seems they've already started ambushing in this area, and there's also the issue of the sudden widespread pollution related to the roses happening on Julong Street. Chen King had just finished giving the report when he suddenly became alarmed and asked, "Wait, what do you mean by the second satellite issuing a level 1 alert?" Quickly turning off his phone, Chen King informed Lu Xin that, aside from this area, other parts of the city had also experienced widespread, sudden, and severe pollution, just like here. There had been no warning signs, and the situation had spread quickly. The threat level was now above level C. Chen King's words were interrupted when he noticed something strange about Lu Xin. He was standing there, eyes bloodshot, silent, and motionless. Lu Xin's mother, seeing her son was angry, asked, "What are you planning to do next?" With a blank expression, Lu Xin replied, "I'm still thinking about what to do." Hearing this, Lu Xin's mother said, "That man is really dangerous. He stole your painting, almost killed you and your sister, and then walked away feeling smug. He probably still laughs at you and the others, thinking you're all fools. Just look at your sister. She's still so scared because of him." Lu Xin saw Shishi hugging her mother's legs and started to lose control. He kept hitting his head and muttering, "So annoying, so annoying." Chen King noticed Lu Xin's strange behavior and stepped forward, asking, "Are you even paying attention to what I'm saying?" She patted his shoulder, but he didn't respond. That's when Chen King realized something was wrong. She thought to herself, Lu Xin is giving off a dangerous vibe. Could it be that he drained too much mental energy earlier, and now his emotions have spiraled out of control? Realizing this, Chen King knew she had to keep talking to him to bring him back. With a blood moon hanging overhead, Lu Xin exuded an intense, terrifying presence while Chen King continued to talk, trying to ground him in reality. The entire second satellite city was already under threat from the pollution. "Serena 1, do you still have the ability to carry out the mission?" Hearing the city in chaos, Lu Xin suddenly snapped back to attention and asked, "What did you say? The whole city is in chaos?" Seeing he was slowly coming to his senses, Chen King continued, "At least 4 large-scale, spontaneous mental pollution incidents have occurred, and they're spreading fast. Everyone in the second satellite city is under threat. The emergency level 1 defense system is already activated, but..." Chen King's words suddenly trailed off when she saw Lu Xin leaving, but she quickly turned back and told her, "Just call me." Lu Xin walked out onto the main road and helped a young man who had been trapped under a motorcycle. Before the guy could even thank him, Lu Xin was already gone, leaving the guy confused and asking, "Is this a robbery?" As Lu Xin left, Chen King made a call to the headquarters to report that the pollution in the Jujiang area was spreading. They suspected it was connected to a woman who had proposed to someone. The people exposed to the pollution seemed to develop an intense, unusual feeling of love, along with extreme desire toward their partner, almost like wanting to devour them. Chen King then gave immediate orders to Tai Kui and Hanbing to issue 2 commands to the investigation teams. First, if anyone displays abnormal behavior, stop them right away and question them. If they are in a hurry to find their partner without explaining why, they may be dangerous. Second, use all available media, radio, TV, everything. Warn the public. Tell them to lock their doors immediately and hide. Don't go looking for family members, especially not their partners. This includes people from the LGBTQ+ community as well. At this point, Chen King spoke in a serious tone and announced, "Everyone, the safety of Satellite City number 2 now depends on us." Luke Sin and Xiao Shi were speeding on a VinFast electric scooter towards Satellite City number 2. The bridge stretched across the river, and the blood moon hung above them, signaling the beginning of a chaotic era. Inside Satellite City number 2, a terrifying scene was unfolding. Couples were biting each other to show their love, while young women chased after older men, forcing them to satisfy their desires. The neighborhood leader was using a loudspeaker, urging everyone not to panic and to quickly take shelter behind the metal rolling doors. The police were working at full capacity to control the crazed lovers, who had lost all sense of reason. One officer was shouting to his team, telling them to secure key intersections as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Luke Sin was showing off his driving skills as he swerved the scooter down the empty road with Xiao Shi on the back. Ahead of them was the orphanage that had just moved to the site under the eerie red moon. As they raced forward, Luke Sin silently hoped that everyone would be safe and avoid any trouble. He parked the scooter to the side and ran inside, where he encountered Cheng Hui and his team standing guard outside. Luke Sin greeted Cheng Hui and asked, "How's everything inside?" Cheng Hui replied, "Everyone is fine, no issues. Chen King gave me and my team clear orders. If there's a riot in the city, we are to come here first to protect this place." He continued, "The reason the orphanage was moved here is because the headquarters of the investigation team I work with is also nearby." Upon hearing this, Luke Sin couldn't help but be surprised, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect Chen King to be so thoughtful." At that moment, Cheng Hui handed Luke Sin in a box and said, "It looks like you lost your communication device. Inside, you'll find a new one, a small camera, a handheld mental health check device." Luke Sin put on the earpiece and reported, "I'm in position and ready for action." The beautiful Han Bing heard this and said, "Report your status." The main character, who's still dealing with his first love, responded, "I'm still single." Han Bing laughed charmingly and clarified, "I'm not asking about your relationship status, but about your health. Are you injured? Are you fit to carry out the mission?" Luke Sin's face turned red, and he reported, "My left leg was injured a little, but the wound is healed. It's not a big deal." Han Bing smiled with her eyes squinted and cheered. "Great." Then she added, "I'll sync up the specific mission details for you." At first, the report came in. Satellite City No. 2 had 4 large-scale sources of pollution appearing at the same time. Additionally, there were signs of possible mental pollution in Satellite Cities No. 1 and No. 5. The headquarters immediately sent a special task force to Satellite City No. 2, which had the most severe situation. Their main job now was to stabilize the situation as quickly as possible. Hearing this, Luke Sin attached a camera to his chest and asked, "What do I need to do now?" Han Bing replied, "You need to get to the Wanzhong General Store quickly and address the spreading mental pollution there." After accepting the mission, Luke Sin immediately said goodbye to Cheng Hui and left. Cheng Hui, who had just arrived, picked up his motorcycle and asked, "What about this?" Luke Sin casually said, "It's for you," before merging with Xiao Shi and shooting straight up toward the buildings. As they moved, Luke Sin asked Han Bing, "What's the situation like over there?" She replied, "A man caught his wife talking to another man, lost control, and pushed her from the 3rd floor. At the Wanzhong General Store, a love-related murder happened. This led to a loss of emotional control spreading among the crowd. Then the man, filled with regret, jumped down after her." The people present there, after seeing what happened, suddenly began to show intense, violent emotions and exhibited unusual mental behaviors. Based on the chaotic signs at the scene, it can be determined that a sudden, explosive kind of mental contamination took place. Han Bing temporarily named this incident Mental Contamination Incident No. 096. It is a high-level threat, with the contamination level also being high. The key source of this contamination appears to be asterisk, the red rose asterisk. Currently, the committee suspects human involvement in promoting the spread of this phenomenon. As soon as Luke Sin heard the name the Red Rose, he couldn't help but recall the scene from earlier. Suddenly, many couples had appeared on the street. Asterisk, could this also be related to that Chen ran person? Asterisk, he wondered. At this point, Han Bing added more information for Luke Sin. Team leader Chen King has gathered details about the contamination source at the Jujiang intersection. The early stage contamination was linked to a rose that was given as a gift. Afterward, unusual emotions began to appear, leading to extreme affection for the rose and the person who gave it, gradually developing into a distorted, possessive mentality. Eventually, at the Jujiang intersection, these emotions accumulated to the highest point, and in the blink of an eye, mental contamination of the 2nd stage was formed. However, at this time, it has not been proven whether the contamination reached the 3rd stage. Luke Sin was startled when he heard this. Tan, Phase 3 already. With this level of pollution, people in the satellite city are going to be in danger. Thinking about this, Luke Sin asked Han Bing, "How do we stop this?" Han Bing immediately suggested two possible courses of action. The first was to deal with a parasite, the red rose, and cut off its contamination from everything around it. The second was to track down secondary infected individuals and stop their spread. Luke Sin stood on the rooftop across from the Wanzhong department store, reporting the situation to Han Bing. The crowd below was in chaos, killing each other in a frenzy. It seemed like the situation was beyond control now. Han Bing suggested that Luke Sin first handled the source of the pollution at the Wanzhong store, which meant taking out the rose parasite. Upon hearing this, Luke Sin immediately charged inside. Looking down, he spotted the source of the contamination. Without wasting a second, he dove straight down to the lower floor. In front of him stood a man, his head sprouting a massive rose, holding a woman in his arms. The camera feed was sent directly to Han Bing. She quickly responded, "Luke Sin, you have two ways to handle the mental contamination. One is to use the special containment bag, and the other is to figure out how to burn the corpse." Luke Sin paused for a moment when he heard this. Overwhelmed by a sudden illusion, he saw many beautiful women in revealing outfits flaunting their curves right in front of him. A little stunned, Luke Sin reminded himself that he wasn't the type to be into multiple women at once. With that thought, he ignored the girls showing off and moved forward, pulling the rose out of the head of the unfortunate young man. As he held the rose in his hand, Luke Sin couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about it. Why was it so easy to deal with? Xiao Shi kept insisting on eating the flower. Han Bing, seeing that the source of contamination had been resolved so easily, smiled and praised him a bit. Meanwhile, the beautiful Tai Kui, sitting next to them, couldn't stop frowning and scolding, saying, "Tai Yi, shut up and get to work." The next important task for Luke Sin was to stop the contamination from spreading any further. It sounded simple, but it was clearly going to be difficult. Han Bing seemed to understand what Luke Sin was thinking and informed him. The city patrol team has already set up blockades at the traffic intersections. If they're attacked by the contaminated people in groups, they'll fire. So you need to do everything you can to stop the spread. The infection has already become secondary contamination, so the impact will be even worse. We need to force them to change their behavior or use any means necessary to block their movements. Once the situation is under control, the reinforcements can come in to focus on rescue efforts. Luke Sin understood immediately and pulled out the flag next to him. He charged at the girl who had been exposed and struck her, causing her to fall hard to the ground. Clearing his throat a bit, he warned the remaining conscious people, "Don't go near her until the warning is lifted." With that, he rushed forward and began attacking the other guys around him. When Han Bing asked what he was doing, Luke Sin continued to use the flag to fight off the crowd while briefly explaining, "I don't have any energy powers to affect them, but I can definitely knock these guys out with some physical hits and keep them down for a while." A few minutes later, all the exposed guys had their legs broken by Luke Sin and were lying on the ground, moaning in pain. His strikes were just strong enough that their legs could be healed after they woke up. Though he'd broken quite a few legs, especially of the couples, the thought that he was saving lives lifted his spirits. Seeing her brother act so ruthlessly, Xiao Shi couldn't resist teasing him. "Isn't it because you've never had a girlfriend? You really are a tough guy." Luke Sin, hearing the sarcasm, quickly changed the subject and said, "Let's go. Our work's not done yet." In front of them, a man and a woman were about to kiss. Immediately, the guy rushed forward, intending to physically intervene. However, the couple in front of him remained completely unaffected, making him feel awkward. He scratched his head and laughed nervously, saying, "Dan, just kiss already. Why do you have to be all over each other like that?" The chubby guy, hearing this, got angry and replied, "You wouldn't understand. You've never had a girlfriend." Then the chubby guy was taken aback by what he saw in front of him. Damn, that guy can climb walls. Could he be a junkie? His chubby girlfriend, standing beside him, couldn't hold back and exclaimed, "Why is Spider-Man using a stick? Is he a Shaolin Spider-Man or something?" Luke Sin quickly climbed up to the roof to get a better view of the situation and was stunned by what he saw. Below, there were rows of people who had been exposed, but instead of fighting, they were calmly walking toward the high-rise buildings ahead. Looking at it from that angle, he suddenly realized that these people were playing a dangerous game of jumping off the building. I see someone already standing on the edge of the rooftop, he said, no longer able to think clearly. His mind raced as he rushed toward the scene to stop them. As Luke Sin arrived, he saw a couple who had just fallen face first to the ground, blood everywhere. Han Bing, get here and confirm if these people planning to jump are part of the secondary contamination group, Luke Sin said. Han Bing nodded, acknowledging the suspicion. "There's reason to believe this," he replied. "The secondary contamination group from the special contamination event 096 has begun to mutate," he continued. Hearing this, Han Bing began to form his hypothesis. It seems likely this is a case of love-induced suicide. This is an emotion that, when pushed to its limit, can unintentionally lead people to self-destructive tendencies. What Han Bing had previously speculated turned out to be true. Although the mental amplification level from the primary contamination source was low, it still caused significant harm to the secondary contamination group, throwing the situation into chaos. Han Bing continued his analysis. Based on current data, individuals in the secondary contamination group will begin to mutate about 30 minutes after exposure. The specific manifestation of this mutation is collective suicide driven by love. Couples may choose to jump together, possibly with the belief that dying together proves their love. Or they could be driven by a reckless emotion that pushes them to jump off the building to demonstrate their love. Luke Sin asked again when he heard this, wondering why things were so serious. Han Bing explained, because this is an instinctive behavior. Even if a regular source of pollution appears, it's very unlikely it would cause something like this. It's a large-scale, spontaneous chaos that's hard to control. It's very likely connected to the oil painting theft that Chen mentioned earlier. The people with abilities outside the city probably planned this, using this as an excuse to cause trouble and conveniently steal a painting. Upon hearing this, Luke Sin, standing on the rooftop, asked, "So, this is still all because of that guy, Chen Ran?" Han Bing nodded in agreement and added that what they could confirm now was that the people with abilities from outside the city had caused the massive chaos in the second satellite city. All they could do was try their best to handle things before even more people were killed. Once Luke Sin heard this, he started taking action. Since the people who had been exposed were spread out too far apart, he decided to split up from Xiao Shi and move out on his own. Saying that, the two siblings split up and went in opposite directions to stop the overly excited crowd. Luke Sin charged forward, slamming a flower pot onto the head of a young man who was blindly in love, intending to throw himself off the edge of the building. Meanwhile, Xiao Shi, instead of saving anyone, wrapped the person up like a mummy. After finishing her artwork, she proudly turned to her brother and said, "Hey, do you think I'm good? This way they won't be able to jump anymore." Luke Sin facepalmed and sighed, "Why is this girl always causing trouble?" Seeing the two elderly people wrapped up like mummies by Shishi, Luke Sin couldn't help but mutter, "Looks like these two old folks are fine." Then he wondered to himself, how exactly did my sister do that? Before he could even praise her for being clever, Luke Sin was startled to see groups of people gathered on top of buildings ready to jump down onto the street below. Han Bing, the beautiful woman, watched all of this unfold through the camera and gasped in horror, covering her mouth. As for Luke Sin, he felt powerless. There was no way he could save so many people. He knew very well that in situations like this, you save whoever you can. If you can't save them, it's simply beyond your ability. After all, the director had told him that before, but still, there was no denying. It was truly heartbreaking to think that so many people might die. At this point, Luke Sin couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. At that moment, a helicopter flew in, and there was a girl who looked like a doll holding an umbrella. The guys who saw her couldn't help themselves and immediately blurted out compliments. "She's so beautiful. I think I'm in love with her." She hovered in the air while the men below kept raising their hands, reaching up toward the beautiful girl above. Even a serious young man like Luke Sin, who had never had a girlfriend, couldn't hold back. His face turned bright red as he imagined taking off her clothes. Even Shishi, feeling a bit flustered, said excitedly, "To win her over, you've got to tear her clothes off and then stitch them back together to put them on her." The first part of what he said sounded fine, but the second part was a little disturbing. At this point, Luke Sin snapped out of it and asked, "Who exactly is this girl?" Han Bing, the beautiful woman, spoke up to explain that she was Doll. She then couldn't help but sigh, adding, "Wow, she must have solved the pollution problem in the City Master's area. That's why she's here to help us now." Luke Sin started to remember what Kazayi had said when he heard this. "That doll? It's a shame. She's so beautiful that she drives men all over the world crazy, but she's just a dumb girl." It turns out that the dumb girl Kazayi was talking about was her. Suddenly, Han Bing tensed up and warned Luke Sin, "Don't look at Doll's face, especially her eyes. If you do, your mind will be affected by her, and you might start to experience changes. Some of them might even be irreversible. Staring at Doll for more than a minute will make it impossible to forget what she looks like. Staring at her for more than 3 minutes or looking into her eyes will make you fall in love with her completely. If you look at her for more than 5 minutes or stay within 10 meters of her without any barrier for more than an hour, you'll feel an overwhelming urge to destroy her." At that point, Luke Sin would realize that Doll doesn't belong in this world. This world is too dirty and doesn't deserve her. She shouldn't stay here. And that's exactly how the men who lost their minds below were feeling at that moment. Doll, with her mesmerizing charm, stood holding an umbrella, floating in the air as she moved on to another place. When the group of guys who had been exposed to the situation saw their goddess leave, they all immediately wanted to follow her. Luke Sin, noticing that everyone suddenly left, wondered, "Huh? Why don't they love her anymore? What's going on with them? At this point, Hanbing explained further. Doll saved them. When these people see Doll, they get influenced by her. Whether it's attention or love, everything gets shifted. They definitely don't want to die anymore. They just want to get closer to Doll. Beside Hanbing, the beautiful Tai Kui, now annoyed, asked, has Yin made it to the south side of the city yet? Hanbing then announced, for now, the danger at the Wanzhong shopping mall has been dealt with. There are still 3 places, Puking Square, the Puking Grand Bridge, and the old extermination factory south of the city, where pollution is still spreading. At this, the beautiful woman turned to Luke Sin and said, you and Doll should hurry and head over there to assist. Luke Sin agreed right away and rushed off, telling Doll, go to Puking Square, I'll take the Puking Grand Bridge. It's a bit closer. Anyway, you can fly. Doll, who never spoke, suddenly said, I agree with Luke Sin's request. This left Hanbing stunned. Luke Sin was walking on top of the buildings looking down. All he could see below was a crowded bridge, glowing with a red light that looked like something out of a post-apocalyptic zombie movie. Hanbing informed him, the Puking Bridge is the only route connecting the southern and eastern parts of the city. It's right in between 2 pollution hotspots, the Wanzhong Shopping Center and Bai Le Pu. 10 minutes ago, the city's security and patrol teams arrived at Puking Bridge to set up a lockdown and prevent the pollution from spreading further. But we just got a report saying that the number of people affected by the pollution is rapidly increasing and we're almost at the maximum limit. The order we've received is to avoid shooting if possible, but if we can't contain the situation, we have the authority to use lethal force. As for Luke Sin, he turned to his younger sister Xiao Shi and asked, are you tired? Hearing this, Xiao Shi pouted and said, whether I'm tired or not, don't I still have to help you with the work? That was what went through his mind. However, Luke Sin's question of concern for his sister was misunderstood by the beautiful Hanbing, who thanked him for his thoughtful attention. She blushed and said, we haven't done anything. You guys are the ones working so hard. Damn, is it all just about casually flirting with girls? Luke Sin, realizing he'd said something wrong, wasn't sure how to explain himself. He rushed forward towards the pollution zone and said that, even though their numbers were large, their actions were pretty slow, so it was still possible to save them. But the real issue was figuring out how to make the group lose their ability to act all at once. However, just then, Luke Sin realized something wasn't right. It felt like he was entering a completely different world. The people, the scenery, the events around him started to turn dark. In front of him, extreme twisted emotions began to appear. They're in love, and now they're trying to kill themselves, jumping off bridges. Luke Sin felt confused, touching his ear as he asked himself, what's going on? What are these people doing? Even his little sister Shishi was nowhere to be seen. After losing contact with Luke Sin for a while, Hanbing suddenly asked, what happened to you? Luke Sin replied, I suddenly feel like I've entered a very strange place. He then asked Hanbing if she could see anything unusual. Hanbing said that from her perspective, everything seemed normal. While Luke Sin was still bewildered, an old man with a bald head appeared in front of him and said, boy, you're not affected by the pollution. How did you end up in my world? Hanbing spoke through the camera, saying, I see a bald man. At this point, she suddenly paused and exclaimed, could the bald man be the old man who tests the wine? It was only then that Luke Sin seemed to realize something and turned to the elderly man in front of him. He said, I'm Serena One from Satellite City 2. The bald man let out a sound of understanding and said, so, you're from the same field? I just came from Satellite City 4. The situation here is under control. As long as these people run in this direction, they'll definitely enter my area of expertise. Once they do, there's no way out, and there's no way they're getting away alive. After saying this, the bald man quietly asked Luke Sin, you're someone with superpowers. Why are you here too? Only then did Luke Sin speak up, shouldn't you be the one telling me that? The bald man stared at him, confused, and replied, if I knew, would I be asking you? The bald man then shook hands with Luke Sin and said, this is strange. With the current barrier I've set up, only normal people should be able to enter. But somehow, someone with extreme abilities like you was able to get in. At this, Luke Sin was completely stunned. Who exactly is the one who should feel weird here? Since the barrier stopped working on him, Luke Sin couldn't help but feel strange. The person in front of him had clearly been a young girl, yet here she was holding a bottle of liquor and pretending to be a bald, drunken old man. What was going on here? Did she really have some kind of weird ability? The girl dressed in workout clothes then told Luke Sin, go somewhere else to play. I've got this covered, you don't have to worry. Hearing that, Luke Sin couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Damn, why does it have to be a girl? And her thermos cup is even filled with liquor. Luke Sin just stood there confused, staring at the girl pretending to be a bald old man saying things that no one could understand. Suddenly, his calf shot with pain, and he couldn't help but cry out. It turned out that Shishi had bitten him because she saw him frozen, staring at the girl. At this point, Luke Sin picked Shishi up and asked, "What the heck are you doing?" Shishi, grinning mischievously, replied, "I was just trying to help you wake up." Hearing this, Luke Sin sighed and turned to Han Bing, asking, "So, what's up with this girl's state?" Han Bing said, "Juga is a girl who's still in school, and she just turned 18 this year. However, she has a disorder and doesn't fully understand the reason behind it. In her mind, she always thinks of herself as a 60-year-old man. So whenever she uses her power to create a barrier and pull those around her into an illusion, we see her appear as an old, drunken man." When Luke Sin heard this, he couldn't help but think to himself, "Damn, what kind of messed up organization is this? Not a single normal person around here. From Doll, who's so beautiful she doesn't even look real, to this old man with long hair who hasn't even turned 18 yet. It seems like all my teammates have some kind of issue. But I guess that makes sense, right? If you didn't have an issue, you wouldn't end up here. If anyone were to talk about abnormalities, it would be Luke Sin. After all, his father, mother, and little sister are all just figments of his imagination." Han Bing continued, "Right now, Jugai is at King Ji Temple. There shouldn't be any problems there. Out of the 4 major contamination cases happening now, everyone in the organization has handled one. Luke Sin took care of the first one, the mall. Jugai got there in time and took control of another spot. Doll handled the issue at King Square, which was the 3rd location. Now she's rushing to the 4th one and will be there in about 5 minutes." At this point, Han Bing said she had just received news that there was still one area that hadn't been secured yet, the southern wall. That's where SIU was stationed. The heavily infected people were attacking the high wall, and the situation was very tense. As Luke Sin rushed toward the southern wall, he asked Han Bing, "What's the situation there now?" Han Bing replied, "People had charged at the high wall after team leader Chen reported the oil painting incident to the higher-ups Satellite City No. 2 went into a defensive state. About 20 minutes later, a large number of citizens attacked the southern city. Some even took advantage of the chaos to climb over the wall. There's still a large group of people gathering there now." Hearing this, Luke Sin couldn't help but think to himself, the southern part of the city is where Sister Xiaolu's orphanage is. We still don't know if the contamination has spread there yet. Luke Sin pushed his graceful shadow steps to their limit and charged forward. When he saw the fancy Vin electric scooter up ahead, he rushed toward it and called out, "Shishi, take a break. Get on my bike." Without waiting for a response, Luke Sin gunned the throttle and sped straight toward the southern city wall. As he was driving, he couldn't help but notice how eerily quiet the area around him was. When he arrived, he was even more shocked and nearly frozen in place. Countless people who had been exposed were silently moving toward the southern wall, doing so unconsciously. Xia Yi, standing on the wall, saw Luke Sin arrive and waved at him, signaling him to climb up quickly. As soon as Luke Sin heard this, he immediately abandoned his motorcycle and rushed to join Xia Yi. When Luke Sin reached the top, he raised his Special Operations Team card to introduce himself as Serena 1, a member of the Special Action Team, there to provide assistance. Xia Yi, seeing him, warmly clapped him on the shoulder and said, "My brother, you finally made it. I saw you riding that motorcycle earlier. Looked like a stunt show." After saying this, Xia Yi quickly put his arm around Luke Sin's shoulder, pointed down below, and said, "My brother, the situation is really strange right now. Earlier, I saw someone crying, and without thinking, I started crying with them. Especially when the police pointed their guns at me, I couldn't help but cry out loud." With that, Xia Yi shined his flashlight down and asked Luke Sin, "Have you ever seen thousands of people crying with you all at once?" Down below, the group of people were all crying uncontrollably at that moment. Seeing this strange scene, Luke Sin couldn't help but ask, "What exactly is going on here?" Tidy said he didn't know either. When he arrived to assist, he thought they were dealing with some difficult source of contamination. He never expected to find things like this. "They're just standing there, not moving," Tai said. "And with them staring at me like that, I'm about to start crying too." Luke Sin, hearing this, quietly thought to himself about the situation. Earlier on his way here, he had checked around and didn't notice too many people nearby. In fact, the number of people at the first location he visited was nothing compared to the crowd packed under this wall. Han Bing arrived and began advising Luke Sin, "Hold off on acting right away." She explained that the people had gathered at the southern wall and were crying silently, under the influence of some unknown force. They stood side by side with the guards who were regularly stationed at the wall. "So far, there's no sign of an attack, but we can't rule that out," she continued. "We haven't detected any obvious changes in their mental strength, but we can't make a connection. We can't persuade or threaten them." Xia Yi, growing impatient, said, "So we still haven't found the key link here? We don't know anything, and we're just standing around. Why not just knock them out with some smoke bombs and be done with it?" The beautiful Tai Kui sitting beside him heard Yi's words and got angry. She snapped, "If you want, you can just hit yourself with a smoke bomb and pass out for all I care." Yi, always the teasing type, grinned and replied, "I don't need to knock myself out with my own punch. Just hearing your voice is enough to make me dizzy." Tai Kui, clearly irritated, shot back, "I already have a child, so stop joking around." Yi, not the least bit discouraged, got even bolder, saying, "Even if you gained 600 pounds and had a 20-year-old kid, I'd still love you." His relentless flirting only came to an end when Hanbing and Lu Xin focused on the task at hand and started discussing the strange phenomenon below. When Hanbing raised a concerned question, Lu Xin responded, "Can we call Doll over here?" Hanbing answered, "I haven't heard back yet whether Doll can come assist, and honestly, I wouldn't recommend bringing her here. Doll has a huge influence, and it's hard to control. If she shows up and clashes with the unknown forces these people might have, things could take a turn we're not ready for." Lu Xin understood immediately and said, "So, right now, investigating the logical connections is the most important thing." He said that, then made a direct decision to go down and investigate a little. Instead of rushing down like a superhero, Lu Xin chose to swing on a rope like this. Seeing this, Shishi sarcastically asked, "Are you really going to do something stupid again?" At this point, she immediately demanded extra benefits, saying she was very tired today. Lu Xin had to carry her, and on top of that, he needed to get her a new toy. Standing in the middle of a crowd, Lu Xin looked in one direction, his eyes filled with tears. It was so quiet that all he could hear was the faint sound of their breathing. Lu Xin could sense they were living beings, but he couldn't see any other movements from them. At this point, he decided he needed to make contact with a few of them to see how they would react. With that, Lu Xin moved forward and waved his hand in front of a woman. As soon as he did, the woman turned to him and gave him a tender look. After waving his hand in front of the woman, Lu Xin reported to Han Bing, "The subject I'm currently testing is a girl, probably over 20. She responded to my recent movements. Now I'm going to try tripping her to see what happens." "Talk and you act." My brother kicked her leg, making the poor girl fall. The people who had been exposed saw their teammate being bullied and all gave my brother looks full of affection. Seeing this, Lu Xin said, "Great, now they're starting to pay attention to me. The test results are looking really good." Yi, standing on the city wall, couldn't help but sweat and asked, "What's he doing? Is he down there investigating, or is he trying to provoke them into attacking him?" Tai Kui, frustrated by the blonde guy's nonsense, sarcastically responded, "Stop joking around while others are doing serious investigation. Why don't you show some manhood and go down there like he did?" Han Bing couldn't hold back either and asked, "What's Lu Xin doing?" Lu Xin replied, "Just now, apart from looking at me, the woman I kicked didn't react in any other way." He then added, "This kind of test doesn't seem practical, so for now, I won't be that reckless. Instead, I'll try blending in with the crowd to see how it goes. If this method of testing and observation still doesn't reveal anything, then blending in with them to feel it out seems to be the most logical option right now." But the beautiful Han Bing heard this, she wasn't entirely on board with Lu Xin's idea and said, "We can't find the source of the contamination just by testing. The cause could be that the source is hiding too well, or it could be a new method of contamination. If the source only targets ordinary people, then people with special abilities might not be able to detect it. So even if you blend in with them, it would be pointless." Upon hearing this, Lu Xin responded with an "oh" and said, "So only ordinary people can feel it. In that case, I could give it a try." In fact, he always saw himself as an ordinary person. When Han Bing heard Lu Xin refer to himself as ordinary, she looked puzzled and asked, "What do you mean, ordinary?" Lu Xin stood among the contaminated people, looking up at the city wall and thought to himself, "If I blend in with these people and directly feel the kind of power affecting them, I can figure out how it's impacting them and find the logical link. There's definitely some mysterious force affecting them, and that's why they're all reacting the same way. Once I can identify that, I'll find the source of the contamination, which is the key point." Yi, standing on the city wall and waving his arm until it got tired, didn't get a response from Lu Xin. He looked confused and wondered, what exactly is Lu Xin trying to do? Does he think our chances of winning here are too low? So he joined the other side. Thinking about this, Yi began to talk to Tai Kui and said, "His investigation method is really something else. I've never seen anything like it before. Did he get some kind of new training?" When Tai Kui heard this, he said, "I just read some materials about Lu Xin. It's true that he's undergoing training in the areas of special pollution sources and mental powers, but he's only been at it for less than a week. That means, apart from the very basics, like learning to classify the basic types of pollution sources and the compensation for different levels of ability, he hasn't started on anything else yet. Our main character, who has a bit of a humorous side, isn't out there punching monsters and using skills like you'd expect. Instead, he's hanging out with people affected by pollution. After standing there, yawning over and over to the point of nearly dislocating his jaw, Luxin suddenly realized something wasn't right. There had to be something off about the situation. How can someone as normal, healthy, and strong as him not feel anything at all? Realizing this, Luxin turned to Shishi and said, "Probably because you're close to me. That's why I'm feeling this way." After saying that, he asked Shishi to move away from him for a while. Hearing this, Shishi immediately replied, "If I go, aren't you afraid someone will eat you?" Luxin said, "Just don't stay too far away, okay? If something feels off, come help me right away." Upon hearing this, Shishi insisted that Luxin must compensate her before she would agree. She wanted a really big toy, one that could cry and scream, but it had to be alive too. Luxin, though a bit overwhelmed, promised that he would seriously consider her request. Kneeling down, he gently rubbed her head and reminded her to keep a close watch on it, or else no one would buy her toys again. Shishi quickly accepted the order and left, leaving Luxin standing there alone. At this point, he began to focus and calm his mind. He activated his observation haki to feel the waves of spiritual energy around him. The world around him gradually fell into silence. Then Luxin began to hear a strange sound, the cry of a little boy. A black and white image appeared. Doctors in protective gear were doing something. A child was curled up, crying, pleading with them not to do whatever they were doing. At this moment, tears began to stream down Luxin's face. The pain was overwhelming because of how hard Shishi had bitten him. Luxin quickly informed Han Bing about his new discovery. He said, "I found traces of the source of the contamination. It's the crying of a boy. It's hard to detect, but once you hear his crying, it makes you feel really sad and even causes hallucinations. I'm sure everyone affected by this feels the same way." Han Bing asked, "So, what is the source of the contamination?" Luxin replied, "I suspect the source is a boy hiding among the crowd." Han Bing said, "Got it. I'll notify the investigation team right away." Luxin stopped her, saying, "Wait, don't involve the investigation team just yet. They might not be able to handle it. The team members wear very thick protective suits, which will affect their hearing, so the chances of them finding the source of the contamination are very slim. If they take off their helmets, they'll immediately be exposed to the crying and become contaminated themselves." He continued, "This contamination is very similar to the special contamination case 072, the solitary death in that apartment building. But this one is stronger and harder to detect." Han Bing thought for a moment, then asked, "Is this just a coincidence, or was contamination case 072 some sort of experiment?" At this point, Luxin couldn't help but wonder if some hidden force was secretly orchestrating everything behind the scenes. Noticing Luxin's strange behavior, Tai Yi asked for the second time, "What the heck is Luxin doing?" Tai Kui, upon hearing this, said, "According to the latest information I have, Luxin has found traces of the pollution source. Right now, he's trying to trace its origin." Tai Yi, hearing this, looked puzzled and said, "Is Luxin some kind of testing machine?" Tai Kui immediately snapped back, "Tai Yi, shut up and stay alert. Help Luxin keep watch for any danger." Tai Yi obediently followed the order, quickly pulling out his gun and aiming it. As for Luxin, after searching for a while, he discovered that the pollution source was a man emitting an unusually sinister aura. At that moment, Luxin was taken aback, realizing that this person looked strikingly similar to Hinran. He quickly informed Han Bing, saying, "I've found the source of the pollution. I can handle it anytime." Han Bing responded, "I'm analyzing the target's data. I recommend that Luxin withdraw for now to maintain vigilance." Upon hearing this, Luxin sighed in relief and was about to leave, but suddenly something strange happened. All they saw was Kinran's head, but then it opened up into a metal sphere and something shot out from inside. Luxin immediately realized something was off and quickly informed Han Bing. "It's not a boy, just some object that can make crying sounds." Damn, who would have thought that the crying sound was actually recorded like this? While Luxin was still confused, not sure what to make of the thing in front of him, Han Bing panicked and warned, "That's a product of the scientific and technical church." Just then, the metal sphere emitted a voice. Detection shows an unusual target nearby, initiating phase 2 of the experiment ahead of schedule. The voice had barely finished when the sphere released strange energy waves that spread out in all directions. About 30 kilometers away from Peking City, in an abandoned city, 3 men were playing cards on top of a building. With a cigar in his mouth, Chen Ran laid a pair of ones on the table. The guy with the iron head then put down a 4 of a kind, splitting Kin Ran's pair of ones. Before he could even celebrate, the man with long hair sitting next to him placed 3 consecutive pairs to beat the 4 of a kind. The card game was getting intense, but Chen suddenly stood up and said, "No mead. According to the tradition of the Knight's Order, we can already confirm that our mental logic is intact." With that, Chen walked over, looked toward King Gang City, and said, "Now everything truly begins." The man who had been covering his face spoke up at that moment. "Seems like we're ahead of schedule. Maybe someone noticed. After all, there are a lot of capable people in Puking Harbor." Chen heard this and sneered, saying, "Now that we gathered enough people, it should be enough for the experiment." With a sinister look on his face, all three of the guys shouted in unison that this time, their plan had gone very smoothly. The guy with the metal head, wearing a smug expression, grinned heavily and announced that the assignment related to the painting had been completed. The latest product from the Science and Technology Guild should be more than enough to help them now. The key here was to record the experimental data related to the explosion of the highly toxic pollution bomb, which was triggered by a crying boy who amplified the signal by a factor of 10,000. At least now they had something to report. With that, they had completed 2 out of the 3 tasks they set out to do. At this point, the guy with the metal head turned his gaze toward the masked man and teased, "The only unfortunate thing is that the laboratory was destroyed because someone was careless." The masked man, hearing this, raised his hand and said, "You can't blame me for that. I'm just a dull figure, used to assist with the boss's tasks." Seeing the two of them argue, Chen stepped in to calm them down, saying, "There's no need to force anything. The painting is the most important thing. Besides, we've completed 2 of the 3 tasks, and as long as we can withdraw safely, that's already a win." The city of Puking is not as simple as we thought. The greedy pig will ultimately be the first thing put on the dinner table. With that said, Chen told the 2 of them to quickly pack up. "Once we finish recording the explosive data, we'll retreat immediately. Back to our main characters." At this moment, the orb exploded, releasing a strange energy wave. Anyone caught in its light had their soul sucked into the orb. Hanbing, now panicking, reported a strange mental disturbance. Once the orb had absorbed enough souls, it started transforming into a creepy, spider-like monster, crawling in a very eerie manner. Hanbing quickly warned everyone to stay alert and pinpointed the location of the southern wall of Satellite City No. 2, where a mental monster had appeared. He suspected it might be related to the creations of the scientific and technical church. Sai, seeing the situation unfold, aimed carefully at the target inside. Finally, the real deal shows up. "I'm not afraid of you being vicious, just afraid you'll run away." After setting his sights on the target, Sai turned to Tai Kui and asked, "Can I use the special ammunition?" The beautiful Tai Kui immediately replied, "If it's a critical moment, you don't need to ask me about using the special ammo." Hearing this, Xi couldn't help but throw in a few flirtatious remarks, smirking as he prepared to take the shot. At this point, Hanbing contacted Luke Sin, informing him that the psychic monster had appeared and recommended that he deal with it immediately. Shishi then grinned widely and said to Luke Sin, "Looks like you might need some help now, huh?" With that, the 2 brothers quickly fused together and rushed in to handle the terrifying monster in front of them. Luke Sin dove straight in, delivering a blow that tore the monster in half. However, what was unexpected was that the monster now split in 2, transformed into 2 separate creatures that ran in opposite directions. Noticing the situation, Xi quickly aimed, took the shot, and hit the monster on the left, causing it to explode. After taking down the monster with a single shot, Xi couldn't help but brag, "Wow, the plasma rounds developed by the Lunar Eclipse Research Institute are incredible. It's just a shame we can't use them whenever we want." Not to be outdone by his colleague, Luke Sin charged in and attacked the remaining monster. As he fought, he couldn't help but think to himself, "Damn, if only Spider-Man's skills worked with guns, it'd be perfect. Too bad Shishi doesn't like that idea." Luke Sin lunged forward, scratching and biting at the monster, making it scream in pain before it ran away, stumbling forward. It was only when Luke Sin reached this point that he noticed something unusual and asked Hanbing, "Why does this monster keep growing bigger like this?" He saw that the monster in front of him was nearly the size of a baby elephant. Luke Sin began to suspect that it might be able to devour the mental strength of those around it. Sai, who had put down his gun and was using a meter to check the pollution levels, saw the numbers rising sharply, which made him panic. Meanwhile, Luke Sin kept charging forward, tearing into the massive creature in front of him. However, his efforts to destroy it were no match for the monster's growing size. At this point, Luke Sin couldn't help but exclaim, "I can't believe it can keep fusing together like this." Hanbing, hearing this, also felt helpless and said, "If it's getting stronger by absorbing the mental energy from the people on the high wall, doesn't that mean we won't be able to destroy it?" Tai Kui, who had been sitting nearby, couldn't hold back anymore and said, "That's impossible. No spirit monster can absorb mental energy from others that quickly. Even if its pollution level reached grade A, it still wouldn't be that fast. Feige observed through the scope and added, anyway, it's equipment from the scientific and technological church, so it's normal for there to be some weird stuff. He fired 2 plasma shots in quick succession and told Han Bing and Tai Kwai they better figure out the cause soon. I've had a bad feeling about this. The 2 plasma shots hit their targets, destroying 2 large parts of the monster's body. Taking advantage of the opening, Luke Sin jumped in and began tearing at it relentlessly. However, once again, he found himself powerless against the monster's soul-devouring speed. Every time it was struck, it would ravenously consume more, growing bigger. The monster's mental amplification level kept rising from 300 to 500 and then shot up to 1,000 units. At this point, Han Bing could no longer stay calm and shakily reported, "This is bad. The monster's mental amplification level has surpassed 2,000. Given that the mental amplification level for an average person is around 10 points, the total mental strength of the group behind the wall exceeded 10,000. A monster with a mental amplification level in the tens of thousands would be at least a Class B disaster level threat." Lu Xun, hearing this, raised his voice and asked Han Bing, "Is there any way to deal with this?" Even SIE had run out of specialized ammo by now. He also asked Tai Kui and Han Bing if they had figured out any solution. Han Bing, clearly stressed, replied that she had sent an urgent request for backup to the headquarters but hadn't received a positive response yet. Tai Kui, sitting nearby, added, "The situation isn't that big right now, but to stop this creature from growing any bigger, we need to isolate it from the others. So even if the backup team from headquarters arrives, dealing with this creature will still fall on us. Besides, by the time they get here, it might already be too late." Saigi, hearing this, was clearly terrified. He swore loudly and asked Tai Kwai, "What's the worst-case scenario?" Tai Kui responded, "Right now, the creature isn't showing any signs of aggressive behavior or intense contamination. It's just constantly feeding on souls. On top of that, it's highly likely that it's connected to a creation from the Science and Technology Church, so I suspect it was purposely engineered and its ultimate goal might be self-destruction. A mental monster has reached the level of mental amplification 10,000 and is now releasing mental radiation. It will kill or destroy all living creatures within a 10-kilometer radius, even spreading to other surrounding cities. So now their only option is to eliminate all those who are contaminated first." When Lu Xun heard this, he started to think. On one side, there's nearly 1 million people in this second satellite city, and on the other side, there's the contaminated people. It's clear which is more important and which is not, but just handling it by eliminating all these people, it feels wrong. The patrol team standing on the city wall, upon hearing this shocking news, also panicked and said, "What do you mean we have to destroy them all? What should we do?" At this point, Han Bing informed Luke Sin that the headquarters hopes you will withdraw from the mission now. Upon hearing this, Luke Sin directly refused, saying, "I will not withdraw." Then he told everyone, "You all should retreat now. Everyone leave this place immediately and get as far away as possible. Don't come near me, and don't use any means to monitor me, not even cameras." It took about 2 seconds for Luke Sin to explain that it would be very dangerous. Han Bing, upon hearing this, immediately said, "I need to report to higher-ups first." Luke Sin told her to hurry because there wasn't much time left. The monster was growing at a rapid pace, and with its current threat level at C, it would soon surpass level B, and there was even a possibility it could go beyond that. Currently, senior officials had decided to use the plasma ammunition with an ultra-high magnification level developed by the Research Institute. The A-level Special Forces team had gathered, and the 3 directors of the Special Pollution Control Center had signed off, confirming that they could use a wide-scale extermination method at any time to handle the spiritual monster. At this point, Han Bing began reporting to headquarters, saying, "Due to the appearance of the giant spiritual monster, Serena 1, an off-duty employee from the Special Operations Team at Satellite City No. 2, has proposed that all personnel on site withdraw from the mission. Serena 1 will handle it alone, with strict instructions not to investigate, get close, or take any footage." Han Bing then requested further instructions. After hearing her request, Director Chen became furious and shouted, "Damn, what is this crazy guy trying to do?" At the Mutation Research Institute, a soldier holding a stack of files approached Professor Bai, a senior commander, and informed him that these were the latest documents he had gathered recently regarding the explosion and fire at the Red Moon Orphanage 10 years ago. Due to the amount of time that had passed, their investigation had progressed slowly, but they had still managed to uncover some useful information. After a brief pause, the soldier emphasized that Luke Sin had lied about the events from 10 years ago. Professor Bai, holding the files, fell into deep thought. The soldier then pressed him, asking, "Should we follow Luke Sin's recommendation and withdraw from the mission?" Without a word, Professor Ba placed the files on the table and said, "Agree." Meanwhile, Chen King, through the radio, also gave her approval. She stated that she fully trusted Luke Sin. On the side of Director Shen, his assistant, holding a stack of documents, spoke to him, saying no matter what Serena 1 decides to do, it won't be more complicated than our plan to directly fire our ultra-powered plasma rounds. Besides, the death toll continues to rise, so I advise you to make a wise decision. Upon hearing this, Director Shen agreed, saying, "I agree." At this point, Director Shen reminded everyone that the Special Forces team must remain on high alert, ready to eliminate any threats at a moment's notice. After everything, Han Bing informed Luke Sin that she had received approval from headquarters. Now it was time to withdraw from the mission, which included both the Special Task Force and the Permanent Defense Team. All members immediately complied. At this point, the beautiful woman didn't forget to remind Luke Sin to be careful. He was now left alone on the battlefield, facing a massive monster. Luke Sin quickly removed the camera attached to his jacket, gave a dangerous smile, and thought to himself that his sister was now powerless against this giant beast. The scene showed his father chopping meat in the kitchen when he suddenly stopped and shouted loudly, "I want to go outside." At that moment, Luke Sin's mother also appeared in front of him. As soon as he saw her, he immediately said, "I want to deal with this monster. I also want to find out who set this up and ask them why they did this. After that, I'll take care of them." After a short pause, Luke Sin asked, "Mom, you won't stop me, will you?" His mother, hearing this, replied, "Why would I stop you? Silly boy, I fully support you." Luke Sin felt relieved and thanked her. As he turned to leave, his mother hesitated for a moment and said, "Just, apart from dealing with the monster, is there anyone else you plan to handle, Luke Sin?" Luke Sin quickly responded, "No." But his mother spoke directly, "Yes, there is. I know you've always wanted to let your father out." But after his father went out, the people who would be dealt with turned out to be far more than Luke Sin had imagined. For example, the people still alive, or even the people from the entire satellite city. Hearing this, Luke Sin lowered his voice and asked his mother, "What do you think we should do now?" Instead of answering, his mother asked him in return, "Do you trust your family?" Luke Sin hesitated before answering, his thoughts drifting. He told himself, one day after the orphanage is destroyed, his family suddenly shows up as if they've been beside Luke Sin for a long time. They all have bad habits, and sometimes they even encourage Luke Sin to do bad things. It seems like they all have secrets, things they're hiding from him, and yet they all seem so capable. But in reality, he always thought of himself as an ordinary person. With a family like that, how could he ever trust them? It was as if she could read Luke Sin's mind. His mother said, "You always think of yourself as ordinary, but have you ever wondered why you're still able to stay clear-headed when you enter someone else's realm of power? You can hear cries that only ordinary people can hear. Is it because your mental capacity is as low as theirs, or is it higher than others with abilities? You've always borrowed your sister's power, but have you ever thought about letting her borrow yours? She may be a bit mischievous, a little rude, and her personality can be a bit strange, but she still cares for you deeply. Yet you're worried she'll pick up bad habits, and always be cautious around her." At this point, his mother paused for a moment and asked, "At this very moment, Luke Sin, do you choose to trust your sister?" Without hesitation, Luke Sin answered, "I trust you and my sister." Pointing to the giant monster, Luke Sin added, "Sister, haven't you always wanted a toy? Can I give you this one?" The moment Shishi heard this, she grinned widely and jumped straight onto Luke Sin, repeatedly thanking him for giving her such a big toy. With that, the two of them charged straight at the massive creature. On one side, unable to access the scene, Xie spoke loudly into the mic. "I can feel an incredibly powerful mental force field, like a rotating vector field. All I see is Luke Sin, his eyes bloodshot and terrifying, relentlessly showing the monster what hell is like. The mental vector force field is the most dangerous power that can have a huge impact on its surroundings. A normal person caught in its range would instantly go insane or become completely brain dead." Tai Kui, who was monitoring the situation at headquarters, explained for people with special abilities, if there's too big a gap in the mental strength between two individuals, the stronger one can influence the weaker one in an instant, causing them to lose control. At this point, Xie couldn't help but feel a sense of dread and thought to himself, "I really hope he doesn't lose control." He didn't want to have to kill another teammate who had gone out of control. As Xie continued speaking, he scratched his head and thought, "When they first recruited me, they said I would be saving people, and I could also help out with the business of a few girls to stay under the radar. In the end, wasn't it really just to deal with teammates who might lose control?" Meanwhile, Luke Sin's body, fully controlled by Xiao Shi, was continuously unleashing powerful shockwave blasts to attack the giant monster. That's how others see it. As for me, at that moment, Luke Sin was completely still in his mind, watching his sister Shishi's relentless attacks on the monster, unable to help but mutter, "So that's how it is. So my sister is distorting this mental monster. This isn't the power of a psychic mutation. It's a form of contamination." Shishi kept running around attacking the monster. After taking a painful hit, the monster immediately created an enormous arm and swatted at her like she was a mosquito. Luke Sin, standing below, began to piece together what the monster's real intentions were at that moment. "Dan, I didn't expect this mental monster to get rid of the contaminated part of itself. Now it's starting to form into a huge worm and charging straight for my mom." Luke Sin and Shishi stood on the controlled half of the monster, watching as it attacked their mother, both feeling a sense of helplessness. At this point, Shishi pointed at the monster and said, "Look, I've taken control of its separated part. I've scared it now." She laughed loudly and added, "This monster is so dumb." Shishi quickly jumped onto the other half of the monster and called out to Luke Sin, telling him to come play with her. As for Luke Sin, he remained standing on the half of the monster he had restrained, watching his sister. The scene between the two siblings looked like something straight out of a Japanese ninja movie, with them summoning monsters and battling each other. Shishi, using her extreme energy field, quickly caught hold of the remaining half of the creature. Over 30 kilometers away, in a central city location, Hinran stared at the monitor, frowning as he shouted, "Something's not right. We should not have reached the mental amplification level yet, and the readings are already unstable." Hearing this, Crowface walked over and patted Chin Ran on the shoulder to calm him down. "It's just a bomb test. You're stressing up too much, leader." Then Crowface asked Chin Ran, "Do you need me and the wooden puppet to go check it out?" Chin Ran replied, "Go ahead and take a look, but only observe. After that, cut off all contact for good." Crowface chuckled and said, "You're overthinking it. I don't think anyone has the ability to stop this mental bomb explosion." With that, he began controlling the puppet to turn around and scout the situation in the city. Soon, a group of people under Crowface's command started monitoring the situation together. A mysterious woman sat in the dark, using her superpowers to direct the reconnaissance team for Crowface. At that moment, Luke Sin's mother seemed to sense something and spoke up. It seems there are still people who, despite the warnings, are looking up. With that, she quickly pulled out a knife and said, "If the little one doesn't listen, they'll have to face the consequences." She smiled faintly, cut a string, and immediately, a hidden surveillance drone was destroyed. The girl who had been spying through binoculars was also sliced in half. The woman with superpowers, seated and giving orders, was updating Crowface. "I see Serenal 1 is fighting a group of high-level mental monsters. I can't get too close, but it's strange. The current Serenal 1 doesn't seem to be alone. It looks like there's another group of mental entities with him." Crowface told the woman, "Keep going." "What do you mean by another group?" But she never got to finish. Before she could say anything more, she was sliced and sent straight to hell. Crowface, controlling his puppet, suddenly lost all connection and screamed in terror. The man with the metal head, seeing his allies struggling, asked, "What's going on?" Crowface, now scared, replied, "The puppet I left in the city. I've lost contact with it. It's like the connection between me and them has been completely severed." Kinran was surprised and asked, "Which one?" Crowface broke into a cold sweat and replied that all the puppets had died. Ironhead, hearing this, sneered and said, "What Crowface said sounds strange. A puppet can just disappear on its own. Is it because the distance was too far and went beyond your control?" Crowface, still scared, quickly denied it, saying, No, I've checked the 30-kilometer range many times. It's always been fine." Kinran then asked, before the connection was cut off, "Did you see anything, Crowface?" Crowface hesitated before answering, "Well, because each puppet has a different brain structure and level of modification. When I enter their bodies, there's a bit of chaos before I can actually control them. That's when some visual glitches happen. I'm not sure if it was a hallucination, but when I opened my eyes this time, I think I saw a woman smiling at me." Ironhead, hearing his partner babble on, pointed at him and said, "Are you going crazy from lusting after women?" Kinran had a bad feeling as soon as she got here. She said, "In that case, there's no need to wait anymore. Get ready to retreat." The guy with the tough head heard this and told Chinran, "Leader, the data we're recording at this level might not even get us any money." Not bothered by what the tough head guy said, Chinran immediately turned around, waved her hand, and announced, "Mission to record the experimental data on spiritual contamination has failed." The tough head guy didn't understand and asked, "Why, leader?" Chinran turned back and asked him, "Do you know why I've managed to survive this long?" Pressing the red button on the screen, Chinran continued, "The reason is that while I, Chinran, have abilities, I always stay cautious like an ordinary person. When it's time to retreat, I've never let my greed take over." On the battlefield, Luke Sin was constantly cheering on his sister Xiao Shi, telling her to strike back harder. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Shi directly contaminated one half of the monster. then use it to attack the other half. What's even more surprising was that the monster, controlled by Xiao Shi, was even stronger than the original monster itself. While two Japanese ninjas were fighting fiercely, something unexpected happened. The monster started showing strange signs. Luke Sin was standing outside observing when he suddenly noticed something and said, "This is bad. The psychic monster is about to release its final radiation to self-destruct." With that, Luke Sin immediately tried to run over to stop the monster from self-destructing. Seeing this, Shishi told him, "I'm fine," and jumped into the air and began unraveling herself, transforming into a net that completely covered the psychic monster. Even in the form of the net, Shishi was playful, saying, "Look at me. I split into many true forms just like mine. Ha ha." Shishi, with her stretchy rubber-like body, continued to wrap herself around the gigantic monster. At this point, Luke Sin realized his little sister was trying to use her body to hug the monster. Then, a terrifying explosion erupted. Shishi, still in her new form, smiled brightly and said to Luke Sin, "Look, I've got it. I'm holding on to it." Luke Sin stood frozen for a moment, thinking to himself, "Is that a power of my sister's? But why do I feel so uneasy?" Suddenly, the world in front of him turned black and white, and he clutched his chest, overwhelmed by pain, unable to speak. Meanwhile, Chen and the others were quickly fleeing the scene of the incident. The guy, Chen, was swinging on a rope, puffing on a cigar and complaining that the water in King Gang City was just too deep. "Yeah, no matter how deep the water is, it's nothing compared to you," came the reply. Suddenly, in front of him, the figure of Luke Sin's mother appeared. She gave him a kind, gentle smile. Tai Kui, sitting in the office, informed Yi the mental energy level at Satellite Base 2 is quickly dropping, and the psychic radiation is disappearing. It's almost gone, and the upper authorities have approved it. Yi immediately rushed to the scene to check things out. When Yi arrived, he found Luke Sin sitting in a daze next to a large hole. He tried to greet him, but after repeated attempts with no response, Yi pulled out a stick and poked him to check if he was still alive. At that moment, Luke Sin snapped out of his trance and said, "Everything's probably been handled. Quickly, get the support team to the scene." Hearing this, Yi immediately asked, "What did you do?" Luke Sin didn't answer the blonde guy's question. Instead, he changed the subject with a sigh, saying, "The headset's broken and I dropped the testing machine and ruined it too. I hope the headquarters doesn't make you pay for it." When Yi heard this, he reassured him, saying, "If you weren't honest enough to report that it was you who caused the damage, they probably wouldn't have brought you in at all." Then he asked again, "So, my friend, how did this huge hole get created?" Luke Sin replied, "It was caused by that mental monster. It suddenly exploded like a bomb." Upon hearing this, Yi asked, "So how did you manage to focus the explosion's power into such a small spot?" At this, Shishi ran over and proudly wrapped her arms around Luke Sin, saying, "Do you think I'm amazing?" Seeing Shishi smiling, Luke Sin couldn't help but think to himself, when the mental monster was about to explode, Shishi separated her tiny body and embraced the creature inside. How much power must that take? Thinking this, Luke Sin turned to Yi and said, "It's simple. You just need to focus the explosion's power together and then wrap it up. Isn't that something you guys can do?" Seeing that Luke Sin was ignoring her, Shishi kept running after him, asked, "Come on, tell me, am I great or what?" When Yi heard Luke Sin say that, he thought to himself that there was no way he could do that. At this point, Yi relaxed and said, "My friend, I understand the rules. So this is definitely our problem, right?" Once the source of the pollution was dealt with, the support team quickly moved in to clean up the mess and take the survivors to get treated. Of course, all the details about the attack were kept secret. Senior officials started spreading the word to those who were half-conscious lying on the ground that they had suffered from a large-scale food poisoning incident. Medical staff are on their way. Announcement continued. "Please stay calm and stay where you are. Don't run around. If we can't find you later when we're gathering people for treatment, you'll have to deal with the consequences yourself." As Luke Sin listened to these lies, he couldn't help but feel awkward. He pulled out his phone and asked Hanbing, "Has the situation been resolved now?" Hanbing replied that it was nearly over. For now, the 4 major pollution zones in Satellite City No. 2 had all been well controlled. The support team was moving in to organize personnel and handle the situation. This kind of large-scale pollution incident was rare, but luckily they had practiced for situations like this many times before. Plus, with help from surrounding cities and even the central city, the follow-up work was much easier to manage. When Luke Sin heard this, he couldn't help but think to himself, "Well, I guess this counts as a success. After all, more than half of the people were saved, but what about the other half who died? And those who died because of the roses effects, or even the people who were caught in the heavy gunfire when Chen stole the painting? How many were there? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Luke Sin turned to Han Bing and asked, "Do we have any leads right now? Where did this chaos come from?" Han Bing answered, "There are specialists investigating the situation, but the report hasn't come in yet. However, from the current intelligence, we can be sure this incident is connected to the Science and Technology Church and the Knights outside the city. Besides stealing the oil painting, they probably had other goals, and it's very likely they've already achieved them." Hearing this, Luke Sin was angered and said, "So, they're willing to kill so many people just to fulfill their own goals?" He paused for a moment before asking, "What will the headquarters do about this?" Han Bing replied, "The next steps will be handled by the city defense branch. We don't know yet how they'll arrange it, but even if the other side has already left the satellite city, there will still be professional personnel sent out to track them down." Seeing Luke Sin's frustration, Han Bing reassured him, "Serena 1, please don't worry. I'll update you as soon as I have any news. Everyone is taking this very seriously. In the end, someone has to be held accountable for the lives lost in this chaos." Luke Sin, with his kind heart, became serious and nodded, saying, "So many people have died. Those bastards will have to pay for it. No matter who they are or where they try to hide, we will catch them and make sure they face justice." Just as Luke Sin finished speaking, his mother returned home. She smiled warmly and said, "Well said, my son. But after you finish handling things, you need to come home early. Your father is really angry, almost out of control. I think it's time for us to have a family meeting." At that moment, Han Bing also announced, "Luke Sin, you're free to go and rest now. If anything comes up, I'll inform you." Then she thanked him on behalf of the people of King Gang City for protecting ordinary people like them. Hearing this, Luke Sin humbly responded, "I didn't do much," after saying that the serious young man didn't know how to flirt with her, so he quietly hung up the phone. Hasagi saw his best friend talking to the girl in such a dry, stiff way and felt helpless. He walked over and asked, "Is this how you two always talk to each other?" Luke Sin looked at him innocently and replied, "Of course. What's wrong with that?" Ai stared at him, completely confused, and exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, of course. There's something wrong with that." He threw an arm around Luke Sin's shoulder and with a grin said, "Look at me and Tai Klai. When we talk, it's so much more relaxed and friendly." At this point, the blonde guy started to daydream and said, "I have a feeling she's about to become my girlfriend." He even started imagining a house and kids with the beautiful Tai Klai in his future. At the city's second satellite police station, Yi and Luke Sin were sitting at a table full of food, writing something down. Yi, with his legs propped up on the table, muttered, "We always have to fill out these things after every mission." He told Luke Sin to just write anything and get it over with. Then, Yi put the report down on the table and asked, "So, how do you plan to write your report?" Luke Sin replied, "Didn't I already tell you what happened before?" Yi was silent. He didn't dare ask how Luke Sin dealt with that monster anymore. Just then, Xiao Shi appeared, hanging from the ceiling, and said to Luke Sin, "When are you coming home? Dan's going crazy, and I can't even go back now." Luke Sin smiled and said to Shishi, "You're scared too. I'll take you back later." He then picked up a plate of candy and held it out, saying, "I'll give you all of it later." Shishi saw the candy and grinned, forgetting all about her worries. She was happy to let her brother enjoy a drink with Yi while she stayed there. Luke Sin was chewing on a chicken leg when he told Yi, "I have to head home today." Hearing this, Yi said, "Can I come over to your place? I couldn't visit last time." Luke Sin, trying to play it off, lied and said, "Are you seriously so bored with life that you're thinking about giving up?" Yi, frightened by this, quickly responded, "Don't joke like that, man. I'm really afraid of dying." Luke Sin stood up and said, "I was just messing with you. Why are you so tense?" He then patted Shishi on the head and said, "This time, let's skip having Yi come over. Instead, I'll have Yi stay and cover for me on shift today. If anything serious comes up, just call me and I'll be back really fast." Yi, hearing this, agreed, "All right, I'll take you home." Luke Sin was sitting in a limited edition VinFast, making a call to Chen King to tell them that a convoy was following him home, and he didn't like it. When Chen King heard this, he said, "Got it. I'll take care of it." Immediately, the convoy that had been tailing him turned around and left. Chen King then said, "The people following you weren't sent by headquarters, but I've told them to withdraw quickly." At this point, Chen King added, "You don't need to worry about this for now. You can even." Just then, Chen King suddenly shouted and cursed. Luke Sin was a bit stunned and asked, "Is everything okay?" Chen King explained, "I'm in surgery right now. I got injured when I was ambushed earlier, and I'm just now finding the time to deal with it." Luke Sin was a little surprised and asked about his boss's condition. Chen King replied, "It's fine. It's just a small wound in my abdomen that reached the organs. I stitched it up. I used my self-hypnosis ability so I don't feel the pain. Chen King continued, your situation is pretty important. You did an excellent job dealing with that mental monster this time. But because you did so well, some people are scared. But you're not the only one. When they first recruited the dolls, the demons, and even when they first faced me, they had the same reaction. People in their special operations unit have their own set of rules, so they don't need to worry about these little things that might annoy others. Lu Xin heard this and said, I understand, Chen King, focus on the surgery. The guard who was monitoring Lu Xin received an order to pull back from his superior. The higher-ups have ordered to stop monitoring Serena 1. Chen King from the Special Operations team has vouched for him. V3 acknowledged the message and responded. The guard, still curious, asked, didn't they say his threat level has reached Category A by now? The commander on the other end replied, this is for your safety. The higher-ups just received a report. While Lu Xin was on a mission to handle a super-level psychic monster at the second satellite city, several people who were sent to investigate him didn't make it. They're dead. Hearing this, the guard was immediately filled with fear and withdrew without hesitation. Lu Xin slowly made his way back to his peaceful home. Just as he reached the door to his room, Shishi, full of energy yet scared, quickly ran up and hugged his shoulder like this. After comforting his sister, Lu Xin opened the door and stepped inside. What he saw was a chaotic mess. His father, covered in tattoos and cursing loudly, was ranting, while his mother, who loved chatting with the neighbors, stood by the window. As soon as his father saw him, he yelled and charged at him, cursing him nonstop. Useless. All of you are useless. You're just a worthless son being used by people, led to your own destruction. Pointing directly at Lu Xin, his muscular father kept yelling, tell me, are you a waste of space? You've been running around outside all night, and yet you let all those people go. You got played running around like a fool and not getting anything out of it. After a long silence, his mother finally spoke up, trying to calm his father down. All right. You've been angry all day and still haven't calmed down. Isn't your son home now? We've got everyone here now. Shouldn't we have a little family meeting? The four of them, sitting quietly across from each other on a broken sofa and a torn table, were ready for their family meeting. Lu Xin was the first to speak up. He said his mother had a point and it was definitely time for them to have a proper conversation. Lu Xin said, I don't think I've done anything wrong. If I'm getting paid, I should help solve problems. Just like the director said before, everyone has to do their part for society to run smoothly. Besides, Captain Tran has helped me protect the people at the orphanage, so of course I should help her protect the people in the satellite sea. Before Lu Xin could finish, his father angrily interrupted, shouting and cursing, and now, you still want to talk about this? You've already protected others, but who's going to protect us? What kind of job is this? They're just using you. You've done so much for them, and yet their first reaction is to be suspicious of you, to spy on you like this. You need to make them pay, or else everyone in this house will be destroyed because of you. Hearing her husband yell, Lu Xin's mother quickly responded, if they're all dead, who's going to send the paycheck to our child? And who's going to keep the city running? Do you think a deserted city would be interesting? Honestly, if you look at it from a logical perspective, we're doing things that others can't. They have the right to be scared too. At this point, the mother looked directly at the father and said, not everyone is like you, not wanting to go outside. There are many exciting things in this world. Hearing this, the father became even angrier and replied, if you don't want to be hurt by others, you have to strike first before they strike you. You have to make them understand that they shouldn't mess with you. Do you even know what I'm talking about? Shishi, who had never dared to argue with her father before, suddenly spoke up and said, my brother isn't wrong. The father, enraged by this, was about to lash out and hear, you little brat, you stupid child. A kid like you doesn't understand anything. But Shishi wasn't afraid this time and stood her ground. My brother isn't wrong. Seeing that their father was about to strike his sister, Lu Xin quickly hugged her and said, Dad, just calm down for a second. Their mother, noticing the situation, gently patted Shishi's head and said, Lu Xin is right, but those people did something bad. They stole the painting. While others think they did it for the painting, is it really that simple? If they just wanted the painting, why did someone with a mental rehabilitation background come to find us? And why did the bomb go off in the south of the city? She paused for about 2 seconds. Then her mother, with a smile that made her eyes squint, said, besides, the countryside is a lot of fun. We've never even been out of the city. Unlike usual this time, Lu Xin folded his hands and seriously admitted, what everyone is saying makes a lot of sense. His father, seeing that Lu Xin wasn't arguing for once, smiled for the first time and said, so, you've agreed this time, huh? Lu Xin stood up at that point and said, this time, before going home, I've already made my decision. I came to talk to everyone just to confirm whether you all support me or not. Lu Xin's decision was fully approved by the family. His mother couldn't help but smile and said, Well, now that you decided so happily, let's go find those guides. With that, the entire Binyang family showed their usual serious expressions, grinning heavily and eagerly getting ready to hunt down the monsters that had fled to take their revenge. At the research room of the special committee, Chen King was meeting with Professor Bai. When he noticed the wound on her stomach, the professor advised her to take better care of herself and get some rest. Chen King said, "I'm fine, but I can't rest right now. This situation is too serious. If we don't get to the bottom of it, I won't be able to feel at ease." Professor Bai didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. The testimonies from the Chu family, the report on the location of the artwork collection, and the documents from the wild search team are all here. There's reason to suspect that those with abilities outside the city wall may have been looking for the painting within the city for a long time and have been here for a while. It wasn't until Xiu Xiao left the city leader's residence revealing the painting that they finally had the chance to steal it. Honestly, everything is pretty clear now. Special source of contamination No. 041. Let's call him Kinran, is definitely a person with very strong abilities. He's bold, cautious, and knows a lot about the defense work of the Satellite Sea. Based on how he uses his abilities, he's at least at the final stage of the first awakening phase, and it's possible he's already entered the second phase. Hearing this, Chen King grew suspicious. Is he connected to the technological church? Professor Bai immediately denied it, saying, based on the style of the technological church, if they were involved, there wouldn't be just one mental bomb in the city. Of course, it's also possible that the church set up those people to detonate the bomb to observe and collect experimental data. If the bomb actually went off, the consequences would be severe. At this point, both of them had to acknowledge the effort of Luke Sin. Chen King then asked, "What about Director Shen? Why did he send someone to monitor Luke Sin?" Professor Bai replied, "Chen King, you understand how Shen thinks. To him, it's completely normal." At this point, Professor Bai got to the main point. He said that the real reason he called Chen King today was to discuss a suspicious detail about this whole situation, specifically about the mysterious knights who entered the city. Previously, they had arranged for someone to approach Luke Sin near the orphanage and try to get close to him, but Luke Sin scared them off. Professor Bai mentioned that the knight who Luke Sin shot in the head, along with the previous samples of the fake Kinran, showed they all came from the same source, modified people controlled by someone with wooden puppet power. Then Professor Bai asked Chen King if she knew why they had been trying to get close to Luke Sin for such a long time. He handed Chen King a file and asked her to read it. It was the investigation report on the explosion at the Red Moon Orphanage up until now. Chen King opened the document and said, could it be that Professor Bai is suspecting Luke Sin of? Professor Bai mentioned that 20 years ago, when the Lunar Eclipse Research Institute was first established, there was a major disagreement. This conflict led to a lab director taking some important resources and experimental products with him when he left. For many years afterward, the institute searched for him. Many people knew about this. It became known as the Fleeing Lab Incident. There's reason to suspect that this might also be one of the objectives of the night team this time. As for Chen King, she felt that the documents were too few to prove anything. Professor Bai didn't deny this, but he said that some things seemed to have been intentionally hidden by someone, making it hard to find important evidence. For now, they could only guess. However, if the orphanage really had any ties to the Fleeing Lab, then at least one person must know the truth behind it. At this point, Chen King immediately mentioned the name Zheng Xiaolu. Hearing this, Professor Bai told Chen King to put everything else aside and investigate this case. A matter this important, he couldn't trust anyone else to handle. The blood-red moon hung overhead as Xiao Lu sat in her wheelchair, holding a pistol in her hands, lost in her thoughts. Chen King stood in front of the orphanage, under the red moonlight, and couldn't help but think to herself, I'm glad the orphanage hasn't been affected by all that's happened. At first, she had moved here to protect it, and that decision had been the right one. Chen King entered the building and ran into the old security guard, telling him she was from the security department and was here to see Principal Zhang. It was just after school when Xiao Lu stepped out of the classroom and immediately bumped into Chen King standing outside. Chen King walked up to her and introduced herself, saying, I'm Chen King, a colleague of Luke Sin. Xiao Lu seemed a bit surprised and asked, Colleague, you're the one who paid him such a high salary. Chen King smiled slightly and replied, the work he does is worth that salary. It was then that Xiao Lu asked, what brings you here, Chen King? Chen King explained that she had some things she wanted to ask Xiao Lu about from before. With that, she added, can we talk somewhere else? In the principal's office, Chen King held a stack of test papers in her hands and laughed, saying, are all the children here this smart? After saying that, Chen King mentioned that she just wanted to visit Xiao Lu to have a chat. Chen King asked, I'm guessing Xiao Lu and Luke Sin grew up together in an orphanage, right? Xiao Lu replied, "That's right. Luke Sin left when he was about 13, but he would often come back to help me." At this point, Xiao Lu's eyes softened as she said, "Luke Sin is such a fool. He never wants to spend money on himself, but always gives me his salary. If it weren't for Luke Sin, this orphanage wouldn't have survived for this long, and we probably would have starved to death by now." Hearing this, Chen King didn't waste any more time. She stood up and got straight to the point, asking, "Luke Sin is a great person, but what I really want to ask about is the early days at the orphanage." As soon as Xiao Lu heard this, her expression darkened, and she asked, "What exactly are you trying to ask, Chen King?" Chen King, without hesitation, said, "I want to know, for example, what Luke Sin looked like back then, and what happened during the explosion, what exactly?" Before Chen King could finish her sentence, Xiao Lu pulled out a handgun, pressed it to her chin, and said, "I don't know what you're trying to ask. I don't know anything about what happened back then, but I do know that I won't let people like you harm Luke Sin. A good person like him deserves the peaceful life he has now." Xiao Lu added, "I know you, Chen King, have all kinds of tricks to make me talk, but if you force me, I'd rather kill myself than reveal anything." Chen King, seeing Xiao Lu's overly intense reaction, couldn't help but sigh and said, "I understand what's making you so cautious about everything, but not everyone in this world is like that." After a brief pause, Chen King continued, "I know Xiao Lu values this peaceful life, but what I want to do is protect that kind of life." With that, Chen King stood up and said, "I have accomplished what I set out to do today. I just needed to confirm that Luke Sin is safe before I can trust him any further." After speaking, Chen King turned and walked away, reminding Xiao Lu, "I noticed the utility bill downstairs is due soon. Out of respect for Luke Sin, I'll cover for you about hiding the gun." Meanwhile, Luke Sin, standing on the street, was taken aback by the government's announcement about the recent mental pollution event and the psychological manipulation behind it. "What's this about widespread mushroom poisoning?" he wondered. As he continued reading, Luke Sin asked Han Bing, "Any news on the people with superpowers who stole paintings and escaped the city?" Han Bing said that the headquarters had sent 3 B-level special forces teams to investigate their whereabouts, but the enemies had set up very professional counter-surveillance measures, so not much progress had been made. However, the city's anti-crime department had already prepared a profile of the person with the ability named Shinran and a description of their powers. They were about to issue a bounty on those individuals, hoping that, with the combined strength of the alliance, they could capture them. When Lu Sin heard about the reward, he eagerly asked, "How much is the reward?" Han Bing replied that there was no specific amount yet, but the initial estimate was probably over 3 million yuan. After all, these people had reached the city's limits. The greedy side of Luke Sin's nature kicked in when he heard the high reward, and he asked again, "What? 3 million? That much?" Han Bing confirmed, and then mentioned that as for Luke Sin's compensation, this time he had taken care of the issue at the Wanzhong shopping center. Before Chen King could finish speaking, Luke Sin cut him off, saying that those things weren't important right now. What mattered was that he was in a hurry to handle something else. Surprised, Han Bing asked, "The reward is that high, and it's not important." Luke Sin, now serious, replied, "This time, the anti-pollution department isn't comfortable with tracking down those people, but they cause so much trouble in the city, they can't be let off easily. That's why Luke Sin wanted to submit a request to headquarters to go outside the city on official duty." At the high-level administrative office in Qinggang City, Director Chen slammed his hand on the table and shouted angrily at Luke Sin. He thinks that Luke Sin wants to go out alone to track those individuals with abilities. That's just ridiculous. Pausing, Director Chen added, "This time, Luke Sin has revealed many secrets that we didn't know about before. Because of this, we need to monitor and investigate him further. And now, out of nowhere, he wants to leave the city. There's definitely something suspicious going on." Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Director Chen seemed a bit flustered, but he quickly said, "I know Luke Sin has done a great job this time and saved many people. I have no objections to rewarding him, but there's a line between things. His habit of hiding his abilities has always been a concern for us. It means that the threat he poses is also hidden, so we need to suggest questioning him." The 6 professors from Qinggang didn't say anything, but simply smiled politely. At this point, Suixin Zhang, the chairman of the administrative bureau, also agreed with Director Shen and said, "I also find it a bit strange. Why does Luke Sin want to leave the city? What's his real reason? And by the way, do we have any results from the research on his superpowers yet? How much of it have we actually figured out?" A bald professor sitting nearby then spoke up, saying, "We still haven't figured it out. At the most critical moment, their people pulled out, and we didn't get to see firsthand what happened when Luke Sin destroyed the psychic monster. All we know is that there was a psychic explosion with a power level nearly 3,000 energy points. Chen King spoke up at this point. She was absolutely sure that Luke Sin's purpose in leaving the city wasn't to run away. She'd always trusted Luke Sin and understood Mr. Shen's concerns. However, up until now, for every mission Luke Sin had participated in, all the steps taken had fully complied with the rules. Being overly cautious with someone who is highly capable and dedicated to helping us, Chen King felt could be very dangerous. So her suggestion was to treat Luke Sin's trip outside the city as just a regular day off. Besides, if Luke Sin really wanted to leave the city, it probably wouldn't be able to stop him anyway. Professor Bai was the second person to agree with this plan. He only asked where Luke Sin was at the moment. At the second satellite city's police station, Luke Sin was yawning when he received a call from Chen King. As soon as he picked up, Chen King suggested, "Luke Sin, you shouldn't leave the city." Chen King explained that she had conducted a preliminary investigation into the group of knights Luke Sin wanted to track down. While she didn't know their full background, identity, or even their numbers, she had discovered that at least 3 of them had supernatural abilities. The first was Qin Ran, a key figure in the special contamination incident No. 041. His exact powers were still unknown, but it seemed he had abilities similar to cloning or even regeneration. The second person had the ability called Wooden Puppet Power. He had once controlled a mind-modified person and ambushed their convoy. The last one was a person involved in the special contamination incident No. 093 at the second satellite city. It was still unclear whether he had used a specific kind of contaminant or whether his own abilities had evolved to cause such a major disruption. But it's clear that this guy's determination and spirit are much stronger than an average person's. Chen King said, "You were just recently recruited by me. You haven't completed your basic training yet, and you don't have any experience in hand-to-hand combat with people who have superpowers. So going out to track them down will be very dangerous for you." Luke Sin heard this but still stood by his view. "It's true that I don't have experience fighting people with superpowers, but I'm pretty sure they don't have any experience dealing with me either." Seeing that he couldn't change Luke Sin's mind, Chen King asked, "Tell me, what's the real reason you want to chase them down?" Luke Sin, hearing this, repeated what Chen King had told him earlier. No matter who they are, once they commit evil, they must pay the price. When Chen King heard this, he guessed what was going through Luke Sin's mind and asked directly, "Did you hear about the reward?" Luke Sin immediately denied it, insisting he wasn't motivated by money. He kept explaining that he was doing it for the city and its people, and the reward was just a side issue. Chen King, seeing that Luke Sin wasn't going to admit the truth, didn't push him further. He said, "I can approve your request this time, but before you officially leave, I need to know the approximate time frame. That's a mandatory procedure for this job." Luke Sin replied, "It'll probably take around 10 days. That includes extra time for not being familiar with the terrain outside the city." Chen King quickly turned off the phone and updated the senior management team in the meeting room. After hearing the conversation, most of the people present agreed to let Luke Sin leave the city. As for Professor Bai, he said he had 2 points to make. First, starting today, the security level of Luke Sin's documents will be upgraded to level A. They must not be shared outside. From now on, if anyone wants to access his materials or ask about him, they must get approval from the 2 highest leaders of King Gang. Looking toward Director Shen, Professor Bai continued, "Additionally, we must fully support his request this time, not just in terms of resources, but also in our attitude." Director Shen nodded in agreement immediately. At the satellite support station, Luke Sin had just finished the call when SIE asked right away, "Did you call your girlfriend?" Luke Sin honestly replied, "I called Chen King to request a work trip outside the city." When SIE heard that Luke Sin wanted to leave the city, he was so startled that he shouted, "Are you crazy? Why would you go to that hellhole outside the city? Dude, only fools leave the city. There's no food, no peace, nothing. The people working in transportation outside the city make a lot of money, but there's a reason for that." Taivi sincerely told Luke Sin, "Everyone wants to stay inside the city now, but you're asking to leave? That's just strange." The phone rang and Luke Sin quickly picked it up. On the other end of the line, Chen King informed Luke Sin that his upcoming departure from the city would be considered a special action mission, rated level A. Apart from the necessary transportation tools and support information, Chen King had also arranged for 2 investigative teams and 1 logistics team to accompany Luke Sin if he required any special assistance. Before Chen King could finish her sentence, Luke Sin interrupted, saying, "What I mean is, you don't need to send the staff from those teams you mentioned." Luke Sin continued, "I just need a driver. If possible, I like a high-performance vehicle, and I'll need enough food and water for 10 days. At this point, Luke Sin went into more detail about the kind of driver he needed. The driver should be skilled at driving and ideally capable of self-defense if necessary. It would be even better if the person were somewhat familiar with Luke Sin, so they could chat during the journey. Without needing more details, Chen King immediately responded, "Are you talking about Cai Yi?" Luke Sin glanced at Xai briefly and nodded in confirmation. Upon hearing this, Chen King quickly accepted and told Luke Sin to have Yi get ready. Sai Yi, who had been listening to the whole conversation, was shocked. He exclaimed, "Get ready for what? I haven't agreed to anything." He shouted into the phone, "Did you forget to ask for my opinion first?" Without giving Sai Yi a chance to refuse, Luke Sin immediately hung up, turned off his phone, and smoothly changed the topic. "Didn't Xai Yi always want to come visit my place? Well, now his wish is coming true." Xai Yi would rather die than go with Luke Sin, so he called Chen King to argue. With no other choice, Chen King finally said, "Once you finish this mission with Luke Sin, I'll arrange for your training assignment in the central city. The beautiful Tai Kuai will also be part of this mission." As soon as he heard that he'd get to meet the goddess in person, the guy, who was a big fan of women, got excited and immediately agreed. He ran over and threw his arm around Luke Sin's shoulder, saying, "Bro, we can't do this without each other." Luke Sin and the others were standing next to a massive high-performance sports car. Tai Yi held a folder in his hand and informed Luke Sin that aside from survival essentials like canned food, water, and medicine, there would also be plenty of ammunition and additional gear. In short, the two of them were fully equipped for this mission, lacking nothing. Surprised, Luke Sin asked, "Why so much stuff? We're only going out for 10 days. Tai Yi responded, "I'm worried it might not be enough. Who knows what we'll run into out there in the wild." Then, Tai Yi whispered, "This shows that Chen King has really put a lot of effort into making sure Luke Sin is well prepared." Tai Yi jumped onto the roof of the vehicle, excitedly saying, "You can tell this is a specially modified Vietnamese Hummer. It has a high clearance, a large trunk, and a non-turbocharged engine, not like the Vios. It can match the 1099 horsepower of a single guy in his 30s. Plus, it's got bulletproof glass and a 6-barrel heavy machine gun. Oh my god, this iron beast is huge." He even thought it might be able to fly. Before leaving, Luke Sin asked, "Do you need to go home and break the bad news?" Xai Yi replied, "Aside from Tai Kuai, no one cares about me. I'll just go headfirst into it." It was then that Luke Sin reminded Xai Yi to stop by his place to pick up his family to come along. "You know my address." Tai Yi stopped the car in front of Luke Sin's house and asked, "Do you need me to bring up any luggage or anything?" The blonde guy looked panicked when Luke Sin said, "My family's already in the car." Tai Yi glanced at the rearview mirror, not seeing anyone, and started to feel uneasy. But trying to be polite, the blonde guy still wiped the sweat from his forehead, smiled innocently, and said, "Hello, sir, ma'am, and little sister. My name is Xai Yi, Luke Sin's close friend. I'm really happy to meet you. I'm sure you're all just as excited to meet me, right?" When his mother heard this, she couldn't help but laugh and said, "Tai Yi is such a good-natured person." In the very next moment, however, she jokingly told him to shut his mouth because he talked too much. The beastly car quickly sped out of the city, heading straight into the wilderness beyond. Along the way, IE kept up his humorous banter, constantly turning around to chat with the people in the backseat. As for Luke Sin, he wasn't really paying much attention. He pulled out some documents and said, "It seems like the materials from the city's anti-crime department don't have a lot of information." Xai responded, "The documents show that 2 special agents were able to trace the suspect's trail. The group of knights had stayed in a tall building on a deserted street in the southern part of the city. But when the agents reached the building, they lost contact, and we still don't know if they're alive or dead. The investigation team was only able to track the suspects to that abandoned street. Right now, they're looking for the bodies of the agents." Upon hearing this, Luke Sin decided he would head to the location to check it out first. However, since a few days had already passed, they needed to speed up if they wanted to catch up with the knights. This, of course, was right in Xayi's wheelhouse. He quickly showed off his expert driving skills. 20 minutes later, Luke Sin and his team arrived at the abandoned city, located 30 kilometers away from King Gang. When the Special Forces team saw Luke Sin and his team arrive, they immediately passed on the intelligence they had gathered to Xai. Specifically, at 4 o'clock a.m., when the Special Forces arrived here, they lost contact with the 2 operatives who had been sent ahead. After a preliminary investigation, it was determined that the enemy had stayed in the tall building ahead for at least half an hour. By examining tire tracks and the traffic situation around the building, we identified the enemy as a group of 7 people, with 5 motorcycles and 1 Jeep Wrangler. They have since headed south, but due to the complex terrain, it's impossible to pinpoint their exact route right now. The 2 missing operatives have not been found either. Upon reading this, Xai couldn't help but sigh. With just this little information, it's going to be very hard to find them. It seemed like things had hit a dead end, but just then, his mother spoke up. Luke Sin, go to the left. How can you not even know where the guests are? She added. Originally, when one of them tried to spy on Luke Sin, I saw him too and already placed a tracker on them. Following his mother's instructions, Aksagi turned left, then right, and sped straight toward the target. After traveling for a while, the Luke Sin team arrived at a desolate and ruined place. Here, Yi was able to make a preliminary judgment that the opponents they were dealing with weren't a group of knights. From what Yi knows, the area where the knights usually gather and operate around King Gang City is essentially under the control of the committee. But these people are always heading outward, which suggests their base isn't nearby. It's very likely that this time, a city hired them to come to King Gang City to cause trouble. The vehicle drove a bit further when suddenly a zombie threw itself at the car, committing suicide by crashing into it. Skyvy took the opportunity to brag about the monstrous vehicle he was driving. While they were driving down the road, a disgusting smell suddenly filled the air. When Luke Sin's mother smelled it, she immediately said, "We'd found them." Tai-Yi quickly jumped out of the car, fired a few shots into the bushes, and saw a group of monsters with blood-red eyes hiding in the bushes, staring at him affectionately. At this moment, Luke Sin also got out of the car and said, "Be careful. In the wilderness, anything can happen." But right in front of them was a pile of human intestines giving off a foul stench. Furthermore, from what Luke Sin could see, it wasn't just from one person. A pack of stray dogs was now constantly gathering, greedily tearing into the pile. Tai-Yi lowered his stance to inspect the scene, wondering why are human intestines thrown here like this? There were no other body parts around, which clearly indicated that only the intestines were left. Luke Sin only then reminded him, wasn't there someone with a wooden puppet power ability in that group of knights? At this point, Luke Sin started to think deeply. The person with the wooden puppet power ability could control mental transformation subjects, which meant they had created those modified people. The initial materials the Research Institute provided included a dissection report on the mental transformation subjects from the assault on Satellite City 2. These subjects had their unnecessary organs removed, keeping only their brains and hearts. It seemed like a standard method of creation. He had already lost many of those modified people during the incident at Satellite City 2 and would need replacements. Picking up a piece of fabric from the ground, Luke Sin said, "This special fabric can only be found in the city." At this point, Luke Sin turned to Xi and said, "I think we can report to the central city that we found the two missing special agents." Hearing this, Xi sighed and asked, "But how did you think of all this so quickly?" Luke Sin casually replied, "The materials the higher-ups gave us included all of this. You just have to read them." After being assigned the task of disposing of their teammates' organs, Xiyu was still stuck driving around like a chauffeur. While driving, Xiyu was constantly throwing up and asked Luke Sin, "How did you manage to find these two Special Forces colleagues?" Luke Sin, without missing a beat, pointed the head and said, "I can just find colleagues. Those guys are probably not far from here either." At this point, Luke Sin grew curious and asked, "Is there a gathering point in that direction?" Sai, now a bit skeptical, grabbed a map and asked him, "So, are you a Spider-Man or a fortune teller or what?" After pausing for a moment, Xi continued, "But if those guys are hiding out at Genhai Shui, we're in for trouble." Genhai Shui is a major gathering spot for drifters around the city of King Gang. It's also one of the largest black markets in the area. Back when the natural disaster hit, there used to be a lot of crude oil storage tanks there. They've all been sold off long ago, but the place still has a reputation as a hotspot for all kinds of shady transactions. If the Knights head that way, the two of us will need to be ready. The armed forces in that area are almost as strong as the city's patrol force in King Gang. Normally, people in that area follow the city's orders to cooperate with the work in the city center, but it's not rare for them to quietly eliminate anyone from the city or military who gets in their way. Xiu lowered his voice slightly and said, "It's just the two of us and the car is packed with stuff." In their eyes, we're definitely easy prey. Luke Sin, still innocent, asked, "So, does that mean it'll be really dangerous if we go there?" Xiu reassured him, saying, "Don't worry. The name King Gang does carry some weight, but to be sure, I'll report to the city lord." At the high-level administrative office in King Gang's central city, the senior management team was listening to Xi's report. The two of them had found the two missing commandos, but both were dead. It was suspected that the Knights had entered Zenhai Shui. Now, Xi and Luke Sin were preparing to go into Zhenhai Shui for an investigation. They would report back in 3 hours. If there was no news, it would mean something had gone wrong. The group, hearing about Luke Sin's lightning-fast work, couldn't help but be impressed. He's really serious about this investigation. He's been out for less than a day and already has results. With no intelligence support at all, just using his detective skills, he's already found the bodies of the missing commandos thousands of kilometers from the city. Not only that, but he's even managed to pinpoint the location of the knights. Is this guy even human? One of the 6 top professors from King Gang spoke up, expressing disbelief. Professor Bai then asked them, think about it. How could Lu Xin have done this? An elderly professor, whose mouth was missing some teeth, finally spoke up, offering a guess. Zhen Haishui is at least 700 kilometers from King Gang. If Serena 1 made it there in just one day, it can only mean that from the very start, he was determined to get there. So either Lu Xin knew the knights were in Zhen Haishui, or he somehow figured it out. At this point, the professor concluded it's clear that all suspicions about the knights are now focused on Zhen Haishui. Hearing this, Director Chen, visibly angry, slammed the table and ordered, send the special forces to surround Zhen Haishui, about 10 kilometers outside the town, and wait for orders. If there's any sign of distress, attack immediately. If necessary, use plasma weapons. If it's a long-range attack, just wipe that damn town off the map for me. Meanwhile, in Zhen Haishui, Yi was smiling brightly and told the gatekeeper, we're business people, just here to rest for a bit. The gatekeeper looked skeptical and said, you two don't really look like business people. You both seem so clean. Yi was furious, but kept his sunny smile, replying, Dan, we're here for business, not to dig up dirt. Why should we be clean? Do we have to be all muddy to be allowed in? Seeing Yi get so worked up, the gatekeeper crossed his arms and said, same old rules. You can enter the town, but only with handguns. And if you fire your weapon in the town, no matter the reason, you'll be fined 1,000 yuan. Yi quickly drove into the parking lot and parked the car. He got out and told Lu Xin, hurry inside and get it warmed up. Lu Xin, feeling a bit uneasy, replied, I'm worried we might lose a wheel or something when we're not looking. Yi reassured him, don't worry. This is their car. Regular people won't be able to mess with it. Feeling a bit more at ease, Lu Xin glanced over at his mother and sister. His mother, who had also arrived, reminded him, Shishi, get ready, sweetie. Your toys are really close now. As the two of them stepped inside, a waiter came up to them and asked if they were staying the night, wanting to eat, drink, or maybe something stronger. He even mentioned that if they wanted to buy illegal items, he could take them to get whatever they needed. Yi, hearing this, wrapped his arm around the waiter's shoulders and jokingly asked, how about buying people, my friend? The waiter, holding money in his hand, replied without hesitation, of course. With enough money, you could buy anything, even people. He added, young, healthy workers go for about 10,000 yuan for 3 people. Female slaves are a bit more expensive, around 5,000 to 6,000 yuan each. Listening to their conversation, Lu Xin finally understood what true cruelty meant. He couldn't believe that outside the city, people were being treated like objects, as if their lives had no value at all. Lu Xin and Yi walked through the bustling labor market area. This place didn't just sell people, but also a wide variety of other things, like strange pets, mutated human-snake hybrids, and even women like the one casually smoking a cigarette. Lu Xin turned to Yi and asked, what should we do once we find those guys from the Knights group who follow the rules? Yi replied, they need to report to the boss of this town first. I've heard of a guy named Shi Jun, who leads a significant armed group. He has plenty of business dealings with King Gang City, and they're kind of under his influence, so they should be willing to cooperate with us. At this point, Lu Xin looked up at the flashing sign ahead and followed his mother's directions into the building. Inside, it was a lively bar filled with customers. Following his mother's instructions, Lu Xin kicked open a door to a private room. Inside, a man with a crow-shaped tattoo on his face was playing cards. A middle-aged man, seeing the door kicked open, immediately pulled out a gun ready to shoot. But before he could react, Yi had already pointed his sword at the man's throat. The gun was now aimed at Crow Face, who was sitting next to him. The guy with the crow face didn't seem scared at all, even when threatened. Calmly, he tossed 4 cards onto the table and asked, who are you guys? Lu Xin didn't waste any time and replied directly, I'm here to take you with me. It's best if you don't resist. Lu Xin planned to bring him back alive, but only after questioning and sentencing him could he kill him. With a neutral expression, Lu Xin added, since you've never fought against someone with superpowers, if we fight, you'll only end up dead. Lu Xin was worried that by the time he captured him, the guy might already be a corpse. However, the crow-faced guy wasn't scared at all. Instead, he agreed with Lu Xin, saying, that makes sense. Then he immediately activated his wooden puppet power, controlling a group of puppets to shoot at Lu Xin and Yi. It turned out that everyone here was a mind-controlled puppet created by him. As Lu Xin dodged the bullets, he recalled the information he had read earlier about wooden puppet power. The key point was that even ordinary people could be controlled by someone with this power. However, due to factors like personal willpower, there would usually be some resistance. Only after undergoing a brain surgery and a mental cleansing ritual could the puppets, with no spiritual strength, be created and controlled naturally by the person with the power. At the first stage of wooden puppet power, the user didn't have enough strength to fully control the will of others. Wooden puppet power, stage 1, has a control limit of 10 puppets. Now that Luke Sin understands this guy's strengths and weaknesses, he charges straight in to deal with each puppet one by one. He breaks every puppet's spine in the process. But just then, Luke Sin realizes there are bombs inside the puppets' bodies. Sai Yi, seeing this, urgently tells Luke Sin to get away quickly. But our main character isn't one to act by the book. Luke Sin moves his hands like someone with years of experience, quickly rolling up a puppet that's on the ground, then kicks it straight out. Sai Yi, amazed at how skilled his close friend is, can't help but think, Dan, how strong must his mental amplification level be to be able to roll up an opponent in an instant and block most of the blast power. At that thought, Sai quickly pulls out his knife and stabs the puppets to avoid the explosion. The explosion makes Luke Sin lose track of Crow Face. At that moment, a gang of thugs with guns arrives at the scene. Luke Sin, sensing trouble, immediately chases after Crow Face and tells Sai to stay behind and handle this mess. Guided by his mother's advice, Luke Sin runs like an arrow, speeding toward Crow Face. Luke Sin quickly darted into an abandoned warehouse, while Crow Face, controlling a puppet, fired a 6-barreled machine gun at him. Crow Face watched as Luke Sin expertly used his graceful shadow steps to dodge the bullets, almost making his head spin. He couldn't help but think to himself, he's like a Spider-Man. His movements are too fast. Looks like he won't be so easy to escape from. With that, Crow Face gave a wicked smile and squeezed his own neck with both hands. The strange thing was, Luke Sin was the one being strangled. His body gradually lost control as his hand seemed to forcefully grab his own throat. However, Luke Sin was someone who always prepared thoroughly before acting. According to the documents he had studied, the second ability of the wooden puppet power was the ability to forcibly make someone else imitate the actions of the person using the power, as long as they were concentrating their energy and focus. The range was about 5 to 10 meters, and it could affect up to 3 people at once. With that in mind, Luke Sin signaled for Shishi to help him break free. In no time, he escaped the control and rushed straight to a nearby cyborg. Using the cyborg's gun, he shot down the remaining enemies. By this point, Crow Face was starting to get scared. He quickly jumped onto his motorcycle trying to escape, but the engine wouldn't start. When he ran out of options, he decided to try and be like Spider-Man, shooting webs in an attempt to escape. But there was no escaping Luke Sin. He saw Luke Sin quickly charge toward him, grab his legs, and slam him straight into the ground. Crow Face, pinned down with his head pushed into the dirt, had no choice but to pull out his gun and shoot. However, Luke Sin's weird head twisted 90 degrees in a way that defied all logic and dodged the bullet. With a twisted, almost crazed grin, Luke Sin yanked Crow Face's arm holding the gun off. Now, you can't move, can you? You better come with me quietly, freak, Luke Sin said. Even though Crow Face had lost his arm, he still managed to stand up and said, "You don't look anything like a Spider-Man. I thought Spider-Man wasn't supposed to be this scary." Luke Sin didn't answer his question. Instead, he shot back, "Where are the others from your terrorist group?" Crow Face, clutching his severed arm, explained that they weren't there. While they were documenting data for a failed experiment with a mental bomb, their leader had sensed something was off. To be sure, they split up. Crow Face didn't really care at the time. He just wanted to rest, reorganize, and recruit a few more people to add to his puppet army. But he never expected Luke Sin to show up so quickly. Now, Crow Face fully understood what his leader had meant. Qing Gang is not easy to deal with. When Luke Sin heard this, he calmly asked the others where they had run off to, urging them to speak quickly to avoid any pain. At this point, Crow Face could no longer hold back. He threw aside his mask and decided to confront Luke Sin head-on. He had thought Luke Sin would be tougher, but it turned out the guy was out of tricks. He just hugged his arms and said, "Surviving in the wild, rules and commitments are the most important. Today I have fallen into your hands, so of course I'll admit my guilt. But if you want me to spill about my partners, that's never going to happen." As he said this, he even wanted to remind Luke Sin that his power was the wooden puppet power, meaning he could control himself like a puppet. So even if Luke Sin chopped him into 100 pieces, he wouldn't feel any pain. Upon hearing this, Luke Sin smiled faintly and said, "It's all right, anything tough my mom will take care of. You'll open your mouth eventually." At that moment, XIU was brought in by the gangsters. The man holding a gun with a fierce expression stepped up to Luke Sin and cursed, "Damn, you guys here to cause trouble or what? You don't know it's forbidden to fire weapons in Zenhai Shua? I don't care where you're from, but if you start trouble here, it won't end well for you. Lu Xin calmly explained, we're agents of the King Gang, here to arrest someone. We're not looking for trouble. The guy with the fierce face didn't care whether Lu Xin came from King Gang or some other port. He just spat in Lu Xin's face and shouted, this isn't King Gang. This is Zhen Hai Shui. Only Shi Jun has the say here. If Shi Jun doesn't speak, then I will. You think you can arrest someone without even talking to me first? Pulling the guy with the crow face back toward him, the thug continued pointing his gun at Lu Xin and said, Zhen Hai Shui has its own rules. What exactly did he do wrong? I need to interrogate him first. Besides, you said you were from King Gang. How do I know that's true? You think that if I killed you and fed you to the dogs, anyone would do anything about it? After listening to the thug ramble on and on, Lu Xin stepped closer and said, are you an accomplice of the guy with the crow face? The thug, caught, immediately started cursing and denied it, signaling to his buddies to take care of Lu Xin right then and there. Saidi sensed the situation was getting out of hand. Fearing Lu Xin might wipe out the whole group, he quickly took action, beating up the guys who had their guns aimed at him. He grabbed a gun, pointed it at the long-haired guy's head, and said, all right, no more joking around. Whether you're being controlled or really in love with the guy with the crow face, it's time for you to back off. Let's get on the same page here. The long-haired guy with a gun pointed to his head still stayed calm and said, who are you trying to scare? You piece of trash. This is my turf. Do you really think your broken guns can intimidate me? When Xie heard this, she summoned her powerful, beastly supercar to make her entrance. Holding a megaphone in her hand, she began to loudly announce to the gangsters in front of her, we are a special task force sent by the city of King Gang. The person in front of you is our captain, and I am the vice captain. Under the order to leave the city, we are authorized to capture wanted criminals. Before leaving the city, we're granted the highest level emergency powers, meaning we can decide on the spot if we're facing a threat. Our special ops team is already outside your town, and a level 100,000 plasma bomb has been locked onto your little town. So if you don't want to see a fireworks show before you die, you'd better call your leader out here right now. As soon as Xie finished speaking, a convoy of armored vehicles appeared from nowhere. A girl in a traditional Chinese dress holding a cat was escorted by bodyguards. The leader that the gangsters had mentioned, Shi Jun, turned out to be a beautiful young woman. The girl, with a neutral expression, pulled the group. Put down the guns. King Gang's people are not our enemies. Of course, we're not their enemies either. When Xie saw the beautiful girl, his eyes lit up like car headlights and he greeted her. The girl then asked Xie, what's going on here? You should have at least given me a heads up. Even if you've only told me who you're trying to catch, my people would help the two of you. Did it really need to be this dramatic? Hearing the girl scold him, Xie just laughed awkwardly, scratching his head and not really knowing what to say. Seeing this, Lu Xin stepped forward and apologized, saying, Shi Jun, we came in to investigate first because we were worried that acting too quickly would make us suspicious, so we didn't greet you up front. It was our mistake. Lu Xin continued explaining that he understood the rules. Xie had fired 2 shots earlier, each one costing 1,000 yuan, and they would pay the fine. Lu Xin spoke clearly and with respect, adding, I've noticed that your people have been influenced by the guy they call Crow Face. Because of that, he'll stop at nothing to protect the person we're trying to catch. So I'm guessing you'll let the fine slide, right? Beautiful. The girl holding the cat heard Lu Xin's words and immediately ordered her subordinate to point a gun at Crow Face's head, intending to take him down. Without hesitation, the long-haired guy rushed forward to stop them, pleading with Shi Jun to spare Crow Face's life. Shi Jun, seeing this, said that an investigation was needed before they could take him to King Gang. Lu Xin, however, insisted that they had to take him right away, with no room for negotiation. The tension in the air became palpable. In this tense moment, Lu Xin complained that the cat Shi Jun was holding was too fat, causing it to suddenly jump up and scratch Shi Jun's hand, drawing blood. Instead of showing pain, Shi Jun calmly licked the blood off her hand. Sensing something was off, Xie quickly flashed his Special Forces ID and said, I hope you'll cooperate. Realizing the situation couldn't be negotiated any further, Shi Jun finally relented and ordered her subordinate to tie up the long-haired guy. At that point, she softened her tone and told Lu Xin, Zhen Hai Shui and King Gang are like family. Then she asked, is there anything else I can assist you with? Lu Xin replied, asking her to lend him the warehouse so he could interrogate Crow Face for a while. Even when Crow Face was shoved into the warehouse, he stubbornly said, you won't get anything out of me. Lu Xin wasn't really paying much attention. He pulled the metal shutter down and got ready to start the interrogation. When Lu Xin arrived, he said that he was just an ordinary office worker, so he had no idea what torture or interrogation techniques were all about. But his sister and mother were a different story. He advised the person to talk quickly to avoid more pain. Just as Luke Sin finished speaking, Shishi walked up behind Crow Face and said, "All right, let's get started now, my little doll." Aha. She Jun lit a cigar and asked, not sure how to address Xie. Any suggestions? Hearing this, Xie laughed and replied, "My name is Zhang San, and Luke Sin's name is Like Su." Xie was handed a cigarette and joined the others in smoking. However, since he wasn't used to it, he ended up coughing heavily. Seeing how easygoing and funny Xie was, Shi Jun couldn't help but remark, "Before, I'd heard some rumors from Xie's department, and I thought they were probably exaggerated. But now that I'm seeing it for myself, it's impressive. Even with all those guns pointed at him, Xie didn't even flinch." She paused for a moment, then casually asked, "So, my friend, do you have many guys like you in King Gang? Are you all so sure today that no matter what happens, you can handle someone as weak as me?" Xie, hearing this, looked at the woman's large chest and responded, saying, "Well, I don't have a firm grasp on it, maybe about 50%, and that's only if I'm close to her." With that, Xie pointed behind him and added, "She probably saw it too." Luke Sin, his close friend, was difficult to understand. When he talked to anyone, he never gave the full reason for anything. At that moment, one of his subordinates walked up to Shi Jun and said, "I've got the information." The guy, Black 3, had received a gold brick from the man in the red suit. After that, he went a little crazy, hiring people to help him and even cutting open the stomachs of those workers. He still claims he found true love. When Shi Jun heard this, she felt disgusted and said he brought it on himself, getting hypnotized and then taking advantage of people. Lock him up. She then turned to Xie and said, "These guys have some pretty nasty methods, but clearly, you two are even more impressive. You caught him so easily. People like you must be highly regarded in King Gang, right?" Xie smiled and replied, "Of course. In King Gang, I'm something of a hero. I'll make sure to support your business from now on." As Xie flirted and boasted to Shi Jun, Luke Sin stepped in to interrupt. Wiping the blood off a handkerchief, he said, "Dan, you scared the life out of me." Xie, hearing his best friend was scared, didn't know how to respond. After all, who was the one truly scared here? Luke Sin stepped up in front of Shi Jun and said, "I've asked everything I needed to. It seems like you two should head out quickly." At that point, Luke Sin realized he probably didn't have time to escort this guy back to King Gang anymore. He turned to Shi Jun and asked, "Can we lock him up here for now? Someone from King Gang will come to take him later." Shi Jun casually agreed right away. As for Crow Face, in his half-paralyzed state, he was crying out loud and trembling as he muttered to Luke Sin, "Monster, monster?" Xie, who was driving and had been with Luke Sin in the whole time, couldn't help but shudder as he remembered how terrifying Crow Face had looked. After what Luke Sin did to him, it was beyond awful. It seemed like this guy wasn't someone to mess with. Noticing that Xie had been quiet for a while, Luke Sin started a conversation, complimenting Shi Jun for being so generous. She not only covered the fine for the gunshot incident, but also topped off my gas, gave me extra supplies, and even gave us some local specialties to take with us. Hearing Luke Sin go on and on about Shi Jun, Xie finally spoke up and said, "Unfortunately, because of the rules, I can't give her my phone number, so I can't contact her once we're in the city." When Xie finally spoke, Luke Sin sighed in relief, saying, "Finally, you're talking. I was starting to think something had happened to you. I was really worried." After a brief pause, Luke Sin turned to Xie and apologized for ordering him around earlier, treating him more like a subordinate than a colleague. When Xie heard this, he calmed down a bit and said, "It's no big deal. There's no need to apologize." Luke Sin, also feeling a bit relieved, sighed and told Xie, "You're the first colleague of mine at the Special Pollution Control Department who's on the same level as me, and you've been the teammate I've worked with the most. You taught me a lot." For the first time, Luke Sin said, "I consider Xie a friend. Before, when I was working at the company, I didn't have many friends. In general, I really value my friendship with Xie." Xie, hearing this, seemed a little worried and asked, "Have your parents and your sister agreed to this friendship between us?" Luke Sin replied, "No problem. It's just that my abilities are a bit unusual." He knew that sometimes people might find him a bit odd. At this point, Xie finally relaxed and started to smile widely, saying, "Don't worry, I heard about it for a while. There was a professor at the Research Institute who used to say that Luke Sin's abilities aren't like Spider-Man's, but more like a combination of many things. But honestly, I think you're just fine. It's just that maybe some of your family members aren't exactly the norm." After finishing the casual chat, Xie became serious and asked, "Has Luke Sin found out anything from that crow-face guy? Why the rush to leave?" Luke Sin explained that the person with the wooden puppet power was named Chen. He had originally lived in some city, but after awakening his power, he moved into the wilderness to make his fortune. Over the years, he had accomplished quite a few major things in the West. 3 years ago, he caught the attention of Shinran. He usually called Shinran leader, and even knew her real name was Jiang Saihu. After a one-on-one fight, he ended up in Kinran's hands, but she didn't kill him. Instead, she invited him to join her team of knights. Kinran was the captain in charge of taking on commission missions. Every time they received an assignment, Kinran would send a telegram to the team members and then gather them at a designated location. Their tasks included things like assassinations, escorting people, retrieving items, and more. This time they came to King Gang to steal a painting, but he didn't know who had commissioned the job. Their group had complete trust in Kinran. They also had 2 secondary missions. One was to document the data after detonating the spiritual pollution bomb in the southern city and deliver it to an organization that sold bombs. He didn't get any details on the other one. At that point, everything just fell apart for him. According to his confession, his team consists of 3 people with special abilities and 4 experienced hired soldiers. It's clear that the drug deal was masterminded by a member named Big Shot. As for Kinran, he only said one thing: kill, but don't die. Upon hearing this, Xie said, it's just like the committee suspected, she'll come back to life. Then, Xie turned to Luke Sin and asked, are you sure he's telling the truth? Luke Sin responded, when that guy fought Chen ran one-on-one, he couldn't even last until she fully unleashed her powers. He lost right away. The most important part here is that Luke Sin managed to get the whereabouts of Kinran. She's hiding at the end of Highway 85, not far from the market of fragrance and smoke. Chen Chong called it Happy Little Town. The car suddenly slammed on the brakes, causing Shishi to be thrown out of the car for the 5th time. With his face as pale as a banana leaf, Xie asked Luke Sin again, are you sure it's that place? After Luke Sin confirmed, Xie turned white and pointed at the map, saying, that place is impossible to get close to. If you go in, you might never come out. With a very tense expression, Xie continued to explain, brother, right now in King Gang City, we've investigated almost all the major forces and the old abandoned strongholds around here. But there are still some very mysterious areas. Up until now, we don't know anything about them. These places are called Forbidden Zones. Anyone who enters them either goes insane or disappears. So countless people have sacrificed their lives without bringing back any information. Even this happy little town turns out to be the most dangerous place of all. When Luke Sin's mother heard Xie, she calmly said, sounds like a great place for a vacation. Then she asked Shishi, does mom's idea sound right? Shishi, of course, replied, yeah, mom's right. Aside from that monster of a dad, there's no one else it's afraid of. With her mother backing her up, Luke Sin wasn't scared at all. She turned to Xie and said, let's head straight there. Even if it's a forbidden zone, we have to capture someone and bring them back. The monster truck stopped in front of a fortified area so Xie could report the situation back to headquarters. Immediately, Luke Sin's plan to enter Happy Little Town was harshly condemned. Xie explained that he had strongly opposed the idea, but Luke Sin, as the team leader, refused to listen. In the end, since Luke Sin was so difficult to stop, headquarters had no choice but to accept his decision and send the necessary documents to him. Once Luke Sin arrived, he quickly skimmed through the documents and told Xie to hurry and head to Happy Little Town. Happy Little Town was a mysterious, highly dangerous area, rated as S-Class. It spanned about 50 square kilometers. As you got closer, the mental energy field in the area became very dense, causing symptoms like dizziness, discomfort, fainting, auditory hallucinations, and limb spasms. If you ventured 50 meters into this mental field, you would no longer be able to leave, vanishing from sight entirely. Even electronic devices malfunction when nearby, experiencing electrical system failures and signal interference. After reading the documents, Xie turned to Luke Sin, his face tense, and asked if he regretted his decision. Luke Sin responded, the documents don't have much useful information. Looks like we'll have to go in ourselves to see what's really going on. Xie and Luke Sin stopped to set up camp and rest 10 kilometers away from Happy Little Town. Luke Sin saw that Xie was so scared he was about to wet his pants, so he tried to reassure him. Don't worry, just let me go in there alone. It'll be fine. As soon as Xie heard this, his face went blank and he immediately called himself a coward. Though he used to be a thug before gaining his powers, he usually just ended up getting beat up. But now that he had powers, he felt braver. Even though the blonde guy was terrified, he still tried to act calm and said, it's fine. Don't worry about what kind of monsters are in there. I'll go in with you this time. Besides, I have special bullets. What's there to be afraid of? No monster or guy can scare me. Luke Sin listened to this and sincerely told Xie, you don't need to risk coming with me. Just stay outside and keep watch. That's enough. When Xie heard this, he laughed and said, "Throughout the whole journey, I kept reminding you how dangerous it is, but didn't I still come here with you?" At this point, Luke Sin didn't waste any more words. He got out of the car and told Xie, "The danger I'm talking about isn't happy little town. It's..." The camera shifts to the safe haven of Luke Sin's home. The old monster, Luke Sin's father, is sitting there, casually sipping from a bottle of liquor, laughing loudly as he says, "Damn, I can finally get out of here." At this moment, Xie is handing Luke Sin a backpack, saying, "Up ahead is a vehicle, but we can't go any further. We'll have to continue on foot from the trail." Xie has already prepared everything needed. A gun, specially made ammunition, acute antidote serum, signal flares, and many other things. As he finishes, the blonde man adds, "He'll keep watch outside. If anything happens, make sure to signal him right away." Luke Sin hears this, says goodbye, and heads straight into the thick, poisonous fog ahead. Xie, sitting in the vehicle, suddenly panics when he notices two figures beside Luke Sin, one tall, one short. Oh my god, where did those two come from? Is there still someone on the vehicle? Suddenly drenched in sweat, Xie looks back at the seat and nervously asks, "Hey, they've all gone in. Aren't you going too?" Luke Sin then walked for a while when he suddenly started feeling dizzy and lightheaded, almost fainting. It was then that he realized this place was far from ordinary. After the initial shock, Luke Sin quickly regained his composure and carried Shishi deeper into happy little town. As he walked, he thought to himself, the one with the wooden puppet power has already been dealt with, but the enemy still has two more with abilities, plus 4 fully armed people. And with this place being as dangerous as it is, we might run into some problems. With that in mind, Luke Sin turned to Shishi and said, "Before we left, we promised Dad we'd get him out to help you. So, sis, are you afraid of him?" Shishi, sucking on a lollipop, replied, "As for him, when I grow up, I'll definitely turn him into a toy and make sure I beat him up every day." She emphasized, "What I'm really scared of has never been him." The siblings quickly made their way to a valley where many farmers were busy working. As they arrived, Luke Sin glanced at his notes and muttered to himself, "The night comes quickly here. The moonlight seems much brighter and more beautiful than outside." Luke Sin walked up to a woman farmer with a very unusual appearance and said, "I'd like to ask about a person in this photo." But the woman didn't respond. Luke Sin handed her a biddle and said, "Can you talk now, miss?" The woman took the money but still didn't say a word, ignoring him completely. It took Luke Sin a lot of effort to grab the bill back. The two siblings quickly made their way into the residential area of the valley. Once they arrived, Luke Sin was stunned by the wealth of the place, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "This place is huge. It feels like it could fit tens of thousands of people. But it's kind of too quiet, don't you think?" Thinking that Chen Ran and the others might be hiding in one of the houses, Luke Sin tried to unlock a door to search inside. Just then, his mother appeared and stopped him, holding a pair of scissors in her hand. She said, "You almost got something dirty on you just now." The town was really nice. Beautifully built homes, well-kept flowers, and mostly quiet. Compared to the chaotic town of Zhenhai Shui, Luke Sin's mother seemed to really like this place and said, "It feels like paradise." Luke Sin nodded in agreement with his mother and said, "It's true. The people here are really friendly, so friendly that they're surrounding you with spears and sticks like this." Luke Sin couldn't help but glance suspiciously at his mother. Seeing his look, she raised her hand as if to say it wasn't her fault. If she denied it, then it would mean she was involved in this change. At this point, Luke Sin rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Earlier, his mother had mentioned something about nearly getting something stuck to him, which she had cut off. Was it possible that these people were hostile toward him because of whatever was cut off? After thinking for a moment, Luke Sin decided not to dwell on it and said, "It seems like they won't attack right away. The more important thing now is finding Kinran." His mother replied, "I got here before you two. When you and your brother were busy fighting over money from a girl, I had already gone to the town." At this, his mother cleared her throat and emphasized, "I think not every room had its lights off earlier. Some rooms still had their lights on." Luke Sin asked, "Which room?" With his mother's guidance, the three of them quickly made their way to a house at the end of the row. As they walked, his mother kept cutting off the threads that were trying to stick to Luke Sin. Luke Sin suddenly caught a very familiar smell. It was the scent of food, the same one he had smelled when he first met Shin Ran at the second satellite city. Kin Ran always seemed like he could never get enough to eat. Now, Luke Sin was sure they were very close. Out of nowhere, a dirty little boy covered in mud ran up and offered Luke Sin a red apple. Luke Sin took the apple from the boy and handed it to Shishi, saying, "I've figured out how to find Chen Ran in this crowd. It's by starting a fire." With that, he raised a torch, threatening to set something on fire. Fearing that the house might catch fire, Chen Ran rushed out and asked, "Are you really going to start a fire, Luke Sin?" When Luke Sin saw Qin Ran appear, he threw his backpack on the ground and said, "I've been looking for you for days." Qin Ran, still chewing on a cob of corn, replied, "If you've made it here, that means you must have already captured Chen Chong, right? Chen Chong is a tough guy, doesn't mind pain. We made a deal before. If he got caught by the enemy, as long as he could hold out for 3 days, he'd reveal everything." But it was fast. Lu Sin had made it here so quickly. Qin Ran was really curious about what Luke Sin had done to him. Lu Sin said that actually he didn't do anything to him at all. The guy just confessed on his own. With a blank expression, Luke Sin continued, "Qin Ran made such a huge mistake in King Gang, killing so many people. He must have thought that I would eventually come after him." When Qin Ran heard this, he was a little surprised and said, "So Luke Sin came after me because of those people in King Gang. I thought it was because you discovered the value of that painting and were chasing you for that." Luke Sin didn't react, calmly saying if that painting is still in Qin Ran's hands, he will definitely keep it with him. But the most important thing is that he and the other 6 members of his team won't be able to escape this time. When Qin Ran heard that, he burst out laughing and said, "Luke Sin is so interesting. You're risking everything just for a few lives. For people like us with superpowers, we're no different from gods compared to regular people. In this world, under the red moonlight, our world, we do whatever we want." Qin Ran said these words filled with excitement. Luke Sin heard the pervert in front of him speak and, becoming serious, said, "From now on, he should read more books so he can understand what the human condition is. In this world, there's no such thing as immortals." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Ran ordered his men to fire a 6-barreled machine gun at Luke Sin. Protected by his mother, Luke Sin quickly advanced, not backing down, but charging straight toward Qin Ran to prevent him from escaping. Even now, Luke Sin still didn't know what kind of abilities Qin Ran had. Though he had no idea how to deal with him, Luke Sin figured that if he broke Qin Ran's spine, he could bring him in for trial. He said that, but in reality, he just charged in and ripped out Qin Ran's internal organs, including his heart and intestines. Realizing he had gone too far, the protagonist decided to try putting Qin Ran's organs back inside with the thought, if the heart isn't completely crushed, it should be fine, right? After taking Qin Ran down, Luke Sin couldn't help but think to himself about the special pollution incident number 41. On the surface, Kuai Wan killed Qin Ran, then turned into him, and later, a number of people came seeking revenge. Eventually, they discovered the pollution source at the bottom of the tiger pit. Everything started with Qin Ran's death. And now, Qin Ran died again in the same way. So what would happen next? Just as Luke Sin thought of this, something unexpected happened. A tree shot up at lightning speed from Qin Ran's body and instantly turned into a massive, towering tree. The moment it appeared, it immediately attacked Luke Sin. After breaking a few branches, Luke Sin noticed something strange. The tree wasn't targeting him at all, but the innocent people standing around. The tree wrapped itself around the civilians, and those caught in its grasp grabbed weapons and charged toward Luke Sin. To his surprise, they seemed to think he was Qin Ran and were attacking him as if he were the enemy. This time, Luke Sin remained calm and didn't kill a person coming at him. If he did, the number of people hunting him would increase exponentially. But life often throws the unexpected your way. Despite his intentions, the man under the tree's control slit his own throat and begged Luke Sin to kill him instead. Seeing the man's suicide unfold before his eyes, Luke Sin couldn't help but be shocked. He wondered to himself, could it be that the people in this town, sensing they can't kill me themselves, are resorting to suicide to trigger a never-ending cycle of revenge against me? One after another, people were cutting their own throats to become nourishment for Qin Ran. By now, Luke Sin was in a difficult situation. He didn't know what to do to stop this deadly cycle that was targeting him. It was so tough that he even thought about tearing Qin Ran's body apart. But when his mother heard this, she immediately shot down the idea, saying that if they did that, it would only help spread Qin Ran's influence further. Seeing the crowd of black-clad people gathering around Luke Sin, Xiao Shi jumped onto him, urging him to hurry up. Shishi, somewhat agitated, suggested, "Let Dad handle it. He'll solve everything." But Luke Sin quickly rejected the idea, saying, "No. The timing's not right yet. Dad won't be able to just sit and take the vengeance of these people. He'll deal with them quickly. But after that, he'll go crazy and make Qin Ran's corrupting power even worse." At that point, Luke Sin thought about letting Shishi eat the tree, but once again, he rejected that idea. This time, Qin Ran was different from before, and if his sister ate it, she might not be able to digest it. It seemed like the only way was for him to handle it himself. As Luke Sin charged into close combat with the tree, he thought to himself, Qin Ran's ability is that once someone kills him, he turns into a source of corruption, spreading his power to those around him, making them part of him. So why are these people who are affected by the pollution seeking revenge on Kinran? Why has the speed of Kinran's pollution become so much faster this time? A series of questions filled Luxin's mind. It seemed like his mother understood exactly what he was thinking, so she said, "Why do you always assume it's just his ability? Have you considered that it might be the price he has to pay instead?" With his mother's insight, Luxin suddenly had an aha moment and immediately realized the issue. That makes sense, Luxin thought to himself. Once Kinran becomes a source of pollution, he absorbs the spirit of those around him, turning them into part of himself. The people who were polluted by him hated Kinran. They wanted to kill him. This was the price Kinran had to pay for polluting others. For Kinran, the key was figuring out how to eliminate their hatred and successfully absorb them. So he shifted the hatred of these people towards Luxin. Since the people saw Luxin as Kinran, they came after him with such fury. A new difficult question popped up. How could Kinran transfer his hatred from himself to Luxin? This tricky question was answered in the blink of an eye by his mother, who removed Kinran's face from the body of Luxin. Looking at the face lying on the ground, his mother couldn't help but sigh. It seems that Kinran used this method to make everyone in the town hate Luxin. At that moment, the townspeople stopped attacking Luxin and instead rushed to tear and claw at the face of Kinran on the ground. Once the people finished tearing away the outer layer of Kinran's body, their grudges were completely dispelled and they returned to their normal state. Now Luxin had time to deal with the tree that Kinran had turned into right in front of him. However, things weren't as easy as he thought. The tree's growth speed suddenly skyrocketed. It turned out that the growth rate of this tree completely depended on the spiritual amplification level of the cursed target. Since Luxin was the target this time, Kinran quickly jumped straight to the 5th level of spiritual pollution. In front of Luxin stood a massive, eerie tree, constantly giving birth to human-like figures. Kinran was a person with superpowers and actually possessed 3 different abilities. But even now, Luxin still couldn't figure out what his 3rd ability was. Before Luxin could charge at the tree to attack it, the iron-headed man ran out of the house and shouted loudly, "Don't do that, Luxin." Seeing Luxin hesitate, the iron-headed man sneered maliciously. From now on, Luxin will have to follow his orders. It seemed that the boy who gave the apple to Luxin had something to do with this. Ever since receiving the apple, Luxin had been cursed, allowing the iron-headed man to manipulate him at will. Kinran, seeing Luxin pause, also laughed mockingly, pleased with himself, but his smugness didn't last long. Luxin's hand suddenly clamped down on his face, squeezing tightly, and Kinran screamed in agony. Seeing Kinran confused and not understanding what was going on, Luxin explained before being taken away for punishment. It seems the iron-headed man is the one who spread the roses in King Gang City, right? All it took was accepting something from him, and you'd start feeling sympathy for him. Am I right? Chen Chong used this trick before. No one gets fooled twice by the same method. In fact, his mother had already been cutting the strings of manipulation off of Luxin for a while. Now his little sister had gone to handle the iron-headed man. As Luxin finished speaking, he grabbed Kinran's face and threw him straight to the ground, burying him in a grave. However, even though Kinran was dead, things were far from over. From the tree, Kinran's small devil split-body minions rushed out, attacking Luxin relentlessly. Since his sister was busy and not with Luxin, his body had slowed down significantly. As a result, he was continuously attacked by the humanoid monsters. The parts of his body that came into contact with the monsters began to take on the face of Kinran. The tree's tentacles kept draining the life force of the surrounding people to help it grow. Meanwhile, Luxin, who had been infected by Kinran's parasite, was also about to transform into another version of him. Surrounded by the monsters, Luxin realized the time had come. It was finally the moment for his father to appear and breathe some fresh air. When the king's haki was unleashed, his father appeared for the first time in the form of a massive king of beasts. His body was covered in sharp spikes, and he exhaled hot air, sending the small devils around him scattering. The Ironhead, looking frightened, was completely puzzled. He thought to himself, why isn't this having any effect? His eyes had just seen that the boy had handed his apple to Luxin. Normally, Luxin should have had a hard time rejecting it. As Ironhead was about to go look for another leader, Xiao Shi appeared behind him and said, I really like you. When the guy with the metal head still didn't understand what was going on, he was turned into a little ball of human flesh like this. Shishi, with a crazed look in her eyes, laughed maniacally and said, this metal head is so cute. Now he's going to be Shishi's toy. Holding the metal ball tightly in her hands, Shishi grinned wickedly and said, doll, don't be scared. Daddy's coming soon. He's really fierce, but don't worry, I'll protect you. So I'll kill you first. Don't worry, if there are enough wounds, it won't hurt anymore, right, my little metal ball? Haha. Meanwhile, on the battlefield outside, Chen Ran had appeared and was thinking to himself, that big-headed demon subordinate has used his third ability. I wonder how many more copies of him will show up. Luckily, the big-headed demon's consciousness is the strongest. There's still a chance it could be the real Qin Ran. With that thought, Qin Ran, staying true to his cautious nature, decided that he had to run away first and figure things out later. Lu Xun was surrounded by monsters. His father, a massive figure almost godlike in size, roared with full energy from behind, "Finally, I'm free." Immediately, all the demon parasites that Qin Ran had placed on Lu Xun's body fell off. Seeing the parasitic creatures groaning pitifully after being thrown around, Lu Xun, with eyes red as blood, his tongue flicking and a twisted expression on his face, muttered softly, "Worthless. Anyone who breaks into a house without the owner's permission deserves to die." With that, his father began to unleash his overwhelming power, devouring the tree monsters around him. After chewing on one bite, he spat it out, disgusted, saying, "Weak, pathetic. You're not even worth eating." He then yanked out the entire tree stump and slammed it into the ground, sending all the small devils flying. Useless creatures, the only value you have is when you are destroyed. Your pitiful screams are actually kind of nice to hear. From a distance, his mother, watching his towering figure, couldn't help but mutter, "You really are a monster." She then turned to Shishi, who was hiding in a corner of the house, and asked, "What are you holding?" Shishi was holding the head of the metal-headed guy and said that she really liked him and didn't want her father to hurt him. Hearing this, her mother pulled out a pair of scissors and snipped the thread of Xiao Shi's head, saying, "You're not allowed to fall in love too early. That's something only bad kids do." Shishi broke free from the curse of the Iron Head guy and immediately threw his head aside, following her mother as they left, escaping the overwhelming strength of her father behind them. Back on the battlefield, most of Qin Ran's small devil clones had been killed, but they were still determined to use unity as their strength and plan to attack Lu Xun again. However, in the face of absolute power, all their dirty tricks became useless. Lu Xun's father opened his mouth and let out a mighty roar that blocked them, then ripped apart the remaining pieces of the tree and said, "Your ability is immortality. I like things that can't die because only then will you always be afraid." Just when the entire tree was about to be shattered, the real Qin Ran couldn't take it anymore and jumped straight into the sky, running away. The Qin Ran, who appeared afterward, had taken on a completely new appearance, disguised as an ordinary person holding a briefcase. He sneered and said, "Damn it, now this is the real monster. Luckily, I'm smarter than them. I cut off the connection just in time to escape." However, Qin Ran's smirk quickly faded when he saw the beautiful smile of Lu Xun's mother and little sister, who were standing ahead waiting for him. In a very polite tone, Lu Xun's mother asked Qin Ran, "Who sent you to investigate the escaped laboratory?" Qin Ran didn't answer. Instead, he immediately leaped backward, firing at his mother. The bullet sliced through the air, but was stopped by her mental energy shield. Seeing this, Qin Ran began to panic and muttered to himself, "This is a special bullet. Normally, it should explode." The fragments would release blue electrical sparks and destroy everything, but it just hung in the air, suspended. His mother controlled the bullet in midair, flicked it away, and said, "Why does that Qin Ran always walk into hell when heaven is right there?" Back on the battlefield with Lu Xun, the father, radiating an overwhelming aura, had quickly taken care of the small devils and was now heading straight for Qin Ran. With each step, the ground cracked open and the tremors caused by his movement shook everything around. Even people standing several kilometers away could feel the earth trembling beneath them. Qin Ran finally realized what was happening and muttered, "I get it now." But by the time he understood, it was already too late. The father, with his terrifyingly powerful haki, appeared right behind Qin Ran and said, "Gotcha." Qin Ran, his face filled with fear, couldn't hold back and said, "Is this the power of Furious Monk?" So the experiment worked after all. Saying that, he raised his hand, pleading for mercy, and added, "But Lu Xun, you can't kill me." Seeing Lu Xun lift him up and prepare to crush him, Qin Ran desperately explained, "Do you know why I chose to hide here, Lu Xun? Because this is happy little town and the queen is sleeping here. The people in this town are all subjects of the queen, even I am one of them. And now, Lu Xun, you've just woken up the queen." At that moment, everyone in the town stood up, opening their mouths and sticking out their tongues in a strange, eerie way. A huge shadow slowly emerged from the mansion in front of them. Shishi and his mother, watching this unfold, couldn't help but excitedly remark, "This is really fascinating." A woman with a monstrous, terrifying lower body appeared before Lu Xun's family. Qin Ran, clearly thrilled, introduced her, saying, "My queen is one of the most powerful, mysterious beings controlling this world. My current body is one of her subjects. With a grin, Chen turned to Luke Sin and asked, "Are you sure you want to kill me in front of the queen?" Though he said one thing, deep down Chen was thinking how lucky he was to have chosen this place to hide in the first place. That way, no matter how powerful an enemy came after him, he could rely on the queen's strength to stop them. But now, with the queen awakening, there was no way he could just leave safely. Still, it was better than falling into the hands of a monster like Luke Sin at this point. When Luke Sin saw the queen appear, instead of being scared, he puffed out his chest, unleashed his conqueror's haki, and boldly challenged her. The queen, provoked like this, released her small devil followers, slowly advancing toward the strange family standing before us. Seeing this, his mother couldn't help but think to herself, "No wonder they say this is a place you can enter, but never leave. Everyone who comes here ends up becoming a member of the town in the sense that they've already died." In those dark, unlit houses, the true residents of the town were hiding. The secret of Happy Little Town was actually quite simple. This place was home to a queen. This queen had a profound influence on the entire town, changing its very way of life. The center of everyone's life here revolved around the queen, as she represented a singular, unyielding will. So, as long as the people of Happy Little Town contribute to their queen, they will always feel very happy. Now, one of the most powerful mystical creatures, the Queen of Happy Little Town, has set her sights on Luke Sin and his family. This time, he will have to stand alongside his family to fight. Kinran was holding his head in pain from the terrifying hockey field created by the two sovereigns and couldn't help but wonder, could the information I got be wrong? Luke Sin shouldn't have the power to stand against the queen, right? Has he really reached stage 2 already? As the queen got closer, her mental field collided with Luke Sin's overwhelming hockey. At that moment, Luke Sin thought to himself, there was no doubt about it. The monster in front of him was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. To his surprise, Luke Sin actually felt the urge to run away. Clenching his fists with determination, he told himself once again, "This is a battle. I have to stand with my family, fight with them." Luke Sin couldn't allow himself to hesitate now. In this tense situation, just when it seemed like a big fight was about to break out, his mother stepped forward, becoming a diplomatic hero and complimenting the queen on how beautiful the small town was. She lightly brushed through her messy hair and said, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. We're just here to visit and help my son with his work. We didn't mean to intrude, and I'm really sorry for that." To everyone's surprise, she not only walked up to the queen, but also praised the flowers the queen had planted, saying they were truly beautiful. Luke Sin was taken aback by how smoothly his mom handled the situation. He couldn't believe she was talking to the queen so easily. The queen, who was usually introverted, was hearing compliments for the first time, so she finally spoke up and said, "Thank you." His mom, upon hearing that, casually pointed to the rose bushes and tactfully suggested, "However, all the flowers are pink," which is a little bit plain. In my opinion, if you could add some blue irises to the garden, it would look so much better. At this point, the queen was completely charmed by Luke Sin's mother. She blushed, scratched her head in a humble way, and replied, "I also think the pink flowers are a bit monotonous, but I haven't been able to find any other seeds." With Luke Sin's incredible diplomatic skills, his mother easily turned a major issue into something trivial, then made it disappear altogether, even sending the queen away in the process. In fact, the queen herself even scheduled another meeting, promising to treat her properly when she visits next time. When the queen left, Ran was like a fish in a basket, Luke Sin said. Luke Sin mentioned that he still had more questions for him, but his father, growing increasingly impatient, cut him off. What's there to ask when he's left like this? Just kill him. Killing him is the only way to make it clean. With that, his father raised his fist, ready to strike Ran. Seeing this, Luke Sin immediately grabbed his father's hand to stop him. The father and son clashed, creating a conflict between them. The father, enraged, began shouting and even tried to kill Luke Sin in his fury. Seeing this, Luke Sin's mother, who had been standing by, said, "You should go home now." Hearing his wife, the father slightly turned his face and replied, "I don't want to go home." Seeing his father go too far, Luke Sin did his best to stop him from taking control of his body. When Shishi saw her brother being mistreated, she stepped in front of him and yelled, "I won't let him bully my brother." The mother, standing behind them at that moment, furrowed her brows and flicking 2 fingers downward said, "Is he really angry or is he just scared? Where does he think he's going? We're family. If we can't take care of each other, who's he supposed to trust in this world?" She pulled out a drawer and, standing in front of the father, scolded him. Does he really want our family to fall apart from now on? Shishi, at this point, sided with the mother and said, "I just want to turn him into a toy, the kind that can't even move." It seemed like a strange family civil war was about to break out, but it was immediately cooled down by a naïve comment from the queen standing at the door. The queen, having just returned home, turned back around to address our odd family and said, "Hey, you guys stop arguing in my place. Hearing this, the mother quickly used her top-tier diplomatic skills to apologize to the queen. After that, she turned to lecture the father, explaining what was right and wrong. Under pressure from both his family and the queen in front of him, the father finally laughed out loud and said he was just joking. With that, he opened the door and returned to his warm home in the streets, saying, "I will change my mind. He's just a lost cause. Right now, you're protecting him, but sooner or later, there will come a day when he'll kill all of us. By then, it'll be too late for you to regret it." The door slammed shut, and Luke Sin, feeling as though he had just returned from hell, anxiously looked back at the spot where his father had just disappeared. After saying goodbye to her newly made friend, the female monarch, his mother turned to ask what Luke Sin wanted to do next. Hearing this, Luke Sin shifted his gaze toward Chen Ran and said, "He's done something very evil in King Gang. I need to take him back to find the stolen goods and hand them over to the headquarters for proper handling." But just a moment ago, Luke Sin had overheard something else. It seemed like Chen Ran had mentioned something related to him. With that thought, Luke Sin immediately approached Chen Ran and asked him about it. Chen Ran, seeing Luke Sin approach, became fearful and stammered, "Yes, it's true. I do know a few things about you." What Chen Ran didn't know was that, from Luke Sin's perspective, everything about him was fake. Luke Sin, in reality, before Chen Ran could finish his sentence, he was instantly silenced by Luke Sin's mother, who scared him into complete silence. Without giving Luke Sin a chance to ask any questions, his mother took the initiative to explain, "The painting is in his suitcase, and there are some other documents inside as well. The story about the little boy crying also involves Luke Sin. You can read the documents, and that will make the story feel more real and trustworthy than just hearing it from him." But when she got to this point, his mother paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Luke Sin, you have to promise me something. Wait until you reach stage 2 before you look at what's in this suitcase, okay? If you don't, you won't be able to handle it." Luke Sin, hearing his mother say that, became curious about what "you won't be able to handle it" meant. But then he realized, this might be the first time my mother has asked me for something. Thinking this, he didn't hesitate and immediately said, "I promise, Mom." Once he said this, his mother opened her eyes, smiled kindly, and replied, "Also, I can't bring this guy's spirit back because his body belongs to someone else. Bringing it back would be rude. So just let Chen Ran have some fun with Shishi for now." After completing his task, Luke Sin grabbed the suitcase and waited for Xai in the wilderness. Xai drove up and had a brief conversation with Luke Sin. Upon seeing him, Luke Sin held out his briefcase and said, "I've taken care of the other 2 people with superpowers. Everything that was stolen in King Gang is in this briefcase. Also, the surveillance work for Happy Little Town is pretty much done." Xai was at a loss for words after hearing this. How skilled do you have to be to enter a place that feels like hell on earth and make it out safely? And not only that, but to finish everything so quickly, as if it were just a blink of an eye. At that moment, Xai felt even more respect for his friend. Luke Sin and Xai returned victorious, welcomed warmly by Chen King and the special committee. Checking his watch, Chen King remarked, "From the moment Luke Sin and Xai left until their return, it only took 4 days, 13 hours, and 54 minutes, less than half of what Luke Sin originally estimated." If this news reached the professors, they'd probably end up arguing so fiercely about what rank Luke Sin should be assigned that it might even turn into a physical fight. Luke Sin, without showing any emotion, reported the team of knights who infiltrated the city consisted of 7 people in total, including 3 with superpowers and 4 mercenaries. As of now, all 3 with superpowers have been taken out. 2 of them were eliminated, and the last one was probably escorted back right. Chen King, upon hearing this, patted Luke Sin on the shoulder to reassure him and said, "Go ahead and get some rest. There's no rush with the detailed report. The fact that you made it back safely is already a great outcome." After saying this, Chen King picked up the suitcase and added, "I'll personally escort this suitcase to the Research Institute. The follow-up handling will be taken care of by someone else. Luke Sin and Xai will have 3 days off. They can think about how to write the mission report in the meantime. Stay in touch by phone, and I'll update both of you if anything important comes up." Meanwhile, in the King Gang district, the senior management of the special committee was holding a meeting to discuss Luke Sin's recent trip. The suitcase that Luke Sin had brought back was placed on the table. Chen King mentioned that she had carefully checked it and was certain that Luke Sin hadn't opened it yet. Based on the previous judgment of Professor Bai, it was likely that the suitcase contained the mysterious red and white painting, documents related to the spiritually polluted bullets, and files concerning the escaped laboratory. The secret behind Luke Sin's mission might also be hidden in this suitcase. Xai brought Luke Sin back to the door and immediately suggested they go for a massage and find a fun place to unwind. The blonde guy said, "I'll cover everything for you tonight. I promise you'll be satisfied." Luke Sin immediately declined, saying, "There's too much to take care of at home. I can't go out to play." As Luke Sin was heading up the stairs, he got a call from the beautiful Hanbing, who congratulated him on returning safely and let him know she'd soon send him the report summarizing this round's bonus. Luke Sin hung up the phone, feeling pleased with the earnings. On top of his salary and the allowances, Han Bing had agreed to let him keep a motorcycle from the recent haul. That would definitely make things more convenient for him when he's out and about. Even though his dad was angry right now, it didn't matter. They were family. They'd work things out eventually. When Luke Sin stepped into the house, he was surprised to find it wasn't in the chaotic mess he expected. His mom was just sitting there, chatting with a neighbor, while his sister Shishi was watching TV. His dad, who loved to fight, was casually sipping some wine by the dining table, which was piled high with food. It was such a peaceful scene. Luke Sin quickly joined his parents and sister at the table. It seemed like his dad was in a much better mood after getting out and blowing off some steam. At the same time, at the command center in the central city, Chen King and the others opened the suitcase. As expected, inside were 3 folders and a painting carefully protected in a glass case. "Pick up the painting," Chen King said. "We'll take it straight to the Research Institute later." Holding the remaining folders, Chen King continued, "These must be documents about the escape laboratory. We all know how important these are. The 6 professors at the Institute don't even have the right to see this information." At this point, Chen King grew tense, hesitating, not daring to open the documents. Professor Bai, understanding what she was thinking, reassured her. "It's fine, no matter what's inside. Now that Luke Sin is part of the Special Operations team, how we treat him doesn't need to be calculated anymore. What they need is just to understand him, so there's no need to be so worried." With that, Professor Bai urged Chen King to open the folders. As she did, everyone was shocked to find the papers inside were torn to pieces. Meanwhile, at Luke Sin's house, the warm and intimate family dinner had just finished. His mother stood by the window smiling gently and said, "We'll be able to go on more trips like this in the future. But there are some things that need to be criticized," she said. Then she stepped forward and lovingly scolded her husband, saying that his short temper made everyone very worried. "If he keeps acting like this, it will make the whole family lose trust in each other. This family will fall apart." So she seriously warned her husband, "If you don't change your ways, then if the family goes out together in the future, don't even think about tagging along." When Luke Sin heard his mother scolding his father, it felt as though she was talking to him instead. As he was thinking this, his mother turned to him and said, "I know you're very curious and probably have a lot of questions. I support you in getting to the bottom of this. After all, Luke Sin, you're grown now. You can't keep being in the dark about this forever." With that, his mother took a folder and placed it in front of him, saying, "This is a gift that the 3 of us decided to give you after discussing it. Inside, you'll find the answers to things you've been wanting to know." She handed him the folder titled Escape from the Laboratory and placed it in his drawer. Then she added, "Earlier, in Happy Little Town, you promised me something." At this point, his mother emphasized, "Luke Sin, remember you need to wait until you level up to stage 2 before you can see it." With that, she handed Luke Sin the drawer key to keep safe. The next day, Luke Sin was sitting in his office casually writing a report. It went something like, "Well, after entering Happy Little Town, I caused a stir with the queen of the town. The queen is intimidating, but quite reasonable. So I packed up my suitcase and left." Reading over his report, the knave protagonist couldn't help but think to himself, "This report is really well written. The bosses will probably love this level of detail." At this point, he decided to send it to Han Bing for review. When Han Bing read the report, she couldn't help but compliment. "It's very detailed." Luke Sin, hearing this, smiled gently and said, "I wanted to ask you something, Han Bing." Han Bing, surprised, replied, "Go ahead." Luke Sin, not wasting time, went straight to the point and asked her, "Do you know how to reach stage 2? Meanwhile, at the Special Committee headquarters, Director Chen was asking Chen King about Luke Sin's inquiry regarding Stage 2. Chen King, calmly confirming, replied, "The concept of Stage 2 isn't a secret. It's perfectly normal for Luke Sin to know about it." At the same time, at the Special Committee headquarters, Director Chen was asking Chen King about Luke Sin's question on how to advance to Stage 2, the next level for those with superhuman abilities. Chen King, still calm, confirmed the concept of Stage 2 isn't a secret, so it's completely normal that Luke Sin would know about it. When Director Chen heard this, he said, "Right now, the important thing is that they need to figure out Luke Sin's true intentions." At this point, he raised his chin and added, "I've just read through Luke Sin's mission report. It's really crafty. Even something as minor as the gunshot incident in Zenhai Shui, where they got fined 3,000, is included." He sounded displeased, crossed his arms, and said, "But Luke Sin didn't explain exactly how the mission was carried out. What's all this talk about a friendly, reasonable queen who can retreat safely? This director is sure that Luke Sin is hiding something. Professor Bai, hearing this, asked Director Chen, "Have you read Sai's report?" The director replied, "I've read it, but I don't know what you're asking about. And as for the expenses, the report is even worse than Luke Sin's." Professor Bai smiled gently and said, "Actually, they're both being cautious. That's perfectly normal, which is why rules are so important. They provide a foundation for everyone to trust each other." Professor Bai then concluded, from this report, it's clear that Luke Sin is a superpowered individual who values following the rules. This is a blessing for ordinary people like them. At this point, Professor Bai stood up, smiling, and said, "My suggestion is neither to reject nor ignore the rules. Just agree to this with Luke Sin. As long as Luke Sin meets the requirements of the rules, we can allow him to proceed to Phase 2. At the security office, Luke Sin was sweating while reading the notes. Han Bing then informed Luke Sin, "For the payment of this mission, aside from the direct reward, there is also an option to turn this mission into a path for becoming a full-time employee and getting a promotion. Once Luke Sin becomes a full-time employee, he will be included in the city's special talent introduction program. In the future, for every mission he completes, he can accumulate contribution points, which will lead to improved benefits and treatment." Han Bing further explained, if Luke Sin chooses the reward this time, the 3 million yuan is the payment he will receive for fully completing the mission. However, if he chooses to convert the entire amount into contribution points for a promotion, he can directly become a third-tier talent and receive benefits far better than those of fourth-tier citizens. In return, Luke Sin would receive an internal reward, which would be around 700,000 yuan. Luke Sin felt the pressure as he heard this. Completing the mission was already hard enough, and now he had to make a choice. Seeing his hesitation, Chen King suggested, "You can choose to take part of the reward money and convert the rest into contribution points. That way, you'll get a generous amount of money and you'll also move up to a level 2 talent. According to the rules, special talents from the Special Operations Unit who reach level 2 or higher can access detailed materials about the second phase." Luke Sin smiled when he heard this. "Let's go with what you suggested." He then awkwardly turned to thank the beautiful Han Bing, a girl who had never had a boyfriend, with a shy thank you. With everything decided, Han Bing summarized and announced, Luke Sin will receive a total of 2,221,200 yuan. Over the next 3 working days, the money will be transferred to your account in installments. At the same time, Luke Sin was officially promoted to level 2 special staff with new privileges. Now Han Bing began explaining the second phase to Luke Sin. Humans affected by the blood moon experience unusual mental powers. People like that can be classified as superhumans. Under the condition that stability is maintained, those with abilities will focus on developing and mastering 3 types of powers, which defines the first phase. Phase 2 is essentially an extension of Phase 1, or more simply, the evolution of people with superpowers. In the chaotic and disorderly period at the very beginning, many individuals with the right conditions started experimenting with enhancing superhuman abilities even without any hesitation. The fates of those who underwent these experiments, however, vary greatly. When Luke Sin heard this, he covered his face and asked, "Where are the people with powers who have gone through the Phase 2 enhancements now?" Han Bing didn't directly answer Luke Sin's question. Instead, she said, "Right now, the city of King Gang is the only place capable of performing this type of enhancement. However, since Professor Bai set strict limits, no forbidden experiments have ever been carried out on anyone there. Even if someone with abilities requests an enhancement, the Research Institute will first assess and make a judgment to ensure it's a stable and safe choice for that person." Although the people of King Gang had mastered the technique of enhancing powers a long time ago, the number of individuals who had actually gone through it was still very small. At this point, Han Bing smiled charmingly and said, "Among the people you know, Luke Sin, there's really only one person who could meet the conditions for Phase 2 enhancement. That's Xie, Luke Sin's childhood friend. However, this young man just wants to live an ordinary life, going to the bar every morning and coming back late at night. No matter how much you tries to convince him, he refuses to participate in the enhancement experiment." After thinking for a while, Luke Sin told Han Bing, "Please apply for Phase 2 of the enhancement for me." Han Bing, upon hearing this, bluntly replied, "Your current rank isn't high enough yet. You need to be at least a 3rd-class talent to apply. Right now, you're still 55 contribution points short." As soon as Luke Sin heard this, he immediately asked to take on a mission to earn more contribution points. Meanwhile, in an apartment, Lai Meng, a student from King Gang University, was talking to her best friend about being targeted by some creep. Instead of showing sympathy, her pink-haired friend opened a bottle of expensive liquor and insisted that Meng drink with her. She even said, "If you don't drink, the consequences will be terrible." The scene quickly shifts to a disturbing scenario. The pink-haired friend with a twisted expression stuck out her tongue in a perverted manner and complimented Meng Meng's body, then invited her to shower together. The next day, at a psychological clinic, Lai Meng Meng was talking to a doctor about her problems. She looked confused and said, "I really feel like something is targeting me." At this point, the girl gripped the doctor's hand in panic and said, "Please help me." Instead of offering psychological treatment, the doctor decided to assault her. The consequences would be severe if she dared to refuse him. Luke Sin, with his handsome face, was walking out of the security office. As he walked, he couldn't help but admire the kind-hearted Han Bing. Not only had she helped him get a new uniform, but she had also assisted him in finding a mission that could earn him 10 contribution points at once. She really seemed like the perfect future wife, smart and capable. Luke Sin stepped out, happily got into the fancy new car he had just been assigned, and couldn't help but smile. It was true. A good appearance comes from good clothes, and healthy crops need good soil. Meanwhile, the beautiful Meng Meng, in ragged clothes, was frantically covering herself and running out of the hospital. It was horrifying. Even the hospital had become like this. Suddenly, a cute girl with her hair in a bun ran up and said, "Hello." But almost immediately, her face turned malicious as she added, "Do you understand the consequences of rejecting me?" A large crowd of people, all with bloodshot eyes, suddenly rushed at her, calling her a shameless woman. At that moment, she felt completely hopeless, dropping to her knees and covering her face, apologizing over and over again. Just as she thought there was no way out, her angel appeared. In front of her stood a tall man, around 180 centimeters, dressed in fine clothes, smiling gently as he handed her a handkerchief and tried to calm her down. "It's okay, I'm here now." Having been threatened so many times before, she was cautious around Luke Sin. At that moment, a middle-aged man suddenly rushed at her, trying to assault her, but his hand was quickly blocked by Luke Sin. The man, completely stunned, muttered, "Where am I, and who am I?" before running off. Luke Sin then explained the strange phenomena he had noticed on the man's face to the girl. The beautiful girl, hearing this, was so excited that she rushed into Luke Sin's arms, pleading, "That's him. Please save me. Please." With his motorcycle, Luke Sin drove the girl Meng Meng to track down the culprit. This was also the first time in his life that a beautiful girl had hugged him like this. As Luke Sin drove, he thought back to the case file. The report indicated that the criminal was an individual with spectral abilities. Feeling frustrated, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Damn, how do you catch a soul that can't be seen and can jump between different bodies?" Instead of taking the girl back to the station, Luke Sin drove her to a love hotel and told her to go inside with him. The girl refused, so Luke Sin pulled out his Special Investigation Unit badge, which he had been keeping hidden, and said, "I'm with the Special Investigation Unit." He then asked her to play along and pretend to be his lover to lure the guy out. It was the same old setup, like when young couples go to motels. Luke Sin said, "I'm not feeling well. Can you come with me to the room so I can use the bathroom for a minute?" Just then, a janitor who was cleaning nearby looked up in shock and yelled, "Who the heck is Luke Sin? Why is he with my girlfriend?" As soon as she heard the voice, the girl Meng Meng covered her mouth and whispered to Luke Sin, "It's him." Luke Sin patted her shoulder to calm her down and said, "It's okay, I'm here." The janitor screamed, "You're calling Meng Meng a shameless woman," and threatening Luke Sin, saying, "Dan, I don't care who Luke Sin is, but he better get the hell out of here now." "I've got my eye on this one," she added. Luke Sin brushed off her threats as if they were nothing and silently thought, "Why isn't Shishi here yet?" Luke Sin stood in front of the beautiful woman and said, "I'm nobody. In fact, I've even had experience fighting people with superpowers, so it's better if you just surrender before I accidentally punch you to death." The creepy guy didn't seem scared by Luke Sin's warning. He replied, "Since awakening my powers, I haven't feared anyone. People like you don't scare me." With that, he rushed forward, grabbing a knife and charging at Luke Sin. But Luke Sin easily dodged the attack, grabbed his neck, and lifted him off the ground. However, he vanished in an instant. The poor cleaning lady, completely unaware of when it just happened, hurriedly apologized to Luke Sin. The creepy guy had used his powers to transfer his soul into the body of a female employee, stepping forward and mocking, "You and I aren't even on the same level to talk." He even claimed to be a god now, which made Luke Sin pause for thought. The last person who had said something like that to him was Kinran, and she was dead. Now this delusional creep was saying the same thing. Shishi quickly rushed to capture him, but he immediately used his powers again to transfer his soul into someone else's body and attacked Luke Sin from behind. The creep continued shifting into the bodies of everyone around, taunting Luke Sin and constantly threatening Meng Meng. Frightened, Meng Meng closed her eyes, shouted loudly, and cursed at the creepy guy. "You pervert. Get lost." Luke Sin saw this and rushed to hug the beautiful woman, then transformed into Spider-Man, swinging through the air, climbing up to the ceiling, and escaping the scene. After setting her down in a safe spot, Luke Sin handed over the task of protecting her to Shishi and quickly took off to catch the pervert, who liked to steal other people's bodies. He went up to a bald old man and told the pervert, "The city's patrol team has surrounded this place. Can you please stop causing trouble?" It turned out that Luke Sin's plan was to have the patrol team wear pollution-proof suits and surround the building. Then he made everyone inside the building wear the same suits. This way, the pervert wouldn't be able to escape. If there was any trouble, the pervert would just run away quickly. At this point, Luke Sin was using a quarantine method similar to what happened during the COVID-19 pandemic. He told everyone in the building to stay calm, keep their distance, and most importantly, not do anything rash. If they did, a patrol team outside might open fire. Just then, a young security guard came up and asked Luke Sin, "Hey, what's going on here?" The guard said he had met Luke Sin at the security office, knew that Luke Sin had superpowers, and asked how he could assist him. Luke Sin smiled and told him to quickly help coordinate things and get everyone in the building organized. At this point, Luke Sin finally had some free time, so he decided to take a moment to reassure Meng Meng. She had been completely captivated by him since she arrived, showing off her seductive charm. The patrol team worked efficiently, quickly gathering everyone in the area and thoroughly checking them as they prepared to put on their protective suits. The creepy guy, feeling nervous, joined in with a bald man and shouted at Luke Sin, saying, "You really think you can catch him by doing this?" Hearing this, Luke Sin calmly walked over and asked, "Oh, so you're still here?" He then politely explained that no matter what the guy did, there was no way he could escape now. With no other options left, the creepy man threatened to kill everyone there. After that, he slammed his head into the wall in a suicide attempt and used his superpower to transfer his soul into a receptionist's body. Holding a knife to her throat, he yelled, "Luke Sin, do you want me to kill everyone here?" Luke Sin, realizing that this guy was hard to reason with, lost his patience. He immediately threw a special collar designed for Shishi around the necks of several people nearby, preventing the creepy man from using his powers to take over anyone else. According to the file that Luke Sin read, this guy's range of activity was only 10 meters. Cornered with no way out, the perverted entity inside the girl's body started getting angry and shouted that it was Luke Sin's fault for forcing him, and that he was willing to risk everything to fight him. With that, he immediately broke free from the receptionist's body and lunged at Luke Sin, trying to possess him. The moment he touched Luke Sin instinctively knew all the filthy memories the pervert had made earlier. He smirked wickedly and said, "Now you're not going anywhere." The perverted monster was surprised to find he couldn't enter Luke Sin's body. Realizing this, he changed his mind and decided to just kill him. But Luke Sin wasn't holding back anymore. He charged and attacked, leaving the big guy bruised and almost unconscious on the ground. Seeing he couldn't win, the pervert painfully returned to the receptionist's body. As the pervert gasped for breath in the girl's body, Luke Sin approached and taunted, "You're pathetic, and you still dare to call yourself some kind of god." The receptionist was quickly arrested by the patrol team, dressed in protective gear. When they took her away, she looked confused and said, "I didn't do anything." Han Bing then explained that the girl probably didn't know what was happening. The spirit had already fled. The pervert's power allowed him to hide deep within the consciousness of the person he possessed without being noticed, but as long as he was still around, the committee would find a way to force him out of the girl's body. Luke Sin casually asked Han Bing as he arrived, "So, what punishment will I have to face?" Han Bing replied that he would most likely be sentenced to the highest penalty, death. The patrol team quickly restrained the girl and took her away, not forgetting to bid Luke Sin farewell as they left. Xiao Meng, who had been watching from behind, couldn't help but admire Luke Sin. She asked, "What's your name? Can I have your contact number?" It was the first time a girl had asked for his phone number. Luke Sin had someone take her away. Of course, being the main character, that's how he behaved. No wonder he doesn't have a girlfriend. As Luke Sin rode off with his sister on his motorcycle, he had no idea that he was being watched. The committee's monitors were keeping track of Luke Sin's actions and making evaluations. One of them commented, "He could be a B-level." Another monitor was surprised by this and thought it was too low. In the end, they agreed to downgrade him slightly to B-level. Meanwhile, on his way home, Luke Sin was assigned a new task: to assist a girl struggling with alcohol addiction in Satellite City No. 4. Han Bing reported that this time it was an assassination of a business owner in Satellite City No. 4. The investigation team found this case to be unusual, and it was assigned to a female alcoholic to handle. Over the past month, she has uncovered several clues and planned to deal with the target in one move, which is why she requested backup from the headquarters. Han Bing emphasized that the alcoholic girl is a top-tier talent with high self-reliance. She's been given full authority over this case, so the information team hasn't received any updates on the progress. For now, all they know is that the threat level of this case has been rated as level 3, with a reward of millions of yuan and 100 contribution points. When Lu Xin heard about the reward and the contribution points, his eyes lit up like headlights, and he immediately accepted the job. The next day, at the high-speed train station entrance in Satellite City No. 4, Lu Xin arrived to meet the alcoholic girl. As usual, this girl, who was under 18, was dressed in a school uniform and holding a bottle of liquor. She waved at Lu Xin and called out, "The guy's here, over here." As Lu Xin approached, the alcoholic girl greeted him and invited him to have a drink to freshen his breath. She then immediately drove her three-wheeled vehicle and told Lu Xin to get in. Lu Xin noticed that the crowd was staring at both of them and started to sweat, saying, "Maybe it's better if I just ride my own motorbike." The alcoholic girl took Lu Xin to her apartment in a residential complex and said, "After we eat, we'll go to work." When Lu Xin entered the house, he met the alcoholic girl's parents and quickly greeted them politely. The girl told her parents to welcome the guests while she herself put on an apron and went into the kitchen to cook. Lu Xin was warmly welcomed by the girl's parents, but he couldn't help but wonder, "I wonder if I should tell them my real name." He didn't even know the girl's real name. Besides, he really shouldn't be interacting with her family at all. As soon as the girl's parents heard that Lu Xin was 23, they immediately started matchmaking and asked, "How serious is your relationship?" This made the girl, who was cooking, stick her head out to explain, "We're just coworkers." The mother, feeling a little embarrassed, offered to help the girl in the kitchen. However, when she went in, the girl scolded her for not even knowing how to scale fish properly. At this point, Lu Xin thought to himself, "Now I can't even tell who the mother is and who the daughter is." Half an hour later, after finishing cooking, the young woman, dressed lightly and a little tipsy, sat down to drink and said, "Lu Xin, stop eating and have a drink to satisfy your craving." Lu Xin heard this and refused, saying, "I still have to work later." His dad, noticing his daughter pushing him to drink, gently intervened. "If someone doesn't want to drink, then they shouldn't. You should drink less too." The drunk woman, with a bit of alcohol in her system, spoke up, sounding like an old man. "When you get to my age, you'll understand. Right now, it's just us in the room, so I won't call you dad anymore. Xiao Wu, you're such an honest person. You don't drink, you don't smoke. How did Xiao Wang ever fall for someone like you?" Lu Xin had just taken a bite of his food, and when he heard this, he almost spit it out. What kind of family dynamic is this? After finishing her meal, the drunk woman smiled, sat on the sofa, and asked Lu Xin, "So, what do you think?" Lu Xin, being honest, replied, "The food is really good." Then he asked what the plan was for the evening. She reassured him, "You don't need to go home tonight. You can just sleep here, in my room." When Lu Xin suggested staying in a hotel instead, she crossed her legs over his and said, "My bed is big and comfortable. We can both lie down comfortably together." Lu Xin, his face as red as a gack fruit, was completely at a loss for words. The girl, who wasn't even 18 yet, casually draped her arm over his shoulder and said, "We're both guys here, so why are you so slow? Don't treat me like a girl. Just think of me as your grandpa, and that's good enough." With that, she told Lu Xin to follow her to her room. He, who was about to sleep with a girl for the first time, nervously asked, "So, what's going on here?" The girl with alcoholics sighed as she sat on the bed. She said, "My parents didn't have it easy. They put in so much effort for me, their only daughter. I can't even count how many times they took me to see doctors or how many fortune tellers they brought in. They did everything they could to make my room look like a typical girl's room. They even wanted me to go on dates and get married. They'd settle for me changing my interest, going from being an old man to a middle-aged woman, whatever. But with the way I looked, the guys in the special ops department wouldn't even give me a second glance." Lu Xin, listening to her ramble, felt helpless. His face was still as red as a gack fruit, and he didn't know what to say. Suddenly, alcoholic girl stood up, looked out the window, and said, "The right time has come." She then stripped off her clothes right in front of him. Dressed in tight clothes, she grabbed a gun and walked toward the window. Those monsters should be arriving soon. They've been looking for her for days. When Lu Xin, still as red as before, stared at her, the girl glanced at him and said, "What? You think I'm here in the same room with you just because I like your body?" Lu Xin cleared his throat and asked, "What kind of monster are you talking about?" The alcoholic woman replied, "At least 2 level 2 mental monsters. They show up every night." Lu Xin was puzzled and said, "A level 2 monster should trigger the city's defense system as soon as it appears. How could they just show up where you are and keep coming back night after night?" Hearing this, the woman sat by the window, casually showing off her curves as she took a sip of her drink. She looked at Lu Xin and said, "It probably has something to do with what I'm investigating." She paused for a moment, then asked, "You must have read the documents before you came, right?" At first, she had been looking into strange cases, suspecting they were caused by people with superpowers. She initially thought it was just some fool who had discovered their powers and started targeting her. But after some time investigating, she realized this was linked to a mysterious organization called the Hometown Council. The Hometown Council was a cult that the woman had been tracking for a long time. However, since she hadn't been able to pinpoint their abilities yet, she hadn't taken action. However, the situation turned out differently. They struck first. 3 days ago, a mental monster appeared in her area. Perhaps they knew she had discovered their trail, so they wanted to silence her. Nose-picking, a satisfying sniff, the drunk girl said, "Me? I've been guarding this place in Satellite City number 4 for years. My family, my friends, they're all here. This is my home. Whoever they are, if they dare come to my turf and start trouble, I'll make sure they know who I am." As the clock struck midnight, she sat up, took a sip of her drink, and said, "They're here." Luke Sin, hearing that, replied, "Then let's split up and act." He left the room to check the situation. He quickly activated his wall-climbing ability and slid down the side of the building. As soon as he hit the ground, Luke Sin spotted a bizarre frog-like monster crawling up the wall. It turned out that they were using this method to track her down. At this moment, Luke Sin's task was to find out who was controlling the 2 monsters the drunk girl had mentioned. He dashed out of the building, glanced at the security guards, and thought to himself, if my mom were here, what would she do? Originally, he had left the city to find the night squad, and it seemed like his mom had the ability to directly locate the enemy's position. Luke Sin thought about this and began to close his eyes, focusing on imagining his mother's abilities. Immediately, his perception of the world around him completely changed. Suddenly, he felt like the world became much clearer. Furthermore, it seemed that Luke Sin could now see the mental states of the people around him. Looking at the guards, Luke Sin quietly thought, now I can tell the difference between various mental states, ranging from benign to malicious, or maybe anxiety, or even some kind of sadness. At this point, he couldn't help but wonder, is this what the world looks like through my mother's eyes? It was only then that Luke Sin remembered his main goal. He needed to find a person controlling the monster. The mental state of an ordinary person was different from someone with superpowers. If the person was nearby, he would definitely be able to detect them. After searching for a while, Luke Sin sighed, still not finding anything. He couldn't help but wonder if maybe there wasn't anyone here after all. Perhaps the drunk girl's guess was wrong. If his mother's abilities weren't enough, there was only one option left. Luke Sin came here intending to use his father's method, grab those 2 monsters directly and force them to tell him how it was done. Now he was starting to think deeply, wondering how he could be like his big, tough father. As he thought, Luke Sin rushed up the stairs to the alcoholic girl's house. At that very moment, he ran into Mrs. Wang, the neighbor who lived near the girl, radiating a dark, eerie energy that blocked his way. The old woman said, "I'm just bringing some good food to my neighbor." But as Luke Sin noticed the food basket in her hands, he saw there was something strange inside. He quickly ran up the stairs, and as he did, he could clearly feel that this place was gradually turning into a living hell. Everywhere he looked, he saw scenes of domestic violence. When Luke Sin finally reached the girl's floor, he was frozen by the sight before him. A long line of excited people, holding weapons, had surrounded the girl's door. Continuing up the stairs to the next level, Luke Sin stumbled upon the girl fighting with the frog monster. She was surprisingly quick, dodging left and right, weaving around to avoid the monster's tentacles. She ran up to the hallway, slammed through the window, and fell freely to the ground. Using her skills, she struck the monster, making it explode like a bomb and shine like a star. Luke Sin caught up with her and couldn't help but sigh in frustration. I never expected this girl, not even 18 yet, to have such a sneaky move, hit and run like that. Luke Sin closed his eyes, feeling his father's anger. Instantly, he opened his eyes, which were now bloodshot and glowing, and let out a roar just like his father's. Shishi, tired of the fun, was now sitting on a streetlight, teasing Luke Sin. However, unlike usual, Luke Sin simply said, "Get lost, chase after the monster." With the power he copied from his father, Luke Sin easily snapped the heads off the monster, making it scream in pain. Enraged, the massive creature let out a loud scream, creating a shockwave that sent Luke Sin flying backward. At that moment, negative emotions began to close in on Luke Sin. He couldn't stop cursing himself. This disgusting monster in front of me is so annoying, but I have no way of dealing with it. Thinking about this, Luke Sin suddenly let out a wicked smile and said, "Looks like this monster really knows how to manipulate other people's negative emotions." With that, he charged forward, landing a series of devastating punches on the massive creature. Each blow, heavy and full of Luke Sin's overwhelming power, turned the monster into a pile of blood in the blink of an eye. After crushing his opponent, our clueless protagonist innocently asked, "Why did it suddenly disappear like that?" At that moment, the Unbridged Beauty also ran up and asked if Luke Sin was okay. Luke Sin quickly realized that the drunk girl in front of him was just a fake. He then stopped, puzzled, wondering why he had been so angry just a moment ago. At this point, Shishi, who had been hiding behind, asked, Are you done being angry? Seeing his poor little sister, Luke Sin stepped forward to comfort her. It's okay. Shishi then apologized, saying, I won't play around like that again. Luke Sin, picking up his sister with affection, teased, Did Mom teach you to deliberately not come help me? As he carried Shishi back to their apartment, he bumped into Mrs. Wan, their strange neighbor, holding a basket with nothing in it. With the monster gone and the source of pollution removed, everything seemed to be returning to normal. When Luke Sin opened the door to their apartment, he saw the drunk girl sipping from a glass of alcohol. Seeing the chaotic scene, he finally asked, What's going on here? The alcoholic girl said it was the radiation of the monsters. Out of the two monsters, one of them had the ability to trigger negative emotions in people. It seems that 2 days ago, they couldn't find the girl, so today they changed their strategy and decided to affect her neighbors instead. They turned into crazed people who stormed her house and killed her parents. Luckily, it seems she had planned ahead and swapped her parents with 2 pillows, which is why the scene looks like this. At this point, she explained further, Of course, those 2 monsters came to find me, and their willpower would also have some effect on my neighbor's behavior. Fortunately, I have prepared this house in advance, and I can distort the senses of the people around me. So whatever they see, hear, or even touch is just an illusion. When the enemy attacks, I'll make them believe this is my house. In short, she had distorted the space to manipulate everyone in the building, preventing them from hurting each other and avoiding any serious consequences. Luke Sin, upon hearing this, told the alcoholic woman what you originally guessed was wrong. He had just searched the entire area and confirmed that there was no sign of any mental manipulator behind it. The alcoholic woman didn't believe it. She replied, Clearly, those 2 monsters were lured here by someone. They might even have changed their strategy. Luke Sin asked, How did the opponent first target you? The alcoholic woman paused for a moment and said, I don't really know. At first, I wanted to investigate some mysterious death cases to analyze the opponent's abilities and lock onto a target. But when I ran into those 2 monsters, I realized they had been killed by them. She seemed confused and added, It's hard to figure out the power of that person with abilities. Can he transform into a monster, or can he distort mental energy and create contamination? Luke Sin, hearing this, bluntly said, If there's no one with abilities hiding nearby and controlling monsters, it's very likely that the opponent left a mark on you. He emphasized, This means you were affected by them before, you just haven't noticed it yet. Then Luke Sin asked, Where did you go 3 days ago? The girl, still under 18, scratched her head and said, I don't remember the details of what happened 3 days ago. Hearing this, Luke Sin replied that he wasn't trying to pinpoint the exact location of the person with the ability, but rather, he just needed to know where the alcoholic girl had been attacked and why the other person went after her directly. The alcoholic girl, hearing this, asked, What good would asking about that do? Luke Sin said, I plan to invite them over to my place as guests. The alcoholic girl immediately spat out her drink and said, Luke Sin, don't do something reckless. It's too dangerous for your neighbors and your family. Luke Sin, unfazed, calmly replied, I don't have any neighbors. If he could attract that person to follow him, it would make it much easier to take action. At Satellite City No. 4 at some cafe, Luke Sin was being carefully served by a young maid. Watching her leave to grab something, Luke Sin couldn't help but think that this place felt like the headquarters of some illegal organization. But the alcoholic girl said, This is where I'm investigating the final details, so the chances of me being targeted here are pretty high. The waitress quickly returned with a steaming cup of coffee and told Luke Sin, This is pure coffee, original flavor. When Luke Sin tasted the coffee and found it bitter, he asked her, Can you add some sugar and milk? However, the waitress firmly replied, You have to drink it bitter to truly experience the real taste of coffee. Since he couldn't convince her, Luke Sin took out a candy and dropped it into his cup to make it less bitter. His action made the waitress glare at him with eyes as red as blood, clearly annoyed. Seeing this, Luke Sin smirked to himself and thought, I've finally achieved my goal. Later, Luke Sin returned home with his sister, bringing a bunch of delicious food to improve the family's meals. As the family was happily preparing for a joyful reunion, their father suddenly turned serious and said to Luke Sin, You're working overtime all the time because you're so eager to get promoted to the 2nd stage, hoping that you'll be able to see the ghost and, in turn, uncover that secret? Is your current life really making you this uncomfortable? How dissatisfied are you that you're working yourself to the bone? Luke Sin remained calm as he replied to his father, Is there still unopened wine at home? Let's have a drink together tonight. Hearing this, his father got even angrier, shouting at Luke Sin, Stop pretending like everything's fine. Don't you feel tired of it? Luke Sin, unfazed by his father's anger, responded, I really want to have a drink with you. There's nothing fake about it. Seeing that his father was still upset, he quickly said, I'm inviting a few friends over tonight. As soon as they heard about the guests, the whole family got excited. His father even stood up with a smile and said, "That's great, you're a good son after all. If your friends are coming, we'll make sure to welcome them properly." Above them, the blood moon hung in the sky. In a rundown apartment building, only one room had its lights on. A very ordinary family lived there, and tonight they were having guests over. The monster frog, which had been crawling on the walls, climbed straight up to the window of Luke Sin's house. When his mother saw the guest arriving, she opened the window to let them in. As soon as the frog saw her, it was so scared it tried to run away. However, getting in was easy, but getting out wasn't. Luke Sin's mother quickly grabbed the monster's tentacle, while Shishi jumped onto the creature's head and said, "Hey, where do you think you're going, my doll?" Saying that, she grabbed the frog by the neck and shoved it into the house where his father was waiting. Seeing a guest arrive, his father grabbed the frog by the neck and threw it into the kitchen, planning to cook it and see what happened. The whole family was busy except for Luke Sin, who leisurely sat down to make a phone call to a drunk girl, telling her mobilize the team and ask about the people who committed the crime. Immediately, the alcoholic woman led the special forces team into the cafe and arrested everyone behind the manipulation of the monster. Seeing his plans exposed, the leader collapsed, intending to commit suicide to avoid capture. It turned out that he really was dead, but the way he died was incredibly strange. Right in front of him were very odd faces. The Luke Sin family of 4 was looking at him with affectionate expressions. 10 minutes later, Luke Sin was sitting and reviewing the case report. It turned out that this cult believed in a place called the True Homeland, rather than worshipping any specific demonic god. The leader confessed, saying when his powers awakened, he received a message from a god, and from then on, he began preaching in Satellite City 4, building up his followers. The people he selected to follow him also listened to the message from the god, awakened their minds, and willingly gave up everything. The people they targeted to eliminate were either those they needed to recruit for their growth, or those causing conflict. Reading up to this point, Luke Sin suddenly said, "So, it turns out the 2 psychic monsters sent after you and the alcoholic woman weren't there to kill you, but to spread their message." Damn, what the hell is all this? While Luke Sin was still wondering what kind of power this guy had, his father grabbed the so-called god leader by the collar and dragged him into the kitchen, giving him a few punches to knock some sense into him. At that moment, his mother came out with a hot plate of food and said, "Luke Sin, you did really well this time." He looked a bit confused and asked her, "Is it because I started inviting people over to the house?" His mother replied, "No, it's because Luke Sin has started to trust the family, especially your father." Seeing how happy his mother was, Luke Sin said, "I want to talk seriously with you. Why did you tell my sister not to help me yet?" His mother smiled gently and said, "It's because you can't keep relying on your sister. You have to grow up. When the family isn't around, what are you going to do?" Then, to reassure him, she added, "Of course, your father, Shishi, and I will always be here for you. You don't need to worry about that. But as you get older, you'll need your own friends and your own life. If your friends don't understand you, don't trust you, how can they ever truly help you with sincerity?" Luke Sin thought for a moment and then said, "So, you deliberately tricked them because you wanted me to smoothly enter the second stage, didn't you?" Holding a piece of fruit in her hand, his mother immediately replied, "It's not a trick. What they think is their business. We're just guiding them a little." Hearing this, Luke Sin fully understood his mother's intentions and smiled warmly. However, the kind actions in his eyes when viewed through the surveillance cameras by the group of monitors appeared to be terrifying and bizarre. One of the observers, after watching Luke Sin for a while, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat and said to his colleagues, "How is he doing that? The power levels of those 2 mental monsters must be close to 2,000. The mental radiation they naturally emit completely disappeared in his house as if he dragged them into a room. Could he have absorbed it?" The most troubling part is that he quickly figured out the logic behind their actions and even gathered detailed information about the person who was controlling them. Holding the report in his hand, the white-haired supervisor thought that something about this situation didn't make sense. In fact, he even felt like Luke Sin was almost interrogating him directly. Though it was puzzling and difficult to understand, the silver-haired man had to admit that this time, Luke Sin had perfectly identified the person with the mysterious organization's abilities and dealt with the situation right away. By the rulebook, this should have been rated as an A-level case, but the way Luke Sin handled it was definitely something the Spider class couldn't have done. At this point, the silver-haired man was even more confused, unsure about what kind of abilities Luke Sin actually had. Suddenly, his colleague, who had been observing, spoke up, "Doesn't it feel like someone is watching them from behind that window?" Hearing this, both of them immediately broke out in cold sweat and said, "We should just promote Luke Sin to A-level right away and stop the surveillance." At the headquarters in King Gang City, a high-level meeting was taking place among the 4 leaders. After this recent incident, they had gathered a comprehensive assessment of Luke Sin. Professor Bai now had enough evidence to confidently say, in reality, Luke Sin doesn't have any special abilities. Luke Sin, smiling brightly as he returned to the office after several days off, was greeted by the bald supervisor who seemed to see his ancestors when he saw Luke Sin. The supervisor immediately bowed and invited him in, saying, "Luke Sin, please have a cigarette." Seeing this, Luke Sin grinned and accepted. Then, Hanbing reported the reward for his mission. Hanbing announced Luke Sin has officially been recognized as a third-tier special talent. Furthermore, the drunk girl has given him 500,000 as the reward for this mission. She added, "As for dealing with the capabilities of the mysterious organization, you were the one who handled it alone." After a brief pause, Hanbing continued, "Also, regarding the application for Phase 2, I've prepared everything for Luke Sin." She then asked, "Does Luke Sin want to add anything to the reasons?" Upon hearing this, our introverted protagonist jumped up and said, "Yes, I want to protect Qing Gang and safeguard the people working hard to rebuild the world's civilization." Back in the meeting room, everyone else was shocked when Professor Bai said, "Luke Sin has no special ability." With a somewhat serious expression, Professor Bai explained, "Simply put, Luke Sin only has an exceptionally strong mental amplification ability, but no specific talent. This judgment could explain why he was able to handle the spiritual contamination bomb at the southern city wall. Where the spiritual contamination bomb created a monster capable of exploding at any moment and also distorted everything around it. Luke Sin used his higher mental power to cover and neutralize it." When Chen King heard this, his eyes widened and he said, "If that's true, then his mental amplification level could be close to 10,000 stars. Professor Bai replied, "At the moment, no one or any creature can withstand a mental amplification level of 10,000. Luke Sin was the same. Based on the report from that time, it's highly likely that Luke Sin had weakened the monster first before covering it up. If we think of it this way, Professor Bai believes that Luke Sin's mental amplification level is probably somewhere between 4,000 and 6,000, which seems reasonable. Professor Bai explained it more clearly. They can think of Luke Sin as a powerful source of contamination, but without the actual contamination, kind of like distilled water that's not electrically conductive. Luke Sin only has the unique characteristics of his mental power, such as distortion, sensation, and mimicry, which he can analyze and improve when needed. That's why he doesn't suffer from multiple personality disorder, but there isn't really a true existence of three separate people." At this point, Professor Bai said he suspects that during the initial stage of Luke Sin's ability awakening, which was the incident with the laboratory escape, Luke Sin did actually encounter three people like that, or for some reason, he might have used his mental power to mimic them. Professor Bai continued, "Then there are the three types of abilities. At that time, Luke Sin was just a 12 to 13-year-old boy, an orphan who had lost his home and was living in a time of chaos. So he saw these three abilities as his family, even though others couldn't see them, and allowed them to stay with him. The power Luke Sin gained was from imitation and creation. However, he couldn't fully tap into his true mental amplification abilities, which meant he was naturally weaker by one level compared to others at level 5. At this point, Professor Bai shared his personal evaluation, saying Luke Sin is very well suited to enter the second stage. Director Chen, listening carefully, then mentioned someone with powers like Luke Sin's, referring to the queen in Happy Little Town, and said just one individual contaminated with power can turn an entire town into her own kingdom. After saying this, Director Chen questioned Professor Bai, asking, "Are you sure about what you're doing?" Professor Bai responded, "I've read the report on Happy Little Town. Honestly, I'm not surprised at all." Then Professor Bai turned to the others and asked, "Do you remember the words of that genius researcher who was so desperate about his own studies that he jumped from the 100th floor of the Lunar Eclipse Research Institute?" Chen King, upon hearing this, blurted out three words. "Is it the three curses?" Professor Bai responded that it wouldn't be accurate to call them curses, but rather warnings or prophecies. The second one, he explained, was that we must be well prepared for the arrival of the immortals. The Chumpy Man laughed sarcastically and said, "There's no need to discuss the will of a madman like that." He paused and then added, "I'll admit that what Director Shen is worried about makes sense. We really do need to be more careful with these things." Professor Bai, hearing this, said, "On this matter, I prepared two statements for the Chumpy Man and Director Shen to hear." Then Professor Bai turned to both of them and asked, "Do they know that the Celestial Blue Ocean Kingdom is doing business with Deep Province Mining and Exploration Co.? And are they aware that the collaboration involves a solution that's cultured inside the human body?" Slamming his hand on the table, Professor Bai cleared his throat and continued. "The second point I want to make is this. Do you really think that with Luke Sin's current mental enhancement level, he actually needs further reinforcement? The second stage for someone with abilities is about enhancing and stabilizing mental strength, but he doesn't need further enhancement. Our job, then, is to make sure Luke Sin becomes more stable. When Director Chen heard this, he said, he has one last question. How does Professor Bai plan to ensure that once Luke Sin enters the second phase, he won't end up opposing us? Professor Bai replied that he had thought about this issue before and come up with the best solution, to sign a contract with Luke Sin. Meanwhile, Luke Sin was standing on the staircase, listening to Han Bing's call. She reassured him, saying everything will go according to the rules. With the pass, Luke Sin would also have the right to buy real estate in the second satellite city anytime she wanted. When Luke Sin heard she could buy a house, she happily said, Han Bing, pay out a big villa for me. It should be spacious, and if it's discounted, even better. Han Bing immediately agreed. As for Luke Sin, she started to think for herself. The organization no longer rejected his application to enter the central city, nor did they turn down his request to move into the second phase. It seemed her mother's guidance had worked. But now Luke Sin started to feel something was off. It seemed like her mother might be planning something behind the scenes. Since the time of capturing souls, my family started to appear less and less around me. Even my younger sister became more interested in playing. It seemed like every action was done by me, Luke Sin, using the abilities of my family members. To others, it probably looked like I was completing tasks with the power of my thoughts. But it was all arranged by my mother. The way she set everything up, there had to be a reason behind it. Right at this moment, I received a phone call. I thought it was Han Bing calling, but it wasn't. It was Asayi, excited, saying, I've been approved to attend the senior training conference with the beautiful Taikwai. This guy was so happy. He couldn't stop imagining a life with a beautiful house and kids, all while sharing the good news with his close friend. In his joy, he didn't forget to ask about the team. He then asked, so, have you managed to flirt with Han Bing yet? It was then that I remembered Han Bing had mentioned the training conference to me too. There was a good chance I'd run into the sweet and gentle Han Bing at the upcoming conference. Luke Sin was working at the office when the department head, a middle-aged man with a bald head, approached and invited him to a dinner that evening to welcome senior executives. This could be a chance for Luke Sin to be considered for a promotion to department head. That night, Luke Sin arrived at a high-end restaurant where several top-level managers from the company had gathered. The young deputy general manager, Mr. Xiao, had become the center of attention at the party, receiving congratulatory toasts from everyone. When Deputy GM Xiao walked over holding a young boy in his arms, Luke Sin sensed something unusual. He possessed a unique ability inherited from his mother, the power to perceive the hidden emotions of people around him. Activating this ability, Luke Sin began observing those nearby. The first person he focused on was the female colleague sitting next to him, who appeared flustered and slightly admiring. A heaviside male colleague in front of him seemed nervous, trying to muster the courage to offer a toast to the deputy GM. But what disturbed Luke Sin most was the emotional aura around Mr. Xiao, who was holding the child. Something felt deeply off, as if the man was concealing a dark or dangerous impulse, despite maintaining a calm exterior. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Luke Sin knew he had to act carefully. He quickly wrote a few lines on a piece of paper, tore it out, and kept it ready. Eventually, Mr. Xiao approached Luke Sin's table to clink glasses and introduce himself. As they spoke, Luke Sin discreetly handed him the note. Upon reading it, Mr. Xiao's expression turned pale, and he involuntarily stepped back in shock, stumbling and falling to the ground. Feeling too terrified in front of everyone, the vice CEO quickly stood up, grabbed another drink, and nervously approached Luke Sin to make small talk again. On the way home, the ball department head curiously asked, Luke Sin, what did you do earlier that scared the CEO so much? He nearly wet himself. Luke Sin replied, oh, I just probably surprised him a little. After dropping Luke Sin off at his house, the ball department head left. Luke Sin was very satisfied with the party that night, but the vice CEO's reaction clearly indicated something shady was going on inside his mind. Luke Sin thought this could be a serious issue. He decided to report it to his superiors. With that in mind, he immediately picked up the phone and called Han Bing to inform her. Han Bing, who was brushing her teeth and getting ready for bed, received Luke Sin's call. He quickly explained to her about the vice CEO's suspicious, almost predatory behavior. At that moment, Han Bing, lying in the bathtub, replied, if this is where it stops, it's not within the scope of the Special Affairs Department. She added, I'll have the police handle this. After a few goodnight wishes, Luke Sin and the beautiful woman officially ended their call. The next morning at work, all the colleagues were talking about how Luke Sin had made their deputy general director so scared that he almost peed himself and fell to the ground. These colleagues thought that Luke Sin's connections with the underworld were even more intimidating than their bosses. At that moment, the deputy general director asked to meet with Luke Sin. When Luke Sin heard this, he immediately pulled out his gun and followed the director to meet with him. As soon as Luke Sin entered, the deputy general director cleared his throat and started threatening him. He said, "We've investigated and found out that you probably have some background. I heard that my father's secretary personally called here before to deliver a project directly to you." Luke Sin had worked at the company for over 3 years and had been named Employee of the Month several times. However, he had heard that during a previous business negotiation regarding a transport project, he had gotten into a conflict with someone and even shot a gun. At this point, the deputy general director pulled out the paper Luke Sin had given him the day before and said, "What do you mean by this?" The paper Luke Sin had given him was actually a reminder to never think about or engage in any kind of betrayal on colleagues. Luke Sin started to laugh sarcastically and said, "His actions are unacceptable, whether by law or by morals." Hearing this, the deputy CEO couldn't hold back his frustration. He stood up abruptly and asked, "What does Luke Sin want? This has been a nightmare that has been tormenting him for a whole month. Does Luke Sin have something to do with it?" Luke Sin, calm as ever, replied, "He needs to stay calm. You're someone with some experience handling situations like this." The deputy CEO then asked, "What's the reason Luke Sin gave him this note?" Luke Sin answered, "Because you know he's been craving human flesh." The deputy CEO froze for a moment and suddenly admitted he's already eaten it. In fact, he's been eating it continuously for the past month. He continued, "It all started a month ago when he began dreaming strange dreams. In those dreams, someone killed his younger brother and sister, turned them into food, and then placed the food right in front of him, forcing him to eat. Shaking, he lit a cigarette and went on. After waking up that day, he threw up a lot and immediately went to check on his brother and sister. Thankfully, they were fine. At the time, he hadn't thought much of it, just chalking it up to the stress from work. But on the second night, he had the same dream again. Same place, same person, and he said, I still couldn't make out his face. He only saw that he had killed his younger brother and sister, then turned them into meat and stuffed it into a red ceramic jar, making him eat it all. From that day on, he came every day shoving meat into his mouth. He could only wake up after eating it all. Over time, this deputy CEO somehow became addicted to human flesh without even realizing it. The deputy CEO, clutching his head, spoke to Luke Sin in a frantic, almost mad way. In my dreams, everything feels so real. Every day in his dreams, he would try different ways to cook the meat. When he ate it, he felt a taste that was impossible to describe. Even when he woke up, he couldn't forget it. And no food in the real world could compare to the taste in his dreams. One day, when he came home for a meal, his younger brother and sister came to visit. He hugged them, and suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed his mind. At that moment, he had a strong desire to eat his two siblings. After hearing the full story, Luke Sin sighed in relief, glad that the man hadn't actually eaten human flesh yet. Seeing that Luke Sin didn't say anything, the deputy CEO asked, "Does this mean there's no hope for him?" Luke Sin replied, "I need to make a call first." Luke Sin updated Han Bing on the situation. She said, "It seems like the vice president has been attacked by someone with dream-weaving abilities, as if he's received a very strong psychological suggestion that twisted his desires. If that's the case, things are pretty serious. People with dream-weaving powers are really hard to deal with." Before Han Bing could finish, Luke Sin asked, "If I take this case, will I still get paid?" Han Bing replied, "Yes, if you solve this, the reward will be around 50,000 yuan. Luke Sin went back to the press room and told the vice president that he could help him. The vice president, looking exhausted and on the verge of a breakdown, seemed like a drowning man grabbing at a straw when he heard this. He said, "I'll give you 50,000, no, 100,000, if you can help me." When Luke Sin heard this, his heart sank. According to company policy, once he'd accepted a payment, he couldn't accept anything outside of that. The vice president wanted Luke Sin to help him right away, but Luke Sin, who always followed the rules, responded, "I'll help you after hours." So the vice president ended up following him around, trying to invite him to dinner. Seeing their boss groveling like this in front of Luke Sin, the other colleagues became even more nervous and whispered among themselves. The manager even ordered his subordinates to set up a separate office just for Luke Sin. Luke Sin sat in the training center and told Han Bing, "Teach me about dream-making abilities first." Han Bing immediately agreed and began explaining. Dream-making is one of the abilities the King Dao Group has researched deeply. In the past, a special task force recruited 2 individuals with dream-making abilities. One sacrificed their life for the mission, while the other is still responsible for handling special pollution issues in the central city. The key aspect of their ability is that they can enter someone else's dream and guide the experiences within it. What makes this ability unique is that it developed into 3 different types: forcibly entering dreams, traveling within dreams, and controlling dreams. When used together, these abilities allow them to do things that are hard to even imagine. After finishing the training session, Luke Sin stepped outside and got into the car of the vice president. As soon as he got in, he asked him, "Where does he usually sleep?" The vice president replied he used to sleep at home, but since he wanted to avoid his younger siblings, he used the excuse of being busy to book a room at a large hotel in Lanshan. But lately, his parents have been in the central city for work and his younger siblings have been taken to a hotel. Now he's wondering if he should go back home. When Lu Xin heard this, she said he might as well stay at the hotel for convenience. At the Lanshan Hotel, the secretary had just brought dinner to the room when she stumbled upon a sensitive scene. Her boss was about to do something with a young man, and she panicked and quickly ran out. At that moment, Lu Xin took off her jacket to show him her special investigation team ID to prove who she was. Lu Xin then said, "Right now, I need him to fully cooperate with me to investigate and eliminate the source of contamination." The man named Xiao was quickly made to go to sleep by Lu Xin. When he seemed to be having trouble sleeping, Lu Xin pulled out a bottle of liquor and told him, "Drink it all to sleep better." With the blood moon hanging overhead, Lu Xin sat in the hotel, watching Xiao, whose eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted. He jumped off the bed, shouting, "Meat, meat!" Lu Xin carefully observed Xiao, who seemed like he was sleepwalking, wandering around and acting as if he was chopping meat, washing it, and then eating it raw. Seeing the delighted, almost ecstatic expression on Xiao's face made Lu Xin feel a deep sense of unease. Is eating the flesh of your own kind really that enjoyable for you? At this point, Lu Xin started using his mother's powers to observe the man with the last name Xiao. A green light was growing more intense around him. It was his desire feeding off his own emotions. But in addition to his own spiritual energy, there was also a strand of white spiritual energy that didn't belong to him. Could that be the power affecting him? Lu Xin noticed that the white shadow was merging with Xiao. If he wanted to extract it, he would have to hurt Xiao's body in the process. Lu Xin felt a bit stuck because he had promised his mother that until he succeeded in reaching stage 2, he wouldn't involve his family, so he couldn't ask his mother for help. Thinking about this, Lu Xin decided to call Han Bing for advice. But before he could even take out his phone, Xiao's 2 younger siblings charged in to play with him. Of course, when the feat shows up, Xiao won't hesitate to dive in and grab it. Luckily, Lu Xin rushed over in time to snatch the 2 kids and toss them onto the bed. He pinned the vice general manager to the floor, but before he could even catch his breath, a woman from outside the door charged in shouting, "Security, catch Lu Xin!" The guard immediately ran in when he heard the noise. Lu Xin, sensing something was wrong, used one foot to hold Xiao back while pulling out his gun, aiming it straight at the 3 people at the door. The girl seemed to be jealous and thought that Lu Xin had an improper relationship with the young man Xiao, so she brought 2 children with her. Left with no other choice, Lu Xin fired a warning shot to make her back off. However, at that moment, a white hand suddenly appeared from the deputy CEO's body, locking Lu Xin's leg. The scene around him suddenly changed. Lu Xin had been affected by the dream manipulating ability of one of the people there. It seemed this person wanted to pull Lu Xin into the dream as well. The white hand vanished. Xiao's head then stretched out like a snake and sank its sharp teeth into Lu Xin's thigh, but he didn't feel any pain. Because of this, Lu Xin didn't react at all. At that point, he remembered the first rule when facing someone with the ability to create dreams. Don't believe it. As long as he didn't believe, the attack would be weakened to the lowest level. Seeing that the bite didn't work, the dream manipulator decided to scare Lu Xin with some ghosts. When Lu Xin raised his gun to shoot the ghost, many shadows suddenly appeared in front of him. Strange, eerie sounds echoed in his head. At this moment, Lu Xin wondered to himself, "Am I falling into the dream of my subconscious?" Lu Xin found himself trapped in his own dream and began walking toward a strange room. He couldn't help but feel the urge to reach out and open the door in front of him. However, instead of opening it, he turned around and grabbed the neck of a ghost that was about to sneak up on him. He squeezed the ghost's neck, then pushed open the door and stepped into the room. What he saw was complete chaos. Countless dead bodies of scientists scattered around. Looking down at a staff ID on the ground, Lu Xin realized this was a research facility for the Blood Moon Project. There were 3 more doors ahead, so Lu Xin decided to move forward and check them out. But as he approached, he caught sight of a familiar figure through the glass. It was someone he recognized, someone who made him tear up and feel deep sorrow. A sharp headache hit him, and the wall that separated him from the world shattered. Slowly, Lu Xin opened his eyes. In front of him stood 2 children and Mr. Xiao, the vice president. When Mr. Xiao saw that he was awake, he walked over and asked, "How's everything going?" Lu Xin replied, "It's a little better now." And by a little better, he met the girl lying motionless on the ground. As Lu Xin untied the ropes around her, he explained the situation to Mr. Xiao. That just happened. While he was helping the vice CEO with a problem, his secretary came running in. It seems she had taken a liking to Mr. Xiao and misunderstood something, so she handed the room card to his younger brother and sister. While Mr. Xiao was still lost in that nightmare, they burst in and almost turned the nightmare into reality. When Mr. Xiao heard this, he immediately said, "Step the security and take the secretary to the hospital." As for Luke Sin, he started dialing the phone to ask the beautiful Hanbing for advice. Hanbing, in her pajamas, told Luke Sin, "It's been confirmed Mr. Xiao was indeed contaminated, or you could say he was affected." Upon hearing this, Luke Sin began recounting everything that happened to Hanbing. She asked, "So, Luke Sin, did you manage to deal with the source of the contamination?" Luke Sin replied, "I didn't do anything. It just disappeared on its own." Hanbing then explained, normally, the ability to create dreams in the body of the victim is very weak. The mental amplification level is usually only about 50 or even lower, so when it tries to affect the person with the ability, it only speeds up its own disappearance. Let me know if you'd like me to tweak anything. Luke Sin said that he had not been able to find a person who created that dream. After the remnants of the mental power on the man named Xiao completely disappeared, he couldn't find any trace of it on him. Hanbing replied, "Creating dreams is really hard to trace. They can use psychological suggestion to distance themselves from the target just in time, manipulating the murder. Finding the person responsible won't be easy." Then Hanbing added, "Actually, Luke Sin's mission is already considered complete." Hanbing continued, "The remaining task of finding the dream creator should be handed over to headquarters for the investigation team to handle." Upon hearing this, Luke Sin said, "I'll keep going. I've got a pretty unique idea I want to try." While the vice president named Xiao was trying to explain things to the police officers below, Luke Sin walked over. The police chief immediately greeted Luke Sin as if he were his boss. Luke Sin told him there's nothing more for them to do here. They can go home. Seeing Luke Sin's intimidating presence, Xiao, the vice president, was shocked and thought to himself, "This is a shooting case and it's being wrapped up with just one sentence. Someone as impressive as him, why would he be working under someone like me?" When Luke Sin approached, the man named Xiao hesitated and awkwardly asked, "What should I do now?" Luke Sin replied, "The nightmare you've been having has been taken care of. You'll be able to sleep well tonight. But now we need to find out who caused your nightmares. I'll handle that part for you." Xiao was taken aback, asking, "Someone wanted to harm him?" Luke Sin confirmed and asked, "Who exactly made him eat human flesh in his dreams?" Xiao had no idea who it could be, insisting, "I'm not sure." With no other option, Luke Sin pressed further, asking, "A month ago, when he first started having these dreams where he was forced to eat flesh, who did he come into contact with?" Xiao replied, "It's a complicated matter. We'll have to go to the central city where his family lives to figure it out." So Luke Sin was once again assigned to go to the central city for the mission. The next morning, when Luke Sin arrived at the office, he found that his belongings were gone. A colleague noticed and walked over, saying, "Manager Lu, your office is over there." Seeing the confused look on Luke Sin's face, the colleague added, "Didn't you get promoted the other day?" The boss had promoted Luke Sin to general manager and even set him up with his own office. When the other colleagues saw that Luke Sin had become the department head, they all congratulated him, saying congratulations. While Luke Sin was enjoying his new chair, the poor, balding boss behind him was nervous, thinking to himself, "Supervising work all night long is the least I could do to take care of this big shot." Finally, he was able to relax. But just then, the vice president, Mr. Xiao, appeared behind him and said, "I need to speak with Luke Sin about something," which nearly gave the boss a heart attack. Mr. Xiao entered Luke Sin's office and handed him a summary of the suspects he had been tracking over the past month. Before heading to the central city for his mission, Luke Sin had visited the orphanage to see Xiao Lu. After asking for the sister's opinion, Luke Sin carried Xiao Lu down the stairs and took her with him to handle some personal matters. Luke Sin drove Xiao Lu to a large urban area and took her inside. He pointed to a distant villa and said, "I've bought a place with many rooms and a spacious living room. It could even work as a classroom." Then he added, "Once it's ready, I'll have the entire orphanage move in here." Xiao Lu was shocked by the large amount of money involved and said, "How could Luke Sin afford to buy this?" Luke Sin wiped away his tears and reassured her, saying, "I've been working really hard and have earned enough to get by." As he said this, he lost his first kiss. Xiao Lu's face turned bright red, and she quickly said, "This kiss is for the kids." But when Luke Sin tried to kiss her back, she blushed even more and stubbornly refused. Luke Sin and the man named Xiao were on a train heading to the city center. Holding a newspaper in his hands, Luke Sin asked Xiao, "Have you taken care of everything you mentioned?" Xiao responded, "Yes, it's all set. The day after tomorrow, I'll be starting at Qinggang University. I'll invite everyone who's been involved over the past month." He then asked Luke Sin, "Do we need to prepare any guns or backup? I have a lot of people, even some from the underworld and monks from the Shaolin Temple." Hearing this, Luke Sin didn't even know how to respond. The CEO seemed more like a child sometimes, so clueless. When they got off the train, Luke, Sin, and Xiao took the elevator to the lobby. Suddenly, Luke Sin had the strange feeling that the graffiti on the walls looked like someone was staring at him. At this point, he couldn't help but think to himself, is it possible that the special task force has been observing people entering this central city like this, creating a first line of defense to ensure safety? Luke Sin walked through the waiting area and approached where Chen King was waiting to greet her. Chen King, upon seeing him, asked, "Is the person with you the one who's haunted by nightmares?" Just as Luke Sin nodded to confirm, he immediately noticed something was wrong. In front of him, an older woman was being possessed by a demon. Without hesitation, Luke Sin activated his ability to see through emotions, just like how he could feel his mother's emotions. Through his eyes, the woman appeared in a pale brownish-gray color, signaling she was extremely frightened and tense. The mental energy surrounding her felt exactly like the white hue he had seen around Vice President Xiao when he was sleepwalking. I didn't expect it to be her. At that, Luke Sin turned to Chen King and said, "The main suspect is that woman. I'm going to go and capture her." However, Chen King stopped him and said, "No need. This area isn't under their jurisdiction. It falls under the city's security department. Let their subordinates handle it." With that, she immediately gave a command over the microphone. Moments later, a muscular man with an imposing presence stepped forward. Luke Sin barely reached the man's chest in height. Chen King announced that his muscle team had missed someone and that Luke Sin, who was part of her special operations team, had discovered an unusual woman. The man said, "Impossible. I saw Chen King following her, but she's not one of them." Luke Sin immediately replied, "Actually, she did something that affected others. So, you must have made a wrong judgment." Then Luke Sin shook hands politely with the giant man. Hearing this, Chen King said, "If you want to know who's right or wrong, just go ask over there." Right away, the action team surrounded the group. The woman, seeing the police, became terrified, shaking in panic, and immediately confessed. As a result, she was arrested and taken away. Seeing Luke Sin standing there in a daze, Chen King explained the interrogation methods in the central city are much stricter than those in the satellite city. We'll have answers soon. Later, Luke Sin, sitting in the car with the beautiful Chen King, talked about the incident. It turned out that the stepmother of Vice President Xiao was the one who had set him up. No one knew if her target was Xiao Yuan or her two children. Chen King said, theoretically, once Luke Sin found that woman, their job would be done. The interrogation and psychological analysis will be handled by experts. At this point, Chen King said, "I don't support Luke Sin going to see her because these reports will always carry a dark undertone. A report will be sent to both of you soon. If Luke Sin's mental endurance isn't enough, it could even affect him." After saying this, Chen King then asked, how did Luke Sin realize that woman had a problem? Luke Sin replied, "I could see the spiritual monster on her." When Chen King heard spiritual monster, he then asked, did Luke Sin's family come when he entered the city this time? Luke Sin said, "Actually, it's been a while since I saw my family. My sister hasn't been with me recently either." Hearing this, Chen King couldn't help but think to himself that, as Master Bai had once mentioned, Luke Sin's family was actually just a perception of his own ability to improve. As he became more and more skilled at using these abilities, it made sense that Luke Sin's family would slowly fade away. Even Luke Sin himself wasn't aware of this. Finally, Luke Sin asked Chen King about Tai Yi. He said he'd wait for me to go with him. Chen King replied, "That guy, obsessed with women, showed up a day earlier to meet the girl of his dreams, Tai Kua. From the start, he forgot all about waiting for you." Chen King drove Luke Sin to the hotel. The car sped down a modern street lined with towering skyscrapers, making Luke Sin's eyes widen in awe. The car stopped in front of a sleek, modern building. The three people, Tai Kui, Tai Yi, and Han Bing, had been waiting for them since early morning. As soon as Luke Sin stepped out of the car, both beautiful women stared at him with intense admiration. At the same time, Luke Sin couldn't help but be taken aback by Han Bing's stunning beauty. But just then, something unexpected happened. The angelic figure, who turned out to be the doll, suddenly appeared in front of Luke Sin. Tai Yi, seeing a beautiful woman, immediately grinned with excitement. Tai Kui snapped, "Pervert," and slapped him hard across the jaw. When Chen King saw the doll's sudden appearance, she immediately ordered everyone evacuate the area right now, center the perimeter around East Sea Restaurant, and seal off a 100-meter radius. She didn't stop there. Chen King gave another order, have the security team set up a defense line. No one is allowed to enter. At the same time, she commanded snipers switch to custom-made tranquilizer darts. She emphasized if anyone shows any intent to act suspiciously, whether it's trying to harm or hug or chase the doll, shoot immediately at the critical moment. Shoot to kill. Of course, This rule didn't apply to Luke Sin, who was standing right in front of the doll. The appearance of the doll caused chaos everywhere, from the command center to everyone within the area of influence. Chen King was sitting in the command room at that moment and spoke into the radio, asking the doll, "Can you hear what she's saying?" Chen King then told the doll, "You shouldn't leave the safe room like this," and added, "Can you come back now?" Meanwhile, Luke Sin didn't dare to open his eyes. Although he wasn't affected by the doll's abilities, the scent of the beautiful woman still captivated him. Unable to give orders to the doll, Chen King told Luke Sin, "Right now, the doll suddenly seems very interested in you. She says you don't need to be nervous and you shouldn't show any desire to resist." After a slight pause, Chen King added, "Now she'll ask you a few questions. You just need to answer her with hand gestures." The first question Chen King asked was, "Do you feel anything unusual in your heart right now? For example, any attraction to the doll or possessive thoughts?" Luke Sin answered all three of Chen King's questions with a simple wave of his hand, indicating no. After hearing this, Chen King began to ponder. Even though Luke Sin had his eyes closed, he had seen the doll's face earlier and had been close to her for about 5 minutes. The negative influence of the doll was probably getting worse. But why was Luke Sin showing no reaction at all? Thinking about this, Chen King told Luke Sin that he could open his eyes now. Instantly, Luke Sin felt as if his heart was melting under the irresistible charm of the doll. It was as if all his emotions had turned into desire, and every mood was entirely focused on this girl. The feeling grew stronger and stronger, but it was only in the beginning. After that, Luke Sin lost all interest in this beauty. At this point, our introverted young man finally spoke up to greet the doll and introduce himself. To his surprise, the beauty didn't say anything, but instead pressed her body against his and took his hand. The scene quickly shifted to a wild landscape. A man was riding a motorcycle, holding a little girl in his arms, speeding towards a fortress. As they rushed forward, the man said to the girl, "I don't wish for you to become rich and famous. I just hope you can grow up safely and happily, and then a handsome young man will come to propose to you." But just as he said that, the man quickly corrected himself. "No, there's no man in this world who deserves you. Only I am worthy of protecting you forever." The man came here in a state of desperate agitation and pulled out a gun, pressing it to the little girl's head, saying he knows he's not strong enough to protect her. A gunshot rang out. When the patrol team arrived, they found the man dead beside the girl. Now back to the present. At this moment, Luke Sin was still holding hands, his eyes locked with those of the beautiful doll-like girl, making Chen King furious, and she immediately confronted him. Luke Sin, hearing this, scratched his head and said, "I'm just holding her hand. What's the big deal? Beautiful?" Chen King ordered him to put on his headphones right away. She asked, "What do you see now?" Luke Sin honestly replied, "I see that she's very beautiful." Chen King was about to lose her temper and snapped, "What I meant is there anything unusual?" Luke Sin casually answered, "Just now, she looked like a little puppy. Is it unusual for me to smell her scent?" Hearing this, Chen King said, "Luke Sin, try seeing if you can actually communicate with her first, and be a little gentler when you talk." When Luke Sin heard gentler, he immediately blurted out, "What are you staring at so creepily?" causing Chen King to nearly fall over. Typical of a single guy with no experience, he's never even tried to flirt. Chen King arrived, feeling helpless, and said, "Well then, Luke Sin, why don't you try taking the doll back to her room safely?" Upon hearing this, Luke Sin turned to the doll and said, "Come with me." Surprisingly, the doll followed him closely like a shadow. They quickly entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 33rd floor. Noticing that she kept opening her umbrella, Luke Sin said, "You don't need to open the umbrella inside. You'll attract ghosts." Like a robot, the doll did exactly as he instructed and closed the umbrella. At this point, Chen King was completely confused. She quickly reached out to get advice from the headquarters. Professor Bai explained, "The doll rarely refuses anyone's request. Even if she doesn't like something, she'll just pretend not to hear it. The request made earlier was more like an order, something akin to teaching a puppy to sit or shake hands. She can follow the command and respond, but doesn't truly understand what her owner is saying." However, now with Luke Sin and the doll, I sense more of a real communication. The most obvious thing is that before, very few people could get the doll to put down her umbrella because it made her feel unsafe. The CEO of Shen was also looking at the screen, puzzled, and asked, "But why is it that Luke Sin can do it?" At that moment, one of the 6 senior professors, Professor Chen, who was in charge of guiding the new dolls, spoke up, saying it seems that it's not Luke Sin's command that makes the doll unable to refuse, but rather that the doll feels Luke Sin can replace the umbrella, giving it a sense of security. The elevator quickly stopped on the 33rd floor, and Luke Sin was instructed to enter the safety room with the doll. Luke Sin was overwhelmed by the dazzling colors of the doll's room, but at that moment, he couldn't help but wonder, Why is it all glass around here? Luke Sin entered the room without taking off his shoes. It was only then that Chen King noticed and asked him, did the doll react to anything? Hearing this, Luke Sin blushed, scratched his head, and replied, the doll is taking off her clothes. Chen King, hearing this, broke into a cold sweat and asked Luke Sin, have you had any thoughts about doing anything yet? The young man, who had never had a girlfriend, was caught off guard by the question and said, right now, I just want to put her clothes back on. I feel so awkward like this. The doll had removed her dress and was just wearing lingerie, sitting on the couch with a stuffed bunny watching TV. Chen King came over and said, Luke Sin, try leaving and see if it works. Luke Sin quickly followed the order and left the room, but he had to stop right away and report, I don't think I can leave. Chen King thought something had happened, but it wasn't the case. Luke Sin explained, the doll just follows me. As soon as I turn to leave, she follows me too. Chen King told him, stay there for now. Hearing this, Luke Sin turned to the doll and said, I'm not leaving anymore. Upon hearing this, the doll relaxed and went back to the sofa, signaling for Luke Sin to sit down. So he reluctantly sat down, watching the commercials with the beautiful doll. After watching the boring commercial for a while, Luke Sin turned to the doll and asked, can we change the channel? The doll immediately handed him the remote. And so, the two of them sat quietly next to each other, not saying anything, just watching TV. Suddenly, the doll stood up and went to play with a puzzle by herself, leaving Luke Sin unsure of what to do. Why does she like playing such boring games, he thought. Chen King checked in, asking, Luke Sin, how's it going? He answered honestly, I feel really uncomfortable. Chen King replied, the doll is the most powerful person in King Gang City, but at the same time, she's also a huge problem. At first, when she appeared, she was only 3 years old, but she almost caused chaos in the entire city. At that time, half of the city's residents wanted to harm her, while the other half did everything they could to protect her. Thanks to the appearance of Professor Bai, who used a special parasitic object to shield her, she was kept safe. Later on, she became a person with special abilities in King Gang, helping the city solve many problems. But now, what Chen King wants to tell Luke Sin is, as the doll ages, her abilities and the negative influence she can't control are also growing. Moreover, it's reaching a point where it might soon be impossible to control. So, no matter where she is, the doll needs her own private space. Ordinary people can make simple requests of the doll. Normally, she would agree and carry out tasks like saving people or handling pollution very well, but she can't engage deeply with others. And Luke Sin, as of now, is the first person who can communicate directly with her. This shows that Luke Sin can have an influence on her. At this point, Chen King said, now I want Luke Sin to seriously answer me. When you see the doll, what kind of feeling does it bring out in you? When Luke Sin heard this, he was about to use his mother's ability to examine the doll, but he immediately dismissed the idea. This girl was too important to King Gang, and on top of that, Luke Sin felt a deep sympathy for her. The doll seemed so lonely. An emergency meeting about the incident involving Luke Sin and the doll was taking place. In response to the chairman's confusion, Professor Bai explained the unusual close contact the doll has with Luke Sin might be related to the mental amplification effect that occurs when people with similar energy are near each other. Mental amplification, in fact, can sometimes create a sense of closeness between people who are alike. So Professor Bai suggested they don't need to worry too much. After all, the doll is really lonely. As for the old professor, he believed, first of all, Luke Sin has been in the same place as the doll for over 2 hours, yet there's been no emotional disturbance. This meant that, or rather, it could be said that Luke Sin was completely immune to the doll's negative influence. On Monday, the doll showed a lot of tolerance toward Luke Sin. The doll is extremely obsessed with cleanliness, dealing with obsessive-compulsive tendencies and anxiety at different levels. But she was willing to let Luke Sin enter her room without taking off his shoes, allowed him to sit next to her, even handed him the remote to change the channel, and they talked. Overall, Luke Sin had a positive influence on the doll. Because of this, the bald professor made a suggestion. Since they've already started interacting, why not take this opportunity to start that plan? When Director Chen heard this, he responded, this plan needs Luke Sin's cooperation, but Luke Sin himself has many undefined traits. Professor Bai then added, moreover, this opportunity came too suddenly. It's not like the time before the blood moon where there was more time for them to prepare. At that moment, the city lord raised his hand to express his support for Professor Chen's plan. He asked Professor Chen, what's the plan? In response, Professor Chen asked Luke Sin to ask the doll 3 questions on his behalf. Following the instructions, Luke Sin asked the doll, are you satisfied with your current life? When the doll didn't respond, Luke Sin changed his question. Do living dolls feel happy? Upon hearing this, the doll smiled brightly like a flower and nodded in approval. Luke Sin then moved on to ask his second question. When others make requests of you, do you find it bothersome? The doll shook her head. However, Luke Sin realized she misunderstood his question. He wasn't asking about his own request, but rather about those made by others. Once she understood, the doll nodded, indicating that she did find it bothersome. Luke Sin continued with his third question. Is there something you've always wanted to do, but haven't been able to? The doll gestured, signaling that she wanted to play with the wooden Lego blocks. At this point, Chen King asked Luke Sin to ask one last question. Can the doll control her own abilities? The answer Luke Sin received was, she can't control her mental strength. Hearing this, Professor Chen thought that the doll might have simply misunderstood the question. For her, the spreading of mental strength was a normal state, much like how we unconsciously relax our bodies. So even though Luke Sin could communicate with her, he couldn't help her understand the concept of controlling mental strength. When this was said, Professor Chen happily remarked, I can say that the initial contact has been very successful. We've learned that the doll is also a girl with her own likes and dislikes emotions. Thanks to the communication between Luke Sin and the doll, we now understand that she's just a bit autistic and not very good at expressing herself. At this point, I can confidently say that the doll is just like them. Professor Chen's idea was for Luke Sin to guide the doll so she could gain control over her powers. However, Director Shin suddenly stood up and slammed the table in objection, saying the doll's secret is classified as top-level, 5-star security by King Gang. We can't let outsiders like Luke Sin know about it. A quick argument broke out between the mustache man and the 6 senior professors. At this point, Professor Bai spoke up, saying, right now, Luke Sin is already a special talent level 3. Strictly speaking, his rank isn't quite enough, but he could be made a member of a special operations team to increase his authority. Moreover, when it comes to task completion, Luke Sin is exceptional. Once the report is submitted, they can look into it in more detail. Finally, Chen King spoke up and asked, so, how should we arrange things for Luke Sin? Luke Sin was sitting and yawning in the doll room when he suddenly received new instructions, a mission that required him to stay with the doll. Chen King explained, this is an important task with both the level and reward set at B. Also, this is just the initial phase of the mission. After a while, you might be assigned a higher level task, but the key is for you to interact more with the doll, get to know her, and help her adjust to your presence. Hearing this, Luke Sin reluctantly nodded and asked, but am I only supposed to stay here? It had been several hours since Luke Sin had gone to the bathroom, and he needed to go. To his surprise, the doll followed him. Chen King added, this is the first time the doll has shown such a strong sense of dependence on someone else, so she might not understand what boundaries are or how to behave like a regular person. Of course, Luke Sin could use commands to make the doll follow certain rules, but Chen King quickly advised, for now, Luke Sin, it's best not to approach it that way. These things could cause emotional instability for her, so, Luke Sin, please temporarily indulge the doll's feelings. Hearing this, Luke Sin immediately asked, what happens if the doll's emotions are unstable? Chen King replied, the doll is protecting this city, but she can also destroy it. After a brief pause, Chen King continued, the doll's secret lies here. If we only consider her abilities, her power would be at level A. But in reality, aside from her mental amplification ability constantly growing, there's another terrifying aspect. She belongs to the princess class ability. One of her abilities is to borrow the mental amplification of those around her. The more people nearby, the greater the power she can borrow. In other words, wherever there are a lot of people, the doll's mental amplification is unlimited. Chen King added, this is the part that causes them the most headaches. When she was younger, the range of her mental amplification ability was about 10 meters. But as she grew, her range expanded too. 3 years ago, they stopped testing the scope of her influence because it was difficult to meet the conditions and the risks were too high. But it's clear that if the doll were to lose control now, the negative effects of her power could already spread throughout King Gang City. And right now, there's still no way to ensure we can contain her at a critical moment. The safety room that the two of them were in only worked as long as the doll was willing to cooperate. If she ever wanted to leave, she could easily destroy the room. In fact, according to internal documents, the doll's title was the nuclear weapon of King Gang. Upon hearing this, Luke Sin felt a chill run down his spine. So your mission right now is to take care of a walking bomb? He looked at the innocent, carefree doll playing with her building blocks and couldn't help but marvel. Damn, how could she be called a nuclear weapon of King Gang? She's so beautiful and harmless, even a little cute. How could she possibly be called a weapon of mass destruction? But as it was, Luke Sin's job was simple. He just needed to stay here with her and, when necessary, speak a few words to her on behalf of the senior managers. That alone would count as a level B mission, with a paycheck in the millions. He was definitely coming out ahead this time. Just as Luke Sin was thinking about this, he saw the doll stand up and walk toward the bathroom. Without hesitation, she took off all her clothes, leaving the door wide open, and started to shower right in front of him. Our protagonist, who didn't have a girlfriend, felt his face turn bright red. He hurried over and politely closed the door for the beautiful girl. Dan, I'm still a man. Who could stand seeing a masterpiece of humanity like that right in front of them? Exactly 7 minutes and 15 seconds later, the doll finished her bath, put on her pajamas, and climbed straight into bed, pulling the blanket over herself. When Lu Xin saw that she had already gone to sleep, he planned to head downstairs to relax for a bit. However, the doll wasn't having it. She suddenly jumped up and motioned for Lu Xin to lie down next to her. Chen King saw the situation was a little off and suggested Lu Xin just follow her request and stay with her for now. But it still didn't seem right. The doll's expression looked like she was about to cry. With no other choice, Lu Xin decided to sleep on the sofa that night. What could he do? After all, he was being paid a lot of money. A little discomfort wasn't a big deal. Meanwhile, in the high-level meeting room of the King Gang Strategic Committee, the chubby city mayor was informing everyone about the visit of the Haishang National Expert Team scheduled for the next afternoon. The leader of the group was also the top, most experienced captain from Haishang. They had promised to share classified S-level materials with King Gang. In a time like this, when the blood moon hangs over everyone, if you visit someone's home, you have to greet them warmly while also keeping a gun pointed at their head to prevent any sudden moves. The next morning, Lu Xin took the doll to the advanced training session. Just then, he bumped into the bespectacled Liu again. Liu, spotting Lu Xin, greeted him warmly and came over to chat. He said, now I'm doing legal work providing free spiritual guidance to people, which is also my way of giving back to society. He added, I also get involved with the public. If I spot any bad influences, I report them immediately. Seeing that this guy seemed nervous, Lu Xin shifted her gaze to the room where they were training on mental mutations. Just a quick look, and Lu Xin could tell something was off. She led the doll girl out of the room and immediately contacted Chen King to update her on the situation. Lu Xin said, I've spotted 2 people showing unusual mental symptoms in the classroom. Please advise me on what to do next. As soon as Chen King heard this, she gave a swift order. Seal off the building and send in the Special Forces team to handle the situation right away. Meanwhile, at the eastern harbor of King Gang, a team of scientists and mutated individuals from the Haishang Nation had just arrived for their official visit to King Gang. The Special Forces quickly moved in on the contaminated source that Lu Xin had pointed out. Lu Xin then told the doll girl, don't worry, you don't need to act yet. It's not time for you to get involved. As for Lu Xin, she stepped forward to give the Special Forces team the exact location of the contaminated individuals. A woman in a mink coat was standing in row number 4, and a man in sportswear with dark circles under his eyes. Immediately, both individuals were identified and taken to the Mental Pollution Processing Center. Both individuals were captured with ease without any clear sign of the mental pollution level, which left Chen King puzzled. She turned to Lu Xin and asked, how did you know they were polluted? Lu Xin replied, it's like the previous incident at the train station when you saw the stepmother of the vice general manager of Mr. Xiao. They also had a very noticeable abnormality about them. Though they look different, I have a feeling it's the same style. It's just that before it was 1 person, and now it's 2. Upon hearing this, Chen King thought for a moment and then said, has it spread already? She had a bad feeling about it. With that thought, Chen King told Lu Xin, you need to go to the tutoring center and remove the pressure right away. Do your best to investigate the situation. If something has really happened, it wouldn't just be happening in one place. Other locations could be a high risk as well. Lu Xin accepted the order and grabbed the 4-eyed man by the collar, heading towards his training organization. Immediately, Lu Xin noticed that 4 other people had been infected. The man named Zhao, who had come here, was drenched in sweat and tried to defend himself, saying to Lu Xin, everything I did was legal. Lu Xin listened and then said, this isn't the time for defense. He then forced Zhao to reveal the normal curriculum he had arranged for his students. Zhao explained it's all basic knowledge about mental health disorders approved by the Special Handling Department and the city's protective council, along with some tips to relieve stress. I also encourage the students to socialize in a friendly manner. Unable to get any more information, Lu Xin led his team to the next teaching location. However, while they were on the move, the convoy suddenly stopped. Lu Xin stepped out and looked around, realizing that there were many more people infected nearby, from those sitting in the cafe to cleaning staff, taxi drivers, and even security guards in the building. Hearing this, Chen King immediately ordered, detain all of them for investigation and quarantine. But Lu Xin disagreed because right in front of him, there were many other people who were also infected. The Plum City leader Su was approaching, smiling brightly as he greeted the representatives from the Haishang Nation. After greeting Su, Professor Yu walked over to shake hands with Professor Bai. He showered him with flowery compliments. As for Director Chen, he was standing on the observation deck asking his subordinate, "Have you discovered anything about the people from Haishang down below?" The supervisor responded, "According to our preliminary investigation, there are a total of 3 people with abilities who accompanied Mr. Su and Professor Bai to pick up the expert group from Haishang. Among them, there's someone with perception abilities, but he hasn't sent any special reports. This suggests that nothing unusual has been detected among the 7 of them so far. As for the surveillance equipment we've set up, it shows that out of the 7 from Haishang who arrived this time, only one person, wearing a red hooded cloak, has abilities. This person's power level ranges from 600 to 1,000, give or take. At the East Sea Hotel in the eastern part of Qinggang City, the high-level talent training conference was about to begin at exactly 3 o'clock p.m. At this moment, Mr. Su informed the Haisheng professor, tomorrow they will be attending this conference. While both delegations were engaged in lively discussions, Mr. Su suddenly received a call. At that very moment, the person from Haisheng wearing the red hooded cloak and with eyes as red as blood appeared to be preparing for some kind of shady action. At the Qinggang Operations Command Center, Director Chen was sweating profusely as he listened to the report about widespread spiritual contamination being detected in the central city of Qinggang. Colonel Chen King had ordered the urgent arrest of over 100 citizens and the lockdown of 3 shopping malls in the central city, all within less than an hour. At the scene of the contamination, arrests were happening everywhere. The number of people being detained was so high that even the special forces didn't have enough personnel to keep up. Moreover, the families of the arrested kept demanding their release, arguing that there was no concrete evidence proving they had been contaminated. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Chen King approached Luke Sin and asked, "How many people are still left to be arrested?" Luke Sin pointed to a man taking pictures in front of them and replied, "There are still a lot." Luke Sin went on to say, "The deeper we go into the city center, the more people we find who are contaminated." Upon hearing this, Chen King immediately asked, "Apart from what you've seen, do you have any other evidence? Without it, it's going to be hard for me to convince others. Right now, none of the people you and your team have arrested have shown any abnormal signs during the checks." Chen King then carefully asked Luke Sin, "So how confident are you that these people you've identified as being abnormal are actually contaminated?" Luke Sin turned the question back to Chen King and asked, "Do you not trust me?" Luke Sin said this and immediately added, "I can understand. From the beginning, when the family members showed up, Luke Sin had wondered if he was hallucinating. Now it felt the same way. He could sense something was off with them, but you couldn't confirm what exactly. It made sense that everyone doubted him. On this issue, Luke Sin had no answer. After all, it was his job to notice the abnormalities and point them out, but whether people believed him or not was up to the leaders like Chen King, right?" When Chen King heard this, she froze for a moment. Luke Sin remained calm, which is why he wasn't bothered by whether others believed him or not. At that moment, Chen King made up her mind. Without hesitation, she walked up and confronted the guy who was holding the camera and filming her. Then Chen King grabbed the guy by the neck, activated her Shuriken, and used an illusion. Under the effects of her illusion, the guy with the camera finally confessed he knows about a cursed game. Even if Chen King hates someone, as soon as she starts cursing them, that person is sure to face bad luck. At the command center, the secretary was informing Director Shen that everything the special task force did was based on the subjective guesses of someone who was suspected of having multiple personality disorder. The person claimed to have seen a mental monster, but right now, no test could prove it. Even if they choose to believe it, it'll be hard to convince the leaders in Qinggang, the secretary added. Director Shin cleared his throat and replied, "Are you saying they can't believe the words of a crazy person?" Director Shen was so angry that he yelled at the secretary, "Does it really matter whether they believe it or not? The important thing is that Qinggang is about to face a large-scale contamination crisis. Besides, someone has already discovered the potential threat, and you're hesitating about whether we should take action or not. A grenade might not explode, but would you dare pull the pin and sleep with it?" With that, Director Shin immediately ordered his subordinates to quickly move all personnel from Base 3 to assist the special task force in capturing suspects. He also instructed them to set up a temporary holding facility in an abandoned industrial area in the eastern part of the city to isolate and detain those captured. He issued a level 1 internal alert, locked down the city center, and deployed all the special city defense team members along with the special operations team to secure the area and plan the layout. Each team was to guard a designated section. Finally, the ultrasonic cannon was powered up, and they were just waiting for orders. Luke Sin sat in the car, helplessly watching the chaotic scene in the city ahead of him. At that moment, the girl sitting behind him suddenly grabbed his hand as if she wanted to say something. Sin didn't quite understand, but he thought maybe the girl just wanted to show that she trusted him. Chen then informed Sin that he had a special mission to immediately identify all the mutants, leaving no one behind. When Sin heard this, he smiled slightly because at last they trusted him. The backup team had also arrived in full force, and now Sin was going to round up all the contaminated people and take them to the concentration camp. Meanwhile, back in the private meeting between the two national leaders, the man with the last name Yi suddenly stood up, full of excitement. He grinned maliciously and told Professor Bai and Mayor Su that the old order built by the Alliance was coming to an end. Now he would build a new order, one that unites all the cities together. Those fools from the Alliance only need a single look from him to scare them so badly they almost wet themselves. But what about the people with abilities now? Just one look from them can make someone want to end their life, let alone those at the S level. I've heard they're even more terrifying. Some of them even have the power to destroy an entire city at will. When Yi mentioned this, his expression turned extremely dangerous as he introduced that this time he had brought an S-level ability user with him. The special forces and the ability users from King Gang were gathered and entered the meeting room. Once the city lord Mr. Su arrived, he smiled faintly and asked Yi. Bringing an S-level ability user at King Gang without any notice was rather impolite. In the list of experts you said you would bring, there was no mention of someone with such a high-level ability. At this point, Mr. Su cleared his throat and said, "Now, could you finally tell me your real reason for coming to King Gang?" Yi responded, explaining that he was afraid King Gang wouldn't agree if he had said it earlier. The reason he came to them was to discuss cooperation. As he always said, if they were going to face the impending changes, the only way to succeed was through unlimited cooperation between their country, Haishang, and King Gang. Among the many possible allies to choose from, the country of Haishang has set its sights on King Gang. Mr. Yu, who is from Haishang, mentioned that King Gang has the most advanced agricultural production chain in the entire alliance, and they have also developed the best seeds for thriving in natural conditions. When it comes to research on mental mutations, King Gang also ranks in the top 5. Because of this, Haishang considers King Gang the best option as they return to the mainland. Professor Bai, upon hearing this, raised a concern. "It sounds like your country's desire to return to the mainland is quite urgent, isn't it?" Mr. Yu nodded in agreement and confirmed, saying, "Yes, that's right, because we've been focused on the sea for so long. During those years when those crazies were causing chaos, Haishang only suffered minimal losses, but we are facing some problems now, like a kind of curse that's turning people into something no longer human." Professor Bai, surprised, asked, "Are you saying that Haishang has experienced some kind of degeneration?" At this point, Mr. Su added, "King Gang has already shown enough sincerity when it comes to cooperation between the two sides." However, Mr. Yi disagreed, saying such cooperation isn't enough for them. If the country Haishang really joins the alliance again, even King Gang, there will definitely be some shady things happening that will make people disgusted. Everyone has their own agenda, which is why the guy named Yu chose a different way to cooperate. The country Haishang would take over everything from King Gang. When the city lord, Mr. Su, heard this, his face hardened and he said, "So, the chaos in our city right now was arranged by you all, right? Are you trying to start a war?" The guy named Ye, upon hearing this, immediately confirmed, "The war has already started, you fools." In a short amount of time, a massive quarantine camp was set up. Sin and the doll-like girl were already approaching the camp by helicopter. Looking down at the crowd of people packed tightly inside, Sin couldn't help but think to himself that even though they now seemed like all sorts of monsters in his eyes, they were still capable of fear, of crying, and of keeping their own thoughts. What would they become when the real chaos hits? They don't have any superpowers themselves, so who gave them those abilities? At the operations command base, Director Chen was observing the superpowered person from Haishang and asked his assistant, "What's the percentage chance we have of eliminating him?" The assistant said that 3 heavy sniper rifles had him locked in their sights. One had a real bullet, one had a tranquilizer dart, and one had a special round. All 3 snipers were in perfect position and confident they could hit him, but since their target had supernatural abilities, they weren't sure if their certainty would even matter. Meanwhile, 3 special forces teams had entered the conference room to take control of the situation. Their weapons were specifically designed to target people with superpowers. 7 people with superhuman abilities were stationed inside and outside the room, ready to interfere at any moment. But still, the opponent was a Class S individual, and no one knew for sure if anyone among them could actually take him down. Upon hearing this, Director Chen ordered escort Professor Bai and Mayor Su ahead and adjust the ion cannons aimed toward the East Sea Hotel. In the conference room between the 2 delegations, Yu, the person with supernatural abilities, and the others had all been easily subdued by the special forces and the person with muscle-based superpowers. However, when things go too smoothly, there's always something off, and it was Yi who uncovered the truth. It turns out that the visit of the people from the Haishang country to King Gang this time was a suicide mission. In reality, the person with special abilities they brought along had the potential to become an S-level ability user. However, he was suffering from a cruel and strange illness and no longer wanted to live for even a single warm moment. This time, when you brought him here, it was like setting off a nuclear bomb in King Gang. Right now, he would die here and unleash his destructive power, intending to destroy the entire city of King Gang. As the Haishang country's ability user was being controlled, he suddenly died. His soul, surprisingly, detached from his body and grew so large it even surpassed the entire skyscraper. Meanwhile, all the contaminated people who had been trapped in the concentration camp earlier also started to show signs of trouble. Chen, who was commanding the operation outside, immediately gave the order, strengthen the control and containment measures. He wanted to receive their logical analysis and recommendations for a solution in the shortest time possible. All over Xinjiang, there was an intense state of emergency as they prepared to deal with the environmental contamination and this disaster. At the frontline command center, Director Chen was listening to his assistant report on the situation. A massive mental monster had appeared near the East Sea Hotel, and its psychic level was rapidly increasing. The first report showed it was around level 1,000, but in the second and third urgent reports, it reached 3,000, even 7,000. Based on this growth rate, it won't be long before it breaks through to the tens of thousands. After hearing this, Chen asked, how exactly is it increasing like that? He needed his assistant to calculate immediately what level of ion cannon fire would be required to neutralize it within a minute. The assistant replied, right now, it seems to be growing on its own. We can only guess it's probably related to the mutated person we captured earlier. Theoretically, it would take about 10 units of Yang-class ion shells to handle it. Upon hearing this, Chen gave the order, fire 12 units just to be safe. At that moment, Professor Bai called and told him to forget about using ion shells to take down the monster. The ion shells work similarly to the special weapons the special forces use, but the special forces haven't been successful with them. Also, given that we still don't fully understand its logic and connections, using such a blunt approach would be too risky. The man with the last name Shen, upon hearing this, said, so what about adjusting to an ultrasonic state? Professor Bai replied, it's not at that level yet. Stop thinking about blowing something up all the time. At this point, Professor Bai made a suggestion. We should wait for the results of the interrogation of the man named Yu from the Haishang country. Meanwhile, we need to begin the emergency defense plan he proposed earlier, even though it's unconventional. Chaos was breaking out everywhere, and the people who were infected were spilling out onto the streets, attacking others. In the ruined quarantine zone on the east side of the central city, those who had been infected and trapped in the camp started rushing out despite being shot at. Luke Sin, standing to the side, observed and then commented, when these mutants are killed, the mental monsters on their bodies don't disappear. Instead, they combine with each other. After combining, their mental power stacks on top of each other, and the highest limit isn't visible. So on the contrary, killing these mutants actually speeds up the appearance of larger mental monsters. Hearing this, Chen Qing immediately gave an order to the personnel, pay attention, try as hard as you can not to kill him. Use tranquilizer darts or special bullets. Through the information system, an online meeting was set up between senior leaders and the information analysis team. A member of the analysis team suspected a connection between a case of the mysterious organization that Luke Sin had previously uncovered and the current situation, and couldn't help but raise the question, is it possible that there really is a place called the True Homeland? Professor Bai believed that the investigation into the mysterious organization in Satellite City 4 had earlier discovered one of the abilities of the two manipulated monster missionaries, that they could tap into the negative emotions of the one who created them. So is it possible that they actually come from the deepest part of emotion? In reality, the so-called True Homeland is a spiritual world, kind of like a collective unconscious, a vast sea of subconscious minds. Professor Chen, one of the 6 senior professors, also spoke up at this point, stating, based on this logic, the S-level ability user from the country of Haishang, or we could say, all those whose abilities are related to the True Homeland, their power is essentially summoning. They use their own strength to create a rift that connects to a place filled with spiritual monsters, and then they summon these monsters here. There is, however, another possibility. The spiritual monsters might be born from the bodies of mutants with no direct connection to the S-level ability user from Haishang. At this point, Professor Bad believed that the Haishang nation had likely mastered part of the method for manipulating spirit monsters related to their true homeland. They had used this knowledge to launch an attack on the city of King Gang. The earlier wishes and curses had all been bait to lure the spirit monster tier. After the S-level ability user used their own death to activate their power, it triggered the appearance of these monsters. The spirit monsters are scattered among the people. Once they all appear, they will turn the entire city of King Gang into a place of demons. This S-level ability user also took advantage of the chaos to increase the spiritual level of these monsters infinitely. This was a coordinated operation planned by the Haishang Nation, where they helped each other and kept their true intentions hidden. At the command center, Chen spoke through the communication device, saying he was assigning Luke Sin a special mission, and that the task involved Doll taking action. The Haishang Nation has secretly created a large number of mutants in King Gang through methods like spreading prayer rituals and linking curses. When their S-level ability user known as the Red Cloak Messenger activates their power, the monsters from the mutants' bodies will awaken and be drawn to them. Without hesitation, the monsters would then head toward the Red Cloak Messenger. Along the way, they would infect even more King Gang residents, posing a growing threat to the entire city. Therefore, the most urgent task now was to deal with the mutants in the quarantine zone first, to prevent them from launching any attacks. At the same time, he directly eliminated the mental monsters forming on their bodies. Doll had the ability to control such a chaotic situation to a large extent. The problem was quite complicated. It wasn't certain that Doll would understand if a direct request was made. Therefore, Chen needed Luke Sin to explain clearly to Doll. Luke Sin, upon hearing this, nodded in understanding and said to Doll, "Can you control these people so they don't run around?" Seeing that Doll seemed to not fully understand, Luke Sin used body language to show her, right now, there are a lot of monsters on their bodies, meaning the source of contamination is merging together, becoming more powerful. Can you destroy them? Upon hearing him, Doll nodded and gave a clear sign that she understood, replying, "I can do that." Damn, this was the second time in her life that the beautiful Doll had spoken. Oh my god! With the blood moon hanging overhead, Doll floated in the air, using her powers to push herself to the limit. The group below was quickly controlled, and they all stopped moving at once. However, the superpowered individual from the Haishang Nation made a move, causing the monsters to charge at Doll, ready to attack. Luke Sin immediately ran over to protect Doll when he saw something was wrong, but she was quicker, leading the monsters away to protect him instead. Doll's power was truly overwhelming. With just a flick of her umbrella, she completely wiped out the mental monsters in front of them. Seeing this, Luke Sin was stunned and muttered, "All you have to do is close the umbrella and pack it up." It seemed like she had borrowed the monster's mental power and then used the umbrella to release it in a burst. Chen arrived by helicopter at the isolation camp to meet Luke Sin and Doll. She mentioned that the information analysis team had recommended not letting Doll take action. Then Chen asked Luke Sin, "Is it true you're not sure you can defeat that red-clad mental monster?" Luke Sin replied that, on the contrary, he didn't feel like he was in any danger. He even wanted to charge straight in and fight that monster. But for some reason, Luke Sin couldn't shake the feeling that doing so would lead to a very bad outcome. That monster was just too strange. At this moment, the three of them, Su, the guy named Chen, and Professor Bai, arrived at the scene. Professor Bai walked up and shook hands with Luke Sin. It was their first time meeting. Professor Bai then asked Luke Sin, "If you unleash all the power you have right now, do you think you can definitely handle that red monster?" He predicted that in about 10 minutes, its spiritual energy level would likely surpass 60,000. With that level of energy, it could cause catastrophic damage to the central city of King Gang. It was safe to say that the city was now facing an existential threat. Professor Bai's voice grew a little more serious as he said, "I hope you can take on the mission of dealing with this S-class monster." After a brief pause, Professor Bai continued, "Of course, I know that Luke Sin has his own thoughts on the matter, so my suggestion is that we immediately proceed with the second phase of enhancement for you." Upon hearing this, Luke Sin froze for a moment. "What do you mean right now? There's not even a bed here. How can I undergo any kind of enhancement?" Professor Bai then explained, "Actually, the second phase is more of a concept. The essence is the enhancement and stabilization of a person's abilities. Usually, before proceeding, someone with abilities has to undergo a series of reconstructive surgeries to reinforce the neural pathways. The goal of these surgeries is to help the individual withstand greater mental strength and avoid losing control. But for Luke Sin, it's different. He already has a very high level of mental amplification. For him, the key to the second phase is learning how to control his emotions. So Professor Bai won't be preparing the usual psychological counseling or reconstructive surgery for Luke Sin. Instead, he plans to use a new, incredibly strict method, which is also very expensive to carry out. However, before proceeding, Professor Bai wants to seriously ask one last time, does Luke Sin truly want to go through with the second phase? Luke Sin nodded in response. Seeing this, Professor Bai smiled and opened the briefcase in his hand, pulling out a contract. Luke Sin, go ahead and sign it. Luke Sin didn't know what to say. He had already prepared himself for the pain, but now he had to sign a contract. This old man, after quickly reading through the contract and finding no issues, Luke Sin signed it decisively. Now can we start the reconstruction process, he asked. No, Professor Bai replied. He continued explaining, do you remember the painting you brought back from the night group outside the city? Before this, Lu Xin had probably heard that there are many types of spiritual parasites in the world, objects that can attach themselves to a person and enhance their mental strength. Afterward, the parasite-like object would carry many traces, either similar to a human or a source of contamination. The painting is called The Gaze of the Red Page. According to the Research Institute's evaluation, it is one of the rarest and most advanced spiritual parasites. In the records of the Alliance's Research Institute, there are only 30 objects like this in total. Each of these objects holds one of the 30 most unusual types of mental power. The mental power of this painting is called the gaze. It has an incredibly terrifying control over emotions. It can disrupt the person's feelings. Just one glance at it can turn a person into a monster driven solely by their desires. Because of this, if the painting were exposed to the public, it could easily lead to a massive chaotic outbreak. These 30 types of extraordinary powers are just as terrifying as the gaze. In Luke Sin's second phase of enhancement, he plans to use the power of the gaze. Through Professor Bai's analysis, a key characteristic of the gaze is that it consumes the positive emotions of people. That's why you performed a reverse manipulation on it. But with such a powerful force, there's still a way to use it to your advantage. At this point, Professor Bai took out a pair of glasses and handed them to Luke Sin. Through extensive and complex research, he Institute had developed this special parasitic item. The glasses themselves had features like transmitting information and helping with task management. Additionally, they possessed a unique property of enhancing mental strength. Professor Bai reminded him, saying, when Luke Sin experiences emotional fluctuations, you can use these to help maintain balance. In simple terms, they act as a safeguard. Once you wear them, they will prevent you from losing control due to emotional triggers. Of course, the second phase wouldn't be that quick. Luke Sin would need time to learn how to control them, but once he had them, he would truly enter the second phase. As for Luke Sin, he looked at the glasses and felt like they were almost alive. At that moment, he wondered, can wearing these really stabilize my emotions? Just then, the guy with the red suit launched another round of psychic attacks. Professor Bai took this chance to explain one last time to Luke Sin. Professor Bai was now explaining one last time to Luke Sin. Trust is the key to everything. Everyone has trusted you, and now they need you to trust them. This is the moment for you to make a choice. At that point, the man with the surname Chen handed Luke Sin a gun and a bag of bullets, saying, honestly, I've always been cautious about you, but I also know, and I must admit, that this city has always been protected by people like you, the ones who are a little crazy. Hearing this, Luke Sin smiled gently and said, if I complete this mission, I should have enough to buy a house, right? When City Lord Su confirmed that it would definitely be enough, Luke Sin put on his glasses and told himself, I'm ready. At that moment, the beautiful handbang started a countdown through the earpiece, and Phase 2 of the evolutionary transformation officially began. Instantly, Luke Sin was pulled into a strange new world. However, the sensation was brief, and Hanbing's voice continued to echo in his ear. I didn't expect these glasses to be this advanced. Luke Sin put on his glasses and told Doll, stay here and wait for me. I'll be back in a bit. With that, he charged straight toward the source of the pollution coming from the Haisheng country. Holding his powerful gun, Luke Sin fired relentlessly at the monsters. Just then, Shishi arrived to join him in the fight. But it wasn't just Shishi. His mother also appeared. Seeing her, Luke Sin asked, is this enough? His mother responded, whether it's enough or not doesn't matter anymore. The main thing is, now that you're at stage 2, it's time to start mending your relationship with your father. We're family. We live together every day, but always stay on guard against each other. What kind of family is that? Luke Sin nodded, understanding her point, and together with his mother and Shishi, they entered the building that had been contaminated. Meanwhile, Chen, standing in the command center, saw that Luke Sin had 2 people with him. He angrily shouted, Professor Bai is a fraud. Did he say that Luke Sin's family was just a fictional existence and would disappear once he became familiar with his powers and reached stage 2? With that, Shen demanded an explanation from Professor Bai, asking, who are these 2 women, one older and one younger? Professor Bai, hearing this, was furious and warned Shen, don't talk like that again. How could you call me a fraud? Professor Bai adjusted his glasses slightly and continued, everything I say is just a reasonable guess based on the facts. Of course, since it's only a guess, there will naturally be some mistakes here and there, but that's completely normal. As Luke Sin carried his sister deeper inside, he could feel an immense spiritual force twisting and turning from the red-robed figure in front of him. Before him stood a pile of monsters, each with different shapes and sizes, and the red-robed figure was the largest of them all. A huge monster wearing a red cloak like that was definitely no easy challenge. Furthermore, as the other spiritual monsters continuously merged together, it was only getting bigger and stronger. Hearing this, Luke Sin turned to Shishi and asked, "Can you do what you did before and directly corrupt that red-robed guy's body?" Shishi, hearing his question, turned it back on him and asked, "Do you want to lend in your power?" Luke Sin smiled and patted Shishi on the head, saying, "You're my sister, so why would I need to lend anything to you?" Shishi heard this and quickly charged toward the giant man in the red shirt, climbing up his massive body. When the man in red was attacked by Shishi, he started unleashing a powerful aura to strike back at her. However, once again, Shishi activated the seal on her body, turning herself into a large net, attempting to trap the giant man. This time, though, Shishi faced her first defeat. She was blasted out of the way by a shockwave from the red-shirted man. Seeing this, Luke Sin said, "It seems like my little sister has no way to handle this monster." His mother, hearing this, replied, "After all, she's still so young." Then she chuckled and added, "Just look at how happy she gets when people attack her." Luke Sin and his mother quickly entered the elevator and headed up to the rooftop. Seeing the blood-red monster in front of them, Luke Sin turned to Han Bing and asked, "So what exactly is this red-shirted figure? What kind of spiritual entity is it?" "Earlier, I noticed it seems resistant to spiritual contamination. I clearly managed to contaminate part of it, but it quickly returned to its original state." Han Bing heard this and was stunned, thinking to himself, "Can a mental monster really be contaminated?" With that thought, Han Bing started to go over the analysis that Professor Chen had sent. The monster could indeed be contaminated, as long as the contaminant was of higher quality or if its nature had the ability to suppress and cover it. But when the mental capacity of the contaminated object grew to a certain level, it could counter the contamination through constant self-restoration and elimination, protecting itself and maintaining its stability. When Luke Sin heard this, he finally understood why Shishi couldn't contaminate it. At this point, he turned to ask, "Does Mom have any suggestions?" Hearing this, his mother replied, "I've noticed a lot of issues. This person is very interesting. Clearly he's alive, but he doesn't want to live. I think he wanted to die from the very beginning. Only by dying can he release his negative emotions." When Luke Sin heard this, he suddenly saw countless threads in front of him, tangled up in a dense web. It turned out that these threads had formed the mental body of this person. There was even a thread connected to Luke Sin's body like this. At this point, Luke Sin had no choice but to ask his mother for help. His mother told him it's no problem, but once this issue is resolved, another one will come up. After his mother cut the extra thread, Luke Sin suddenly felt a lightness he hadn't noticed before. It seemed like the mysterious charm of the red-clad apostle before him had vanished just like that. But before he could relax too much, he was attacked by a series of blood threads. Fortunately, his mother stepped in and stopped them. He saw her approach with scissors in hand, using her split-body technique to surround the red-clad apostle and cut all the blood threads around him. When the blood threads were severed, the red-clad apostle collapsed, losing all connection with the monsters and unable to control them anymore. At the command center, the senior officers were shocked, as when Luke Sin entered, the monster from the Haishang nation seemed to fade away, almost becoming invisible. While others thought the red-clad apostle had disappeared, Professor Bab believed the red-clad apostle hasn't been dealt with yet. Luke Sin only severed the logical link between the monsters and the apostle. Now they were no longer being polluted by it, and they couldn't even see it anymore. Along with that, the increase in its psychic energy level had been interrupted. But naturally, with the interruption of the increase in its psychic energy level, other changes would also occur. The scariest part was that the mental monsters it had absorbed would likely spread out. When Professor Bai finished speaking, monsters were attacking all over the city. Other people with superpowers were also mobilized to deal with these creatures. Back on Luke Sin's side, the monster was still struggling to break free from his mother's control. However, its efforts were nearly useless as it was surrounded by countless split bodies of his mother, blocking every attack and sealing it in place. Moreover, his mother's forbidden technique, split body, prevented the monster's threads from making any more connections with other people in the city. The only exception was him, as Luke Sin was still being parasitized by many blood threads. He quickly began to feel an emptiness in his body. It seemed as though he was disappearing, losing all desire for this world. In the end, the only thing Luke Sin could think about was death. At this point, Luke Sin no longer hesitated and opened the door for his father. He decided that this time he would fully trust his father. After all, they are still family. Actually, Luke Sin knew that as soon as he got the chance, his father would leave this house. Even Luke Sin would do the same. But in the end, his father never got that chance. Because of this, Lu Xun decided to accept his family. So why should they continue to stay on guard against each other? Lu Xun, wearing his glasses, spoke confidently as if he were on equal footing with his father. He said that what he sensed from his father wasn't anger, but sorrow. It was the kind of sorrow that comes from anger, self-loathing, feeling helpless, hating oneself for being a failure. When the father realized his son had hit a nerve, he growled and shouted at Lu Xun, "What are you talking about? You're the one who's useless? You don't know anything." Lu Xun, upon hearing this, admitted it. He said maybe he really didn't know much since he had forgotten a lot of memories, but he had thought it through, and in the end, he was sure of one thing. What he felt was real. So, Lu Xun will truly consider his father as part of his family, feeling his father's emotions and easing his pain. If one day Lu Xun gains enough strength, he will help his father escape from this suffering. Even if he doesn't have the power, Lu Xun will always try his best to do what family members should do for each other. At this point, he asked, "What about you, Dad?" Right now, Lu Xun was genuinely hoping his father could become like a real family member to him. Father and son stood facing each other. The hand of the giant monster reached out, and one of its attacks was blocked by his father. His father cursed a few times, struck the monster's hand down, and then charged forward to sever the monster's arm. When Shishi saw the delicious food fall, he immediately rushed over to devour the arm. As for Lu Xun, he pointed straight at the red-clad monster and mocked it as trash. The monster, insulted, struck down on the roof again. But this time, the price it had to pay was far worse than before. Lu Xun unleashed an overwhelming aura, directly slicing the monster from the Haishang nation into pieces. The group of people, Chen King, the man named Su, and the one named Chen, watched this scene in shock, frozen, and speechless. Professor Bai spoke up, saying that this was the greatest expectation he had for Lu Xun, a power with the nickname the Tyrant. After Lu Xun finished off the monster, he stood there and sighed, "This is so boring." However, no one expected that the monster could quickly recover back to its original state. At that moment, his father couldn't hold back anymore and rushed in, slashing relentlessly at the monster. The speed at which the monster healed was truly incredible. The parts of its body that had been chopped apart quickly were formed. Meanwhile, Shishi, standing below, was having his own fun. Every time his brother chopped off a piece of the monster, Shishi would gather it up and eat it. Elsewhere, in a corner of the city, a giant person with special abilities from the committee was leading a special forces team to take down the remaining monsters. Suddenly, a strange monster with an odd body extended an octopus tentacle and attacked him from behind. I thought the monster would win, but no. The man casually removed his hat, revealing a skull-like face with sharp teeth and a strange tongue that flicked out. Immediately, the monster was devoured by the mouth on top of his head. His broken mouth proceeded to consume all the remaining monsters nearby. In a different turn of events, the young woman, who was still under 18, held a glass of wine in her hand and was happily playing with the monsters. But somehow, she ended up turning all of her teammates into skeletons and was now using a pea shooter to shoot zombies. Well, if it's this much fun, it's gotten way out of hand. Oh, and she's not even 18 yet. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Sai Yi, with a gun in hand and the beautiful Tai Kui by his side, was also making progress with each passing moment. As for Doll, she was still obediently sitting in the car, following Lu Xun's instructions, waiting for him to return. Back at the command center, Chen King was updating Professor Bai, saying that handling the spiritual monsters was going smoothly. At this point, most of them were under control, and they hadn't let any of them break free from the 3,000-meter perimeter. Chen King's only real concern now was the apostle from the Haishang nation. Upon hearing this, Professor Bai immediately reassured him, saying there was no need to worry about the red-clad apostle. He fully trusted Lu Xun's abilities. Both Su and Shen were eagerly awaiting Lu Xun's next move. In King Gang's detention room, the man named Yu from Haishang was still smugly thinking that the mutant he had brought would turn King Gang into a wasteland. The old man believed that the monster from the abyss had been drawn to King Gang, and that the S-rank mutant could use these monsters to continuously grow stronger. Eventually, once he became a true deity, the fate of King Gang would be firmly in his hands. The elderly professor sat down to interrogate the man named Yu. After a while, she finally spoke, saying, "I hope he understands that even what he thinks is certain will eventually face some unexpected twists." At this point, the old professor stood up, smiling with a sarcastic tone as she added, "The monster he thought was a god has now been beaten into an unrecognizable shape by one of our superhumans." She continued with a mocking tone, "Oh, what a shame. I was actually planning to use it to test the power of the newly developed ultrasonic ion cannon. Such a pity. After only sending up 2 superhumans, the problem has practically been solved." With that, the professor opened the window for him to see what had become of the so-called god monster. The man with the last name Yu was clearly stunned. The old professor on her deathbed revealed to him, everyone else believes that King Gang only has one A+ level power, but in reality we have two S level powers. One of them has hidden her true level, and the other we never even reported. Upon hearing this, Yu couldn't contain himself and shouted, "Curse you and King Gang! This city will never survive with two S-level powers coexisting. You'll only bring about your own destruction." At that point, he let slip something else. That blood-red monster still has one final ability. If he uses it, King Gang will forever be a land ruled by monsters. The professor immediately received an update on her phone. It seems the Red Apostle still has an unused power. She said, "Alert Luke Sin. I suspect his third ability is related to releasing large numbers of mental monsters." Additionally, they needed to send in people with superpowers capable of accessing the deepest memories in Yu's mind. Han Bing quickly passed on the information about the Red Apostle to Luke Sin. Hearing this, he still had a blank expression on his face and said, "Just leave everything to me." Luke Sin, while fighting a monster, was quietly analyzing that one of its traits was the ability to restore and balance itself back to its original state. So when it faced his father, it was really unlucky, because his father's abilities were more about total destruction. As long as the monster still had even a bit of activity left, it wouldn't be able to recover under his father's overwhelming power. At this point, Luke Sin smiled slightly and thought that the final ability was probably about to show up. After the red-robed envoy was crushed by his father, he had to spread his mental strength out, turning it into many different monsters. In the past, he had used the method of devouring spiritual creatures to massively amplify his own spiritual abilities, but Luke Sin had already cut that off. Logically speaking, if he could devour, then the ability to split himself into multiple forms, which was now showing up, made sense. But where could he run to? All of a sudden, Shishi, with its bizarre pollution ability, was controlling the arms it had collected from the red-robed envoy, chasing down and attacking the octopus creatures the envoy had split into, causing them to flee in panic. As for his mother, she was still the same, showing off her diplomatic skills by inviting a few monsters over to her house to hang out, just in case one of them could end up being her neighbor. And so, a family of 4 had completely scattered the monsters from the country of Haishang, who were so scared they almost wet their pants. Now, all that remained was the poor soul of the red-robed apostle, nervously watching Luke Sin approach. As Luke Sin moved closer and greeted him, his father suddenly rushed over and brought down a heavy chop with a meat cleaver. Thankfully, Luke Sin was quick enough to stop him. Pointing at the monsters around them, Luke Sin said to the apostle, "Look around you. See what mess you've made. The entire glass facade of the hotel is shattered. The roads are cracked, and the railings are all bent out of shape. How much is it going to cost to fix all this?" Luke Sin then told him that he actually liked this city. So many people have worked so hard for so long to build it up this way, and in just an instant, you've turned it into ruins. At this point, Luke Sin showed sympathy and said to the man in front of him, "I used to be like him, in pain and not wanting to live. But thanks to my family, I found joy in life again. Still, the things he's doing now have crossed the line, so if I kill him now, it would only be fair, wouldn't it?" With that, Luke Sin reached out his hand and said, "In a moment, I'll use a very simple method to make him die again. Consider it the end of this whole situation. But before that, I need your help with something." Gently squeezing the skinny man's throat, Luke Sin said, "Anyway, none of this matters to you, so I'm sure you'd be happy to help me, right?" Saying this, Luke Sin used his body to amplify his strength, tracing back to the ghost that had trapped him in the illusion earlier. In no time, Luke Sin found it and grabbed it, pulling it directly into the room that held the secret of his life. Standing before the door of the familiar room, Luke Sin didn't hesitate and pushed the door open. Inside was the research room before it was destroyed. He saw 3 researchers conducting an experiment on a subject. Sample 17, which they had been dissecting, was still stable and even seemed to be improving. The assistant in the middle couldn't help but exclaim, "It's unbelievable. After being cut up like that, the signs of life are even stronger. Is this still a human?" The researcher currently performing the surgery spoke up, saying they needed to find the cause that would allow the girl to control herself and heal her wounds quickly. The assistant, who was taking notes, replied, "This isn't even close to being human anymore. Watching her crawl on the walls, I honestly thought I was facing a monster." At this point, Luke Sin couldn't hold back his tears. The scene in front of him was so real that his headache worsened. The girl was being sliced apart piece by piece. It was Shishi, his sister, lying there now. Suddenly, the anesthetic wore off too early, and Shishi woke up. The assistant noticed and asked, "Do you need to put her under again?" The surgeon, holding the scalpel, replied, "No, we can't. The experiment has already started, and we've recorded the basic data. If we inject more anesthetic now, it will mess with the results of our tests. With that, the cruel man ordered, continue the experiment. Keep operating on Shishi while she's still alive. After all, she can't escape now, and we might as well test her pain sensitivity. Lu Xun couldn't hold back any longer and charged forward, determined to eliminate all these evil people. Lu Xun's strike shattered the illusion, and with it, he was brought back to reality. At that moment, Lu Xun could feel the fury inside him threatening to explode, as if it were on the verge of bursting out. Fortunately, the glasses had started working. With that thought, Lu Xun moved forward and said, "It's time to end this." He moved across the building like a Japanese ninja. Wherever Lu Xun went, the surrounding monsters were immediately sliced into hundreds of pieces. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the Special Forces team, which had been working to eliminate and seal off the monsters, made a disturbing discovery. They saw that the monsters were gathering, apparently planning to break through the blockade. It seemed that the final batch of monsters, the ones you had mentioned, had finally appeared. There were too many of them, and they were too strong. The Special Forces were completely unable to control the situation. If they managed to break through the 3,000-meter quarantine zone, the entire King Gang and the surrounding cities would be wiped out. But just at that moment, a strange shadow appeared, leaving everyone stunned and unable to believe their eyes. The entire sky was covered with monsters, all of which were destroyed by that dark shadow in less than a minute. That huge dark figure even sucked all the monsters in, taking them away completely. The city lord, Mr. Su, witnessed this and his legs started trembling. He could no longer stand properly. Now, Lu Xun no longer needed to rely on anyone's power. His massive true form, filled with overwhelming might, cast a shadow over the small city below. Truly, this wasn't the kind of power that an ordinary person could ever hope to control. Lu Xun looked like a god, extending his hand to wipe out all the monsters. After finishing, he let out a sigh of relief and walked down to reunite with his family. As soon as Lu Xun stepped down, he rushed to tightly embrace Shishi. Shishi, with her body covered in stitches, comforted him by saying that it was okay, that giving him that toy was enough. She told him not to cry and not to be scared. Even if he was hurt, it didn't matter. Once you have enough wounds, they stop hurting. Hearing this, Lu Xun stood up and told his mother that he needed to get to the bottom of what had really happened all those years ago. His mother asked, "So what happened next?" Lu Xun replied, "After that, each of them paid the price. Not even a single strand of hair was spared." His mother, upon hearing this, said that it was very good. Having this attitude meant that Lu Xun was clearly ready to read that part of the material. Professor Bai was with the Su family and Chen guide, all of them standing and keeping an eye on the situation inside the battlefield. At this point, the Su guy was getting impatient and asked Professor Bai, "Why is there no action happening anymore?" Professor Bai believed that Lu Xun had already taken care of everything. At this, everyone was curious and asked, "So, where is Lu Xun now?" With the blood moon hanging overhead, Lu Xun, dressed in his familiar blood-red outfit, stepped out of the ruined battlefield, carrying a head in his hand. Seeing everyone staring at him, Lu Xun looked a bit confused and asked, "What happened to Chen King and the others?" Holding up the head of the red-clad apostle in front of Chen King, Lu Xun said, "I've already taken care of the spiritual monster from that guy with a nickname Red-Clad Apostle." Lu Xun realized that the monster was linked to the body of the envoy from the Hai Shang Nation. To prevent anything else from happening, like it coming back to life or becoming a new source of contamination, I brought his head with me. Chen King was completely stunned when she heard this. You cut off someone's head, brought it back, and then showed it to them like it's normal. That's not normal at all. Seeing the situation getting a bit tense, Professor Bai stepped forward, smiling kindly. Lu Xun did an excellent job with this mission. Only then did Chen King respond in the recent attack by Hai Shang's country on King Gang, which involved particularly severe pollution. Lu Xun and Dal both managed to handle two major sources of contamination. King Gang will remember their contributions, and after the situation is over, will recognize their efforts. She paused for a moment and then said, "Now, both of you can go to the designated area to rest." Upon hearing this, Lu Xun nodded in acknowledgement, signaling his understanding. He handed the head to the special agent, then, together with Dal, they headed to the car to leave. As soon as Lu Xun and Dal arrived at the temporary rest room, the special agent informed them, because this situation happened unexpectedly, and the place has been quickly converted into a safe room, we weren't able to prepare any of the items Dal usually likes. After a brief hesitation, the special agent continued, "In case she has any emotional instability, I hope Lu Xun can take your time to comfort her for us." Lu Xun nodded again, signaling his understanding, and led Dal into the room. Just like always, the first thing Dal does is take off her protective parasite suit and start playing with her favorite puzzle game. As for Lu Xun, he also relaxes a bit, leaning back into the couch to rest. At this point, he takes out his glasses to check the situation. This time, the glasses are performing really well, proving to be quite useful. So Luke Sin feels relatively positive about them and considers them his friend. For Luke Sin, the special feature of these glasses is incredibly helpful. Just earlier, they helped him control his negative emotions, keeping them from going over the edge. But in truth, Luke Sin has started to sense that these glasses aren't completely honest. There's a certain ambition in them that you wouldn't expect from a pair of glasses. In fact, during his mission, it even seemed like they were trying to guide him to do something. At this point, Luke Sin starts to bend the glasses, threatening them to behave properly from now on. He says, "You better listen to me, or I'll smash you to bits, guy." Seeing Gull look at him with confusion, he laughs and adds, "Don't worry, I'm just talking to the glasses." At that moment, his father, with a fierce look on his face, appeared in his mind, scolding Luke Sin as a fool. "Are you really okay with this? Just going along like an idiot, controlled by the damn rules of these King Gang people. You can have everything you want. Just go for it, even her." Hearing his father's scolding, Luke Sin smiled and replied, "You gotta have some rules, Dad. After all, rules are part of what makes us human." Just then, Chen King called to check in. Luke Sin briefly reported that everything was fine. Dolls just playing with her toys. He then told Chen King that everything in the central city was wrapped up and now he wanted to head home for a while. Chen King responded, "You went to the central city and didn't hang out with your colleagues and now you're already asking to leave." Luke Sin explained that he needed to go home to take care of something. At that moment, Doll came over and raised an eyebrow at him, signaling something. Maybe it was some sort of unspoken connection, but Luke Sin somehow knew she wanted to go out for a walk with him. Seeing that, he asked Chen King to take Doll out for a date. At first, Chen King was adamant about not agreeing, but after Gull kept insisting, she eventually gave in. In no time, the goddess Doll was dressed up as Sailor Moon, her hair styled in a bun like that. Luke Sin and Doll walked hand in hand, happily strolling through the streets. In front of them was a quiet scene, a reminder of the aftermath of the disaster. Suddenly, he led Doll to stop at a street food stall. Feeling a bit hungry, he went in and ordered 2 plates of stir-fried noodles, with plenty of meat and eggs. The food was quickly prepared, and Luke Sin, almost helplessly, became the waiter, bringing the food to the beautiful Doll. Noticing that Doll seemed to be in a good mood, Luke Sin took the chance to say, "I have to leave tomorrow. I'll come back to see you if I get the chance." Now, wanting her to react strangely, he carefully asked, "Is that okay?" When Doll didn't say anything and seemed to understand perfectly, Luke Sin couldn't help but think to himself, this girl was actually really sharp, and she's very understanding too. After they finished eating, they continued walking around the streets, buying a bunch of things as gifts for family and loved ones. Doll even took the initiative to help him pay out presents for his family. But as with all good things, the time to say goodbye eventually came. The next morning, Luke Sin grabbed his suitcase and said his goodbyes to Doll. He told her he had to leave, but promised to visit her again when he had the time. Seeing that Doll wasn't reacting, he walked out the door, wondering to himself, why isn't she clinging to me today? Luke Sin took the high-speed train out of the city, leaving Doll behind, sitting alone, playing with building blocks, creating a face that looked just like his. It was a sad and pitiful sight. As soon as Luke Sin opened the door to his house, he immediately noticed something was off. To his surprise, there was a hellhound wagging its tail excitedly at him. Seeing Luke Sin's shock, Shishi quickly said, "Isn't this the dog you brought back from the city?" It was only then that Luke Sin realized, a little confused. Oh, so it's this one. It turns out that ever since Luke Sin accepted the glasses, the creature inside had officially become his pet. Shishi was all excited about the dog, but his dad wasn't having it. "Dan, I can barely take care of myself, and now you want me to take care of a dog. You're better off throwing it in a pot and cooking it up." With the new addition to the family, his mom was much more positive. Having a dog is great, and this little dog running around in the living room really makes the atmosphere in the house feel so much better. Originally not in the best of moods, just seeing the dog made everything feel lighter and happier. Luke Sin only remembered that he had bought gifts for the whole family when he arrived. So there were a doll for his little sister, a handbag for his mom, and especially a big bathrobe for his dad. He handed out the gifts one by one to each member of his very unusual family. After distributing the presents, the family meal officially began. However, before they could eat, as promised, it was time for Luke Sin to open the file now that they were moving into the second phase. In his hands was a dossier about the Runaway Research Lab, part of an S-level mission from the Lunar Eclipse Research Institute. The first few pages described the disappearance of a transport train carrying important data and experimental subjects from the Blood Moon Research Institute. After an investigation, it was found that the cargo on that train included the entire staff of Lab 3, along with the experimental subjects and related documents. A total of 19 experimental subjects vanished along with the train. The director of Lab 1, Wang Jingyun, and 2 assistants also disappeared shortly after. The Lunar Eclipse Research Institute later offered a reward of several hundred million for anyone who could provide valuable information about the runaway lab. Meanwhile, at the Strategic Committee headquarters in Qinggang, a special meeting of senior managers was taking place. The main topic of this meeting was also related to the runaway research lab. Professor Bai said that the head of the runaway laboratory, Wang Jingyun, was one of the 4 highest-ranking researchers at the Lunar Eclipse Research Institute from the very beginning. When Professor Bai was still an intern at the institute, he had worked on several research projects under Wang Jingyun's guidance, which left a lasting impression on him. The high regard the Lunar Eclipse Research Institute held for the runaway laboratory wasn't just because an entire train car from the lab mysteriously disappeared that year, which was incredibly hard to believe. It wasn't only because the lab had 19 test subjects locked inside, but also because it was unique in the field of research. What's more, there was an even more important reason. After reading through the document in his hands, Luke Sin couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. The lab also housed a special entity known as the Tyrant. Just when Luke Sin thought the document wasn't saying anything too significant, he was startled when he looked at the photo in his hands. The head of the runaway lab, the most wanted criminal, was none other than the esteemed director he had always respected. The last page of the document in Luke Sin's hands also mentions Chen's son, the assistant to the head of the runaway laboratory, Wang Jingyun, in the central city. Through the document recovery, it was revealed that Chen's son had been in constant contact with some head of department, keeping track of every news and movement related to Qinggang and recording data about the Tyrant. The person who compiled the documents believed that the experiments were still ongoing. This person suspected that the head of department in contact with Chen's son was Wang Jingyun. Finally, the person speculated that the runaway laboratory might be located in the second satellite city of Qinggang. Lu Xin was shocked again when he saw the photo of Chen's son. That face, he had seen it before. This was the man holding the surgical scalpel, performing the main experiment to dissect his sister Shishi in the dream he had earlier. And he was also the assistant of the director that Luke Sin had always revered. The document mentioned that 2 months ago, they had spotted Chen's son in the central city. Now, Luke Sin couldn't hold back any longer. How could this guy still be alive? If he was really still alive, what kind of person was the director? So the director was still alive. Luke Sin's eyes began to turn bloodshot, and when the Hellhound saw its master losing control, it bit Luke Sin to snap him out of it. Luke Sin suddenly snapped back to his senses after a brief moment of losing control. His emotions had settled down. It was then that he asked himself, why was I so surprised? There are still people alive at my orphanage, so I should be happy for them instead. With a dangerous look on his face and his eyes bloodshot, Luke Sin muttered in a disturbingly twisted way. Back at the meeting in the central city, Professor Bide, after mentioning a mental entity called Tyrant, which he believed was the current form of Luke Sin, continued explaining about the Lunar Eclipse Research Institute, which led the projects on studying mutant mentalities. As a researcher from that institute, Professor Bai raised a troubling question. Could Blood Moon be an experimental product of this research institute? There were too many suspicious aspects. At that time, he was an intern in Group 1. When he first joined the institute, he discovered something interesting. After the Blood Moon mutation, the research institute seemed to appear before everyone. However, many researchers had already been recruited there before the Blood Moon event. This suggested that the institute had already begun its research into mutant mentalities long before the Blood Moon incident. Professor Bai believes it's highly likely that Luke Sin is the only survivor kept from the experiment years ago. The power of the tyrant that Luke Sin displayed confirmed this theory. As Professor Bai finished speaking, he stood up and declared they need to come up with a plan quickly to ensure the long-term benefits of this city. The next morning, Luke Sin went to the orphanage to meet Xiao Lu and get the full details about the mysterious director Mr. Wang from back then. Luke Sin's memory has always been disordered, like a film that's been edited with many scenes cut out. He just couldn't recall everything clearly. Luke Sin remembered going to school at the orphanage when he was little, receiving education from the director, and even fighting with Xiao Lu against others. After that, he couldn't remember how he left the orphanage. He only vaguely recalled walking down the street, and then his family appeared and started living with him. After his family showed up, Luke Sin's memory started to become more complete. He remembered attending a free high school in the second satellite city, and later, he began working. But the memories before that are just a blank space, and every time Luke Sin thinks about it, he gets a headache and can't remember anything. As for the orphanage now, Luke Sin only remembers that after living with his family for a long time, one day he returned to the orphanage and found that, despite being supposed to have been destroyed, there was still one familiar face, Xiao Lu, the person who had grown up with him. At that time, Xiao Lu wasn't very old, but he had already started trying to take care of some orphan children in the city. As for the old man, the security guard sitting in front of him now, he had already started working there back then. At this point, Luke Sin couldn't help but wonder, during the hardest times when the orphanage didn't even have food to eat, where did they get the money to pay the security guard? Luke Sin was suddenly pulled out of his memories when the security guard yelled at him for blocking the sunlight from the flower he had just planted. As Luke Sin was walking up the stairs, a group of children ran out asking for candy. Xiao Lu saw this and told him, "Come eat with us, it'll be fun." While eating, Luke Sin brought up the old days at the orphanage and asked Xiao Lu about the director from back then. Xiao Lu started crying and said he really is a good person, but at the same time, he's the most terrifying person in the world. Seeing that Xiao Lu was so scared and agitated, Luke Sin reached out to comfort her with a gentle pat on the back, but Xiao Lu trembled in fear at his gesture. That's when Luke Sin realized Xiao Lu wasn't afraid of the old director as he had assumed. She was afraid of him. Though he felt disappointed and a little empty inside, Luke Sin still smiled awkwardly at Xiao Lu and left. Sitting on a bench in the park, Luke Sin confided in his younger sister, Shishi. He told her that in the end, he didn't get the answers he was hoping for. Xiao Lu had always been afraid of him. When Shishi heard this, she wrapped her arms around him to comfort him. "I'm never afraid of you." Luke Sin gently patted Shishi's head and stood up, thinking to himself, at least there are still survivors from the orphanage. Isn't that a good thing? Even the director might still be alive. He wanted to know what really happened all those years ago. He needed to know if the people who deserved to die had already died. Of course, if they hadn't all been dealt with, he wouldn't hesitate to make them face what they should have faced long ago. With that thought, Luke Sin decided he would go after those people and force them to reveal everything he had been searching for. Think and act immediately. Luke Sin quickly picked up the phone and called Chen King to request long-term leave. He wanted to leave the city and take a trip to the central city. Chen King, not wanting to pry into Luke Sin's personal life, agreed without hesitation. After securing the leave, Luke Sin answered the phone and listened to Han Bing, who was informing him about the reward he received after the recent monster elimination mission in Hai Shang. Han Bing said, "The reward for this mission is 3 million yuan, but because you performed exceptionally well, the administration department has given you an additional 1 million yuan. In total, you've earned 4 million yuan from this mission." Luke Sin was surprised when he heard this. "It only took a little over an hour, and I earned 4 million yuan. This is amazing." With the money now in hand, Luke Sin asked Han Bing to help him buy a villa in the King Yan Mountain area in Satellite City No. 2. Han Bing responded, "After purchasing the villa, you'll still have about 2 million yuan left." Hearing this, Luke Sin said, "Please donate the remaining money and the villa to the Blood Moon Orphanage for me." Han Bing quickly agreed, that added, "The second thing I wanted to mention is a suggestion from Chen King. Right now, King Gang needs someone to deliver a document to the central city." If Luke Sin was planning to head to the city center anyway, it made sense to take on this task. That way, it would be like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He'd fulfill his mission and wouldn't need to take any leave. Plus, he got a stipend. Seeing such a good opportunity, Luke Sin nodded and agreed. Luke Sin was at work, talking to his bald supervisor asking for time off. The bald supervisor, upon hearing that Luke Sin wanted to quit, froze in shock, completely confused. He thought to himself, has he gotten into a fight with that deputy CEO, Mr. Xiao, or maybe had a run-in with some gangsters? The only reason someone would leave like this is if they were running for their life. Before leaving, Luke Sin went back to the orphanage, left some money, and plucked a flower from the small garden that the security guard had been tending. He wasn't sure how upset the guard would be, but he thought it'd be a fitting parting gesture. Riding his motorcycle, Luke Sin sped out of the city and into the wilderness, starting his journey to seek justice for himself. As he rode, he hummed, "Don't think I'm just a little lamb. The fierceness of a lamb is hard to imagine, you guys." With 1,400 kilometers to go, it would take about 8 more days before Luke Sin reached the city center. On his bike, Luke Sin thought to himself, "Once I get to the city center, this is the center of the Alliance's stronghold, so the people here must be very reasonable, right? There's probably a lot of people who would be more than happy to help him find that guy Shen's son and provide him with what he needs." Luke Sin stopped the car and rested in front of a remote village. He knocked on the door of a house to ask for a place to stay. As soon as he stepped inside, he couldn't help but cover his nose because of the awful smell. An old woman with a wrinkled face was sitting on the bed, squinting at Luke Sin without saying a word. When he shined his flashlight on her, he realized she wasn't alone. There was also a thin, zombie-like figure sitting in her lap. Luke Sin asked the old woman, "Is there anything to eat around here?" When the old woman didn't answer, he took out a can of meat, But before he could even open it, the zombie-like figure in her lap lunged at him and grabbed it. Seeing this, Shishi was about to rush over and beat it to death, but Luke Sin stopped her. It's okay, I still have more. If the zombie wants the food, let it take some and share it with the old woman. Luke Sin then took a pack of noodles out of his bag and asked the old woman, do you have any water? The old woman pointed to a spot, signaling where he could get water. Luke Sin quickly sat down and cooked some noodles with canned meat. Luckily, this time he had followed Han Bing's advice and brought along a special filter from King Gang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to use this water. As the noodles were almost done, the mutated zombie rushed at him again, trying to steal the food. However, this time, Luke Sin stopped it and told it to go get a bowl and eat properly. He then served 2 bowls of noodles and handed them to the elderly woman and her granddaughter. The old woman finally spoke up, you should leave and take the noodles with you before it's too late. Luke Sin, not really paying attention, handed Xiao Shi a candy and sat down and continued eating his noodles. He even kindly reminded them, hurry up and eat the noodles before they get cold. After hearing this, the old woman told Luke Sin that this place used to be normal until a woman in a red dress appeared. With a voice full of hatred, she explained that the woman had been picked up by her son from outside. Her family had treated the woman very well, making sure she never went hungry or thirsty. Her eldest son even gave her the best food in the house, but it seemed like the woman was a bringer of misfortune. Not long after she came here, my eldest son was beaten to death while working to reclaim some abandoned land. Then my second son wanted to marry her, but just a few days later, he got sick and died too. At that time, she told her third son, don't marry her, you need to bury her. But he didn't listen. Because of that woman, her third and fourth sons ended up fighting with knives. In the end, one of them had his head chopped off, while the other had his intestines spilling out. As the old woman reached this part of the story, she got emotional and said that it was that woman's fault. She was sure of it. After that woman came, everyone started getting sick. She kept screaming loudly, demanding to kill a woman. Luke Sin was a bit surprised that the woman was still alive. The old woman told him that now everyone in the village was under her spell and wanted to marry her. At this point, the old woman finally answered Luke Sin's original question. She explained that the land here is fertile, so why isn't anyone farming it? The reason was that all the good food was being taken by the villagers to offer it to that woman. Luke Sin tucked the notebook into his shirt, thinking to himself that he needed to let Han Bing know about this. This place wasn't the safest anymore. Luckily, he was the one who came. If it had been someone else, they probably wouldn't have made it out alive. Shishi, feeling bored with nothing to do, then told Luke Sin, you should turn that old woman and her sons into toys. Luke Sin heard this and patted his head, scolding him, that's bad, you shouldn't be messing around like that. When Luke Sin opened the door and stepped outside, he was surrounded by a group of people. Seeing the situation, our main character began to introduce himself and lecture the crowd like a machine, trying to make them understand. But how could zombies understand human speech? The villagers, acting like mutated zombies, grabbed sticks, spears, and clubs, rushing at him with the intent to gang up on him. But not so fast. Luke Sin quickly pulled out his gun and left a bullet hole on each of them. After shooting, Luke Sin raised his hand and continued his lecture, saying, please listen to me. If you hurt me, I will retaliate. I have a gun, and you will be the ones who suffer. Upon hearing this, the old man with the thick beard behind the crowd urged his son to shoot and blow Luke Sin's head off. However, before he could do anything, Luke Sin snatched the gun and shot him in the head, killing him instantly. Blowing the remaining gunpowder off the barrel, Luke Sin said he truly didn't have any ill intentions toward them, but if they tried to harm him, he would definitely defend himself. So how about we all sit down and calmly talk about this? He suggested, is that all right? The man holding the gun died, and immediately, the crowd began to stir. They laughed wildly and crazily as they charged at each other to attack. Just then, the woman in the red dress stepped forward. When the crowd saw her, they went wild, rushing toward her, claiming she was theirs. The man in the red outfit then began performing an incredibly strange dance, causing everyone to follow suit, moving in such a way that it looked like their spines were being twisted and their whole bodies were degenerating. Luke Sin stood by, observing everything, and that's when he started to understand what was happening. No wonder the villagers had such bizarre physical appearances. The contorted and complicated movements clearly weren't something their bodies were naturally capable of. Forcing themselves to imitate the woman would only cause damage to their muscles and bones, even twisting their spines and ruining their bodies. After watching the woman in the red dress for a while, Luke Sin didn't notice anything unusual about her. She didn't seem to have a spirit monster inside her, but rather appeared to be someone with supernatural abilities. If that was the case, he couldn't just take direct action. People with supernatural powers could only be dealt with after a judgment was made. Suddenly, the zombie inside the house also rushed out and began dancing along with the crowd. The girl in the red dress was dancing strangely in the middle, while the villagers crowded around her, also jumping and dancing. Suddenly, an old woman rushed out of the house, shouting at the girl, "You wicked thing, give my granddaughter back to me." To everyone's shock, the old woman had the lower body of a giant centipede. Luke Sin was startled and realized that the old woman was actually a spiritual monster. With a sharp, vicious mouth, she lunged at the woman in the red dress. At that moment, Luke Sin understood that the two of them had completely different kinds of powers. The situation grew more intense as they struggled, and the old woman managed to snatch her granddaughter back, retreating to defend herself. However, the zombie granddaughter was on the verge of dying for real now. Her body was completely broken, her bones shattered, and motionless. With his ability to see through things, Luke Sin finally pieced everything together. The woman in the red dress was a girl born in a world after a mutation, but she still carried a strong passion for life. She loved dancing and dreamed of one day becoming a star in the city. To follow that dream, she had joined a troupe of actors and dancers, touring from city to city. While things were still relatively calm, they all boarded a bus to head off, performing in one city after another. But that dream was shattered in a single night. A group of knights attacked the musical troupe while they were camping out in the wilderness, just to steal some of their supplies. But then, driven by greed, they killed everyone in the dance troupe, including the girl. As for her, because she was beautiful and lucky, she was captured and brought back by the knights. When they reached this village, she became their prize, subjected to constant abuse and humiliation day and night. After several failed attempts to escape, the girl was eventually killed by them. That's why she wanted revenge. It seemed that the passion she had for this mission now was even greater than anything she ever felt in her life. She was suffering and had learned that strange dance. Turns out the old woman had lied. Luke Sin, once he understood everything, just ignored it all, hopped on his motorcycle, and left. He ended up lost in a forest, despite having his compass and GPS on. He couldn't find his way out of the winding mountain path. Half an hour later, Luke Sin was still stuck, unable to escape the twisting, narrow trail. Frustrated, he muttered, "What the heck is going on?" Clearly, they had been driving for a while, but the map still showed they were going in circles. Luke Sin frowned, wondering if he had run into one of those coast guides people often talked about. He remembered hearing ghost stories when he was younger. The legends said there were a couple of ways to deal with a ghost guide. One was to put your underwear on your head and walk straight ahead to break free. The other option was to turn around and spit 3 times. Of course, my brother chose the second option. Who in their right mind would put underwear on their head? Half an hour later, despite spitting until his mouth was dry, they still couldn't get off the trail. 2 strange men were driving a truck down the same path, both wearing underwear on their heads. They were cursing nonstop. "Dan, how did we get so lost?" The younger guy, now desperate, held his head in his hands, certain they'd both run into a ghost guide. Suddenly, both of them looked out the window and saw a young man in red, riding a motorcycle the opposite way. The younger guy turned to his uncle and asked, "Hey, do you think the ghosts after the blood moon know how to ride motorcycles too?" Just then, the young man on the motorcycle turned toward them, smiling kindly and said, "Hey, how's it going, guys?" So, the 2 vehicles passed each other and met again. This time, Luke Sin stopped and greeted the 2 men more politely. The older man and his nephew hid their guns behind their backs, got out of the vehicle, and asked Luke Sin, "What are you doing here?" Luke Sin replied, "Hello, I'm heading to the central city to visit some relatives. I got lost and felt like I was being led by a ghost, so I was trying to figure out if I could find that ghost." The older man, upon hearing this, said, "Honestly, we're lost too. We were planning to wait here. We've already called our team, and they should send someone to find us soon. Everyone's armed." When Luke Sin heard they had guns, he pulled out his own and said, "I don't know if anyone really plans to come in here and look for you, but if they do, they'll probably get lost here just like you two." At this point, Luke Sin began to explain to the 2 men about the ghost that leads people astray. After listening to him for a while, the 2 men thought he was crazy and quickly climbed back into their vehicle to drive off. However, after driving for a bit, they realized that Luke Sin was actually chasing them from behind. The nephew, unable to hold back any longer, pulled out his gun, intending to shoot, but was stopped by his uncle. The truck quickly sped into an open area. Just when the 2 of them thought they had escaped, they found themselves facing a clearing filled with the bodies of many people, hanging upside down from tree branches. At this point, both the uncle and nephew's eyes turned bloodshot as they got out of the truck, removed their belts, and walked toward the tree to grab a branch for self-defense. Luke Sin, watching all this from behind, couldn't help but exclaim, "This is terrifying." So if this tree is the source of the pollution, or rather, it's not the tree itself, but something within it that hasn't been figured out yet. It turned out that this source of pollution created hallucinations, leading people around in circles until they were exhausted, then lured them to the tree to hang themselves. As for Lu Xin, he was so full of energy that he could run without getting tired, so he followed the uncle and nephew to track down the source of the pollution. Now, as the two in front were about to hang themselves, he drew his gun and fired a shot directly at the source of the pollution. Immediately, the tree's branches shattered, and it sprouted numerous wooden tentacles that attacked Luke Sin. Although Luke Sin wasn't afraid in this situation, his motorcycle, on the other hand, didn't know how to run away on its own. Seeing the danger, Luke Sin called on his younger sister to rush in. But instead of charging ahead, she ordered her pet to attack and tear things apart. Surrounded by the monster's tentacles, the hellhound charged forward, relentlessly slamming into them. However, despite its fierceness, it was quickly ensnared by the tree that wrapped around its neck. The hellhound is in pain. It snarled, growing angrier as it stretched its body, biting and thrashing wildly, using its own blood to pollute the tree in retaliation. Before Lu Sin could do anything, the hellhound had already dealt with the pollution source. After patting the dog on the head as a reward, Luke Sin began documenting the pollution source. Meanwhile, after being saved, the two men, uncle and nephew, came to their senses and stumbled toward the vehicle. When they saw Luke Sin standing in front of them, they finally realized what had happened and quickly expressed their gratitude. "You saved our lives." Luke Sin then pointed to the tree in front of them and explained, "This is the pollution source that attracted you too." After saying this, he shook hands with the uncle and nephew and introduced himself. Once introductions were finished, Luke Sin flashed a rather sinister grin and said, "All right, now everything's taken care of." With that, he asked the two for one more favor. The uncle and nephew, unsure if they were dealing with a psychopath, looked at him in confusion. But Luke Sin's expression softened as he told them, "Please help me deal with the corpses and the tree. We need to make sure it doesn't affect anyone else around here." Upon hearing this, both of them excitedly set the fire, lighting up the area brighter than anything else that night. After starting the fire, the young man couldn't help but ask Luke Sin, "What exactly is this kind of pollution?" Luke Sin explained, "It's actually a new type of illness. After the blood moon incident, it will spread. The only difference is that it's a mental illness. From the outside, people wouldn't notice anything unusual about those infected, but you can clearly sense that their mental state is off." Luke Sin finished speaking, then said goodbye to the two of them and turned to leave. Seeing this, the older man stepped forward and said, "We'd like to invite you to the camp to help treat someone." Luke Sin, hearing this, asked, "What kind of illness is it?" The older man replied, "I'm not sure if you've heard of a disease called head switching." As Luke Sin drove, he recalled what the older man had just said. It turned out that the two men were former drivers in the same team. The middle-aged one was named Zhavana Chang, and the younger one was Zhao Xiao Mao. However, they hadn't explained much about the pollution they mentioned, only that the head switching was connected to their team's leader, who was also the person in charge of the team. When the truck reached the camp gate, it was stopped for a security check. As Luke Sin entered the camp, he realized that the size of the team here was much bigger than he had expected. As the three of them walked toward the center of the camp, a woman dressed very seductively came out of one of the tents and mocked up Chang. She said, "All you ever think about is those old broken things. If something really happens, won't everyone have to go find him?" After saying that, the girl directly ran after and kicked Da Chang. When Da Chang was hit, he ran over and introduced Luke Sin to the girl. Hearing that, the girl stepped forward and asked Luke Sin, "You're trying to travel from King Gang to the city center all by yourself." Luke Sin replied, "Actually, it's not just me. There are also my parents, my younger sister, and we're bringing along a little puppy. We're all going to the city center to visit relatives and deliver some documents. It's just that they're not here right now." The woman with the large chest listened to Luke Sin and said, "It's not easy to do business in the apocalypse. If Luke Sin wants to join my group, he needs to make sure he doesn't cause any trouble." Luke Sin nodded in understanding. The girl quickly told Zhao to explain the rules to Luke Sin, then went into her tent. Luke Sin followed Zhao and his two nephews into the tent. There, Zhao explained that the strange person who needed treatment was the girl from earlier. When Luke Sin was still confused, Zhao signaled him to stay quiet, gently pulled back the curtain, and whispered, "Luke Sin, come take a look." In front of Luke Sin, to his surprise, was the leader of the group, spread out and licking her hands and feet. The man with the surname Zhao said, "Her leader has to find a man to sleep with every night." He said his leader was very beautiful and also young. He wasn't sure how many people had been attracted to her in the past, but she had defeated them all and made them submit. They all knew she still missed her ex, and basically she didn't want to find a new lover. But after the last delivery, she changed. Normally, she was just like before, honest with everyone and fair in her work. But when night came, she'd search the whole team and pick someone to sleep with. Now she had already slept with everyone on the team. Lu Xin, hearing this, was completely confused and thought to himself, what on earth is going on? The man with the surname Zhao then continued, it's really a headache. No matter how we think about it, we can't understand. She used to always sleep alone. Why has she suddenly turned into a prostitute, I wonder? He even described how she acted when sleeping with men, saying it was like she had lost her mind. It was really terrible. Before Lu Xin could figure out any clues, the leader was already outside the tent, shouting inside, hurry up and hand over Lu Xin to me. Hearing this, the man with the surname Zhao didn't know what to say. He started crying and begged, please let Lu Xin go. He'll sacrifice himself tonight to serve her. Seeing the two guys in front of her hugging and crying, Lu Xin sneered before stepping out of the tent. If she liked it, he'd go along with it. That was just him. But the main character of the story wasn't interested at all and asked, where are we going? She quickly led Lu Xin to her tent, then stripped off all her clothes, revealing her curves right in front of him. Lu Xin walked in, focused on her, and thought to himself that there were no supernatural creatures here at all. As for her, after taking off all of her clothes, she sat down on a chair and invited him to come closer. Lu Xin activated his smart glasses to check and found that her pollution level was almost zero. Seeing how the young man seemed like an old man who couldn't even lift his head, she said, hurry up and get in here. Lu Xin's face turned bright red, unsure of what to do. She noticed his hesitation and teasingly asked, isn't Lu Xin supposed to be the guy with low libido? When Lu Xin still didn't make a move, she pulled out a gun to try to scare him. But Lu Xin remained firm and took out his own gun to threaten her back. After being rejected and having a gun pointed at her, she had no choice but to kick Lu Xin out. Lu Xin returned to the tent of his cousins, the Zhao family, only to be immediately met with suspicion about his physical condition. Was it really over in less than 2 minutes? They asked, causing him to explain that he was an honest man. Not wanting to drag things out, Lu Xin quickly clarified that he hadn't noticed anything unusual about her. At this point, his cousin explained that their leader actually had multiple personalities. She believes her body belongs to someone else and hates it to her very core. With this, both of them knelt down, pleading with Lu Xin to help save their leader. Since he hadn't found anything abnormal, Lu Xin suggested they take her to King Gang for treatment as soon as possible. But the cousins immediately refused. If we wait until we get there, it'll take too long. The uncle then mentioned that he had a lot of supplies in his truck. If you're willing to help Lu Xin when we get to the central city and sell the goods, I'll share half the earnings with you. Seeing it was on his way anyway, Lu Xin agreed to help them out since he had to head to the central city as well. With that, he stepped outside and called the beautiful Hanbing to get her opinion. Hanbing, in her pajamas and lying in bed, told Lu Xin that it was likely the woman had been cursed by someone with supernatural abilities. After chatting a bit more, Lu Xin hung up. The next morning, their beautiful leader started assigning tasks to everyone as the convoy headed toward the central city. Lu Xin put his motorcycle away and sat in the cabin with the Zhao duo, impressed by how capable the leader of the Gao group was. She might not look old, but she'd organized the entire convoy like a pro, really impressive. The convoy quickly picked up speed. When they were less than 1,000 kilometers from the city center, they stopped to set up camp for a rest. Lu Xin continued to closely watch the leader's actions, taking notes nonstop. Damn, this woman eats like a pig, sleeps like one, and her words and actions are as rough as a man's. After several days of travel, the convoy finally reached a small town called Zhenbaita. As soon as they entered, they ran into something called crazy people. Without hesitation, the Zhao Du pulled out their shotguns ready to fight. What they saw in front of them was horrifying. Vampire-like monsters were attacking the convoy members. Realizing the situation was bad, Lu Xin quickly got out of the vehicle and started providing backup fire. At that moment, a vampire charged at him from behind, ready to strike.